Chapter 5070 Glacial Heaven City. Long Chen frowned. Did they plan to challenge the White Dragon race? If so, Long Chen was ready to fight. He wouldn't tolerate it if they went too far. Unexpectedly, they all ignored him and were looking at Bai Yingxie instead. Princess Yingxie, I've long since looked up to you. I am. One of those heavenly chosens surrounding them was trying to give a quick introduction, but Bai Yingxie suddenly wrapped her arms around Long Chen's elbow, shaking her head. She interjected, sorry, but I already have a partner. Long Chen was baffled. Were all these people Bai Yingxue's pursuers? Was he her shield now? Quick, get me out of here. These people are very annoying, transmitted Bai Yingxie. Long Chen didn't know what was going on, but since Bai Yingxie asked him for aid, he naturally didn't refuse. He walked away with her just like that. Seeing Bai Yingxie holding Long Chen's arms so intimately, that heavenly chosen was enraged. Who are you? What right do you have to be the princess's partner? I challenge you. Long Chen didn't even look at him and casually swung his hand, sending the heavenly chosen flying with a clear handprint on his face. He tumbled into another 10,000 dragon nest. Blood sprayed from the heavenly chosen's mouth, and he passed out. After that, he slid off the 10,000 dragon nest and dropped to the ground. The other experts were stunned by the sudden slap. Many didn't even grasp what had happened before that person was sent flying. Taking advantage of their shock from this slap, Long Chen and Bai Yingxie moved forward. The ones in their way were frightened by Long Chen and instinctively opened a path for him, watching as the two of them vanished. Once they were free, Bai Yingxie let go of Long Chen's arm and awkwardly explained, the White Dragon race possesses sacred energy that is essential to cultivate the dragon race's highest level divine abilities. I am sure those traitors approached me for my sacred energy. They once had decent relationships with us, and there was a history of marriages between our races. However, once they joined Pill Valley's side, we cut off ties with them. Now that we are here, they believe we're joining Pill Valley as well, and so. Long Chen instantly understood. They thought that the White Dragon race had made the same choice as them. That was why they wanted to take advantage of this situation to get closer to the White Dragon race. Their goal was to obtain sacred energy through marriage. Although our White Dragon race does not forbid marrying outside our kind, how can our women marry a bunch of spineless cowards? Grumbled Bai Yingxie, shaking her head. Long Chen nodded to express his understanding. After all, in the cultivation world, most marriages were driven by the goal of producing powerful descendants. At first, Long Chen had found Long Tianrui's conduct incomprehensible and distasteful. However, it seemed that these ancient races had long embraced this concept. To them, love might simply not exist. Long Chen and Bai Yingxie continued onward, encountering more experts of the dragon race. When they passed by, quite a few people pointed at them and whispered amongst themselves. Along the way, another heavenly chosen approached. Upon realizing who they were, he whistled and said, "Hey." Without hesitation, Long Chen kicked him in the crotch. A bone-crunching sound echoed as the man was sent flying, letting out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. Your dragon race really needs to be reconsolidated. If all the idiots like him were removed, the dragon race could return to its golden era, said Long Chen, forcibly holding back his urge to kill that fool. Long Chen had wanted to slap him to death, the man's arrogant demeanor practically begged for it, but instead, Long Chen settled for a kick. He realized he needed to curb his habit of casually slapping people, or he might attract unwanted attention. The injured man's companions rushed toward Long Chen, but he turned and glared at them, his killing intent blazing in his eyes. Terrified out of their wits, these experts stamped their feet on the ground to stop their momentum, not even daring to move. They sensed the aura of death coming from him. After scaring them, Long Chen snorted and continued to walk with Bai Yingxie. Fortunately, they were smart enough not to chase. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. For some reason, Long Chen had the instinctive urge to crush them in his hand. He had never experienced this kind of feeling before. Is it because of the sovereign blood? Long Chen suddenly thought of this possibility. Was the sovereign blood affecting his feelings? The blood of the sovereign race might be reacting to the decline of the dragon race, stirring feelings of anger within Long Chen. After all, he wouldn't have felt such rage if those people hadn't provoked him. Once they left the dragon race's region, they saw a grand ancient city appear before them. Although Long Chen had mentally prepared himself, the sight still left him in awe. This city was larger than Devil Fall City, and even from a distance, its imposing structure was impressive. This must be an incredibly ancient city, one that wasn't built in our era, Long Chen sighed emotionally. Why do you say that? I feel like it's very new. It doesn't show the slightest sign of age, remarked Bai Yingxie. You're looking at the city walls. That's just for defense, explained Long Chen. Isn't that very normal? Bai Yingxie replied, confused. Building strong city walls is the most costly part of constructing a city. Given the Brahma Pill Valley's power, would they really invest so much just for defense? Long Chen pointed out. Only then did Bai Yingxie grasp his point. The Brahma Pill Valley was almost unrivaled within the sovereign Emperor Heaven, and no one dared to attack them. She realized she had never heard of anyone attacking the 8 Brahma domains. As they continued, Long Chen noted the various areas surrounding Glacial Heaven City, indicating that Pill Valley had invited many factions. The dragon race was merely a small part of a much larger gathering. Has Mo Nian managed to get in yet? Why hasn't he sent me any news? Long Chen was a bit worried about whether or not this fellow could get in. Well, let's go take a look inside the city, Long Chen declared, shaking off his concerns. He led Bai Yingxie to a transportation formation, and in an instant, they vanished. Chapter 5071 Encountering Old Friends. When Long Chen and Bai Yingxie walked out of the transportation formation, they saw a lot of people in front of them. This huge transportation formation was in the midst of an endless crowd of people. Move along, move along. Don't just stand there gawking. Keep moving. Shouts from the overseers echoed through the area. Many experts, awestruck by their surroundings, momentarily froze, causing a jam at the transportation formation. Long Chen and Bai Yingxie navigated through the crowd, and eventually, the throng started to thin out. Fortunately, the dragon race's experts held a high status in this place, so many people intentionally maintained a set distance to avoid offending Long Chen and Bai Yingxie. While the white dragon race's tempers were comparatively good, outsiders couldn't tell which race Bai Yingxie was from. All they saw was that she was from the dragon race, so they maintained their distance. Other races didn't have this kind of privilege. Long Chen spotted a lewd individual stealthily groping a woman as he passed by. The woman, not one to let it slide, immediately slapped him across the face. Surprisingly, that pervert seemed used to it and didn't even make a sound. He continued onwards, but it wasn't long before he screamed and was left with a bloody face. Long Chen almost laughed when he saw that. What happened? Asked Bai Yingxie. She looked at that fellow and then at Long Chen's speechless appearance curiously. This fellow's hands aren't clean. I know, I saw him do it too. But how did he end up like that? Asked Bai Yingxie. Because he's blind, he touched a man by accident. And then, Long Chen couldn't continue and just shrugged. Bai Yingxie laughed. That pervert was truly foolish. As they strolled through the bustling city, Long Chen was amazed by the vibrant mix of races and lifeforms around him. Many were beings he had only read about in ancient texts, and some weren't even mentioned there. Despite his extensive experience, he felt like a country bumpkin amidst such novelty. Suddenly, Long Chen's heart raced as a group of cloaked figures passed by. One of them seemed oddly familiar, but before he could get a better look, they vanished into the crowd. His divine sense was restricted here, making it impossible to track them. What is it? Asked Bai Yingxie, noticing Long Chen's sudden stillness. That person looked familiar, said Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly recalled a cloaked figure from his past, someone who had provided him with crucial information about the Lifehunter race, which he had used to destroy one of the Lifehunter race's hives. It was definitely him. Long Chen wondered aloud, surprised to see this figure here. The figure's robes were different this time, and he wore a mask beneath his hood. Hold it, a mask. The chess sect, Long Chen realized, remembering a chess sect disciple he had killed. Their auras were strikingly similar. He recalled observing the chess sect elder alongside the Flame Divine Hall's elder discussing something. It seemed that the chess sect had come here as well. The chess sect's disciples are skilled in arranging schemes. Back when they directed my attention toward the Lifehunter race, were they merely using me to eliminate them, or was there something else at play? Thought Long Chen. Last time in Devil Fall City, Long Chen and Mo Nian had fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by a chess sect disciple, resulting in significant losses for them. Xing Wuzhong's death was partially due to this manipulative plot. Chess sect, is that so? HMPH, I'll deal with you. A sinister smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to another group. A swirl of nether chi surrounded them. They hailed from the netherworld's nether race, and they were openly walking around here. What shocked Long Chen the most was the presence of the underworld race as well. These two factions were natural enemies, yet here they were, coexisting without confrontation, focused on their own affairs. Long Chen's heart shook. Lord Brahma's hands indeed stretched beyond the heavens, and all the races of the 10,000 worlds were within his reach. What was his ultimate aim? Since Lord Brahma had such a terrifying influence, why did he not lead his forces to attack the foreign devils and reclaim the wilderness? He could take back the sovereign Emperor Heaven from enemy forces, and that would be more beneficial for the Brahma Pill Valley's development. Then, the Brahma Pill Valley would be the master of the 9 heavens. Just what is the Brahma Pill Valley up to? Long Chen's heart sank. The more he pondered the situation, the more incomprehensible it became. It was clear that Lord Brahma's real objectives were nothing short of terrifying. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air, jolting Long Chen from his thoughts. Turning his gaze, he saw a figure that made him shudder, a woman, taller than most men, yet radiating grace. She wore a golden headband and had her golden hair tied back in a ponytail. "You know her?" asked by Xianxia. Long Chen nodded and then continued onward. He hadn't expected to encounter Feng Yu of the mixed beast race here. Even more surprising was the fact that she had just been slapped. Feng Yu's expression was dark as she covered her face with one hand, her eyes blazing with suppressed fury. In front of her was a lithe woman with 2 cat ears. This woman was a heavenly chosen, and she coldly scolded, "How many times have I told you? In the Mixed Beast Alliance, you aren't qualified to contradict me. Whether I'm right or wrong, you must listen, understood?" The cat-eared woman was exceedingly arrogant, looking down on Feng Yu despite her short stature. Surrounding her was a group of mixed beast race experts, all women. They laughed at Feng Yu's predicament, clearly relishing in her misfortune. When Feng Yu was struck, countless people turned to look in her direction. However, seeing that they were from the mixed beast race, no one said anything. They viewed it as an internal affair of the mixed beast race. A woman beside Feng Yu couldn't stay silent and spoke up for her. "You've gone too far. You were the ones lacking ability and getting bullied by others, yet you're taking it out on us." Long Chen recognized her, Hu Xiaoyu, of the Spirit Fox bloodline and Feng Yu's close friend. Back then, she was the strongest woman in the mixed beast race aside from Feng Yu. "Who asked you to be mouthy?" The cat-eared woman sneered, brandishing a whip and swinging it at Hu Xiaoyu's face. Though shocked and enraged, Hu Xiaoyu didn't dodge. She allowed it to whip toward her, but a large figure blocked it for her. The whip struck Feng Yu's back instead, soaking her clothes in fresh blood. Witnessing this, Long Chen clenched his fists, fury bubbling within him. Chapter 5072 The Sullen Feng Yu. Feng Yu used her body to block the whip for Hu Xiaoyu. Seeing the bloodstain on her sister's back, Hu Xiaoyu cried out, her eyes instantly reddened. This reaction was a manifestation of the Spirit Fox's berserk nature. Enraged by Feng Yu's injury, Hu Xiaoyu opened her mouth to retaliate, but Feng Yu held her tightly, preventing her from attacking. "Endure it. Resistance won't solve this problem. It will only make our future days harder," whispered Feng Yu. It wasn't that she didn't want to fight back, she simply couldn't. There were hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters who depended on her, so she had no choice but to lower her head for them. In the end, she remembered the old race leader's instructions to look after them. "Big sister," Hu Xiaoyu wept. "Why is this happening? If we had known, we should have stayed with." "Don't say it," Feng Yu interrupted, her expression tense. "The name was taboo here. You two sluts are still thinking about that short-lived ghost. If you weren't involved with that fellow, would our mixed beast race have to endure these snubs all the time?" Cursed the cat woman. Short-lived ghost. Long Chen felt like the short-lived ghost was him. Back then, Long Chen had asked the Feather Spirit race to look after the mixed beast race, but the Feather Spirit race had scoffed at the idea, labeling the mixed beast race as dogs of Lord Brahma. Moreover, they were the lowest tier of dogs. Whatever Lord Brahma needed, they would rush to fulfill. The mixed beast race was considered worse than third tier in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, and the Brahma Pill Valley viewed them as practically worthless. However, as one of their dogs, the Brahma Pill Valley occasionally gave them some bones. Thus, the mixed beast was completely loyal to them. While the mixed beast race was very passionate, their intelligence was very limited, so they weren't skilled at fawning over someone. As a result, the Brahma Pill Valley did not care about them. When the mixed beast race took in Feng Yu and her companions, they inadvertently clashed with the High Firmament Academy. At that time, They were unaware of the animosity between the High Firmament Academy and the Brahma Pill Valley. When they did learn of it, they panicked, and it looked as if they would directly throttle Feng Yu. They quickly informed Pill Valley of the situation, leading to the arrival of experts who conducted soul searches on Feng Yu and the others. After failing to extract any useful information, they departed. Since then, the Brahma Pill Valley had ceased all communication with the mixed beast race. But then, the Brahma Pill Valley rarely contacted them anyway. However, as Pill Valley's most loyal dog, they grew anxious and started to treat Feng Yu and the others coldly, allowing other disciples to bully them. Fortunately, Feng Yu had found a master here who was fond of her. However, that master was only a one-vein heaven saint and was not powerful enough to protect her fully. After enduring the trials of a secret realm, Feng Yu managed to become a half-step heavenly chosen. This outcome disappointed the higher-ups, who had high hopes for her. They directly abandoned any thoughts of raising her. Not achieving the status of heavenly chosen during the Divine Venerate trials meant that her chances of becoming one in the future were exceedingly slim, essentially hopeless. As a result, Feng Yu's situation grew even more precarious. The experts accompanying her were in a similar boat, none of them became a heavenly chosen, and only 6 of them became half-step heavenly chosens. This led the mixed beast race to regret their decision to take them in, feeling that they were squandering resources without yielding any returns. As a foreigner in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, Feng Yu became a target for native experts, who bullied her without restraint. She was often subjected to insults and curses, used as a punching bag whenever they felt bored. When they entered Glacial Heaven City, the cat woman was pushed by someone in the dense crowd, and she furiously cursed them, only to realize she was confronting a faction she couldn't afford to provoke. She hastily apologized. This faction then insulted her intelligence and ignored her. Embarrassed, she ended up venting her anger on Feng Yu. Since Feng Yu talked back, the cat woman slapped her. Long Chen wasn't aware of Feng Yu's situation in the mixed beast race, but this single incident gave him a clear sense of the challenges she faced. "What are you crying about? Why not just kill yourselves instead of embarrassing everyone here?" cursed the cat woman upon seeing Hu Xiaoyu crying. "Are you not going to help?" asked by Xianxia, unable to keep watching. "I can't help them. That's the path she chose for herself. Even if she's in pain, she must walk it to the end. If she wants to return, it has to be her decision. I can't drag her back," said Long Chen, shaking his head. When Feng Yu left, it was her choice, and Long Chen respected her decision. He knew she would face challenges in the mixed beast race, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this tough. Once a leader among heavenly geniuses, she had entered the Sovereign Emperor Heaven with grand aspirations, only to be reduced to this unfortunate state. Long Chen felt bad for her. However, just as Long Chen had mentioned, this was the path that she had chosen. If she wanted to go back, she had to do it herself. He couldn't choose for her. This was something he couldn't change, no matter how high his cultivation base rose. Ultimately, experts had to shape their own fates. While another person could help them for a moment, no one could help them for a lifetime. If Long Chen helped her this time, what about next time? Without his help, she would be lost in a vortex of despair. Life sometimes required enduring hardships, as some pitfalls were unavoidable. In the past, Feng Yu's position in the mixed beast race had been unshakable, but she had experienced too little, resulting in her not being able to see things clearly. In any case, a person had to pay the price for the immaturity and ignorance of youth to truly grow up. However, growth was also a matter of probability. Some people would fall into a pitfall, and then that was the end. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at the cat woman, "Are you done? Sort out your own issues at home instead of bothering others here." The cat woman may have been fierce with Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu, but she didn't dare to do the same to others. With a haughty snort, she continued on her way, disappearing into the crowd. "Big sister Feng Yu, are you alright? Why don't we leave now?" asked Hu Xiaoyu. "It's just a superficial wound. I'm fine. Since we're already here, let's take a look." He always said that danger and opportunity coexist. The greater the risk, the better the reward. This is our chance. Once we grasp it, we'll make them pay the price of their arrogance. Feng Yu's determination shone through as she glared at the retreating figures of the cat woman and her companions. After saying that, the two of them continued deeper into Glacial Heaven City. Chapter 5073. An even more brazen idea. "Is she your friend?" asked by Xianxia, staring at Feng Yu's departing figure. Long Chen nodded. A very good friend. We once fought alongside each other. You can bring her into the white dragon race if you wish. We won't let her be bullied, Bai Yingxie remarked. Long Chen glanced at Bai Yingxie, recognizing the kindness of the white dragon race. Unfortunately, they often lack the foresight to grasp the complexities of certain situations. He wanted to explain his perspective, but he found it difficult to articulate. Even if he did explain, it was perhaps meaningless. Some truths were inherent within each race, and no amount of explanation could change that understanding. If she wants to leave her predicament, I will help her. But my assistance is limited. If you think of her situation as being trapped in a hole, I can't pull her out. I can only offer her a rope. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem ready to reach for it, or I would have thrown it to her by now, Long Chen said, shaking his head. Bai Yingxie looked puzzled, but Long Chen didn't bother explaining any further. They continued onward and quickly arrived at an enormous plaza. As they walked through the gate, Bai Yingxie gasped in astonishment. A vast sacred qi struck them head-on. If the might of a three-vein heaven saint was like an ocean, this felt like an entire cosmos. The pressure of a three-vein heaven saint seemed as tiny as a grain of sand in comparison. Even Long Chen felt a tremor in his heart. He had never encountered such immense sacred qi before. It made him feel small and insignificant, as if he could only look up in awe. Raising their heads, they saw two enormous divine statues towering loftily in the sky. They were like ants in front of it. Divine light cascaded from the statues, illuminating the sky, while countless lifeforms from various races prostrated themselves in worship, their devotion undeniable. These statues depicted Lord Brahma and fallen Danite. Lord Brahma's statue held a divine diagram, akin to a scholar holding a scroll. Its expression was calm and graceful, with stars seemingly flickering in its eyes. In contrast, fallen Danite's statue grasped a pill furnace in one hand while forming a seal with the other. Though its eyes were closed, a murderous aura exuded from it, instilling fear in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. The divine statues radiated such an overwhelming sacred presence that even those who didn't follow their teachings felt compelled to kneel. Their aura instinctively instilled a sense of subservience in all who stood before them. Their auras are suffocating, it makes me want to bow down. I feel like I can only find peace after showing my respect, Bai Yingxie admitted, her voice trembling slightly. These two statues were truly shocking. She felt that standing in front of them was a kind of blasphemy, and she would only be forgiven after kowtowing. If you had consumed the medicinal pill they gave you, that desire would have been even more intense. But don't worry too much about it. These are inheritance divinity statues, so it's normal for them to exude such an aura, Long Chen explained. What is an inheritance divinity statue? Asked Bai Yingxie, intrigued by the term. An inheritance divinity statue channels the faith energy of followers to their god. When people worship a statue, their faith energy flows to their god. There is another kind of divine statue called a divinity inheritance statue. Through them, the gods could transmit their energy back to their followers, either helping them increase their realm or bestowing them with greater power. However, most god cultivators only take, not give, so divinity inheritance statues are rare. What enters their pocket doesn't come out for free. These two statues have accumulated countless years of faith energy. Before Lord Brahma and fallen Danite take that energy, it will continue to accumulate. Thus, this vast pressure is normal, elaborated Long Chen. Bai Yingxie stared at Long Chen with admiration. I'm amazed by how much you know. Long Chen smiled faintly. As he had dealt with them from the mortal world to the immortal world, it was only natural he knew this much. He had even pissed on top of them. Suddenly, a brazen idea crossed his mind. If he could piss on these two statues' heads, it might send shockwaves throughout the sovereign emperor heaven, making a name for himself in the process. Can't you think of something better? Interjected the earth cauldron suddenly. Senior, Long Chen exclaimed, startled. The earth cauldron could actually tell what he was thinking through his spiritual fluctuations. Why not smash these two statues and claim their faith energy? That would truly appease the sovereign emperor heaven, suggested the earth cauldron. All right, as long as you support me, I'll do it, declared Long Chen. Just who was Long Chen? He always had guts big enough to do anything. If the earth cauldron had the audacity to propose such a plan, then he had the courage to execute it. Breaking the statues isn't the goal. I want their faith energy. I don't know if I'm being influenced by you, but I also don't want to walk the normal path anymore, grumbled the earth cauldron. The earth cauldron had always been meticulous and cautious, avoiding unnecessary risks. It secretly considered taking risks to be foolish. But after being with Long Chen for so long, it found that with Long Chen's bad luck, only through taking risks could he gain anything. The greater the risk, the greater the gains. Now, the earth cauldron was tired of the sure and steady way of advancing. After drinking only soup for so long, it wanted to eat some meat. As these two statues contained an enormous amount of faith energy, it was equal to the most delicious piece of meat for it. In comparison to this piece of meat, what the earth cauldron had gained in the Long clan was the leg of a mosquito. The main thing was that this piece of meat could be devoured by the earth cauldron, making it extremely tempting. Alright, then prepare yourself. While the people are careless, we'll smash it, said Long Chen excitedly, about to attack right now. The earth cauldron hastily interjected, hey, don't be impetuous. You can't just smash and go. Use your brain. Remember, your target is the heavenly flame devil domain. If you are going to smash these statues, you have to wait until you are done with the main mission. But I really hate looking at their statues, replied Long Chen. Even so, you have to endure it, advised the earth cauldron. Bai Yingxie simply watched as Long Chen's expression changed several times. At first, he appeared angry, then excited, and finally regretful. She was completely baffled, unable to comprehend what was going through his mind. Suddenly, a beautiful zither melody filled the air. Long Chen's soul quivered slightly upon hearing it. He hastily looked over and saw a familiar figure atop a large stage. Chapter 5074 Dragon Cow Zither Possession. Long Chen followed the source of the sound to a stage set between the statues of Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. This stage, originally empty, now featured a woman in an imperial dress walking onto it, accompanied by the beautiful sound of a zither. Long Chen hadn't expected to encounter another acquaintance here. It was the zither sect's Liao Yuhuang. She appeared to have matured significantly since their last meeting. The zither sect's cultivation focused on cultivating the heart, which required experiencing the world. They sought the intersection of the music Tao and the heavenly Taos, using music as a medium to peer into the heavens. Just from Liao Yuhuang's air alone, it was obvious that her realm had advanced considerably since the last time they met. Her rate of growth was astonishing. The zither music resounded throughout the plaza, incredibly beautiful and instantly drawing everyone's attention. People started to walk closer to the stage, and Long Chen was no exception. He immediately dragged Bai Yingxie to the best spot to enjoy the music. Liao Yuhuang's fingers gently danced across her zither, and her music permeated people's hearts, making them feel as if they were soaking in a pure mountain river, cleansed of all impurities. Long Chen loved zither music because it made him think of a certain person. She was a noble woman who wore violet robes. For him, she abandoned her original beliefs and stained her pure body with blood, facing life and death together with him. The noble woman was Ziyan. After arriving in the immortal world, Ziyan had even saved Long Chen once, though it was only for a fleeting moment. Back then, he couldn't see her clearly, yet he could feel that her familiar aura was tainted by devil qi. Ziyan, where are you? How am I supposed to rest easy if I can't find you? Long Chen's eyes grew misty as he watched Liao Yuhuang's fingers glide over the zither. He was lost in memories. Despite the short time he had spent with Ziyan, the bond between them had never waned. The graceful way Ziyan's fingers glided over her zither had long since been branded into his soul. It was an image that wouldn't fade no matter how much time passed, it would only grow clearer. After their parting last time, Long Chen had received no word from Ziyan. With the vastness of the 9 heavens and no clues to guide him, how could he possibly search for her? Each time he thought about it, his emotions threatened to overwhelm him. At some point, the zither music stopped, but Long Chen didn't even notice. It was only when Bai Yingxie shook his hand that he snapped back to reality. Unbeknownst to him, tear stains had marked his cheeks, and he quickly wiped them away in embarrassment. Friend of the dragon race, I apologize for my rudeness, but may I ask why you are crying? Liao Yuhuang inquired. Long Chen's face was covered by golden runes, obscuring his identity, and his aura had transformed, making him unrecognizable. Yet, for some reason, she found his eyes somewhat familiar. Furthermore, as she played, she sensed the swell of emotions within him, warmth that resonated deeply and nearly caused her to falter in her performance. Looking around, Liao Yuhuang noticed that a large crowd had gathered, but even among them, Long Chen stood out to her. The zither reflected the Tao, the Tao reflected the heart, and the heart reflected emotions. Zither music could evoke the purest feelings within a person. It was no surprise that countless listeners were moved by Liao Yuhuang's performance. However, Long Chen seemed different. As Liao Yuhuang prepared to leave after finishing her song, she found herself compelled to ask Long Chen a question. In truth, she had asked him before, but his mind had been consumed with thoughts of Ziyan, so he hadn't answered. With Bai Dale's voice, Long Chen sighed, "Your immense skill that uses the zither to peer into the mysteries of the heavens reminds me of my lover. We've been apart for years now, and I have no news or lead to look for her. It feels like searching for a needle in the ocean, there's nowhere for me to look. Your music brought forth those emotions. I'm sorry for embarrassing myself." Liao Yuhuang asked, was she also skilled in the music Tao? Long Chen replied, "Yes. We met at a gathering to discuss the music Tao." Long Chen reminisced about when he first met Ziyan with Mo Nian. Remembering how he had blurted out a stream of nonsense in response to her questions, he was overwhelmed by a wave of emotions again. "So you are also a master of the music Tao?" Liao Yuhuang asked, pleasantly surprised. Shaking his head, Long Chen said, No, I'm no master. I just enjoy it." "You are too courteous. If you weren't a master of the music Tao, how could such a woman become your lover? I've heard tales of a dragon race with great talent in the music Tao, but I've never had the fortune to meet them." "I don't even know which dragon race it is," said Liao Yuhuang, a hint of sadness in her voice. With a smile, Long Chen remarked, "With your remarkable talent in music and your transcendent realm, how could your fortune be lacking? In truth, that race has always been by your side." "By my side? What are you talking about?" Liao Yuhuang was startled. "This zither is something you obtained recently, isn't it?" Long Chen asked. Hearing this, Liao Yuhuang was even more baffled. "Yes. Look at the head. Is there an image of a horn on it?" inquired Long Chen. Liao Yuhuang's shock deepened. She naturally knew that there was a cow horn image on it. It was a treasure she had recently obtained, and that horn would only manifest when her heart merged with the zither. Furthermore, only she was capable of seeing it. She stared at Long Chen in disbelief, while Bai Yingxie was equally astonished, not expecting Long Chen to know about these things. Long Chen explained, "Because you have not yet received its full recognition, its two horns refuse to manifest, preventing you from seeing its head or body. This is the dragon race's dragon cow, a uniquely classified creature that is not quite a dragon. The front half resembles a cow, while the back half is dragon-like. They possess dragon blood power but lack a desire to kill. They are peaceful, gentle beings who love music and listen to the melodies of all things. After they die, their soul essence does not dissipate, instead, it resides within a spirit zither. It's clear you've obtained an absolute treasure. This will enhance your understanding of the music Tao, but there's one crucial thing you must remember." Liao Yuhuang said. This junior is listening attentively. Long Chen solemnly continued, "You cannot use this zither for any acts of killing, or it will abandon you immediately. Furthermore, you will be shunned by the dragon cow for the rest of your life, and you will never encounter another dragon cow zither again." "What a bunch of rubbish," a cold sneer interrupted. Chapter 5075 Provocation. Long Chen looked back to see a large and bald heavenly genius of the Netherdragon race who was covered in black runes. Netherdragon Wuxiang. Netherdragon Wuxiang was accompanied by dozens of heavenly chosens from the Netherdragon race. These powerful heavenly chosens were like his servants, looking completely subservient. Arrogantly, Netherdragon Wuxiang walked through the crowd, prompting countless experts to open a path for him. When he stopped right in front of the stage, Liao Yuhuang frowned. She had been listening to Long Chen when this disturbance occurred. Netherdragon Wuxiang sneered, "What dragon cow race? They've long since been eliminated from the ranks of the dragon race. You don't know anything, yet you still spout nonsense." Long Chen and Netherdragon Wuxiang instantly became the focus of countless gazes. Everyone wondered why Netherdragon Wuxiang was targeting Long Chen so directly. There were many different races here, and some were not too clear on the situation within the dragon race. They had thought the dragon race was always united. Why would they suddenly start fighting amongst themselves? Hu Xiaoyu and Feng Yu were in the crowd. When Hu Xiaoyu saw Long Chen's figure, her heart quivered. "Big sister, look at that person. Doesn't he look like..." Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. "They look similar. But unfortunately, that's not him. He should be in the First Branch Academy, acting as a glorious dean." Back when they had parted ways with the High Firmament Academy, she had her own motives. She was a competitive person and didn't want to rely on Long Chen too much. Moreover, she wanted to continue being her own boss and lead the mixed beast race to glory, relying on her own power to achieve her dreams. By Long Chen's side, she always felt inferior as all the mixed beast race's experts worshipped him. She was worried that one day, she would become dispensable to them, an existence they could do without. Hence, she made the resolute decision to leave. But now, she started to regret it. She didn't regret what she had experienced, that was simply her punishment for her choices. What she regretted was leading all the people she had been entrusted with down the wrong path, dragging them down with her. She had thought that they could soar in the Mixed Beast Alliance. After all, that was their race, their people. But her own race treated her even worse than others. In any case, after the arrow left the bow, there was no going back. So, she could only continue forward. As long as she didn't die, there would always be a chance. Thus, she placed her hopes on the heavenly flame devil domain, wanting to become a heavenly chosen inside. Then she would reclaim everything she had lost. Staring at Bai Dale's back, she suddenly felt lonely and thought of Long Chen. She thought of Long Chen, his reassuring smile, and his shoulders that, despite not being broad, felt capable of carrying the very heavens. If only he were here. Just as Feng Yu's thoughts were a mess, Nether Dragon Wusheng came up to Long Chen. He stood a full head taller, making Long Chen seem small and weak in comparison. Long Chen observed him with an indifferent smile and mocked, "If I don't know, are you supposed to? How much can a traitor like you possibly know? And you have the gall to talk about being removed from the ranks of the dragon race. Do you realize that the Nether Dragon race was expelled from that list long ago? Is it fun being the pot calling the kettle black?" The expressions of the Nether Dragon experts darkened, and their weapons instantly appeared in their hands. It seemed they might tear Long Chen apart at any moment. Long Chen scoffed at their response. "Don't bother acting here. If you dare to attack me here, I guarantee all of you will die. Do you want to try it?" This was the Glacial Heaven Plaza, where Lord Brahma and fallen Danites statues stood. Anyone who dared to attack someone here would be blaspheming the gods, which was the greatest provocation to the Brahma Pill Valley. They definitely would not tolerate it. The Nether Dragon race's disciples wanted to act tough, thinking that their appearance plus the reputation of the Nether Dragon race would be enough to scare Long Chen. Unfortunately, they forgot where they were and didn't know who they were facing. "Don't be rude," shouted Nether Dragon Wusheng. Unexpectedly, Nether Dragon Wusheng had some brains, telling his subordinates to calm down. They immediately loosened the grips on their weapons, making it clear that they weren't backing down because of Long Chen's words, but out of respect for Nether Dragon Wusheng. "Little fellow, we'll meet again in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Hopefully, you can still act tough then," said Nether Dragon Wusheng coldly. Long Chen ignored him and turned back to Liao Yuhuang. "Don't listen to the blabbering of fools. Since you've obtained the blessing of the Dragon Cow, you must cherish it. Remember my words. Many thanks for your reminder. Junior Liao Yuhuang is endlessly grateful. May I ask for Sir's great name?" "I am Bai Dale." Long Chen cupped his fists. Hearing Long Chen's made-up name, the Nether Dragon experts started laughing at him. "What a shitty name. That's clearly the name of some wretch." When Liao Yuhuang saw their behavior, her expression sank. She chided, "A name is just a name. It doesn't represent a person's power, nor does it reflect a person's upbringing. For you to look down on him because of a name, doesn't that show your lack of manners?" She felt great respect for Bai Dale as she was focused on pursuing the Tao. Long Chen's words had been very beneficial to her, making her deeply grateful. For these people to insult him made even someone like her angry. Feeling her anger, the Nether Dragon disciples fell silent and exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't want to offend the Zither sect, especially knowing that the Zither sect's relationship with the Brahma Pill Valley was not ordinary. "Yuhuang, how can a little argument make you angry? Your emotional fluctuations are quite pronounced. Where did your years of cultivation go?" A chiding voice echoed as a group of women gracefully stepped onto the stage. There were 20 of them, all strikingly beautiful and elegant. Their leader had her hair styled in a high bun, with not a single strand out of place. But despite her beauty, she carried an air of superiority, her eyes reflecting her arrogance. "Senior apprentice sister, Yuhuang recognizes her mistakes," Liao Yuhuang admitted, seeming to shrivel under her gaze. This arrogant woman then turned to Nether Dragon Wusheng and sneered, "The world has changed. Even traitors dare to walk in public now." In an instant, the expressions of the Nether Dragon experts darkened. Her words struck mercilessly at the wounds of the Nether Dragon race. Chapter 5076 Zither Sect, Xianxia. This arrogant woman immediately picked at the Nether Dragon race's scab, enraging Nether Dragon wuxia. However, before he could shout, she turned to Long Chen and Bai Yingxie, sneering at them as well. To be able to stay peaceful even in front of traitors, the dragon race has fallen. They are no longer the great dragon race. Long Chen frowned. Just what was this woman thinking? First, she insulted the Nether Dragon race, and then she insulted the White Dragon race. The arrogant woman surveyed the crowd, her eyes filled with disdain. Shaking her head, she declared, the Brahma Pill Valley claimed that the opening of the Heavenly Flame Devil domain would attract heavenly geniuses, talented individuals capable of discussing the Tao with my Zither sect. But it seems it's nothing more than a group of rabble. You aren't worthy to hear me play my Zither. With a cold snort, that woman turned and left. Liao Yuhuang and the others had positioned themselves to perform together, but unexpectedly, that woman walked away. Senior apprentice Sister Ketching, we already told Pill Valley we would play. Whispered Liao Yuhuang hastily. I don't need your reminder. Zither music is for the refined. What is the point of playing it for a pack of bulls? That woman retorted dismissively. Swinging her sleeve, she left just like that, leaving the crowd baffled. They didn't even know what was going on. I don't know about skill, but her temper isn't small. Long Chen remarked, shaking his head as he watched her leave. Liao Yuhuang and the others felt embarrassed. The Zither sect had arranged with the Brahma Pill Valley to perform 3 songs here. The Zither sect could then use this chance to discuss the Tao with the best experts beneath the heavens, which was a rare opportunity for them. However, their number 1 master, Xianxia, had insulted them and left as soon as she arrived. The atmosphere was thick with discomfort. What kind of crap is that? If she doesn't want to play, then don't. No one is forcing her. What's wrong with that woman? Why is she cursing everyone? Finally, someone with a bad temper spoke up. Xianxia was truly dislikable. Although the Zither sect was famous, many factions here weren't part of the human race, so the Zither sect's name couldn't sway them. Liao Yuhuang felt further embarrassed. She hastily said, I'm sorry everyone, senior apprentice sister Xianxia isn't in a good mood today and has offended everyone with her words. I will apologize on her behalf. Let us play a song for you to atone for it. Liao Yuhuang bowed respectfully to the crowd. Her graceful movements and humble demeanor made it hard for people to stay angry with her. Moreover, she wasn't the one who had insulted them, so people naturally didn't blame her. After that, Liao Yuhuang exchanged a glance with the other women, and they all started to play. 20 zithers started simultaneously, their movements perfectly synchronized. Although 20 instruments played, they produced a single, harmonious sound. Every expert was moved. Although they didn't understand musical theory, they sensed that this performance was monstrously difficult. It was like 20 people speaking at the same time. Even if they spoke in perfect unison, people would be able to hear the overlap. Even as amateurs, they could tell this was beyond ordinary. Most importantly, they felt the sound from all 20 of them was one perfect body. They couldn't be missing one, nor could they add one. That feeling of perfection was like soft rain falling across the mountains and plains, soft and nourishing. It was also like the full moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the world. Its light was gentle, not as fierce as the sun. The entire plaza instantly fell silent, immersed in the music, as if the only thing existing in this world was the zither music. Even the newcomers halted their footsteps, afraid that they would ruin the performance. The zither music was soft and gentle at first but quickly became majestic, like a fledgling bird spreading its wings or a flower beginning to bloom. After that, the music softened again. It seemed to accumulate power at this moment and then burst. The tempo accelerated, growing louder until it was like an eagle soaring through the sky, like a flower in full bloom, like the sun at its highest point. It ignited everyone's hot blood. Suddenly, the zither music came to a stop, but it continued to echo in everyone's mind for a long time. Everyone was silent, immersed in its lingering effect. When people looked at the performers again, there was respect, worship, and admiration, but some also had a trace of fear in their eyes. Some of them had intentionally resisted the zither music, trying to not let it disturb their spiritual fluctuations. But they found it simply impossible. A few notes were all that it took for countless scenes to appear in their minds. If they were in combat and affected by this zither music, their power would plummet. Furthermore, that wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying aspect of this zither music was its influence on a person's soul. In other words, it could control a person. That was the most terrifying thing. After Liao Yuhuang and the others were done playing, they put away their zithers and bowed to everyone before gracefully departing. Only Liao Yuhuang stayed behind and approached Long Chen. She bowed deeply to him alone. Yuhuang will remember today's favor. Hopefully, I will have a chance to hear Sir's pointers in the future. At this moment, countless eyes turned toward Long Chen, and many of them were filled with jealousy. After that song, everyone was amazed by Liao Yuhuang and the others' talent. They even forgot Qin Keqing's rudeness, thinking it was only natural for someone with such skill. Hence, countless people felt jealous to see Liao Yuhuang being so polite toward Long Chen. Some people glared at him. Long Chen smiled slightly. You are too courteous. Your name contains the 5 notes and 12 scales. Your magnanimity proves that you are fit for such a name. After saying this, Long Chen had the urge to slap himself in the face, but it was too late to regret it. Liao Yuhuang was also surprised. Seeing her eye him strangely, Long Chen hastily added, My lover has a friend called Gong Rui. It's the same kind of meaning as your Yuhuang. Only then did Liao Yuhuang nod and smile. How coincidental. You are the second person to praise my name. Oh, someone actually said it before me. I wish I could meet them, Long Chen said, nodding with apparent interest. I'm sorry, but I can't say his name. I still have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Liao Yuhuang bowed to him once more before leaving. Long Chen's back was sweaty. When did his mouth become so loose? He had almost exposed himself. Beside him, Bai Yingxie was gazing at him worshipfully. She hadn't expected even the Zither sect's experts to be so amazed by him. His learning was truly vast. Just then, Long Chen heard a woman scream behind him. He turned over, clenching his fists until they creaked. Chapter 5077 Huang Wudao. Long Chen looked over and saw a violet-haired man holding Feng Yu's wrist. Feng Yu was enraged and tried to pull her hand free, but she couldn't, so she shouted furiously at the man. The violet-haired man was tall and thin, with striking violet hair that made him memorable. However, the most striking aspect of him was his unusually elongated face and his bigger facial features. To put it simply, he was ugly. Lightning runes flashed in his eyes, and his hand crackled with lightning ripples. Grabbing Feng Yu, he seemed pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect to encounter such a beauty here. Although your bloodline isn't pure, I like your appearance. Submit to me, and I will bestow upon you endless glory. The Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race. Startled cries rang out when people saw him, recognizing his origins. Moreover, dozens of other experts from the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race surrounded him, all with violet hair and swirling lightning runes. They were easy to recognize. Many people had heard of this legendary race, but almost none had ever seen them. Violet hair, long faces, thin and tall, lightning eyes, all distinctive markers of their appearance after taking human form. Release me, roared Feng Yu, pulling with all her power, but she was unable to escape. It felt like some mysterious force had sealed all her power, leaving her unable to retaliate or even summon her manifestation. She had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. Little miss, don't be shameless. This is the prince of our Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race, Prince Huang Wudao. Our race leader is a great human emperor, and Prince Huang Wudao's power alone is enough to look down on the rest of the world, sneered a heavenly chosen of the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race. Human emperor. Countless gasps rang out. There really was an existence on the level of a human emperor in this world. This revelation shocked so many experts from outside the sovereign emperor heaven. A human emperor referred to a heaven saint who had condensed 9 heaven vein dragon cheese and merged them into one. They harnessed power beyond the heavenly Taos and were supported by their entire race's karmic luck to break through to the human emperor realm. The 6 realms of eternity were eternal, saint, sage king, mortal saint, earth saint, and heaven saint. Beyond the realm of saints was the emperor realm, and a human emperor was an existence countless people could only dream of. Although a 3-vein or 4-vein heaven saint could shatter mountains and overturn seas, they were still saints. Without merging all 9 heaven veins, they would be stuck in the saint realm forever. Once they merged the 9 heaven veins, they could enter the emperor realm and look down on those below them like ants, including 9-vein heaven saints. As for why they were called human emperors, it was because whether an expert was from the demon, beast, elf, monster, devil, spirit, or other races, they needed to take human form to reach the Emperor realm. After advancing, they had to stay in this human form for a long time. Thus, it was called the Human Emperor realm. No matter how these races looked down on or ravaged the human race, they could do nothing about this iron law. If they wanted to reach the Emperor realm, they had to take this step. Many powerful races knew of this, which was why they forced their disciples to take human form when cultivating and fighting. Even if their odds of reaching this realm were almost impossible, it was still best to prepare. After all, what if they really reached that level? However, even the greatest of heavenly geniuses had never dreamed of becoming human emperors. That goal was far too distant to even consider. Thus, the onlookers were shocked to hear that the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race had a human emperor. Even though they didn't see one in person, just hearing of one was astonishing enough. "Are you not going to help?" asked Bai Yingxie. "If it's not convenient for you to do so, I can do it." Although Bai Yingxie knew she wasn't a match for Huang Wudao, she didn't believe they would dare to cause trouble beneath the divine statues of the Brahma Pill Valley. Furthermore, the White Dragon race had their own reputation. If she were to step forward, that person should know to retreat. However, Long Chen rejected her offer. No, the only one who can save her is herself. At this moment, the other women of the mixed beast race rushed over. At first, they were angry, as Feng Yu still belonged to the mixed beast race. Even though they didn't like Feng Yu, they had to step forward as this was a slap in the mixed beast race's face. However, when they sensed the other side's terrifying aura, they instantly fell silent. Upon learning that they belonged to the legendary divine Phoenix race and that he was the son of a human emperor, those women immediately behaved well. "Feng Yu, what are you doing? Shouldn't you quickly prostrate yourself to express your gratitude? For a prince to take a liking to you is the fortune of 8 lifetimes," shouted the cat woman of the mixed beast race. The other women looked at Huang Wudao fawningly, as if they wanted to take Feng Yu's place. Feng Yu was shocked and enraged. Being bullied by the mixed beast race's people was one thing, but to be bullied by outsiders as well ignited her killing intent. Feng Yu suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on that man's wrist. With no other power in her body, all she could do was bite. "Ah, you slut!" Huang Wudao cried out in pain as blood oozed from his wrist. He instantly let go and furiously kicked at her. Just as Feng Yu was freed from Huang Wudao's hold, a spear materialized in her hand, accompanied by a phoenix cry. Ignoring the kick, Feng Yu condensed all her power into her spear and thrust it at his head. Feng Yu was determined to die with this attack. She knew her power was a far cry from her opponent's. If she was going to kill him, she had only one chance. However, she knew that she would also die after this attack. At this moment, all her anger and resentment erupted. Ever since parting ways with Long Chen, she had bitterly endured, conceded, and retreated. But now, there was nowhere left to retreat. She suddenly recalled Long Chen's words, "On the path of cultivation, there was no retreat. Taking one step back would lead to another, until there was nowhere left to go." Regrettably, she understood his words too late. All she focused on now was killing the man in front of her. She would use her own life to memorialize her unyielding spirit. "Die!" Huang Wudao shouted, ignoring Feng Yu's spear. Feng Yu felt despair as her spear stopped a few inches from Huang Wudao's head. Lightning shields materialized before her, blocking her strike and preventing her from pushing her spear further. Knowing her fate was sealed, Feng Yu smiled bitterly and slowly closed her eyes. As darkness enveloped her, Long Chen's face appeared in her mind. She sighed, "Goodbye." A thunderous explosion erupted, and Feng Yu felt a powerful hand drag her to the side. A foot struck Huang Wudao's calf with tremendous force, and the resulting chi waves surged outward. Thunder boomed as Long Chen's figure appeared in front of her. Chapter 5078 Domain Lord Human Emperor. Long Chen had finally taken action. In truth, he had been shouting in his head, urging her to fight back. If Feng Yu had chosen not to resist, Long Chen would not have intervened. If she didn't even dare to fight back, there was no way he could force her to. She had to choose her own path. As long as she dared to resist and fight with everything she had, Long Chen would support her. Being lifted by Long Chen and standing on her own were two entirely different concepts. It was only when she stood on her own that she truly stood. If Long Chen merely lifted her up, she would likely fall again in his absence. After all, to become a true expert, one had to rely on oneself. At the crucial moment, Feng Yu erupted, casting aside all her burdens and misgivings. Her fighting spirit blazed, and that was why Long Chen interfered. Having escaped death and feeling Long Chen's powerful hand gripping her wrist, Feng Yu stared in disbelief. The touch instantly reminded her of Long Chen, and despite his disguise, she recognized him. Thus, she couldn't hold back her tears. Courting death, Huang Wudao roared, enraged by the kick from Long Chen. The force of Long Chen's kick shook his entire body, so in his fury, he unleashed a claw attack. Long Chen almost instinctively slapped Huang Wudao. At such a close distance, Long Chen was 100% sure he could send this ugly ass flying. However, the presence of the onlookers prevented him from using his divine art. As Huang Wudao's claw approached, Long Chen suddenly thought of an evil plan. With a cold snort, he swiftly retreated, evading Huang Wudao's strike. After Huang Wudao missed, lightning flashed around his body, and he shot after Long Chen. Long Chen seemed to be forced on the defensive. Huang Wudao lunged over, his fist crackling with lightning, sending shockwaves that stunned every expert present. He had not yet unleashed his full aura or summoned his manifestation, but even this basic attack exerted a terrifying pressure, potent enough to kill a heavenly chosen. Just as Huang Wudao's fist was about to strike Long Chen's chest, Long Chen sneered. With a simple twist, he evaded the blow, making Huang Wudao's fist shoot past his chest. The fist sliced through the air, and gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. At this moment, Huang Wudao's expression shifted to one of horror. In his fury, he hadn't noticed the divine statue behind Long Chen, falling straight into Long Chen's trap. Long Chen had intentionally twisted space as he dodged, causing Huang Wudao to neglect his surroundings. If his fist struck the statue, which had accumulated faith energy over countless years, Huang Wudao would likely be blasted to bits. Suddenly, a barrier appeared on Lord Brahma's statue, blocking Huang Wudao's fist. With a grunt, Huang Wudao was sent flying back, tumbling into the distance. How brazen! Who dares to fight in front of the two divine gods? Are you tired of living? A snort rang out, and an icy-faced, white-haired elder appeared above the plaza. Greetings, Domain Lord. The disciples of Pill Valley immediately bowed toward him. This person was the master of the glacial heaven domain. Long Chen's heart shook. When Huang Wudao was attacking, he had been about to use the god-slaying cross. But the earth cauldron stopped him, indicating that an expert was overseeing things. Despite Long Chen's power and the sharp senses granted by the 9-star hegemon body art, he hadn't detected this elder's presence at all. Now that the elder appeared, Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. The aura of heaven vein dragon chi emanating from the elder was unlike any expert Long Chen had encountered. Everyone else's aura was like a tiny creek, but his was like a vast sea. Human Emperor, Long Chen gulped, guessing this elder's status. Bai Yingxuan was already very powerful in Long Chen's eyes, but even she appeared insignificant compared to this elder. Watching Huang Wudao get up and wipe the blood from his mouth, the elder said, "Foolish fellow, if not for the slight relationship I have with your father, you would have died many times for this blasphemy." Huang Wudao might be arrogant, but he was no fool. As he could tell that this elder was just like his father, a supreme human emperor, he didn't dare to talk back. The elder then turned to Long Chen and asked, "When did the white dragon race become so crafty and sly? You wouldn't be someone in disguise, right?" All of a sudden, Long Chen felt his body tighten as berserk pressure threatened to shatter his body. In response, Long Chen's power raged, almost instinctively erupting. "Endure it, he is testing you," shouted the earth cauldron. Long Chen also knew this was a test. But under the pressure of death, his power started to go out of control. He could barely keep it suppressed. White dragon scales appeared on his body, flickering with sacred light. However, under the elder's pressure, blood oozed out from beneath the scales. It seemed the elder was intent on killing him. Feng Yu and Bai Yingxie were also shocked. They wanted to help him, but they suddenly found themselves unable to move. They couldn't even blink. Long Chen was enraged. Was this old fogey really planning on killing him? Hatred surged out of Long Chen as he cursed 18 generations of this old fogey's ancestors. A grand human emperor targeting him, a divine venerate. How shameless could he be? Most hateful of all, the elder's power was overwhelming. Against a 3-vein heaven saint, Long Chen would definitely lose, but he would still have a slight chance of survival. However, against a human emperor, he felt like an ant fighting an elephant. The ant could only be trampled, with no chance to resist. This helplessness made his killing intent soar. Just as Long Chen felt like he would die, that terrifying pressure vanished. He collapsed toward the ground, but Bai Yingxie and Feng Yu hastily caught him, preventing his fall. Long Chen's expression was extremely unsightly, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. But he was powerless to resist. Seeing his icy gaze, the elder coldly said, "You blasphemed my God. Today, I gave you a little lesson. If you dare to repeat your sins, don't blame this old man for being merciless." After saying that, a water-like ripple spread across the space around the elder, and he vanished. Chapter 5079. Just you wait. Even after the domain lord had left, Huang Wudao's expression remained dark. Just now, his fist had struck the domain lord's barrier. While the elder had no intention of killing Huang Wudao, the backlash of the attack shattered Huang Wudao's insides, and he almost spat out blood. Although severely wounded, Huang Wudao stubbornly acted as if he was fine. While glaring at Long Chen, he shouted, "Little brat, just you wait. I'll definitely take your head in the heavenly flame devil domain." Long Chen's face was pale, but his killing intent was unwavering. He replied, "I've long since decided to take your life. It'd be best if you sent yourself to my door." On his way to the glacial heaven domain, Huang Wudao had almost crushed into his flying boat. At the time, Long Chen had been thinking about killing him. Enemies truly did meet often. Before he even went looking for Huang Wudao, they ended up encountering each other like this. We'll see. White Dragon Race, HMPH, there is no need for their existence in the future. Huang Wudao snorted and left with his entourage. Long Chen had encountered arrogant individuals before, but none as brazen as Huang Wudao. He actually spoke as if he wanted to eliminate the entire White Dragon race. Based on what? His own power or his human emperor daddy? When I reach the eternal realm, I'll see whether you human emperors are so amazing. Old fogey, just you wait. Long Chen clenched his teeth in frustration. Are you alright? Asked Bai Yingxie worriedly. Long Chen suddenly broke into an intense coughing fit. Inside, Long Chen roared in frustration. His wounds were even worse than he had anticipated. That bastard, how dare he be so heavy-handed? The domain lord's intention was clear, to cripple Long Chenor and teach the White Dragon race a lesson. Perhaps he really did suspect Long Chen. Regardless, the pressure had severely damaged Long Chen's bones and meridians. If not for Long Chen's unwavering will, that immense force could have shattered his mind and soul. The cat woman suddenly shouted, "Feng Yu, you troublemaker, get your ass back here. Stop wasting our." Feng Yu's sudden retaliation took the cat woman by surprise. With a fierce slap, she left the cat woman's face bloodied and clawed. "You think I'll let you bully me forever?" Feng Yu snapped. "Now that I'm not afraid of death, what do you have left to threaten me with?" Feng Yu's expression was fierce and intimidating, causing the cat woman and her companions to retreat in haste. She was no longer the timid Feng Yu they once knew, now she resembled a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage and was plotting its revenge. The cat woman recoiled in horror, her face bloodied and disfigured from Feng Yu's attack. Feng Yu sinisterly threatened her. "I will repay the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Just you wait." Trembling, the cat woman and her group fled in terror, unable to even counter Feng Yu's threat. In their eyes, Feng Yu had gone insane, and they weren't willing to risk their lives facing her wrath. Hu Xiaoyu was also a bit afraid of Feng Yu now. Sensing her fear, Feng Yu turned to her, and her gaze softened. "Little sister," she said, "don't worry. We don't have anything left to lose. We'll live for ourselves and reach eternity together. Then we'll slaughter our way back to the Mixed Beast Alliance and bring our people away. Every person who has wronged us will pay their debt in full." Hu Xiaoyu nodded. She had long harbored a desire to fight back but had lacked both the courage and the strength. Seeing Feng Yu's resolve, she chose to stand by her. Feng Yu glanced at Long Chen, her lips parting as if to speak but then closing again as she thought about it. "My name is Bai Dale. I'm honored to know a huge beauty like you," said Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen had frequently called Feng Yu a huge beauty in the past. While she had initially disliked the term, she had eventually grown accustomed to it over time. When Long Chen called Feng Yu that again, Hu Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears. She had always been one of Long Chen's worshippers, viewing him as their leader. Ever since Feng Yu had led the mixed beast race's experts away, Hu Xiaoyu had cried many times in secret, mourning their separation. However, Hu Xiaoyu also understood Feng Yu's character, so she followed her. Seeing Long Chen again, Hu Xiaoyu felt like she was finally seeing the sun after a long night of darkness. The world seemed to brighten before her eyes. I am the White Dragon's #1 junior expert, and this is our #2 expert, Bai Yingxie. I hope you all get along, Long Chen introduced Bai Yingxie to them. Bai Yingxie, perceptive as always, quickly deduced that these two recognized Long Chen. Given that he had revealed his status to them, it was clear they were trustworthy. Hence, she greeted them warmly. Are you all right? Feng Yu asked, her voice filled with concern. She felt guilty, knowing that Long Chen had ended up like this to save her. Reflecting on their departure from the High Firmament Academy, she felt deep remorse. If she hadn't left back then, none of this would have happened. The weight of her regret was palpable. I'm fine, that old fogey really is shameless. I'll definitely kick his ass one day, said Long Chen angrily. The feeling of powerlessness was torture, and Long Chen didn't want to experience it again. Fortunately, they were about to enter the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Once he reached the Eternal Realm, he could cultivate the 8-star battle armor. With it, even if he couldn't defeat a human emperor, he should at least be able to escape, avoiding the helplessness he felt now. Long Chen took a medicinal pill to help him recover. Bai Yingxie suggested going back to the 10,000 dragon nest to rest, but Long Chen declined. While his injuries might be severe, it was forbidden to fight in Glacial Heaven City, so he could recuperate as he explored this place. Let's go. We should reach the trading area once we're past the plaza, Long Chen said, taking a deep breath. He began walking with them toward the back of the plaza. Chapter 5080 Free Trade Area. After passing the plaza, they came upon a mountain with a flat summit where a grand palace was built. This was the residence of Pill Valley's disciples. Seeing this residence, even Long Chen couldn't help but feel impressed. This was what he called living well. Each disciple had their own palace, and although the exterior didn't seem large, the interior was spacious thanks to the spatial formations. Every palace was well equipped with everything they needed. It wasn't forbidden for visitors to enter the palaces, but after entering, they could only look. Touching anything would displease the owner. Each residence was meticulously designed, featuring its own refining room, training room, meditation room, activity room, and 8 attendants, all maintained to the highest standard. Bai Yingxie stared enviously, as did Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu. However, Long Chen told them not to be deceived by appearances. What you see here is just for show, Long Chen said. Pill Valley wants us to see only what they want us to see. I doubt ordinary disciples actually live like this. Long Chen pointed out that no sect would let others see their disciples' residences unless it was to show off. If these disciples were truly living in such luxury, why would they scheme against him for the sun flame? Their actions spoke against the image they were trying to project. Long Chen told them to take a look, but there was no need to take it seriously. When the sunlight touched someone, it always showcased their brightest side while casting everything bad into the shadows. The three of them understood what he was saying. At this moment, Feng Yu smiled bitterly, reflecting on how, despite having someone like Long Chen by her side, she still clung to her own folly. This stubbornness had resulted in the loss of many lives among her people. She felt full of guilt when she thought of that. Sensing her turmoil, Long Chen said, as a leader, you will always face difficult decisions. Making a wrong decision isn't the most frightening thing. Then what is? Asked Feng Yu. It is the lack of courage to make a decision, said Long Chen. Feng Yu nodded. Although the logic made sense to her, she knew that making decisions that could determine other people's lives required a courage not everyone possessed, especially after a previous failure. Long Chen, have you made wrong choices? Asked Feng Yu. In my eyes, there is no such thing, Long Chen replied. I always act according to my heart. Right and wrong aren't my focus. Back then, I led the Dragonblood Legion into battle with over 10,000 people. Now, fewer than 8,000 remain. Can you tell me if my decisions were right or wrong? Feng Yu was startled and then smiled bitterly. Even someone like you can't be perfect. Then there's no chance for me. Long Chen said, since when has perfection existed in this world? No one can predict the future. The decisions you make may seem correct now, but after 10, 100, or 1,000 years, can you still be sure that your decision will still be deemed right? He looked at Feng Yu and continued, the answer is no. No one can guarantee that. Since it's impossible, there's no need to get tangled in the notions of right and wrong. Seeing my brothers die is a pain that cannot be described. But after that pain, I wiped away my tears and continued advancing into the darkness with a smile. We learned long ago that those of us who survive must honor our fallen brothers by living even better lives. We strive to break through the darkness and witness a beautiful dawn. Hearing this, Feng Yu was deeply moved, and the knot of sadness within her heart melted like snow in the sun. The questions that had previously eluded her became clear. In truth, what Feng Yu was experiencing was something Long Chen had faced long ago. Hence, Long Chen only needed to say a few words to help her see through her struggles. Feng Yu's expression lightened, and the old brightness returned to her eyes, as if she had been freed from a curse. The air around her seemed different now. Seeing this, Hu Xiaoyu's eyes grew red. She knew that the old Feng Yu was back. At this moment, Bai Yingxie found that she had gained a greater understanding of Long Chen. His strength was a natural result of who he was, not luck. It manifested in many areas, and he appeared to have no weaknesses. "Thank you," said Feng Yu solemnly. If other people weren't around, she would have hugged him tightly. He had helped her countless times and had given her a new lease on life. "You're being too formal." "No. Is there any need for such words between us?" laughed Long Chen. They passed around the residences of the disciples and arrived at another plaza. Although this one was much smaller compared to the Glacial Heaven Plaza, it was still 1,000 times larger than the Long Clan's Plaza. This place was incredibly lively. Stalls lined the plaza, and the air was filled with the sounds of haggling, scornful shouts, and curses. When Long Chen and the others arrived, a disciple of Pill Valley loudly announced, "It is forbidden to fight within the free trade region. The overseers will immediately expel offending parties from the Glacial Heaven domain, regardless of their status." The disciple had likely shouted the same warning so many times that his throat was hoarse. With every new wave of people, he repeated the announcement. Each visitor needed to be reminded that fighting was forbidden here. The stalls in the plaza had been set up by Pill Valley for various large factions to trade their treasures. The White Dragon race could have secured one stall, but they had directly declined. After all, they didn't come here to sell something, and they didn't have anything valuable to trade. Despite the steep rental fee and the brief trading period, every stall was occupied, with not a single one left empty. It seemed that every available stall had been rented. With such a high volume of people, the business opportunities were immense. However, this also meant that conflicts could arise at any moment. To manage the situation, Pill Valley had experts spread throughout the plaza to maintain order. There was a three-vein heaven saint sitting in the air, overlooking the entire plaza. Given the large number of heavenly geniuses present, a one-vein or two-vein heaven saint would not have sufficed. They needed someone stronger to oversee this area. At the heart of the plaza stood a very eye-grabbing building. Long Chen led his group over there. This building was dedicated to currency exchange, and when Long Chen saw the required currencies, he couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 5081 Sage King Pills. Heavens, Primal Chaos Amethysts. Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu cried out in shock at the same time. The trade currency here was actually Primal Chaos Amethysts. It had to be noted that Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu only had some high-grade Primal Chaos stones, not even top-grade ones. They had only ever heard of Primal Chaos Amethysts, never seen them. But here, they were used as currency. That was absolutely crazy. A single Primal Chaos Amethyst could be traded for 10 million top-grade Primal Chaos Spirit Stones. 10 million. That was a crazy number. In addition to Primal Chaos Amethysts, there was another convenient currency, Sage King Pills. They were essential for cultivators after reaching the Eternal Realm. Moreover, it wasn't just Sage Kings who consumed Sage King Pills. These pills were used throughout all 6 realms of eternity. Even heaven saints needed to consume them to condense heaven veins faster. Thus, Sage King Pills were the world's strongest currency, valued at 1,000 top-grade Primal Chaos Spirit Stones each. After all, Primal Chaos Amethysts were simply too rare, and their trading rate constantly fluctuated. Therefore, many people preferred using Sage King Pills instead. Within the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, 99% of all Sage King Pills came from the Brahma Pill Valley. They were almost impossible to find elsewhere, as other alchemists could not refine top-grade Sage King Pills. The Sage King Pills used as currency here were all top-grade because Pill Valley was worried about counterfeits. After all, lower-grade Sage King Pills could be refined by other factions. You want 10,000 top-grade Primal Chaos Spirit Stones for one Sage King Pill? Fuck, why not just rob people? Cursed Long Chen, astonished at the trading rate. A Sage King pill had dozens of pill formulas. Even if the alchemists used the best medicinal ingredients, the cost of one set was only 30 top-grade primal chaos spirit stones. An average alchemist might succeed 1 in 3 times, making their manufacturing cost less than 100 spirit stones. By normal medicinal pill standards, the valuation of such a pill should be around 200 spirit stones. Yet they asked for 10,000 and called it a strong currency. "Senior, should we refine some Sage King pills?" asked Long Chen. "Then I won't need to waste my efforts trading with them. It's useless. Their pills all have specific markers. If we're noticed, it'll be troublesome," responded the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen sighed. If he couldn't refine them, he could only think of something else. Originally, Long Chen had plenty of spirit stones on hand, but since he didn't usually use them, he had left them with Guo Ran. After all, forging armor and weapons was expensive, and Guo Ran couldn't be lacking money. Long Chen asked by xianxia, but the White Dragon race simply had no concept of spirit stones. Moreover, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu were so poor that it wasn't even worth asking. Long Chen knew that this was only one of the Brahma Pill Valley's tricks. Accepting only primal chaos amethysts and Sage King pills here was just a pretext. After all, how many people actually possessed primal chaos amethysts? Even if someone really had the primal chaos amethysts and used them to buy things, how would they get change? It'd be like using gold ingots to buy a bun from a vendor. They were clearly forcing people to use medicinal pills to make purchases. However, Long Chen also couldn't be lacking in currency. He looked at the exchange rates and suddenly, his eyes brightened. It was possible to trade medicinal ingredients for the pills. "Beautiful maiden, wow, your skin is so smooth." Long Chen went up to a conversion desk, shamelessly flattering the woman in charge. Although her looks could be considered not bad, she wasn't quite a beauty. But her skin was definitely smooth and clear, which was one aspect she had confidence in. When the lady heard the compliment, her polite smile instantly grew more sincere. Seeing that Long Chen was actually from the dragon race, she became extremely courteous. She replied, "Thank you for your praise. May I ask how I can help you? I'm rather poor and don't have that many spirit stones. I only have some medicinal ingredients. Can I exchange them for medicinal pills?" asked Long Chen. Long Chen's act directly drew out her compassion. Seeing how humble he was acting, she kindly answered, "You can trade medicinal ingredients for medicinal pills, but it depends on the rarity and quality of the ingredients. Ingredients that are too poor in quality cannot be traded. May I know what medicinal ingredients you have? I can help you see if they can be traded." Long Chen leaned in and whispered into her ear, "The thing is, I have too many, and I'm not too sure of their value. Can I take a look at the exchange ratios first? I'll see whether my poor pockets have anything of value. If not, I'll just leave. I don't want to embarrass myself by taking out a mass of worthless medicinal ingredients. You know, to tell the truth, my face really is thin." Finding Long Chen interesting, the woman handed him a jade tablet, saying that he could see the exchange rates himself. When Long Chen's divine sense entered the tablet, he immediately saw countless medicinal ingredients listed along with the pills they could be traded for. Only a few dozen medicinal ingredients could be exchanged for Sage King pills. Some could only be traded for a few pills, while one was worth more than 3,000 Sage King pills. Looking at the values, Long Chen jumped in shock. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that only exceedingly rare medicinal ingredients could be traded for significant amounts of Sage King pills. These rare ingredients were nearly impossible to find. To put it frankly, the Brahma Pill Valley was not lacking in common ingredients. The things they lacked were scarce everywhere. Hence, this so-called exchange was mostly impossible. Long Chen wondered if the high values were because the Brahma Pill Valley didn't have any of them. "I have Jade Bone Violet Heart Bamboo and Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom. Great Sun Sunflower. Damn, it's calculated based on grains. A grain of Great Sun Sunflower can be traded for 3 Sage King pills. Is it really so rare?" wondered Long Chen. Long Chen saw that 4 valuable medicinal ingredients he possessed were listed, with the most valuable being the Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom. Of course, if he were to exchange a complete Great Sun Sunflower, it would yield the highest value. After considering this, Long Chen consulted the Earth Cauldron for advice. The Earth Cauldron suggested using the Jade Bone Violet Heart Bamboo. The other medicinal ingredients were simply too precious. Giving them to the Brahma Pill Valley was like fattening his enemy's purse. It wasn't worth it. In contrast, the jade bone violet heart bamboo, while only worth just over 500 Sage King pills, was more abundant in the world. Long Chen had a forest of this bamboo, and one scoop would yield 7 or 8 clumps. Furthermore, the value of a clump of jade bone violet heart bamboo was much higher than a single stalk. Following the Earth Cauldron's advice, Long Chen produced one clump containing 8 stalks. The woman at the desk jumped in shock when she saw it. She hastily invited Long Chen into a private room. In some regards, the pill valley was not bad. The woman assessed the value based on the entire clump rather than individual stalks, resulting in a much better trade rate for Long Chen. The initial price was just over 4,000 Sage King pills, but it now climbed to 5,000. As she held the 5,000 Sage King pills in her hand trembled slightly. Even she rarely handled such a large sum of money. After Long Chen completed the exchange, his demeanor changed noticeably. He started to swagger with renewed confidence. Turning to Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and Hu Xiaoyu, he declared, "Let's go. Big Brother will let you go wild a bit." Chapter 5082 Dragon Crystal Phoenix Marrow. Long Chen now had 5,000 Sage King pills in his pocket, equivalent to 5 Primal Chaos Amethysts or 50 million top-grade Primal Chaos Spirit Stones. He instantly felt like he had become rich overnight. From all the people Long Chen knew, Mo Nian would have to be the wealthiest. However, even Mo Nian only possessed a single Primal Chaos Amethyst back then. Primal Chaos Amethysts were essential treasures for Earth Saints aspiring to become Heaven Saints. They contained a trace of Grand Mist Violet Chi that made their advancement safe, quick, and painless. The Grand Mist Violet Chi was also extremely helpful for Heaven Saints, capable of aiding them in condensing a heaven vein. Thus, the Primal Chaos Amethysts were priceless treasures. The medicinal pills in Long Chen's hand could be exchanged for Primal Chaos Amethysts at any time. Similarly, someone with Primal Chaos Amethysts could exchange them for medicinal pills whenever needed. With the resounding reputation of Brahma Pill Valley, everyone could trade freely. Long Chen knew that once these exchanges were done, the majority of Primal Chaos Amethysts would flow into the Brahma Pill Valley's hands. Consequently, Brahma Pill Valley's medicinal pills would circulate in large numbers throughout the entire world. Having a monopoly was really the easiest way of making money. Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and Hu Xiaoyu didn't know what had happened to Long Chen. Before this, he seemed rather depressed, but now there was an extra spring in his step, a kind of swagger. With money in his pocket, Long Chen started browsing the vendor stands. As soon as they reached the first one, Bai Yingxui's expression changed. The vendor had over 10 dragon crystals on display. They came from the crystal core in a dragon's head. While the majority of the dragon race's bloodline power was concentrated in their reverse scale, their divine abilities were hidden within their dragon cores. Thus, dragon cores were sacred inheritance items of the dragon race. If experts within the dragon race died, their dragon cores would be immediately preserved and brought back home. Furthermore, when the dragon race fought their enemies, they usually didn't touch the latter's corpses, especially not when they fought other dragons. Desecrating other dragons' bodies was a taboo. As a result, seeing these dragon cores, Bai Yingxie almost exploded. Long Chen observed them. As the fluctuations weren't particularly strong and they weren't from the white dragon race, he dragged her away. No wonder there were so many experts of Pill Valley standing guard here. To sell dragon cores in front of the dragon race was a bold move. It would be amazing if they didn't start fighting here. However, from another angle, it also couldn't be blamed on the vendors, who weren't members of the dragon race. The dragon cores looked ancient, not recently killed, so the vendors had likely only happened to find them. Taking them out to trade for something useful wasn't wrong. Although that logic was reasonable, it was hard to understand how painful it was without experiencing it personally. Since none of those cores belonged to the white dragon race, Bai Yingxie let herself be dragged away. However, quite a few dragon experts were glaring at the seller, haggling with him furiously. They were clearly attempting to buy back the dragon core of their race. For the seller to dare take the dragon cores out, he naturally wasn't afraid of the dragon experts. He directly quoted an immense price, making the situation extremely tense. Even the Brahma Pill Valley's experts were getting wary and circling the stall. Long Chen led the three of them away from that tense area. When they passed by another booth, Feng Yu quivered slightly. "Phoenix Marrow," she shouted. Long Chen saw a fist-sized clump of red amber on the stall and instantly recognized it as the legendary Phoenix Marrow. Phoenix marrow was the bone marrow of a phoenix race expert, though that description wasn't entirely accurate. The phoenix marrow that actually circulated resulted from a phoenix's failed attempts to reincarnate. Their life energy then condensed into their marrow, and after enduring the burning of nirvanic fire, it formed this phoenix marrow crystal. Typically, phoenix marrow would be burned to nothing by the nirvanic fire. Only powerful members of the phoenix race could preserve their phoenix marrow. However, this was also somewhat contradictory. If they were so powerful, how could they fail at their nirvanic rebirth? In reality, each rebirth was one part power and one part luck. Thus, phoenix marrow was even rarer than a dragon crystal. Every dragon expert would leave behind a dragon crystal after death, but every piece of phoenix marrow represented the fall of a powerful phoenix expert. This phoenix marrow was the essence of their life. This particular piece of phoenix marrow was surrounded by swirling flame runes, its amber color indicating its top-grade quality. Based on its size and appearance, it was among the finest of the finest. Long Chen initially planned to have Feng Yu and the others feign indifference and keep walking while he tried to scam a good price out of the seller. However, the seller was sharp and had taken note of Feng Yu's expression. Realizing it would be difficult to deceive the seller, Long Chen approached the stall directly. There were dozens of people running this stall, and they were all two vain heaven saints. Long Chen went straight up to the one whose aura was strongest and seemed to be the boss. "Senior, your piece of phoenix marrow is amazing. Can I hold it for a moment?" asked Long Chen. Young friend's eyes are sharp. "Based on your status as someone from the White Dragon race, how could I not trust you?" "Please go ahead and take a look," said the elder, looking from Long Chen to Feng Yu and smiling slightly. Long Chen carefully picked up the phoenix marrow. As he probed it with a hint of flame energy, it blazed with light and flames. A ferocious aura surged from it, as if trying to escape Long Chen's grasp. In response, Long Chen immediately released his own flame energy to suppress the erupting power, ensuring it didn't spread or affect anyone around. Feng Yu trembled as she watched the phoenix marrow react. She felt a powerful, almost irresistible call emanating from it. This wasn't just a matter of immense power. The marrow contained the will of a mighty phoenix expert, and she thirsted for it. She tried to calm down so they wouldn't get ripped off, but it was impossible. Flames surged uncontrollably around her, and even her phoenix blood seemed to ignite. The shopkeeper's expression changed when the phoenix marrow reacted like this. Staring at Long Chen in disbelief, he said, "What pure sun flame?" Long Chen hadn't anticipated that the elder would also be proficient in flames. The elder's own flame energy reacted strongly to Long Chen's. Long Chen knew they would be ripped off soon. The elder would demand an astronomical price now that he knew how much Feng Yu wanted it. Long Chen then said, "Name your price." To his surprise, the elder shook his head. "Sorry, this isn't for sale." Feng Yu's expression instantly changed at those words. Chapter 5083 Obtaining. Long Chen was confused. If they weren't selling it, why would they put it on display? To tease people. Seeing his reaction, the elder hastily said, "Sir, don't get angry. When I say I'm not selling, I mean I won't sell it unless I have no other choice. I don't want to waste it." "I don't understand," replied Long Chen. The elder explained, "I'm looking to trade it for something I need. As a flame element cultivator, I understand the immense value of this phoenix marrow, but its value is lost on me since I cannot refine it. I'm hoping to exchange it for a treasure that I can use. If I can't find a suitable item, I will reluctantly sell it, but only at the highest price, 3,000 Sage King pills." 3,000? You might as well rob someone," Long Chen exclaimed, shocked by the exorbitant price. He knew the seller would demand a lion's bite, but 3,000 Sage King pills was ridiculous. His shout drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Everyone was curious about what kind of treasure could justify such a staggering price. Most people here only possessed an average of 3 Sage King pills, and those considered wealthy might have a few dozen. Seeing other people glancing over, the shopkeeper looked embarrassed. He hastily said, "I know this price is high, but whether or not I can become a 3-vein heaven saint depends on it. While 3,000 Sage King pills is a steep amount, it's mainly because I want to see if I can trade it for something useful. I have no intention of toying with you." Noticing Long Chen's skeptical expression, the shopkeeper directly clarified his stance. He could see that Feng Yu was the one most suited to this phoenix marrow, and he understood that they were genuine in their interest. However, he was truly unwilling to let go of it just like that. In truth, the exorbitant price was intended to deter any casual buyers. Once the trading session was over, if he didn't find any other suitable trades, he would be open to negotiating with Long Chen. Seeing that the elder seemed sincere even though he was sly, Long Chen wasn't really angry. He suddenly had a thought. Your flame? Oh, it's Woodbirth's fire, guessed Long Chen. The so-called Woodbirth's fire referred to a person having two kinds of energy, wood element and flame element. People with two kinds of energy were not exactly rare, but those who could harmonize them were. Most individuals with wood energy used it primarily for healing and support, similar to the Dragonblood Legion's healing warriors. Their wood energy was not designed to merge with flame energy, forcibly combining them would lead to the flame incinerating the wood or the wood smothering the flame. However, one type of wood energy could integrate with fire, enhancing it like firewood. Cultivators with this unique synergy focused on their flame energy, resulting in a core energy that was several times more robust than that of a typical flame cultivator. This combination allowed them to fight with greater strength and endurance. Yes, I want to trade for a treasure that can help me in that area, the elder replied hastily. Long Chen extended his hand, revealing a flame stick. This wasn't his staff but a grade 3 tree heart. Do you like this treasure? Asked Long Chen. The elder's eyes widened as he recognized the item. This is Fusong. He abruptly cut himself off, excitement barely contained. Quickly regaining his composure, he tried to suppress his eagerness. Long Chen directly said, you and I are both smart people. Let's skip the formalities. I don't like haggling. It's a straight trade 1 for 1. Whether or not this trade happens is up to you. Can I see it? Asked the elder. Long Chen directly handed it to him. In any case, this tree heart was just one of the branches of the Fusong tree. Taking it didn't affect the tree at all. However, while it was nothing to Long Chen, it was a priceless treasure to others. Even in the Golden Crow race, not many elders could have it. After examining it closely and finding nothing wrong with it, the elder directly took the tree heart. He couldn't conceal his excitement. All right, this phoenix marrow is yours, said the elder. Long Chen nodded and handed it to Feng Yu. After that, he warned the elder, it would be best if you kept that thing hidden so a flock of crows don't see it. Many thanks for your reminder. The elder nodded gratefully, knowing he had gotten a huge advantage in this trade. Previously, the elder had put on a calm demeanor to haggle with Long Chen. However, Long Chen directly traded the tree heart for the phoenix marrow and even warned the elder about the Golden Crow race. This made the elder feel both grateful and a bit ashamed. To show his gratitude, he magnanimously invited Bai Yingxie and Xu Xiaohe to pick anything they wanted from his stall for free. Long Chen tried to refuse, but the elder was insistent. Eventually, the two picked small objects they liked, and only then did the elder let them leave. Long Chen nodded inside. This elder was quite sly. Forcing them to accept a favor was a clever way to foster goodwill and build a relationship. With that as a foundation, the elder could form a relationship with the White Dragon race. Seeing that Long Chen possessed the Sun Flame and could even take out such a treasure, he knew that Long Chen was no ordinary person. Establishing a good relationship now was far better than missing out on such a valuable connection. Long Chen thanked him and then left. After walking a bit further away, Feng Yu was so excited that she couldn't speak. Her phoenix blood was already starting to commune with the phoenix marrow through space. Through this communion, she discovered that the original master of this phoenix marrow had been a six-vein heaven saint. After failing nirvanic rebirth, they sealed their divine abilities within this phoenix marrow. That elder had tried to refine it countless times, but the phoenix's will was undying. He was unable to accomplish that. He also couldn't force it, or it would destroy the phoenix marrow. Now, this phoenix marrow had finally landed in the hands of someone it had been waiting for. Thinking about how it was the precious treasure left behind by a six-vein heaven saint, Feng Yu almost wept from excitement. After refining this, she would really transform. She would reclaim everything that she had lost. Calm down, said Long Chen with a smile. Feng Yu did her best to calm down, but just saying those two words was enough to make her choke. This phoenix marrow was a priceless treasure, a heaven-defying opportunity to change everything for her. Get a bit stronger, and if someone bullies me, help me kick their butt, said Long Chen. Feng Yu smiled. With Long Chen's power, when would he ever need her to stand up for him? But these words did make her feel warm. Are you looking to die? Just then, a furious roar rang out, and it startled Long Chen. Long Chen remarked, oh, It seems to be that idiot nether dragon wuxia. Let's go take a look. Chapter 5084 Dragon Corpses. When Long Chen's group followed the source of that voice, they saw nether dragon wuxia leading his people over to a giant stall, cursing the owner furiously. Long Chen noticed that this stall was actually 3 stalls combined, making it particularly conspicuous. All the stalls here were large originally, and merging 3 into 1 made it stand out even more. There were dozens of 2 Vain Heaven Saints on the other side, facing off against nether dragon wuxia nervously. Although they were protected by the laws of this place, they were still worried about things going out of control. Long Chen looked for what was causing the disturbance. When he realized what it was, his own heartbeat quickened. 3 black dragon corpses were sealed within a crystal case, a special storage item. These black dragons looked to only be 3 feet long within it, but if they were released, this entire plaza would be unable to contain them. In particular, one of those dragons had 6 kinds of decorative marks on its scales, indicating that it had been a 6 Vain Heaven Saint. Even though the crystal case had a barrier around it, the terrifying pressure from a 6 Vain Heaven Saint's dragon corpse shook people's souls. The other 2 dragon corpses had been 5 Vain Heaven Saints. When Long Chen saw those 3 corpses, his heart leapt. They might have passed countless years ago, but they were perfectly preserved. This was a huge treasure to Long Chen. However, their heads had already been cut open, and the dragon cores, horns, and reverse scales had been removed. Long Chen saw another crystal case where these items were being offered for sale separately. You bastards, how dare you blaspheme the ancestors of my nether dragon race and demand such an astronomical price? Are you not afraid of the nether dragon race's vengeance? Roared nether dragon wuxia. The other experts of the nether dragon race beside him were also gnashing their teeth, looking like they were about to rip the other party apart. Great heroes of the nether dragon race, we are just doing business. We have to eat too. We understand your emotions, but these 3 seniors of the nether dragon race were not slain by us. We bought their bodies, and we have been using a lot of resources to prevent their divinity from fading away. If you want to bring these 3 seniors home, that is only correct. But we also need to make some money. You can't expect us to take a loss, right? Said an elder on the other side earnestly. In truth, their conflict was not over the blasphemy but over the immense price. The nether dragon race was threatening them because of that. TCH, if you don't have any money, then that's that. What's the point of threatening people? Mocked Long Chen. If he didn't belittle nether dragon wuxia now, he wouldn't be Long Chen. The nether dragon race's experts were instantly enraged, especially when they saw Long Chen. It is none of your business. Scram, shouted nether dragon wuxia. You're the one who should scram. If you don't have any money, why bother the shopkeepers? Taunted Long Chen as he swaggered to the front. Pushing aside the dragon crystals, horns, and scales, he pointed to the 3 dragon corpses. Shopkeeper, how much for a pound of this meat? The elder in charge hastily said, I'm sorry, but we are selling these dragon corpses as a whole. We can't divide them by the pound. Ah, that's not good. If you can't finish it in one go, won't it get stinky? Asked Long Chen. The expressions of the nether dragon race's experts darkened. On the other hand, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu almost laughed. Long Chen was haggling like he was at a butcher's shop. Bastard, I'll slaughter you, roared nether dragon wuxia. However, the people beside him held him back with all their power. After all, there were too many Pill Valley experts around. Even though the nether dragon race's relationship with Pill Valley wasn't bad, they couldn't break the rules. In truth, nether dragon wuxia was just putting on an act to scare people. If he really wanted to attack, his followers wouldn't be able to stop him. Long Chen didn't even look at him and just pointed at the 6 Vain Heaven Saint corpse, asking, how much for the big one? 800 Sage King pills. Why is it so expensive? Who can afford to eat something like that? Long Chen acted shocked. Sir, you're joking. This senior of the dragon race was a 6 Vain Heaven Saint, and its corpse contains countless treasures. This price is already very reasonable, replied the elder hastily. What about the 2 small ones? Asked Long Chen again. The small cough, these 2 5 Vain Heaven Saints are priced at 300 Sage King pills. 300 for both or one? Naturally, each is 300. Long Chen thought about it before saying, the 2 small ones aren't too expensive, but they're also not big enough for one pot. How about you give me a discount for all 3 together? Let me tell you, I am trying to buy them sincerely. I was just injured by an old fogey, and my body needs some nutrients to recover. Don't con me, and I'll take them all from your hands. Feng Yu and the others knew that Long Chen was cursing the domain lord who had injured him just before. However, Bai Yingxie didn't know why Long Chen wanted these dragon corpses. She thought he was simply toying with Nether Dragon Wuxiang. After all, they were enemies, and Long Chen had never been nice to his enemies. Seeing Long Chen act as if he were buying fish at the marketplace, Nether Dragon Wuxiang clenched his teeth furiously. He didn't dare attack here, but he also didn't want to leave, as the dragon cores, scales, and horns were of utmost importance to him. Gritting his teeth, the elder said, "Since you really want them, I'll discount the 1400 Sage King pills to 1350. 500. Long Chen raised a hand and stuck out 5 fingers. The elder almost spat out blood. This kind of haggling was absolutely ruthless. Just as he was about to refuse, Long Chen sent him a spiritual message. If I take the dragon corpses, you'll be able to sell the dragon crystals, horns, and scales at their full value. If I walk away, you risk not selling anything and potentially angering the Nether Dragon race." As a result, the elder's expression changed. Faced with the threat and Long Chen's cold logic, he reluctantly agreed. In front of an astonished crowd, he accepted Long Chen's offer, trading the 3 dragon corpses for 500 Sage King pills. Long Chen picked up the entire case with confidence, deliberately striding past Nether Dragon Wuxiang and the others before storing it in his primal chaos space. He then laughed triumphantly and walked away with Feng Yu and the others, leaving Nether Dragon Wuxiang seething with rage. Chapter 5085 10 Worlds Diagram. Long Chen left arrogantly, while Nether Dragon Wuxiang and the others blazed with rage. In the end, they gritted their teeth and stepped forward to the stall with murderous glares in their eyes, carrying out another bout of bargaining to buy the dragon cores, scales, and horns. "Long Chen, what did you tell the elder? Why did he sell them to you for such a low price?" asked Feng Yu. Long Chen smiled. "I told him he was holding a hot potato and being targeted by the petty-minded Nether Dragon race was a very dangerous thing. Unless he had a solid relationship with the Brahma Pill Valley, he wouldn't be able to leave the glacial heaven domain safely. However, if he sold the dragon corpses to me, with Nether Dragon Wuxiang's impatient nature, that dumbass would worry that the other items would be bought one by one, making them harder to track down. Furthermore, this matter relates to the Nether Dragon race's face. From their reaction, I guess they very likely didn't have enough money to buy everything. It was a dilemma for them. They either had to buy everything or nothing at all. They wouldn't toss aside the corpses and only buy the crystals, horns, and scales. But with the dragon corpses taken out of the equation, they should have enough money to buy the rest. Because of this, that elder sold the corpses to me." "How do you know? They just happened to have enough money to buy the rest?" asked Hu Xiaoyu curiously. When they haggled before, the Nether Dragon race definitely proposed a lowball offer. "Since the elder sold the dragon corpses to me, the value of the rest of the items is probably close to what the Nether Dragon race has to offer. If the difference was too great, the elder wouldn't have sold the dragon corpses to me. In truth, I saw that they were afraid of the Nether Dragon race and wanted to get rid of the hot potato as quickly as possible. That way, they won't have to worry about being pursued by the Nether Dragon race. Thanks to me, the Nether Dragon race's fury will focus on me, not them, so they're safe," answered Long Chen. Hearing this, the 3 of them realized that the cheap price was based on multiple factors. Long Chen's wits had always been unmatchable, and Hu Xiaoyu and Feng Yu were rather used to it. Finding him again was like finding their mental pillar. They weren't worried about the mixed beast race, as they now had the support of the white dragon race. The mixed beast race wouldn't dare to touch Feng Yu's followers. Most importantly, Feng Yu had obtained the phoenix marrow. Once she refined it and endured the baptism of the heavenly flames and heavenly tribulation in the heavenly flame devil domain, she would be able to fully merge with it. At that time, she would be able to destroy the mixed beast alliance with a wave of her hand. What did she have to worry about? The 4 of them continued to go around the stalls, visiting every single one. Long Chen was searching for some odd treasures. After all, countless items that normally couldn't see the light of day were being brought out today. However, the sellers were rather sly. While their wares were good, their prices were also excessive. Even with Long Chen's wealth, he felt that some were too much. After passing by 10 stalls, Long Chen saw multiple things that drew his attention: precious divine materials, immortal metals, runic bones, and immemorial scrolls. Unfortunately, the prices were simply too high for him. However, At the next stall, Hu Xiaoyu's body quivered. She saw a spirit fox bone sparkling with odd fluctuations that seemed to call out to her. Unable to ignore this, Long Chen directly paid 500 Sage King pills to buy it. Although Long Chen knew that this bone was not worth the price, there was no way around it. The seller had seen her reaction, making Long Chen lose his chance to haggle over it. Furthermore, Long Chen didn't have that much time to waste, so he directly paid full price for it. After the purchase, Hu Xiaoyu hugged the spirit fox bone tightly, not saying a word. She was so cute that Long Chen couldn't help but rub her head and say a few comforting words. When they continued onward, they soon saw a stall with countless people around it. Long Chen squeezed in, but no one on the other side came up to greet him. In fact, there was only a single elder sitting in the stall, his eyes closed in meditation. Other stalls had piles of treasures, but this one was rather empty. The large stall displayed only 3 items: a cauldron, a painting, and a halberd. When Long Chen saw the cauldron, he couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Was this not precisely the heaven-earth cauldron? Long Chen was completely stunned. This cauldron seemed identical to the earth cauldron. Its aura was incredibly ancient, filled with the essence of time. It was clearly no ordinary counterfeit, as Long Chen sensed vast medicinal energy fluctuations from it. This cauldron had definitely been used to refine medicinal pills for long periods of time. "Senior, what is going on?" Long Chen asked the earth cauldron. The earth cauldron didn't reply, but Long Chen noticed its attention was locked on the painting and the halberd. From the crowd, a young expert shouted, "Senior, what are these 3 treasures called?" The surrounding experts noticed that these 3 items were not ordinary, but they didn't recognize them. Some people seemed to have seen some clues but chose not to speak, merely watching in silence. "If you don't recognize them, it means these treasures have no destiny with you. Due to the implications, you shouldn't ask about them," replied the elder, who didn't even raise his head or open his eyes. "Are you joking? If you don't introduce them, how are we supposed to know what they are? You're even asking 3,000 Sage King pills for each of them. Are you waiting for fools with money to come to your door?" raged the young expert. The elder remained unfazed, not even twitching in response to the indignation. Since the earth cauldron seemed to be thinking, Long Chen's gaze shifted from the cauldron to the painting. When Long Chen looked at it, his body shook. It was incredibly chaotic and messy, resembling a children's scribbling. Yet, he was strangely drawn to it. Amidst the chaos, he saw a ring of 9 stars surrounding one large star. This image was familiar to Long Chen. He had once borrowed the eyes of a dragon expert to see it and also encountered it in ancient murals more than once. It was a divine diagram of countless interweaving runes, resembling millions of diagrams layered together, which created a disordered appearance. After staring at it for a while, Long Chen felt a wave of dizziness, as if his soul were being thrown into chaos. At this moment, the earth cauldron's voice echoed in his mind. One of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the 10 worlds diagram. Chapter 5086, Great Desolate Halberd. 10 worlds diagram. Those 3 words exploded in Long Chen's mind like lightning, leaving him dizzy. This was the first time he had heard this name. Yet, as the words echoed in his mind, it felt as if some ancient karma had enveloped him. "So it's something from the same era as you," Long Chen said in disbelief. The earth cauldron's voice grew deep and distant. "Looking at them has awakened some old memories." Long Chen then turned his attention to the halberd. Its runes were dark and dim, but they still made his soul shiver. The halberd was covered in dark gold marks. Although the blade was pitch black, the sight of its tip caused Long Chen's heart to tremble. The image of a dagger flashed in his mind. Long Chen almost didn't believe his eyes. He was shocked to find that the mysterious dagger he had inadvertently obtained was a match for the tip of this halberd. That is also one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the Great Desolate Halberd. Then the dagger I obtained. Correct, it is its broken blade. Now, you should know why that dagger was unstoppable, said the earth cauldron. So, the mysterious dagger was indeed the broken tip of the Great Desolate Halberd. No wonder it had been unscathed when it struck the earth cauldron's body back then. Only one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items could have withstood such force. Long Chen had never dreamed that he had once possessed 2 of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. He had given that dagger to Dong Mingyu, who turned it into her most terrifying killing tool. Now, learning the names of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, the 10 Worlds Diagram, and the Great Desolate Halberd, Long Chen was overwhelmed with shock. They are replicas, derivative items created by a divine craftsman of the immemorial era, the Earth Cauldron explained. Unfortunately, their item spirits have long since died. If they were at their peak, they would rival the human emperor divine items. Ah, their item spirits are dead. Long Chen was disappointed. Although they were duplicates, their auras were absolutely shocking. If their item spirits weren't dead, they probably wouldn't be placed for sale here. Young friend, do you recognize these 3 items? Asked the elder. He suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Long Chen with astonishment. Although the elder's eyes were closed, he had complete awareness of everything happening around him. He observed Long Chen's disbelief upon seeing the items, followed by a regretful expression after a moment of reflection. Long Chen nodded. It's a pity, a real pity. Countless heavenly geniuses turned toward him curiously. Most were unable to recognize these 3 divine items and were merely drawn to their terrifying auras, comparing them to the strongest divine items they had ever encountered. Even those from ancient factions, who possessed immense knowledge, could only identify one of the items. But even then, they were already shocked badly. However, Long Chen recognized all 3, which astonished everyone. The elder stood up and addressed him. It seems you are the destined person I was waiting for. Pick any one of these 3 divine weapons, and I will give you the best possible price, 3,000 Sage King pills. Startled cries erupted from the crowd, not at the divine weapons themselves, but at the price. Hold up, are you sure you're waiting for someone with destiny, or just someone with money? Demanded Long Chen. The elder solemnly said, of course I only care about destiny. Give it up. No matter how strong they may seem, they're just duplicates, and their item spirits have already died. Who has the ability to awaken a spirit within them again? If someone had that kind of divine ability, they wouldn't waste time hoping for a new item spirit to grow. They'd simply forge a new divine weapon. Anyone who thinks otherwise must be out of their mind, argued Long Chen. No. Trust me, their item spirits have not died. They are in the middle of nirvanic rebirth, waiting for their new master to appear, said the elder hastily. No. You trust me, the item spirits are definitely dead. If a single one is still alive, I will cut off my head and give it to you, replied Long Chen firmly. That elder's expression turned ugly, his previous warmth gone. What would a child know? Don't spout nonsense here, or you'll invoke karma. Seeing him suddenly get anxious, the other experts laughed. The elder seemed just like a conman who had become irate after having his scam exposed. Buy that cauldron. We have a purpose for it, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was startled. If the item spirit was dead, what was the point of buying it? However, since the Earth Cauldron had spoken, there had to be a deeper reason. The elder's expression darkened, and he was about to dismiss Long Chen when Long Chen spoke up. If I were afraid of invoking karma, I wouldn't have come here. Let's skip the pretense of discussing destiny and money. Although the item spirits of these 3 replicas are dead, there is still a chance for their rebirth. They are definitely valuable, but 3,000 Sage King pills is too high. Offer me a better price, and I might consider picking one if it's worthwhile. Otherwise, I might not be the destined person you're waiting for. The elder was startled to hear that. Long Chen really wanted to buy one. Reforming the spirit of such an ancient divine item was likely 10 times more difficult than simply reforging a new divine item. The elder, initially fuming with anger, was swayed by Long Chen's words. At this moment, Long Chen reached out to him spiritually. Friend, we're all just trying to survive in this world. There's no need to carry out your act too far. I'll help you get a good start. And you'll find things easier afterward. The elder's heart shook. He had long since known these 3 items were essentially defective but had hoped to con someone into buying them. However, he hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. Gritting his teeth, he offered, the lowest I can go is 2,000. No, that's unacceptable. How am I supposed to do anything with such a high price? Responded Long Chen. 1,800. Take it or leave it. I also paid a very high price to acquire them, argued the elder. With a mischievous smile, Long Chen whispered, 500, and I will help you with the follow-up. Chapter 5087 Yao Linger. After thinking about it, the elder intentionally shouted, all right, since you have a destiny with my item, I'll let you buy it for the lowest price. 500. Brother, don't fall for it. He's clearly a con man. It's too obvious, warned a kind man who had been watching from the start. Long Chen smiled slightly and said, wealth and riches come with risks. Life is a gamble. until the very end, no one knows who wins and who loses. With that, Long Chen exaggeratedly counted out 500 Sage King pills and handed them to the elder. After counting the pills and confirming the amount, the elder said, "Please, go ahead. Remember, any destined person can only pick one. If you get greedy, your destiny will come to an end, and you will end up with nothing." Long Chen chuckled inwardly. This elder's acting skills were quite impressive. Long Chen approached the great desolate halberd first, then the 10 worlds diagram. Finally, he walked up to the cauldron, putting on an act. "You give me the strongest reaction. If our destinies align, then come with me." Long Chen placed his hand on the cauldron. At first, it didn't react, causing countless people to shake their heads derisively. However, the cauldron soon quivered slightly. Its runes flickered, dimmed, and then flashed brightly, startling everyone. "There is a resonance. For real. Heavens, the item spirit has been awakened from nirvana," exclaimed the elder. "For tens of thousands of years, I have roamed the 9 heavens and 10 lands in hopes of finding this destined person. I finally lived up to my master's final wishes. Master, do you see? Your apprentice has done it. You can rest in peace below the yellow springs." The elder looked up to the sky, tears streaking his face. Long Chen almost burst into laughter. The elder's acting was so over the top. All Long Chen had done was use some flame energy to activate the runes. Wasn't the elder worried about being exposed? Long Chen had used his flame energy to activate those runes, creating the illusion that the cauldron had come alive. The crowd erupted in startled cries. He then waved his hand, causing the cauldron to float above his head. It revolved with endless flames dancing around it. "All right, that's enough. Put it away, or they will notice something," whispered the elder hastily. When Long Chen put the cauldron away, the elder immediately shouted, "To make it accept you as master so quickly, how shocking. Congratulations. Thank you." Long Chen cupped his fists excitedly. This excitement was genuine. Long Chen was truly thrilled because the earth cauldron had just revealed the purpose of this duplicate. "Everyone, one of the 3 divine items has found its master. Do you want to see if you have a destiny with the remaining items? For just 28 Sage King pills, you can test your fate. If you are destined, you can claim the items directly," the elder shouted. Those who had witnessed Long Chen acquire the earth cauldron immediately rushed forward. 28 Sage King pills for a chance to test their destiny was a bargain, and the elder quickly became busy collecting money, casting Long Chen a grateful glance. This was something Long Chen had taught him. The elder was well aware that the item spirits were dead, making the chance of selling these duplicates extremely low. He had also been conned into buying these items and had failed to con others in return. Long Chen's plan, however, opened his eyes to the world. 28 Sage King pills per person quickly piled up. There were hundreds of people lining up, signifying that the elder would at least make a few thousand Sage King pills. Most importantly, he would get to keep the divine items. Since the item spirits were already dead, who would actually buy them? Long Chen laughed and walked away with Feng Yu and the others. The earth cauldron was speechless. "Not bad. After getting such a huge advantage, you even had him thank you. It's called a win-win situation. I profited, and so did he," Long Chen chuckled. At that moment, a maiden appeared in the primal chaos space. She was Ling the demon moon furnace Long Chen had obtained in the mortal world. He later renamed her Yao Linger, to distinguish her from Huo Linger and Lei Linger, making it more convenient. In the mortal world, Yao Linger had helped him quite a bit, helping him refine quite a few pills at the start. However, her growth was too slow, and she struggled to control a powerful pill furnace. Long Chen had her enter a state of hibernation while hoping to find an opportunity for her rebirth. The earth cauldron was now using its own energy to guide Yao Linger's spirit into the duplicate. Surrounded by divine light, she formed a bridge between herself and the cauldron. "You really scored a huge advantage this time. Don't underestimate it just because it is a duplicate. When it was first forged, it fought me for the world's karmic luck," said the earth cauldron. "It could wrest away your karmic luck?" asked Long Chen. "To weaken us, someone secretly created 12 duplicates to siphon off the world's karmic luck from us, slowing down our recovery. However, they were born from us, and when we entered slumber, their lives also came to an end. In this world, only I can awaken them and forge new spirits for them. You should know that when they were first forged, they were genuine emperor weapons. So tell me, do you think you've profited this time or not?" The earth cauldron inquired. Damn, I really did profit, Long Chen admitted, astonished by the revelation. Unfortunately, transferring Yao Linger into the duplicate required using the earth cauldron's energy to activate its runes, and it would take some time for her to fully adjust and control this duplicate. However, Long Chen was in no rush. His mood was excellent, and the thought of Yao Linger awakening and gaining control of an emperor weapon filled him with excitement. His confidence in tackling the heavenly flame devil domain grew even stronger. Just as Long Chen was immersed in his thoughts within the primal chaos space, a cold shout suddenly rang out in front of him. Chapter 5088 Celestial Races Luo Yujiao. Long Chen was in an excellent mood, but when he saw the people in front of him, his killing intent instantly ignited. Celestial Race. Long Chen hadn't expected to run into the Celestial Race here. To make matters more surprising, the one telling Long Chen to scram was someone he had crossed paths with before Zhang Benji, whom Long Chen had previously injured by cutting off one of his legs. Zhang Benji was now a heavenly chosen and led a group of Celestial Race disciples. Behind him was an icy-faced woman, the center of attention among the disciples. She had high, prominent brow bones, sharp eyebrows, and her eyes were both deep and dark, with pupils much larger than ordinary. Despite her human-like form, her aura was extremely cold, reminiscent of an emissary from hell who came to claim souls. This aura, Long Chen was startled. It reminded him of someone he had met before, the 9 underworld Luaka, the woman who claimed to possess the Asura bloodline. Yes, this must be the Asura bloodline. However, this aura is 1,000 times denser than that of the 9 underworld Luaka. Is this woman actually from the Asura race? Wondered Long Chen. The Asura race was a mysterious race whose inheritance reached all the way back to the primal chaos era. Legends claimed they were the rulers of hell and among the most formidable races of that time, on par with the Julie race, Violet Blood race, and Heavenly Eye race. However, they were seldom seen, with most only having heard tales of them. Long Chen recognized their aura from his encounters with the 9 underworld Luaka. When Long Chen's gaze met hers, he trembled and quickly looked away, startled to find that his purgatory eyes had automatically activated. If he hadn't turned away, he would have lost control of them. Are my purgatory eyes related to the Asura race? Why did I almost lose control of them? Long Chen was shocked. His purgatory eyes were akin to the eyes of his heart devil, and he was wary of using them carelessly. Losing control over them could awaken his heart devil, his greatest fear. The woman also stared at Long Chen in shock. Though he had quickly turned away, the brief eye contact had caused her hair to stand on end and a profound sense of danger to surge within her. Seeing Long Chen turn away but continue standing in their path, Zhang Benji shouted again, "I told you to scram. Did you not hear?" Zhang Benji, shut your mouth, interjected that woman, startling Zhang Benji. His arrogance instantly vanished without a trace, and he shrank back like a tortoise hiding in its shell. The woman turned her attention back to Long Chen, studying him intently. White Dragon race, I didn't expect such an expert from your race. What is your name? Long Chen turned to face her, but this time, he was on guard and didn't look at her eyes. He answered, I also didn't expect the celestial race to have the Asura bloodline. The name of the Asura race isn't something a low-tier lifeform like you should utter. Watch your words or face the consequences, she warned coldly. She was clearly a bit uncomfortable with Long Chen bringing up her bloodline. In an instant, Bai Yingshui's expression sank. Calling the white dragon race an inferior lifeform was an insult to the entire dragon race. She could not tolerate such an insult. TCH, for a mixed breed of the human race and the Asura race to act so arrogant, just who gave you that courage? Retorted Long Chen. Courting death, shouted that woman. As expected, Long Chen's words were right on target, instantly enraging her. She always viewed her Asura bloodline as her pride, but Long Chen had mocked it. You want to attack? Come, aim for right here, taunted Long Chen. He didn't retreat at all and pointed at his own head arrogantly. You. That woman quivered with rage. The disturbance had drawn the attention of the experts of Pill Valley, causing the three-vein heaven saint at the heart of the plaza to stare at them coldly. Just you wait, little white dragon, you dared to insult the great Asura race. I, Luo Yujiao, will crush you in the heavenly flame devil domain, declared that woman. TCH, as expected, you're a mixed breed. The Asura race is always surnamed Shuluo or Asura, but they don't permit half-breeds to use that surname. People like you can only call themselves Shu, Luo, or perhaps Luaka, wutu, one, and other names to make themselves appear grand. Pay, the world has changed. Even mixed breeds dare to be so arrogant now, sneered Long Chen. After his encounters with the 9 underworld Luaka, Long Chen sought out ancient tomes on the Asura race. Although his knowledge was basic, it was sufficient to provoke them where it hurt. Luo Yujiao trembled with rage, her teeth clenched so hard they were about to shatter. Moreover, her pupils began to dilate, black ripples forming around them as if they were on the verge of spiraling out of control. In response, Long Chen displayed an arrogant look, as if asking for a beating. Many experts started to gather around them to take a look. When they saw Luo Yujiao, they let out startled cries. Although they weren't even the ones being stared at by her, merely looking at her eyes made their souls feel as if they were being gripped by a thorny hand, pulling and tearing at them. When they learned that this woman had the Asura bloodline, they were taken aback even more. After all, the name of the Asura race was enough to terrify people. Just you wait, Luo Yujiao hissed at Long Chen before going around him. Long Chen countered, HMPH, I'm not your daddy. Why the hell should I wait for you? His mocking tone almost caused Luo Yujiao to explode as she walked past him. However, she managed to endure and quickened her footsteps as if afraid she would lose control and attack him. She had to find somewhere to vent. Long Chen turned to Bai Yingxie. With a helpless tone, he said, sorry, I'm always surrounded by trouble. You're going to be implicated. In truth, he didn't want to cause trouble, but with his luck, he was a natural troublemaker. There was nothing he could do about it. Even when he hid his identity, his enemies still managed to find him. Just what was he supposed to do about that? Don't worry, the bigger the mess, the better. That way, the bell will be especially loud. That's our goal in coming here, said Bai Yingxie. Long Chen smiled and continued leading the way in search of troubles. But then, Long Chen found that he had used up all his luck. There were no more troubles to attract. With the remaining funds, Long Chen purchased 2 decent Heaven Saint divine weapons and a few protective treasures for Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu. He also acquired a fleeing formation for Bai Yingxie. They then returned to the 10,000 dragon nest. Back at the nest, Long Chen introduced Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu to Bai Yingxuan. Learning that they were Long Chen's old friends, Bai Yingxuan was pleased to let them stay. Once back at his residence, Long Chen went into seclusion. He was about to check on the 3 dragon corpses when a delighted and emotional cry echoed through the primal chaos space. Chapter 5089 Demon Moon Cauldron. Hearing Yao Linger's voice filled Long Chen with joy. He saw her transform into a beautiful maiden, standing atop the duplicate cauldron. Clad in an ancient bronze dress with matching bronze hair, she leapt into Long Chen's arms. Big brother Long Chen, I missed you. She cried, her tears of joy streaming as she clung to him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear. Long Chen smiled and embraced her warmly. Big brother has always been by your side. But I was afraid I would never wake up, sobbed Yao Linger. I was worried you would think I was useless and leave me asleep. Long Chen was overcome with guilt, realizing how long it had been since he last thought about Yao Linger. If it hadn't been for the earth cauldron, he might not have even considered finding a suitable pill furnace for her. Seeing Yao Linger weep so openly made him feel terrible about himself. Don't cry, Long Chen said soothingly. You won't need to sleep any longer. Big brother still needs your help. Yao Linger's tears gradually subsided. I'll work hard. I won't be a burden to big brother Long Chen. Again, Long Chen chuckled. What nonsense are you talking about? You have always been my greatest helper. Hearing this, Yao Linger got excited and said, I can help big brother Long Chen refine many kinds of medicinal pills and even help you beat up bad people. Long Chen nodded, pleased. The cauldron Yao Linger now controlled was an emperor weapon, and the assistance she could provide in the future would be invaluable. This cauldron will need a new name now. How about the Demon Moon Cauldron? Asked Long Chen. That's great, answered Yao Linger. She was excited that it was named after her. Yao Linger waved her hand, and the Demon Moon Cauldron soared into the sky, its surface glowing with numerous flowing runes. The cauldron now carried a hint of emperor might, signaling the beginning of its rebirth. You'll need to be careful, warned the earth cauldron. Getting accustomed to this cauldron will take effort. If you recklessly unleash emperor qi, you might injure yourself. Hearing the earth cauldron's warning, Yao Linger instantly became obedient. She seemed to regard the earth cauldron with a mixture of respect and trepidation, almost like a student before a strict teacher. Senior, it's been hard on you, said Long Chen. Not really. I didn't use too much core energy this time. I just hope she matures quickly. Then you'll have a powerful emperor weapon at your disposal. I have many limitations on my use and can't assist you frequently. However, Yao Linger will be different. She can refine pills and serve as a weapon of slaughter, replied the Earth Cauldron. I can use this cauldron for killing? Asked Long Chen, startled. Of course. Through my modifications, it has become a demon cauldron. It can refine demonic pills and also fight enemies. While it isn't a specialized killing tool and lacks unique attacks, you can certainly use it to smash opponents. You're well versed in this, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen chuckled, recalling how he had used the Earth Cauldron to smash many people when he first obtained it. He was definitely capable of using this technique. Moreover, using it can cover up my trace. I can freely switch my aura with Yao Lingers. What is true can be made false, and what is false can be made true. People won't be able to distinguish between them, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was impressed by the Earth Cauldron's foresight. Given that news of his possession of the Earth Cauldron had likely spread, this high-level duplicate would help him deceive others into believing he only had a counterfeit. This strategic advantage was crucial for Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron continued to teach Yao Linger how to control the Demon Moon Cauldron perfectly. If she couldn't reach a level of minute control, she wouldn't be able to refine pills well. Refining pills was also a crucial method for her to fully merge with her new body. Only once she fully merged with it would they be considered one body. With this body, she could quickly grow, and once her power matched that of the Demon Moon Cauldron, she could unleash the full power of an Emperor weapon. This condition sounded simple, but it was incredibly difficult to achieve. Yao Linger treated this opportunity extremely seriously, absorbing everything the Earth Cauldron taught her at a rate that exceeded its expectations. With the Earth Cauldron guiding Yao Linger, there was no need for Long Chen to worry. He went to the Black Soil's region and saw 3 enormous dragons lying on the black soil. Their bodies were still whole, not showing any sign of being devoured. Seeing this, Long Chen was especially delighted. This signified that the 3 corpses and their divinity were perfectly preserved. Otherwise, they would have been devoured. After all, the black soil could devour the bodies of 3 Vain Heaven Saints effortlessly, but it was difficult to devour the dragon corpses. Their bodies had to be incredibly resilient. The stronger the physical body, the more benefits it would give the primal chaos space. Long Chen went to one of the dragon corpses and used a knife to cut off a scale on its abdomen. The dragon's scales touching the black soil had started to turn soft, making them easy to cut. It seemed that the dragon corpses wouldn't be devoured soon. After that, Long Chen looked up and saw a mass of tribulation clouds covering the entire primal chaos space. Lightning surged within the clouds as Lei Linger fought multiple lightning dragons. However, the Lei Linger was no longer being chased down wretchedly. She was starting to fight back, devouring some of them. Long Chen could vaguely see 3 decorative runes on Lei Linger's dragon body. At this moment, Lei Linger started to possess the aura of a 3 Vain Heaven Saint, which delighted Long Chen. Finally, Lei Linger entered her golden age. From now on, Huo Linger would find it hard to suppress her. Long Chen felt that once Lei Linger finished devouring these lightning dragons, she would be able to fight evenly against a 3 Vain Heaven Saint. Her rate of growth was astonishing. Furthermore, the 3 terrifying dragon corpses still lay on the black soil and hadn't unleashed their thunder force. Once Lei Linger absorbed their energy, who knew what level she would grow to? After observing for a bit, Long Chen chose not to disturb Lei Linger. When he turned toward where Huo Linger was, he couldn't help but be absolutely gobsmacked. Chapter 5090 Refining the Nirvanic Charge Pill. When Long Chen arrived at the Fusong tree area, he saw 18 Fusong trees with 18 giant golden crows flying around them. In less than 3 days, the 18 3-foot golden crows had grown to a size of 300 meters. Their feathers looked like they were made of gold, and when they spread their wings, they resembled ancient divine birds. These golden crows were far more beautiful than the true golden crows Long Chen had slain. While still in the midst of growing, their flame energy was incomparably pure. Golden sand seemed to fall from their wings with each flap, creating a stunning scene. The 18 golden crows had formed a flame formation, with Huo Linger at its heart, forming hand seals. A divine ring was present behind her, containing a giant golden crow totem. Countless runes flowed within this totem and entered Huo Linger's body. Long Chen knew that Huo Linger was in the midst of comprehending the golden crow race's secret arts. She had mentioned that as long as these golden crows grew up, she would be able to access their divine abilities. Soon, the Golden Crow race's divine abilities would be hers. Long Chen watched for a bit, brimming with the feeling of gratification. Huo Linger and Lei Linger had grown alongside him, and now they had truly matured. Furthermore, their future power was inestimable. They might even surpass him. Huo Linger was mastering the Golden Crow race's divine abilities, Lei Linger was devouring heavenly tribulation lightning, and Yao Linger was diligently adapting to her new body. Even the black soil was working hard on devouring those 3 dragon corpses. Seeing this, Long Chen felt like he was slacking the most. As he was about to leave the primal chaos space, the earth cauldron suddenly appeared. Yao Linger is pretty much set. She's digesting what I taught her and can control the demon moon cauldron now. You shouldn't be idle. Let's refine some nirvanic charge pills with me. Consider it an early lesson. Long Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say I wasn't ready to refine them yet? I said you can't use them yet, not that you can't refine them, replied the earth cauldron. Not giving Long Chen any chance to argue, the earth cauldron directly took out the ingredients for the nirvanic charge pill. It seemed that the earth cauldron was in an even bigger rush than Long Chen was. All the medicinal ingredients had been refined into powders. Since the first step of the refinement was already complete, he just needed to refine the powders into pills. The nirvanic charge pill is different from other pills. You cannot use an ordinary flame to refine it, instructed the earth cauldron. Do I have to use a heavenly flame? Asked Long Chen. Even a heavenly flame is no good. In the entire heavens, only those from the 9-star line can refine the nirvanic charge pill. Even Lord Brahma cannot violate this law, replied the earth cauldron. What? But I thought the 9-star line was the world's strongest warriors. I've never heard of them being adept at refining pills, said Long Chen. The 9-star line is mostly composed of warriors, but they also have branches. One branch specifically refined pills for the 9-star line. Furthermore, the leader of that branch and Lord Brahma. Well, it's not important. It's meaningless. You just need to know that the nirvanic charge pill must be refined with astral flame, said the earth cauldron. Dang it, either don't say it, or say the whole thing. Long Chen hated it when others started saying something and then stopped midway, but he couldn't do anything about it. What is an astral flame? Asked Long Chen. Your starry sea has violet chi within it. Condense the chi into flame and ignite your astral energy. You should use your sun flame as the seed to ignite it. Try it, instructed the earth cauldron. It then transmitted a method Long Chen had never even heard of. When Long Chen tried this method, his starry sea quivered intensely. Countless stars flared and erupted like volcanoes, losing their balance instantly, making Long Chen jump. You fool, I told you to ignite them, not make them explode. Shouted the earth cauldron, hastily helping him suppress it. It took a while to calm down the starry sea. During this time, Long Chen was pale, having not expected the stars to go out of control. With that experience, Long Chen tried again, but he wasn't too hasty this time. Violet chi floated out of his starry sea, and he used the sun flame to ignite it, causing a violet flame sea to manifest on top of the starry sea. These flames flowed with the starry sea, rising and falling constantly. It was vast, but not violent. Seeing this, Long Chen sighed with relief. In truth, with his control over astral energy, this was extremely simple. The earth cauldron had anticipated this, which was why it hadn't gone into extensive detail, assuming Long Chen could handle it. However, Long Chen had underestimated it and overlooked some crucial details, nearly causing a major issue. Fortunately, that moment passed. With his violet chi ignited, Long Chen quickly mastered the control of the flame. Since the flame was controlled by astral energy, the earth cauldron referred to it as astral flame. However, this flame could only be used for pill refinement and not for attacks. It was challenging to control. If it flared up uncontrollably, it risked causing his starry sea to explode, and he would be caught in the blast. After some testing, the earth cauldron confirmed that Long Chen had truly mastered the astral flame. They then proceeded to refine the pill. When the first medicinal powder entered the cauldron, specks of starlight appeared on it, an awe-inspiring sight that Long Chen had never encountered in all his years of alchemy. There's nothing to be surprised about, said the earth cauldron. This astral flame contains your astral energy, and the medicinal ingredients have grown up absorbing the energy of the sun, moon, and stars. Naturally, there is a resonance. Your astral flame doesn't just extract the medicinal essence, it also activates the astral energy these ingredients have absorbed. This is essential for refining the nirvanic charge pill, which is why only the 9-star line can refine it. As more medicinal ingredients were added to the cauldron, the astral flame refined them. Some ingredients quickly transformed into a sticky liquid that congealed into a sphere, dancing around inside the cauldron. While some ingredients formed a single sphere, some fragmented into dozens of spheres. The earth cauldron explained that the difference in the number of spheres was due to varying amounts of essence each ingredient had absorbed from the celestial bodies. Some ingredients had different kinds of energy within them. After they were refined, they naturally repulsed each other, forming independent bodies. As more ingredients were added, the cauldron was filled with a continuous stream of explosive sounds as tens of thousands of droplets clashed. When the final ingredient was introduced, those medicinal essences instantly went still. After a moment of calm, Long Chen saw an astral diagram appear on each droplet. Following this, their auras erupted with a brilliant intensity. Chapter 5091 The Terrifying Nirvanic Charge Pill. Explosive sounds erupted from within the earth cauldron, and wild auras surged, causing Long Chen's heart to race. Each medicinal drop seemed to summon an astral battle armor, amplifying their power thousands of times. Tens of thousands of droplets then crashed into each other like shooting stars, as if trying to tear each other down. As the medicinal droplets battled, all kinds of manifestations appeared. Some ingredients conjured images of their original forms: dragons, drakes, and other ferocious beasts, while others summoned divine abilities, creating an intensity that rivaled a true battlefield. Activate your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone to bind them, instructed the earth cauldron. The speed of the pill's condensation relies on these three powers. If they're insufficient, the ingredients could continue fighting for over 10 days. You need to quickly suppress them, or their divinity will rapidly drain. Doesn't that mean if I hadn't reclaimed my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, I would be unable to refine the nirvanic charge pill? Asked Long Chen. You are correct. For you, your spirit blood must be the 7-color supreme blood, your core blood. At this moment, you must multitask. You have to balance the energies of your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone and control the intensity of your astral flame. All these factors will affect the quality of the final pill, warned the earth cauldron. That's quite challenging. Long Chen was taken aback. After all, he almost never used his astral flame or the power of his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Facing this level of coordination, he was not sure about his chances of success. Your power wasn't sufficient before, and I didn't want you to ignite your astral flame recklessly or use the power of your 3 spirits. To be honest, you still haven't reached the ideal level for refining the nirvanic charge pill. However, we're giving it a try. Don't take this lightly, do your utmost to succeed this time, advised the earth cauldron sternly. Long Chen nodded and then formed hand seals. His spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone started to quiver, and his chest suddenly glowed, revealing the location of his supreme bone. When his 7-color supreme blood and the slumbering root chi within his dantian awakened, these powers converged. On his chest, a grunt suddenly escaped Long Chen as the 3 energies raged within his supreme bone, causing him a sharp pain. However, the earth cauldron assured him that this was normal. His power was very steady, and the merger process was going better than expected. Once the 3 energies merged, a whirlpool formed in front of Long Chen's chest and rapidly grew until it was the size of a fist. At that point, it stopped growing, and 3 energies swirled within him. After that, Long Chen focused on extracting it from his body. This was the most difficult thing for Long Chen, having to control energies he wasn't used to perfectly. Thus, he gritted his teeth in concentration. Suddenly, the whirlpool quivered, and Long Chen finally discovered the trick to controlling the power of his 3 spirits. Their energies entered the earth cauldron. Success! Long Chen's face lit up with delight. He almost patted himself on the back. As Long Chen controlled his 3 spirits, he also increased the power of his astral flame. At this point, the only thing to do was to suppress the medicinal droplets through brute force. However, he soon found that brute force suppression only met with fierce resistance. The medicinal droplets, instead of clashing with each other, started to unite against him, combining their strength to resist his control. Long Chen tried to suppress them 7 times, only to fail every time. On the 7th try, the earth cauldron suddenly rumbled, and the power of the 3 spirits finally managed to bring the droplets under control. Once suppressed, the medicinal droplets started to merge rapidly, as if they were sensing danger from Long Chen's pressure and were merging together to fight back. As they fused, Long Chen retracted the power of his 3 spirits, feeling lightheaded from the immense strain. The rate of exhaustion was so high that he was unable to endure it. The merger of the medicinal ingredients was the start of the pill condensation. With it underway, the earth cauldron took over the process. Long Chen focused solely on maintaining control over his astral flame. After the span of an incense stick burning, a loud bang echoed from within the earth cauldron, and Long Chen opened the lid to find 9 medicinal pills inside. Long Chen was delighted at first. However, when he saw their luster and the murky spots on their surface, his smile turned bitter. It's my first time refining low-grade pills in many years. Long Chen picked up one of the pills and examined it closely. He had expected the Nirvanic Charge pill to have star-like patterns and beautiful rings, but instead, it looked more like a lumpy sparrow egg. It was ugly. Long Chen could hardly believe he had refined it. To condense the pills on your first attempt far surpasses my expectations, the earth cauldron remarked. Don't underestimate this low-grade pill. Despite its appearance, it is still a Nirvanic Charge pill. Suddenly, one of the pills flew out of the earth cauldron and shot toward a nearby moon tree. As it approached, the tree's flames flared up to block it. Normally, a medicinal pill touched by the moon flame would be instantly incinerated. However, this pill cut through the flames and exploded close to the moon tree's trunk. The void around the explosion twisted, and the moon tree swayed. Countless branches and leaves fell to the ground, leaving Long Chen stunned by the display of power. It's that explosive. This pill was practically on par with one of Guo Ran's bombs. Wasn't that crazy? It was only a low-grade pill. This explosion was definitely capable of blasting apart a 5-star Doyen. If the pill were of higher grade, the destruction would be catastrophic. Would a heavenly chosen be able to block it? Long Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Hold it, senior, are you telling me to eat something like this? This was a medicinal pill capable of blasting apart a heavenly chosen. If he were to consume it, would he really survive? This is why you have to wait until you are in the eternal realm until you condense the Nirvanic Charge star, explained the earth cauldron. Don't underestimate these ugly pills. They are very important. Once you enter the eternal realm, you will start with eating these low-grade pills and slowly get accustomed to it. Long Chen was startled. It seemed that low-grade pills had their advantages. After resting a bit, he continued refining pills with the earth cauldron. The earth cauldron let Long Chen continue refining pills, so it could control the power of his 3 spirits and astral flame better. Since the earth cauldron recognized Long Chen as its master, it could autonomously extract these powers from him during periods when they weren't actively refining pills together, which would save him a great deal of time. Luckily, these powers weren't things that Long Chen normally used. So, if the earth cauldron occasionally used them to refine pills, it wouldn't affect his combat power. As time passed, Long Chen and the earth cauldron refined a total of 17 furnaces of pills. By the end of this period, 7 days had elapsed. Now, the earth cauldron no longer needed Long Chen's help and could refine the pills with Huo Linger. On this day, Bai Yingxuan knocked on Long Chen's door. The gates to the Heavenly Flame Devil domain were about to open. Chapter 5092 Opening. It's finally starting, exclaimed Long Chen. When Long Chen heard that the Heavenly Flame Devil domain was about to open, his eyes lit up. On the other hand, Bai Yingxue noticed that Long Chen seemed weary, so she couldn't help but feel worried. She lightly rebuked him. What were you doing these past few days? We're about to enter the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. You really make people worry about you. The Heavenly Flame Devil domain was filled with dangers, and everyone had to contend with countless competitors. However, while others were honing their strength, Long Chen seemed to be treating it flippantly. I'm fine. Give me a few hours, and I'll recover. I don't believe they'll let us directly enter once the gates open, said Long Chen, consuming a medicinal pill as he walked out. If the gates open, why won't they let us through? Asked Bai Yingxue. Ah, true, you don't understand this kind of thing. They'll definitely spout a bunch of nonsense before they let us through. Overall, there will be a mass of posturing and ceremonies. That'll be more than enough time for me to recover to my peak, answered Long Chen with a knowing smile. At this moment, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu came over, their auras completely different. Feng Yu, in particular, was in the midst of merging with the Phoenix Marrow. A trace of the Phoenix's might emanated from her, indicating a significant rise in her combat power. Once they entered the Heavenly Flame Devil domain and harnessed the power of the Heavenly Flames to temper their bodies, along with the tempering from heavenly tribulation, their strength would reach a frightening level. Meanwhile, the White Dragon race's experts gathered, all in top condition with blazing fighting spirits. Long Chen saw a determined resolve in their eyes, a readiness to face death. Long Chen sighed. This was the true dragon race. They might not appear arrogant, but they could not be lacking in unyielding character. Only with such spirit could they stand tall and face death head-on, never bowing to others for mere benefits. The White Dragon race had dozens of other heavenly chosen as well, all clearly ready to be sacrifices. Warriors of the White Dragon race, you are the pride of the entire dragon race. We will await your triumphant return here, said Bai Yingxuan. She and the elders of the White Dragon race stood on top of the 10,000 dragon nest, overlooking them. Their eyes were filled with encouragement and reluctance. After all, the heavenly flame devil domain was exceptionally dangerous, and beyond that, they had to face countless powerful races inside. The threats from the other dragon races alone could result in countless casualties among them. However, this was unavoidable. The White Dragon race had their own mission. As crisis descended, someone had to stand up to ring the bell for all to hear. For that, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Senior, don't worry, I will protect them with all my power, declared Long Chen. He looked at Bai Yingxuan and patted his chest. Bai Yingxuan nodded. With Long Chen present, she was much more at ease. She also implored Long Chen to be careful. Under Bai Yingxuan and the others' watchful eyes, Bai Yingxie led the disciples in bowing to bid the elders farewell. They then grandly walked toward Glacial Heaven City. As the White Dragon race stepped out of their domain, countless roars shook the land around them. The other dragon races were also carrying out their own farewell ceremonies, which were quite grand. One roar after another rang out, as if they had injected themselves with chicken blood. In comparison, the White Dragon race seemed low-key. As several dragon armies moved out at the same time, the White Dragon race appeared weaker by comparison. However, the members of the White Dragon race were all elite experts. Their powerful auras ensured that no one was foolish enough to provoke them. The White Dragon race's army was led by Long Chen and Bai Yingxie. Holding the flame staff, Long Chen appeared incredibly arrogant with flames swirling around him. All the dragon experts here were well informed. They knew that Long Chen had clashed with Huang Wudao on the Glacial Heaven Plaza and had even withstood the pressure of a human emperor, proving that he was not someone to be provoked lightly. Before this, quite a few dragon races looked down on the White Dragon race and wanted to bully them to show off. But after Long Chen's display, they were too chicken to try anything. Although no one knew exactly how strong Huang Wudao was, they were well aware of the might of a human emperor. Hence, Long Chen's audacity to challenge a human emperor had made a lasting impression. Among the dragon races, only the Nether Dragon race dared to look down on the White Dragon race, while the others kept their distance. Due to the massive number of experts moving at this time, there was no way to use transportation formations for all of them. They directly flew into Glacial Heaven City. Over 1,000 dragon race armies whistled through the air. It was a stunning sight that made Long Chen's blood heat up. However, at this moment, black chi filled the sky as an army approached from the rear. It was the Nether Dragon race. With the White Dragon race at the front, the other dragon races didn't dare to pass them. However, when the Nether Dragon race saw them, they directly charged to the front. Nether Dragon wuxia led the Nether Dragon race's experts, their numbers over 10 times greater than those of the White Dragon race. With thousands of heavenly chosen, their collective power was undoubtedly enough to crush the White Dragon race. After Nether Dragon wuxia caught up, he looked down on Long Chen and Bai Yingxie with a sneer. Bai Dale, you look very pale. Are you about to kick the bucket? Fuck off. Isn't it all because of your Nether Dragon race? Cursed Long Chen. Nether Dragon wuxia laughed. You are a dead man. Naturally, you have death chi swirling around you. What does it have to do with the Nether Dragon race? Bullshit. The 3 dragons I bought were rotten. I've been having diarrhea ever since I finished the soup. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Retorted Long Chen. You. Nether Dragon wuxia almost exploded as Long Chen's words accurately struck right where it hurt. Due to the dragon corpses incident, the Nether Dragon race's hatred for Long Chen had solidified. They wanted to tear the flesh off his bones. Now that Long Chen brought it up again, they looked ready to start a war right this instant. Long Chen ignored their furious gazes, knowing that they wouldn't dare to fight. After all, they were about to enter the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Just you wait, only one of our races will leave the Heavenly Flame Devil domain alive. shouted Netherdragon Wuxiang. With that, Netherdragon Wuxiang led the Netherdragon race's experts away, not daring to keep flying alongside Long Chen for fear he would lose control. If you say such a thing, your whole race might be completely annihilated, Long Chen said coldly, smiling as he watched Netherdragon Wuxiang leave. Chapter 5093 Shameless. When Long Chen arrived at the Glacial Heaven City's plaza, the area in front of the two divine statues was already packed with people. Fortunately, there was a place reserved for the White Dragon race. As for the Netherdragon race, they had occupied the best area for themselves right at the start. Long Chen noticed that the Dragon race, Devil race, Blood race, Demon race, and other large races had reserved large areas for themselves. Due to the numerous branches of these races, they couldn't fit in smaller areas. What surprised Long Chen was the existence of the Spirit race here. Even the Spirit race was colluding with the Brahma Pill Valley. That was unbelievable. Suddenly, Long Chen thought of the stone with a handprint. The stone was the essence of a powerful Spirit race's expert killed by a 9-star heir. In other words, even amongst the Spirit race, there were enemies of the 9-star line. Long Chen examined the Spirit experts more closely. He saw the Stone Spirit race, the Shadow Spirit race, and a group of lifeforms wearing odd robes that obscured their faces. Long Chen counted dozens of different races, many with terrifying auras. Without exception, Long Chen could not sense the Spirit race's unique kindness and warmth. Instead, they were filled with bloodthirst. Long Chen then thought of the Feather Spirit race. They had claimed to have fallen from the Spirit race, yet the kindness in their bones remained unchanged. However, these Spirit race members only possessed the bloodline aura of the Spirit race yet lacked the essence of the Spirit race. Other than the Spirit race, Long Chen saw many races he had never seen before. It was a dazzling sight. Of all these races, the largest was the human race, which took up almost a third of the whole plaza. Based on the distribution, anyone with human blood, whether pure-blooded or mixed, was included within the ranks of the human race. Even the celestial race, despite their claims of being the favored spirits of heaven and earth and far superior to the human race, stood obediently among the human race's ranks. Long Chen saw Luo Yujiao's long face. She didn't seem happy standing there, but she couldn't do anything about it. Amongst the human race, Long Chen saw a few with sinister auras and instantly recognized them as followers of the corrupt god. However, those followers numbered only in the tens of thousands, indicating that the corrupt god's legacy had already declined. With such a pitiful showing, it seemed it wouldn't be long before they vanished from the world. With so many sects here, there was no way Long Chen could count them all, but at the very least, tens of thousands of sects were participating on the human race's side. Moreover, these tens of thousands had to be decently powerful to be invited by the Brahma Pill Valley, as the weaker ones wouldn't enter their eyes. When Long Chen saw them, his heart turned cold. The Brahma Pill Valley was truly terrifying, controlling the majority of the human race's factions. Even the other races were gradually falling under their control. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the entire world became theirs. What are they trying to do? Long Chen couldn't quite understand. If they had such power, why did they not reclaim the wilderness in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven? Either the time had come, or everyone had arrived. At this moment, a group of figures appeared in the sky, led by the Domain Lord of the Glacial Heaven Domain, a human emperor. Everyone's soul quivered when they saw the Domain Lord. Most of them had never seen a human emperor before, so they were filled with a frightened reverence. When they saw the Domain Lord, their thoughts immediately went to Huang Wudao and Long Chen. They had long since heard rumors of what had happened on the Glacial Heaven Plaza. The fact that Long Chen could endure the pressure of a human emperor was shocking. However, some heavenly geniuses refused to believe it, thinking the human emperor had gone easy on him. Now, those heavenly geniuses gulped, realizing how ignorant they had been. Let alone being locked onto by a human emperor, just being stared at by one already made them feel unprecedented pressure. They couldn't even look at him, let alone meet his eyes, afraid that their souls would directly dissipate. The raucous plaza instantly fell so silent that it was possible to hear a pin drop. Even the likes of Netherdragon Wuxiang, Huang Wudao, and Luo Yujiao didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect toward the Domain Lord. First of all, welcome everyone. You had to travel a great distance to come. Let me introduce myself. I am Han Chenny, the Domain Lord for the Glacial Heaven Domain, the elder said, his voice thrumming with power that shook the plaza. Everyone was in awe. The voice of a human emperor was something most people had never heard before. This experience alone could be considered the greatest honor of their lives. Han Chenny continued, the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain was not known by this name in the Primal Chaos era. It was called the Heavenly Flame Sacred Domain, a sacred place where all heavenly flames of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were born. Han Chenny started to explain the origins of the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain, revealing a secret that most people had never heard. The Heavenly Flame Sacred Domain existed since the birth of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was like a mother's womb, giving birth to all the heavenly flames. Legend said that when those heavenly flames grew up, they left their nest to grow on their own, while their mother remained. This information shocked everyone. All heavenly flames on the heavenly flame rankings came from this place. Even Long Chen was shaken. It was no wonder the Earth Cauldron insisted on coming here. The origins of this place were beyond all expectations. Han Chenny continued, this was where Divine Venerate Brahma and Divine Venerate Daynite corroborated their Tao. It is a place called the Heavenly Flame Spring. That place was the source of all heavenly flame energy. If the 9 heavens and 10 lands were the mother, then this place was the womb, and the heavenly flame spring was the umbilical cord. It was what nourished all the heavenly flames of the world. However, there were only 2 paths to the heavenly flame spring. Those were the paths that Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite had once walked. One was called the Brahma Path, and the other was the Daynite Bridge. Other than this one path and bridge, there were no other ways to enter the heavenly flame spring. The heavenly flame spring was the core of the heavenly flame devil domain. When one advanced to the eternal realm there, the heavenly flame energy of the spring would completely expel all impurities within them. Moreover, the heavenly flame energy in the tribulation lightning could help them awaken their heavenly fate manifestation. A heavenly chosen was only a true heavenly chosen once they had awakened their manifestation. It was said that when a heavenly chosen awakened their manifestation, their power could even surpass 3 vain heaven saints. Brahma Path, Daynite Bridge. Hearing those names, Long Chen scoffed at the 2 divine statues mockingly. How shameless. Chapter 5094 Scamming People. Just because they walked a path and crossed a bridge, they named it after themselves. Just how shameless did a person have to be to do such a thing? Then, once Long Chen became a god, would everywhere he had gone have to carry his name? What nonsense. At this moment, Han Chenny was still telling his story. During the Battle of Primal Chaos, the Brahma Pill Valley had been guarding the Heavenly Flame's sacred domain when devil creatures invaded them, and it was only with Lord Brahma's supreme power that they managed to seal the Heavenly Flame's sacred domain. However, terrifying existences on the side of the devil creatures managed to break this seal, resulting in 2 openings into the Heavenly Flame's sacred domain, one in the glacial heaven domain and the other in a land controlled by the devil creatures. The invasion of devil chi had corrupted the sacred land, allowing the devil creatures to occupy most of the outer regions. As a result, to reach the core, they would need to pass through the blockade of devil creatures. Hearing this, people were shocked. They had not been warned of such a thing. According to Han Chenny, the Heavenly Flame Devil domain was enormous. The core region was as big as the glacial heaven domain, and the outer region was unimaginably vast. Once they got in, if the outer region was packed with devil creatures, they would all be killed if they couldn't break through the blockade. Furthermore, the mightier devil creatures were on par with heavenly chosens. If they were unlucky, they might encounter 3 vain heaven saints or even stronger devil creatures. At this moment, many people's hearts sank. Long Chen sneered, hurry up and get to the butt. As expected, after explaining how terrifying the Heavenly Flame Devil domain was, Han Chenny said, although the Heavenly Flame Devil domain is filled with danger, I trust everyone knows just how important the baptism of heavenly flames is. Our Brahma Pill Valley has a channel that can send people directly into the central area of the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Although it will still take half a day to reach the core region from there, it's much better than starting from the outer region. Even at maximum speed, it takes 3 days to reach the core from the outer region. What's the condition of using this channel? Shouted Long Chen. Everyone jumped in terror when Long Chen shouted. Who dared to interrupt the speech of a human emperor? Was he tired of living? However, Han Chenny didn't get angry. He just looked at Long Chen and said, correct, there is a condition to using this channel. This channel was established by the Divine Venerate and is covered by his divine light. As a result, only followers of Lord Brahma with his divine faith can pass through it. Then if I want to use it now, can I still make it? Asked Long Chen. By xianxia. jumped in fright, unable to believe her ears. Just what was Long Chen doing? Had he gone crazy? Shaking his head, Han Chenny replied, I'm sorry to say that it's too late for you. Even though you revered the two divine venerates when you came, I cannot sense the slightest divine energy fluctuation from you. In other words, you are not a believer of the divine venerate. However, just because you can't doesn't mean that others can't. Many among all of you possess destiny with the divine venerate, and I can sense the divine energy fluctuations from you. Perhaps you will be able to enter the channel and directly arrive at the heart of the heavenly flame devil domain. However, this is just a possibility, not a certainty. Whether or not it is possible depends on your own luck. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Han Chenny then slowly formed a hand seal, and the two divine statues lit up, revealing a spatial gate between them. The next moment, specks of divine light appeared on countless people in the plaza. I can enter the channel. These people were all excited to see this light. Han Chenny said, those with divine light can come to the front of the channel. You have either prostrated yourselves to the divine venerate or hold faith in the divine venerate in your heart. Lord Brahma's favor has naturally blessed you. However, if you are not sincere, you still might not be able to enter the channel. Everything depends on you. 12 elders walked out as he said this. Shockingly, all of them were 3 vain heaven saints. They split into 2 lines, 6 on each side, standing beside the channel to direct those with divine light shining on their bodies to line up. Seeing this scene, Long Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. As expected, it was a scam. They had gone to great lengths to recruit more followers. The ones with divine light shining on them were those who had consumed pills containing faith energy. When these experts entered the range of these divine statues, the faith energy in them was triggered, making them feel the urge to worship the statues. Some of them had firm convictions and managed to resist the bewitchment, but even they felt the pull. After all, this was something critical to their lives. Long Chen watched as countless people eagerly ran forward to line up, a sneer curling on his lips. This channel was a carefully orchestrated scheme by the Brahma Pill Valley to recruit followers. What was this nonsense about sincerity? Anyone could enter this channel. The Brahma Pill Valley only wanted to create a sense of exclusivity and superiority, making some feel privileged while others watched enviously. Before long, tens of millions of experts had lined up in front of the spatial channel, while the rest simply watched. Despite the massive crowd, there was still a big space left, so Bai Yingxie asked what that was for. Long Chen explained that this was part of their scam. Long Chen said, they're deliberately making it seem like believers are superior to ordinary people. Soon, the disciples of Pill Valley will also appear, and this channel is primarily for them. They're conveying the message that devout disciples are above believers, and believers are above ordinary people. The closer you are to Pill Valley, the more benefits you'll supposedly receive. With the presence of these 2 divine statues and a domain Lord Human Emperor, people's hearts are easily swayed. Old fellows have been scammed so many times in their lives that it's harder to scam them, but it's easier to trick youngsters. That's why they didn't permit the senior experts to come here. The excuse about space constraints and maintaining order is just a facade. They just want to maximize the effectiveness of their scam. As quite a skilled conman, Long Chen had seen these kinds of plays many times. While it was a common plot, many experts would still fall for it. Long Chen had just spoken when the void quivered. You're right. Bai Yingxie saw a group of figures appear and couldn't help sighing. It was precisely a group of young disciples wearing the robes of Pill Valley. Chapter 5095 Mo Nian appears. The sight of only a few 100,000 Pill Valley disciples surprised Long Chen. It seemed implausible that such an influential organization would have so few disciples. Then it dawned on him, it was another scam. The heavenly flame devil domain was their treasure land, and they could open it whenever they wanted to. Why would they compete with others? Most likely, the majority of Pill Valley's disciples had long since entered the heavenly flame devil domain, or they could be advancing to the eternal realm in better places. They naturally had to keep the good stuff for themselves. The disciples appearing now were merely for show, a calculated display to ensure people didn't suspect a trap. If all the disciples had stayed hidden, it might have aroused suspicion and fear. Amongst those disciples, Long Chen saw a familiar figure, Huo Qinwu. She stood in the 3rd line, her expression icy and tinged with resentment. It was clear she hadn't had an easy time since Long Chen had bested her and taken her blaze dragon bone whip and 1,000 phoenix feather dress. In truth, Huo Qinwu was extremely formidable. At the very least, the likes of Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian couldn't compare to her. Even after losing those two divine weapons, she couldn't be underestimated. Huo Qinwu was now in the third line. While there were many heavenly chosens behind her, this still surprised Long Chen. But what truly caught Long Chen's attention was the figure at the very front. Adorned with a golden crown and a jade belt, the man in white robes appeared extremely grand. He was surrounded by a shimmering white divine light, giving him an almost godlike presence. His aura. Bai Yingshe stared at that man in shock. Yes, it's Lord Brahma's aura. This person is probably an important person to the Brahma Pill Valley, said Long Chen. This man's aura was identical to that of the Brahma statue, so his status was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, Han Chenyi once more spoke. Let me introduce everyone. They are the disciples of the Brahma Pill Valley, while this is one of Brahma's 8 divine sons, Lu Fan. That man named Lu Fan turned to face everyone and cupped his fists. Greetings, everyone. I am honored to be favored by divine venerate Brahma and inherited the Fan, one character. In truth, becoming one of the 8 divine sons of Brahma was just luck. My ranking is last amongst them. As the weakest of the divine sons, I am hoping to discuss the Tao and learn from everyone this time. Keep acting. Long Chen scoffed at him. If this guy raised his nose any higher, he'd be looking at the sky. It was just a scripted act, and his words lacked sincerity. In truth, he looked down on all of them. Long Chen sneered at Lu Fan's performance, finding his acting skills terrible. Most likely, someone had forced him into saying these words. This was the first time Long Chen had heard about the so-called 8 divine sons of Brahma. They didn't seem to be among the 3,000 formal disciples of Brahma he was familiar with. Long Chen had encountered the disciples too before, but never any divine sons. From what Long Chen understood, the 3,000 disciples of Brahma were ranked by their power. If someone surpassed them in strength, their ranking would be usurped. Yet, a divine son seemed different. The divine radiance emanating from him was unmistakable, and Long Chen could vaguely discern Lord Brahma's figure within the flickering light. It was as if Lord Brahma's power could descend upon Lu Fan at any moment. Long Chen suddenly had a brazen thought. If I kill him, will I be able to see Lord Brahma? As Long Chen mulled over this unsettling idea, Han Chenyi continued speaking, but Long Chen's attention was elsewhere. Lu Fan and the other disciples started to bid farewell and walked toward the spatial gate. Suddenly, one of the 3 vain heaven saints guarding the path stepped forward, blocking Lu Fan's way. Long Chen's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. Long Chen almost couldn't believe his ears. That elder's face was covered in wrinkles, and Long Chen didn't recognize him at all. However, he immediately recognized the voice Mo Nian's. What's the matter? Han Chenyi asked, clearly puzzled by the elder's sudden intervention. Lu Fan frowned, staring at the elder with a mix of confusion and irritation. Don't move. The elder scrutinized Lu Fan closely, his eyes sharp and assessing. He extended his hand and gently lifted Lu Fan's chin, as if he had noticed some kind of worrisome issue. Lu Fan was startled. Thinking he had something on his face, he lifted his chin obediently. In front of everyone's disbelieving eyes, the elder suddenly swung his hand and viciously slapped Lu Fan's face. The force of the blow sent Lu Fan hurtling through the air. He Tong, have you lost your mind? The other elder roared, horrified by the sudden attack on Lu Fan. Ha ha ha, I'm not He Tong. Do you not recognize me? The elder chuckled, waving his hand. His hair and face peeled away as a mask, revealing a youthful face still retaining a hint of baby fat. His expression was one of smug satisfaction. The realization struck everyone from the Brahma Pill Valley like a thunderbolt. The notorious Mo Nian, whom they had been relentlessly hunting, had infiltrated their ranks. The experts from Brahma Pill Valley charged toward Mo Nian with killing intent, but one person was faster than the rest. Han Chenyi's overwhelming pressure bore down on Mo Nian as he was personally attacking. Yet, Han Chenyi's attack was too slow. Mo Nian had already stepped into the spatial channel. His figure vanished, leaving only his mocking laughter behind. Ha ha, I'll be leaving first. Mo Nian's voice rang out, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Suddenly, a streak of black light shot out. Watch out! Alarmed shouts erupted from the crowd, but it was too late. A massive shovel burst through the crowd like a lightning bolt. Several Pill Valley disciples were caught off guard and impaled by the shovel. They exploded upon impact, their blood raining down in a gruesome display that left everyone in shock. To disguise himself as a high-ranking Pill Valley member and then attack their own disciples in front of a human emperor. Mo Nian's audacity was staggering. Now, everyone from Pill Valley had ugly expressions, and Han Chenyi's killing intent had solidified. Mo Nian had long been a thorn in their side, causing chaos and leaving taunting tokens behind. Yet, despite their efforts, he had always managed to evade capture. Now, he had infiltrated their ranks unnoticed and struck a devastating blow, all under the watchful eyes of their top experts. The Brahma Pill Valley had truly lost face this time, especially in such a public setting. "You little ingrate, I'll kill you," roared Lu Fan while still dazed from the slap. He then charged through the spatial gate, chasing after Mo Nian. 1. Fan Tian equals Brahma, Nirvana equals Fan Tian. Lu Fan has one of Brahma's characters in his name. 2. In chapter 4610, there's an idiot called Gon Luo who's one of the 3000 formal disciples. Chapter 5096 Long Chen's target. Everyone else, go in. If you encounter Mo Nian, try to capture him alive, shouted an elder to Pill Valley's disciples. Yes, we'll definitely capture him alive, shouted those disciples. They ran into the spatial gate, vanishing one after another. When Bai Yingxie saw Long Chen smiling so brightly, she hastily warned, "You shouldn't smile so obviously. Do you not get it? Their play has been exposed," whispered Long Chen. "What play?" asked Bai Yingxie, confused. "Their lie about the channel. Didn't they say the channel was made by Lord Brahma?" "What did he say after that?" replied Long Chen. "They said only those with divine light shining on their bodies could enter, and they needed to sincerely believe in Ho, I understand," said Bai Yingxie. Mo Nian was neither a Pill Valley member nor a follower of Brahma, yet he had managed to enter the channel, exposing Han Chenyi's lie for all to see. At this moment, Han Chenyi's face was as dark as charcoal, his anger barely contained. He glared at the remaining 11 elders, who, under his scrutiny, kept their heads bowed in silent shame. Seeing this scheme, Long Chen was delighted. Mo Nian's skill was impressive. He had infiltrated Pill Valley's ranks undetected and turned their own scheme against them. It was no wonder Long Chen hadn't found any trace of him in the past few days. Instead of making his presence known, Mo Nian had cleverly stayed hidden, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Long Chen himself had made quite a large ruckus, and Mo Nian would only need to ask around a bit to discover Long Chen's whereabouts. Now Long Chen knew why he hadn't had any way of communicating with Mo Nian. Attempting a communication would have been too risky from Mo Nian's side. Mo Nian had evidently been aware of Long Chen's activities, which was why he gave Long Chen this nice surprise at the end. He really did like showing off. The sacred and hallow ceremony had been ruined by Mo Nian. These experts were not idiots, and while they didn't get it at first, they quickly realized that they had been lied to. However, having reached this point, Pill Valley could only thicken their face and continue their act. They paid little mind to others' opinions and chose not to concoct further lies. In any case, no one dared to challenge their authority. After the disciples of Pill Valley walked in, the so-called sincere believers followed suit, and none were turned away. The smaller channel disappeared, and a giant spatial gate appeared between the two divine statues. This was the passageway for everyone else. With Mo Nian's disturbance, Han Chenyi was rendered speechless. His prepared speech was now useless, and he lacked Long Chen's quick thinking. Just how was he supposed to come up with an excuse that wouldn't be riddled with 100 holes? Since he couldn't even come up with a good lie, he chose silence. Meanwhile, those 11 elders were quivering with fear, knowing that Han Chenyi was nursing a belly of fire. If they couldn't let him vent, they would also suffer. At this moment, another elder stepped forward, attempting to salvage the situation. "Everyone, we were the ones who failed to keep a close eye on things. I'm sure everyone is laughing at us for letting someone infiltrate our territory. Mo Nian took our special token and disguised himself as an elder, which is why he could enter the Brahma channel." The elder put on a brave face and told this fabrication, which, although flimsy, served as an excuse. He continued, "The second channel is now open. Everyone, please follow the designated order. We've drawn lots to determine the order and ensure fairness. Whatever race we call out, please enter." "Dragon race," announced the elder. The first race called was the dragon race, and their experts instantly sharpened their gazes. With so many dragon experts present and everyone eager to be at the forefront, a chaotic rush ensued. The white dragon race was caught up in the frenzy as they surged toward the spatial channel. "Stay orderly," shouted the elder. However, the dragon races were already charging through like a swarm of bees, completely disregarding his commands. The elder's frustration mounted. What prideful and arrogant dragon race! Is this their so-called pride? The elder snorted. The chaos was caused intentionally by a certain person. Long Chen had told Bai Yingxie to spread chaos through the white dragon race. Now, there was so much chaos that some of the dragon experts ended up running into the Golden Crow race's side. After all, they were right beside each other. Within the chaos, no one noticed that the Golden Crow race had gained an extra member. Drawn by the chaos, no one noticed it. When Long Chen snuck into the Golden Crow race's ranks, Huo Linger's giggle rang out in his mind. Hee, success. Using the Golden Crow flame to conceal his aura, Long Chen went to the rear of the Golden Crow race's army. This time, the Golden Crow race had summoned 8 of their branches. With so many foreign faces, it was very normal for them not to recognize each other. As a result, Long Chen easily blended in without anyone noticing. He watched Bai Yingxie and the others enter the spatial gate and felt a sense of relief. Seeing that Han Chenyi wasn't acting odd, Long Chen started moving forward. While some people glared at him, seeing his powerful aura, they didn't say anything and just let him through. As Long Chen reached the center of the army, Huo Linger stealthily adjusted his aura, making him seem like a half-step heavenly chosen. By the time he got to the front, his aura was that of a full heavenly chosen. Surrounded by heavenly chosens, he blended in seamlessly. The Golden Crow race had an impressive number of heavenly chosens, so an additional one went unnoticed. Meanwhile, the dragon experts continued their chaotic rush. Fortunately, the spatial gate was large enough to accommodate them. Next is the devil race. Remember to maintain order, or you'll be laughed at, shouted the elder. The devil race surged forward. Though their advance was still somewhat chaotic, it was more orderly compared to the dragon race. Following them was the demon race. Before Long Chen could react to the call, the Golden Crow race surged ahead. Damn, I forgot the Golden Crow race is part of the demon race. Realizing his mistake, Long Chen immediately rushed forward with the Golden Crow race. He then noticed Han Chenyi standing nearby. Just as Long Chen was about to slip past him, he suddenly moved with lightning speed and slapped Han Chenyi across the face. You old fogey, who gave you the right to use your aura to suppress me? Chapter 5097 Slapping a Human Emperor. Han Chenyi was drawing lots from a wooden cask, determining the order in which various races would enter the spatial gate. As he reached in to pull out a piece of paper and started to open it, Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. Han Chenyi, the domain lord of the glacial heaven domain and a grand human emperor, had never dreamed that a little divine venerate would dare to attack him. By the time he reacted, Long Chen's palm had struck his face. An explosive sound echoed through the entire plaza, leaving everyone stunned. Did someone just slap a human emperor in the face? The disciples of the Golden Crow race were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets at the sight of their kin slapping Han Chenyi. Long Chen's palm landed solidly on Han Chenyi's face, but the human emperor's strength was such that the strike only caused his head to turn. While Han Chenyi wasn't injured at all, the force of the impact sent Long Chen flying backward. What are you doing? Kill him. The Golden Crow race's experts were horrified. If they were known for slapping the domain lord of the glacial heaven domain, they would not be able to bear the infamy. Before they could react, a giant flame lotus erupted among them, engulfing the area in a devastating blaze. The powerful experts were caught completely off guard and were instantly incinerated. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. They turned their gazes toward the spatial gate to see a black-robed man grinning at Han Chenyi. Long Chen taunted, "You old fogey, the taste of being slapped isn't bad, right? Die." Han Chenyi roared, his fury scorching as he reached toward Long Chen. However, Long Chen had stepped into the spatial channel, and Han Chenyi's strike missed its mark. The void exploded from Han Chenyi's claw. A terrifying aura surged, shaking the very fabric of reality and leaving all the heavenly geniuses trembling in fear. Long Chen. Han Chenyi gritted his teeth in rage as he recognized the black-robed man. As a key target for the Brahma Pill Valley, Long Chen's identity was well known to him. Now, Han Chenyi's fury reached a boiling point. Mo Nian's slap to Lu Fan had lost them face, and now Long Chen's slap was a blow to his pride. He was about to go insane. His gaze roved around the remaining disciples of the Golden Crow race. After all, Long Chen had disguised himself as one of them. However, the world extermination flame lotus had wiped out the absolute majority of them. Of the over 7,000 heavenly chosens present, only a few dozen had survived. The sight left Han Cheney seething with frustration, as he had no one to vent his anger upon. The Golden Crow race's disciples had never expected someone to sneak into their ranks. Huo Linger, who had been using the Golden Crow flame to conceal Long Chen's aura, took advantage of their lack of vigilance. Her control over the flame had wreaked havoc among them, resulting in the near-total annihilation of their forces. The attack had claimed hundreds of thousands of elite disciples and over 7,000 heavenly chosens in a single stroke, not due to their lack of strength but because they were caught off guard. The few who escaped with their lives were the absolute peak experts of the Golden Crow race, but even they were badly injured by the flames. Han Cheney had planned on killing them for their neglect, but seeing their state, he realized that the Golden Crow race was also a victim. He was unable to attack them now. After all, the Golden Crow race was one of the Brahma Pill Valley's most obedient dogs. Everyone, immediately enter the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Anyone who brings back Long Chen's head will get a human Emperor Divine weapon, and their faction will receive free pills for 1,000 years. Roared Han Cheney, a human Emperor Divine weapon. Free pills for 1,000 years. Hearing the rewards, the heavenly geniuses instantly went batshit as they charged toward the spatial gate. Long Chen, Mo Nian. You little brats, just wait. I don't believe you can stay inside forever. Han Cheney gritted his teeth, his killing intent raging. There was no longer any order. Countless heavenly geniuses were charging through the gate. Thanks to the chaos, in less than an incense stick of time, the plaza was empty. Lock down the glacial heaven domain. No one can enter or leave. If you let those two brats escape, just cut off your own heads. Han Cheney barked before storming off. Those 11 elders instantly went pale. They exchanged worried glances and immediately sprang into action. The entire glacial heaven domain was soon shrouded in dark clouds, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and oppressive. Ha ha ha, success, success. Actually, Long Chen hadn't planned to cause such a ruckus. He intended to slip in with Bai Yingxie and the others peacefully. Unfortunately, Mo Nian had shown off too much. If Long Chen didn't do something similar, Mo Nian would surely laugh at him the next time they met. Thus, after Mo Nian's display, Long Chen decided to show off as well. He didn't necessarily need to outdo Mo Nian, but he had to do something noteworthy or risk being called a coward by Mo Nian. Luckily, the heavens seemed to look after him. At first, Han Cheney wasn't standing at the gate, but above everyone else, making it impossible for Long Chen to attack him. However, for some reason, as the devil race started entering the spatial gate, Han Cheney descended to the front of the spatial gate. Seeing his chance and judging the distance was correct, Long Chen made his move. He was extremely confident in his divine face-slapping art. Just as Han Cheney was distracted by drawing lots, Long Chen launched his divine art. At that distance, even if Han Cheney had been on guard, he might not have been able to dodge Long Chen's slap. Long Chen laughed as he was transported in, his mood excellent. So what if Mo Nian had slapped a divine son? He had slapped a human emperor. That was a bigger deal. Knowing that Mo Nian had come in, Long Chen was completely at ease. The next step was to see if he could join Mo Nian somehow. This fellow was quite crafty. He had been targeting the Brahma Pill Valley all this time and definitely had a greater understanding of them than Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, quick, look. Within the primal chaos space, Huo Linger cried out to him. When Long Chen looked inside the primal chaos space, his jaw dropped. Chapter 5098 Terrifying Lei Linger. Within the primal chaos space, the forest of Fusong trees was burning crazily. Seeing this scene, Long Chen jumped in fright as he thought they had gone out of control. However, upon closer inspection, he saw that every Fusong tree now had the aura of 2 3-foot golden crows. The Fusong trees had matured significantly, nourishing the golden crows with their purest flame essence. This required them burning themselves in a purification ritual, resulting in the entire forest on fire. The sight of 3,000 Fusong trees burning was truly shocking. The new golden crow totems were the result of Huo Linger's world extermination flame lotus. Now, Huo Linger was incredibly smart. Whatever task Long Chen entrusted to her, she executed with remarkable efficiency. While Long Chen focused on slapping Han Cheney, Huo Linger took on the responsibility of dealing with the Golden Crow experts. After all, slapping Han Cheney was extremely dangerous. One mistake and he would lose his life. He needed to remain undistracted. Huo Linger's attack had decimated nearly every one of their heavenly chosens. Even Long Chen was taken aback by the result. The power of her attack rivaled their combined attacks, indicating that Huo Linger was so powerful that she didn't need his help anymore. The totems on the fusong trees quivered and then transformed into butterfly-sized golden crows. They started flying around the fusong trees like children running around their mother excitedly. "We've struck gold this time," exclaimed Long Chen as he stared in amazement. "Hee hee, big brother Long Chen, let me protect you in the future," giggled Huo Linger. "All right, then you'll be my bodyguard in the future," chuckled Long Chen. After staring at the golden crows for a bit longer, Long Chen turned away. Yet, that stunning sight didn't fade from his mind for a long time. They had really struck gold this time. 6,000 golden crows. Huo Linger was essentially raising a golden crow army. Most terrifying of all, they would continuously grow over time. As long as the fusong trees had enough energy, the golden crows would continue growing together. The 3 dragon corpses on the black soil were already half submerged, their life energy filling this space. It seemed that the devouring process would take some time, but once completed, the black soil's devouring ability would be significantly enhanced. In the future, devouring corpses of this level would become much easier. As Long Chen absorbed the dragon corpses, the space around him quivered intensely. He looked up to see countless figures materializing, surrounded by crackling lightning runes. These beings had just been transported inside. When Long Chen saw them, they noticed him as well. Their eyes instantly flared with anger. Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix. They were precisely experts of the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race. Long Chen was surprised to see only about 100 of them, 7 heavenly chosens and several dozens of 9-star doyens. "Where is Huang Wudao?" asked Long Chen. What Long Chen didn't know was that the chaotic surge of people entering the spatial gate had disrupted the spatial gate's laws, causing many experts to end up scattered across different locations, including these experts. The Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix experts ignored Long Chen's question and immediately summoned their manifestations. Violet lightning crackled around them as they wielded lightning swords, launching a powerful assault against Long Chen. A heavenly chosen was the first to reach him. His heavenly fate disc revolved, and countless lightning runes flickered within it. When his sword slashed down, it was like violet lightning falling from the sky, instantly sealing the surrounding space. Long Chen was startled. As a fellow expert, he could tell that this casual blow demonstrated his opponent's immense combat experience. Long Chen extended his hand and caught the sword, his violet blood energy condensing into a cross on his palm. The next moment, the lightning runes on the sword flared, and a sun-like brilliance erupted, blinding Long Chen momentarily. Long Chen was taken aback. He had thought the god-slaying cross would be able to shatter the lightning sword, but to his surprise, the sword absorbed the power of the god-slaying cross. Although Long Chen couldn't break the sword, the impact was enough to shatter his opponent's hand. Long Chen then kicked him, sending him flying away. This heavenly chosen spat out blood as he propelled backward, which startled Long Chen even more. The kick should have killed the heavenly chosen, but a strange energy from his dantian actually mitigated much of the force. "Not bad," Long Chen remarked. For an ordinary heavenly chosen to display such combat ability suggested that the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix race was significantly stronger than the Golden Crow race's experts. At this moment, the rest of the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix experts reached Long Chen. He was about to summon the Dragon Bloodbattle armor, but Lei Linger's voice echoed. "Big brother Long Chen, leave them to me." Suddenly, thunder force erupted from above Long Chen's head, and all the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix experts were blasted away by a torrential wave of lightning. Long Chen looked up to see Lei Linger hovering in the sky. Thunder force poured from her like a violent sea, filling the surrounding space with a relentless storm. As lightning raged, mountains crumbled and trees turned to dust. Long Chen was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of Lei Linger's power. It seemed that she had limitless thunder force now. The Violet Lightning Divine Phoenixes were quickly overwhelmed by the storm, horrified to find that their own thunder force rapidly vanished. They struggled desperately, but it was as though they were drowning in a stormy sea. There was no escape. Even their heavenly chosens succumbed within moments. In just a few breaths, all their auras faded, leaving Long Chen dumbfounded. Chapter 5099 Devil Creatures Appear. A lightning sea remained within heaven and earth, turbulent and violent. Within it, wild waves of lightning crashed against each other, emitting ear-piercing explosive sounds. Clad in a violet dress, Lei Linger stood in the air, looking like a lightning goddess who had descended upon the world. As soon as she joined the fray, the violet lightning divine phoenixes were wiped out, not even having a chance to resist. Lei Linger hadn't used any magical arts or divine abilities, it was purely the weight of her thunderforce crushing them. There was no technique to speak of. This barbaric power was limited to only pure thunderforce. Staring at this sea of lightning, Long Chen was shocked. In a short time, Lei Linger's thunderforce had grown to an absolutely terrifying level. This lightning sea was her domain, and within it, even heavenly chosens didn't have the ability to resist. Suddenly, a streak of violet lightning shot through the lightning sea, and giant divine phoenixes appeared, unleashing waves of violet light and powerful auras that made Long Chen jump. He actually thought that these heavenly chosens had been turned into puppets by Lei Linger. However, upon closer inspection, Long Chen realized that the phoenixes were condensations of lightning runes. They didn't have any souls. One of those divine phoenixes flew into the air and spread its wings, transforming its lightning feathers into millions of sharp swords that rained down into the lightning sea. Another divine phoenix opened its mouth, shooting a lightning spear that tore through the web of lightning swords. It was a wild and sharp attack that even impressed Long Chen. As these divine phoenixes displayed their magical arts and divine abilities, Long Chen realized that Lei Linger was replicating their innate runes after devouring them. This way, she could steal the techniques of the violet lightning divine phoenix race. All kinds of lightning divine abilities clashed in the lightning sea. It was an awe-striking sight. Lei Linger formed hand seals as she rapidly learned these techniques. Long Chen guarded Lei Linger patiently, but he could barely contain his excitement. In such a short period, Huo Linger had gained the innate divine abilities of the Golden Crow totems, and while Lei Linger couldn't do the same thing, she was taking notes from Huo Linger. The number of lightning techniques Lei Linger had was always pitifully low. After all, the divine abilities she had learned in the mortal world couldn't be used in the immortal world. Aside from the divine abilities she used with Long Chen and Huo Linger, she didn't have many techniques to rely on. She couldn't compare with Huo Linger in that regard, but today, she finally had a chance to learn some lightning techniques, and she cherished this opportunity. The violet lightning divine phoenix race was an extremely ancient species with countless divine abilities. These techniques were all terrifying and ancient, and now, Lei Linger had the chance to acquire them. However, Lei Linger only had a short time before the wills of these phoenixes faded. She quickly replicated their divine abilities, knowing that once their wills fully faded, those divine abilities would no longer appear. In just a short time, the violet lightning divine phoenixes faded away. With her lesson ended, Lei Linger opened her eyes, feeling a mix of delight and regret. She was delighted that she had gained over 10 terrifying divine abilities, but regretful that these abilities would only be considered scratching the surface compared to those of the heavenly chosens. Due to her limited time, she was only able to learn this much. Big brother Long Chen. When the sea of lightning vanished, Lei Linger threw herself into Long Chen's embrace excitedly and said, "Starting today, I can also protect you." Lei Linger held onto Long Chen's waist tightly, shaking with excitement. Long Chen then rubbed her cheek warmly. Whether it was Lei Linger or Huo Linger, they were truly caring. Their thoughtfulness made Long Chen's heart ache. He had never wanted to obtain anything from them, he only wanted them to grow up healthy and escape the fate of spiritual bodies of always being under someone's thumb. However, they were constantly thinking of ways to strengthen themselves, all to protect him. This moved him deeply and made him feel guilty. To put it frankly, this desire was born from his own weakness. Lei Linger and Huo Linger had seen him gamble his life countless times in extreme danger, and that feeling of powerlessness drove them to constantly strengthen themselves. Long Chen kissed Lei Linger's forehead and said, "Big brother believes in you." Hearing that encouragement, Lei Linger grew even more excited. She immediately returned to the primal chaos space and continued fighting with the lightning dragons inside. She wanted to subdue the lightning wolf from the six-vein heaven saint. Previously, she had only been able to fight them with brute force. However, now that she had learned over 10 new divine abilities of the violet lightning divine phoenix race, she could fare much better. After all, her combat power was now several times greater. Long Chen was also excited. This time, Lei Linger and Huo Linger were truly standing on their own. Just as he was filled with happiness, he heard a low growl. Long Chen looked over to see a mass of black creatures swarming over the land. They must be the devil creatures of the heavenly flame devil domain, Long Chen wondered, a hint of excitement in his eyes. These devil creatures had 2 legs and 6 spider-like arms. Instead of hands, they had sharp, barbed bone blades, many of which were still dripping with blood and flesh. It seemed that they had just slaughtered some human experts. As they charged over, Long Chen saw that their heads were slender, with protrusions at the back. While their sharp teeth were menacing, they looked weird because they had no eyes. Opening their mouths, they emitted ear-piercing screams. Their sharp teeth were coated with a dark blue liquid, and even at this distance, Long Chen could smell them. Their auras were weird, so there was no way to judge them according to the human race's cultivation standards. However, Long Chen's intuition told him their power ranged between 3-star and 5-star doyens. Of course, that was only in terms of simple power. With their venomous teeth and blades, a 5-star doyen might fare well in a one-on-one battle against them. Furthermore, these endless devil creatures formed a devil tide. Even a heavenly chosen would meet their end if surrounded by them. While others would instantly flee from such a sight, Long Chen stood his ground, awaiting their arrival. The tide of devil creatures quickly reached Long Chen, surrounding and pouncing on him. Just then, Long Chen raised his head and roared. A sacred dragon cry erupted, transforming into a surging chi wave that blasted out in every direction. Chapter 5100 The Golden Lotus Seeds Change. Long Chen's roar transformed into crashing thunder. A mighty, sacred sound wave erupted, smashing into the devil creatures. On contact, they instantly turned to dust. With a single roar, millions of devil creatures were slain. As far as the eye could see, the devil creatures had disintegrated, leaving a thick layer of dust on the ground. As expected, the purer the aura of the devil creatures, the more sacred energy restrains them, muttered Long Chen as he stared at the dust. These devil creatures were much stronger than those he and the Dragonblood Legion had faced when reclaiming the academy. Their devil chi was denser and purer. Back then, Long Chen had sensed that the devil creatures feared sacred energy, but his sacred energy had yet to fully awaken. Now, after his dragon blood had undergone the Long Clan Divine Pool's baptism and the Julie Tower's condensation, his sacred energy was fully awakened. As a result, a single roar of his could annihilate the devil creatures. It seems the devil creatures won't pose much of a threat to the white dragon race. Long Chen realized, no longer worried about Bai Yingxie and the others. If the sacred energy restrained the devil creatures, they should be running as far as they could when they saw the white dragon experts. Long Chen suddenly noticed something in the dust. With a swift motion, he pulled a devil creature out of the debris. A half-step heavenly chosen, Long Chen noted, observing the devil creature. It was much stronger than the others. While the rest had perished, this one was still barely clinging to life. Long Chen stabbed its head with his finger. After quivering a bit, the creature died. Its head was a complete mess. The few glimpses I could get were too indistinct, muttered Long Chen after the soul search. Despite its strength, the devil creature's consciousness was faint and fragmented, offering no useful information. This devil creature was powerful, but its intelligence was extremely low, Long Chen reflected. No wonder the large factions of the Sovereign Emperor Heaven were so badly suppressed. These creatures' lack of intelligence made them fearless and utterly instinctive. Who wouldn't fear such suicidal devil creatures? Oh, there's more. Lightning wings spread on Long Chen's back, and he transformed into a streak of light shooting into the distance. In a bit, he saw another army of devil creatures chasing a group of demonic beast experts. Long Chen watched as the devil creatures swiftly devoured a group of a few hundred demonic beast experts. Before he could identify their race, the devil creatures had consumed them, fighting over the corpses and devouring the blood-stained earth. Everything happened so quickly that Long Chen didn't even have a chance to intervene. After the devil creatures consumed the flesh of the demonic beasts, their eyes grew brighter. Long Chen could clearly sense their auras undergoing a transformation. Amongst the devil creatures, one in particular stood out. It had 2 heads and had devoured the most corpses, but it still wanted more. While the other devil creatures fought over the bloodstains on the ground, that 2-headed devil creature sensed Long Chen's presence from a distance. Human. To Long Chen's surprise, the devil creature actually spoke and shot at him. It was incredibly fast, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. When it was just a few meters away from Long Chen, it spread its limbs. Its 6 bone blades sliced through the air as it started to spin like a top. It charged over just like that, wanting to turn Long Chen into mincemeat. After a brief collision, Long Chen and the devil creature shot past each other. While the devil creature's body continued to spin into the distance, Long Chen now held a large head. All of a sudden, Long Chen noticed the golden lotus seed in the primal chaos space flicker ever so lightly. It was such a small reaction that Long Chen didn't know if he had just been seeing things, but it now looked brighter than before. Could it be? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. It seemed that killing these devil creatures could fill the mysterious golden lotus seed with energy. The mysterious lotus seed had been given to Long Chen by Aunt Gong, another enigmatic figure who had helped him fight Yan Shu. It was thanks to the seed that he had managed to protect Xianxia. However, Long Chen had never seen its true form. Like Aunt Gong, it remained shrouded in mystery. Crushing the head in his hand, Long Chen saw many scenes. This time, he was able to extract some useful information from the devil creature's soul. So they gain intelligence through devouring others. Then the human race should be the best food for them, muttered Long Chen. The devil creature he had just slain was on the level of a heavenly chosen, and it was only smarter because it had devoured the flesh of 7 humans and over 30 demonic beasts. The revelation shocked Long Chen. Why did the heavenly flame devil domain seem more and more like a trap? These devil creatures were clearly waiting for them to enter and send themselves to their deaths. The opening of the heavenly flame devil domain was a huge opportunity for the devil creatures. If these devil creatures are similar to the ones in the outside world, then it's not hard to understand why the human race has not been able to reclaim the old lands, said Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had struggled to understand why the human race didn't launch a full-scale assault to reclaim their territory from the devil creatures. Now, he realized that the casualties from such a battle wouldn't just exhaust their forces but also strengthen their enemies. Unless they could decisively crush the devil creatures, the human race would only find themselves at a disadvantage. If the human race were to fight the devil creatures, they had to minimize the number of casualties. Otherwise, they would be doing more harm to themselves than to their enemies. It was no wonder they approached the conflict with such caution. At this moment, the other devil creatures spotted Long Chen and charged at him. Long Chen snorted and roared once more, unleashing sacred energy that crushed all devil creatures. This time, Long Chen kept an eye on the golden lotus seed. As expected, when those devil creatures turned to dust, the seed quivered and clearly grew a bit brighter. Perhaps I can lift its veil of mystery this time. Long Chen was excited by the thought. This lotus seed was clearly a treasure, and with a clue in hand, he was determined to follow where it led him. After killing those devil creatures, Long Chen rushed off in a certain direction. According to the memories he had gleaned from the stronger devil creature, that was where their armies were gathered. Chapter 5101 Devil Spirit. Long Chen rushed forward, aware that while most of the devil creatures might be a mass of rabble, they were under the control of their commanders. He didn't know how exactly they communicated, but the heavenly chosen devil creature he had slain was the leader of that particular army. As Long Chen continued forward, he encountered more devil creatures. After defeating several waves of them, he realized they were closing in, creating a trap-like net. The outer region was designed to ensnare the intruders, and once caught, the devil creatures would slaughter the intruders. Long Chen found himself in a large ambush circle. Through his soul searches, he learned that this region was heavily guarded, with dozens of armies searching for people. Furthermore, from their memories, it seemed that their goal wasn't to kill all experts, but Long Chen couldn't discern their true objective. Continuing forward, he quickly heard loud roars and felt the ground tremble. Long Chen immediately rushed toward the source of disturbance. After crossing a mountain and seeing the situation below, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Within the large mountain range, there was a tide of devil creatures, surrounding tens of thousands of people. The devil creatures roared in unison, their cries resembling a chant or prayer. Among the captured, Long Chen saw experts from the demon race, devil race, blood race, and human race. However, he did not recognize the humans or have any personal connection with them. Therefore, he climbed to the top of a nearby mountain to observe the situation from a distance. Amongst these tens of thousands of experts were dozens of heavenly chosens. Some of them were quite powerful, but there was no chance for them to escape the encirclement of countless devil creatures. After all, the devil creatures vastly outnumbered them, and they had thousands of existences on par with heavenly chosens. Long Chen saw despair in the eyes of the experts trapped at the center. The devil creatures were jumping and dancing, their roars growing more synchronized. A strange light flickered on their bodies, gathering at the center. All the trapped experts were terrified, unable to understand the devil creatures' intentions. Some tried to escape, but their efforts were futile. The devil creatures showed no urgency to kill. Instead, they continued to roar and jump according to their strange ceremony. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook with a sense of foreboding. This is a sacrificial rite. With his experience, Long Chen managed to see some clues from their movements and cries on the battlefield. Long Chen's gaze swept through the devil creatures, and he quickly spotted an elder wielding a white bone staff. This elder was dressed in beast hide and wore a bone crown, his face covered in runes and his pupils vertical like a crocodile's. "A three-vein heaven saint!" exclaimed Long Chen, his heart shaking when he saw the elder. The elder's devil chi was overflowing, and although his form was human, his aura resembled that of the devil creatures. The elder's magical staff glowed as he conducted the ritual. He chanted and stamped his staff on the ground in a rhythm that matched the synchronized roars of the devil creatures. Suddenly, the elder roared and stamped his staff on the ground ferociously. The light flowing on top of the devil creatures' bodies then poured toward the center of the battlefield. A giant vortex appeared, drawing the experts in with terrifying speed. Their screams of terror were quickly silenced as they were sucked away. Even heavenly chosens were powerless in front of that vortex. Long Chen hastily took out the violet crystal heavenly eye and gazed into the vortex. The violet crystal heavenly eye allowed him to see a massive altar beyond the vortex, upon which sat a giant stone. The stone was thrumming with life and covered in flowing runes. It was a stone fetus. The aura coming out of it was hair-raising. As Long Chen attempted to investigate further, the vortex suddenly vanished, cutting off his view. "That stone fetus is definitely hiding some shocking secret," muttered Long Chen as he put down the violet crystal heavenly eye, his heart pounding. Long Chen had seen such ceremonies and formations in both the mortal and immortal world, and without exception, whatever was incubated inside turned out to be a terrifying existence. The devil creatures were sacrificing these experts to nourish the stone fetus, which bore a resemblance to Little Snow's divine egg from back then. These sacrifices were obviously intended to incubate something within. These brainless creatures are sacrificing these experts to the stone fetus. It makes no sense. I have to find a way to sneak in, Long Chen muttered, clenching his fists. This discovery was absolutely shocking, so he had to see what was going on. Suddenly, Long Chen's sense of danger flared, and he instinctively dodged to the side. A white bone staff pierced the place Long Chen had just been. Had he reacted the slightest bit slower, he would have been squashed into a meat pancake. Seeing the white bone staff, Long Chen instantly thought of that elder's terrifying face. The next moment, the white bone staff flew up, and Long Chen looked up to see the elder staring at him coldly. "What a powerful blood chi and soul. If we sacrifice you, the devil spirit might even directly awaken," the elder said, his voice grating like a shovel scraping over sand. Runes danced across his face like countless centipedes. The enormous army of devil creatures flowed over like the tide, instantly surrounding Long Chen. Facing the tide of devil creatures and a three-vein heaven saint, Long Chen didn't look worried at all. Looking at the elder with an apathetic gaze, Long Chen asked, "Is that stone fetus on the altar your devil spirit?" The elder did not respond. Instead, he stamped his bone staff, and the roars of the devil creatures surged anew, their strange dance continuing in a rhythmic, eerie pattern. Long Chen felt his body tighten as the collective power of the devil creatures locked onto him. "If you won't answer, I'll force it out of you," Long Chen said, summoning his scarlet dragon battle armor. The divine ring blazed to life, and a fierce dragon cry filled the air. Chapter 5102 Fighting a Three-Vein Heaven Saint. Dragon scales covered Long Chen's body, and a blood-colored cloak billowed behind him. His blood chi surged with immense force, shaking the very heavens and earth. The sky itself seemed to change color in response to his power. Confronting the three-vein heaven saint, Long Chen cast aside any hesitation. He unleashed the full might of his dragon blood, which roared forth like a slumbering volcano coming to life, its destructive power shattering the mountain beneath Long Chen's feet. The closest devil creatures were obliterated in an instant. Under the overwhelming sacred energy, even the heavenly chosen devil creatures were annihilated without a trace. When Long Chen unleashed his full power, it was as if a god had descended upon the world. Chi waves scoured heaven and earth. A colossal dragon spun within Long Chen's divine ring, no longer moving slowly but with unprecedented vigor. Long Chen felt a strength he had never experienced before. Originally, He had thought that the dragon blood battle armor had reached its peak back in the Long clan, but after absorbing the 3 vein energy left by the earth cauldron, the armor continued to evolve. It felt as though its potential was limitless. The very fabric of heaven and earth trembled. Mountains and rivers shook in terror. Even the 3 vein heaven saint was visibly frightened. Although it could tell that Long Chen was concealing terrifying blood qi and vast spiritual pressure, Long Chen's power far exceeded its expectations. Hovering in the air, Long Chen emitted a terrifying pressure. The devil creatures, who had been engrossed in their ritual, were abruptly thrown into disarray. Fear flickered in their eyes as they faced his overwhelming might. So even the foolish devil creatures can't entirely suppress their instincts. In the face of absolute power, they still feel fear. So they're not complete idiots, Long Chen remarked with a snort and then turned his attention to the shocked elder. Long Chen stomped on the air, and a giant dragon claw stretched out of his divine ring. Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw, shouted Long Chen. Not daring to be careless against a 3 vein heaven saint, Long Chen unleashed one of his strongest attacks. The dragon claw descended, locking down heaven and earth. The void itself seemed to collapse under its pressure. The claw moved with blinding speed, aiming straight for the 3 vein heaven saint's head. Human brat, you don't know your limits. I'll show you the devil heaven world's supreme power. The devil creature was initially startled by Long Chen's sudden attack, but that shock quickly turned into anger. 3 devil runes flared on its body as it unleashed the full power of a 3 vein heaven saint. A formidable shield materialized from its white bone staff. The shield emanated a powerful aura, but it seemed like a toy in front of the dragon claw. In an instant, the dragon claw shattered the shield and seized the elder. The dragon claw drove the elder into the ground with earth-shattering might, and the impact devoured the surrounding devil creatures. Paralyzed by terror, they failed to flee, and only a few hundred of the stronger ones caught in the blast survived. They were dazed and hurled through the air. Long Chen's expression remained serious despite his attack landing, perhaps because he couldn't sense the aura of the elder. Before Long Chen's dragon claw faded from view, he suddenly swung his fist behind him. Long Chen's fist had aimed at empty air, but just as the power of his fist reached its peak, it connected with a white bone staff, which had materialized out of nowhere. The collision was explosive, sending a sharp pain through Long Chen's fist and propelling him backward. The staff's berserk power nearly forced Long Chen to cough up blood. As Long Chen was thrown through the air, the 3 vein heaven saint devil creature finally appeared, staring at Long Chen in shock, unable to comprehend how Long Chen had survived its killing blow. Long Chen was also taken aback. In his dragon blood battle armor state, his sacred dragon might should have been able to suppress the power of devil creatures significantly. Even though this devil creature was a 3 vein heaven saint, Long Chen had expected the sacred dragon might to mitigate its strength by at least 80%, which was why he had been so confident. Unexpectedly, even a suppressed 3 vein heaven saint was so powerful. The attack from the white bone staff had almost shattered Long Chen's arm. No wonder the earth cauldron warned me to flee if I encountered a 3 vein heaven saint. Even with suppression, their power is still so great. Without the suppression, I might not be able to escape. At this moment, Long Chen gained a new understanding of the 3 vein heaven saints. But the more terrifying an enemy was, the more excited Long Chen grew. Not retreating, Long Chen shot back and unleashed a claw at the elder's face. The elder snorted and swung his bone staff. A gray ripple emanated from it, and Long Chen's instincts flared with alarm as the ripple approached. The gray ripple carried a strange law within it, causing Long Chen to feel his body was being bound by an unseen force. His movements slowed dramatically, and even lifting his arms became a Herculean task. Heaven vein laws. Long Chen's eyes widened in shock. Having slapped the face of the Long clan's patriarch and witnessed by Yingxuan suppress 2 3 vein heaven saints, he had felt that the gap between himself and a 3 vein heaven saint wasn't that vast. At the very least, he should have the ability to fight back. Sadly, many things couldn't be understood just by watching, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. In the end, the overwhelming power of the heaven vein laws stopped Long Chen. Obediently let yourself be captured. The elder's voice was cold as his withered hand shot like lightning toward Long Chen's throat. Long Chen's movements were sluggish, trapped by the elder's strange law. The elder's hand was closing in on him almost effortlessly. Take your dirty hand away. At that critical moment, a flame staff swung through the air and struck the elder's arm with a resounding crash. The force of the impact sent the elder flying, and a beautiful maiden wreathed in flames appeared before Long Chen. Chapter 5103 Heavenly Flame Sourcestone. The beautiful maiden was naturally Huo Linger. Clad in a red dress and wielding a flame staff, she stood protectively in front of Long Chen. "Big brother Long Chen, leave this fellow to me," Huo Linger said with a playful smile as she glanced back at him. "This fellow's core energy restrains me. I'm at too much of a disadvantage. Without Evilmoon, I can't beat him. If you feel like you can, go ahead," Long Chen replied with a bitter smile. The core energy of a three-vein heaven saint was akin to a form of law. In terms of realm, Long Chen was completely suppressed. Despite his sacred dragon pressure, the suppression was overwhelming. If Evilmoon were awake, Long Chen might have stood a chance. However, Evilmoon was still in slumber, and Long Chen couldn't disturb it. As a result, there was nothing he could do against a three-vein heaven saint. Although Long Chen could potentially gauge a three-vein heaven saint's true power if he went all out, he couldn't underestimate the dangers of this place. Being injured here could be fatal. Hence, now that Huo Linger had appeared, Long Chen decided not to stop her. As a flame spirit, her life wouldn't be in danger. Even if she couldn't win, they could always run. However, he told her not to use up too much energy, or they would be in trouble if they ran into some other danger. "Big brother Long Chen, don't worry. Watch me crush this devil creature." Huo Linger winked at Long Chen and smiled mischievously. She walked toward that elder just like that. Resting her flame staff on her shoulder, Huo Linger said, "Old fogey, speak, how do you want to die?" Long Chen nearly fainted. Her movements, gaze, attitude, and tone were a direct imitation of him, only her voice was different. This elder stared at Huo Linger, not understanding what an old fogey was. He suddenly sneered, "You're nothing more than a flame spirit. You must be after the heavenly flame sourcestone at the core. Hee, it's too bad you'll never have a chance to get there." "What heavenly flame sourcestone? Stop spouting nonsense. Old thing, apologize to my big brother, or I'll incinerate you," declared Huo Linger, waving her flame staff at the elder arrogantly. "What ignorance." With a sneer, the elder suddenly vanished, reappearing right in front of Huo Linger and unleashing a claw. Golden Crow splits the heavens. Huo Linger made a series of one-handed seals, and a pair of golden wings appeared on her back. They slashed through the dome of heavens like a blade through paper, creating a widening crack that surged toward the elder. Long Chen was shocked by what he saw. This move was truly terrifying. In such a short time, Huo Linger had mastered such a terrifying divine ability. This technique could also be considered a kind of law, with its own locking power. No matter how the elder tried to dodge, he would be struck by this attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would be torn apart. Long Chen had never seen a technique quite like this before. The elder's expression changed dramatically. He shot back and swung his bone staff, conjuring a shield identical to the one that had previously blocked the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw. The shield was ripped apart as if it were made of paper. The crack surged forward, striking the elder's head head-on. He roared in pain and was thrown back once more. Long Chen's eyes widened in shock when he saw the elder's forehead split open, fresh blood streaming down its face. The attack had nearly ripped the elder apart. "Isn't this too terrifying?" Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. "Huo Linger's power is indeed formidable," said the Earth Cauldron. "She has mastered 3 of the top 10 heavenly flames. Though they are still in embryonic states, if she could fully control this power, that elder would already be dead. She's that strong." Long Chen was shocked. To use the power of heavenly flames efficiently, an expert must connect with the heavenly Taos. After the Divine Pool's baptism, Huo Linger became a heavenly chosen, fulfilling that requirement. Previously, her flame techniques were too underdeveloped. While your world extermination flame lotus is extremely potent, it requires time to merge with her Doyan power. Luckily, the Golden Crow race's innate divine abilities make up for this shortcoming, serving as a bridge between her heavenly flame energy and the heavenly Tao energy. What you're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. In the future, Huo Linger will become an overwhelmingly powerful force, explained the Earth Cauldron. This is already terrifying enough. Any more, and I'll die of terror, Long Chen said, his excitement evident. Long Chen was unaware that the challenges Huo Linger faced stemmed from her mastery over the heavenly flames within the primal chaos space. Because the space functioned as its own world, her heavenly Tao energy contained the laws of the primal chaos space, resulting in her facing many restrictions when she unleashed her heavenly flame energy in the outside world. After becoming a heavenly chosen, Huo Linger recognized this issue and focused on balancing the energies of both worlds during her cultivation. This approach enabled her to unlock and utilize the full potential of her heavenly flame energy. Thanks to the Golden Crow totems, Huo Linger now had a bridge between the two worlds, and she could unleash the full potential of her heavenly flame energy in the outside world. Bastard! The elder was enraged. He had looked down on Huo Linger as a little flame spirit. At the same time, he knew that flame spirits were difficult to kill and that there was no need to get entangled with her. The elder had focused on Long Chen, thinking that Long Chen had summoned Huo Linger as a distraction so he could escape. As a result, the elder didn't use his full power on Huo Linger, instead saving his power to capture Long Chen instantaneously. Because of this, the elder ended up badly injured. His head resembled a melon that had been axed. If he hadn't unleashed its core energy at that critical moment, Huo Linger's attack would have ripped him apart. The elder roared, and 3 chi currents flowed around him. Now, he was finally going all out, his staff smashing through the air. Hehe, you think you can kill me? To use Big Brother Long Chen's words, you have a grand goal, but you'll never achieve it in this lifetime, Huo Linger mocked the elder before waving her staff. Just like that, Huo Linger faced the elder without any flashiness. I'll show you the Golden Crow Coiling Dragon Staff's true power. Huo Linger's staff suddenly blazed with light, and 18 runes appeared on it. Long Chen's jaw instantly dropped upon seeing those runes. Chapter 5104 Fusong World Radiance, Golden Crow Possession. The Golden Crow Coiling Dragon Staff now had 18 shining Golden Crow totems on it. Long Chen saw 18 Golden Crows flying within the staff, their power condensing together. The Golden Crow Coiling Dragon Staff collided with the White Bone Staff. The clash of absolute power resulted in a heaven-shaking explosion, knocking both Huo Linger and the elder back. The force from the collision sent Long Chen flying, nearly making him cough up blood. Despite the impact, Long Chen couldn't help but feel elated. Huo Linger was actually able to fight evenly with the elder. If Long Chen joined in as well, perhaps they could kill this fellow. What is this power? The elder was shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing. A 3-vein heaven saint had just been knocked back by a flame spirit. I'm not your mommy, why should I tell you? Countered Huo Linger. Long Chen's shocked expression vanished when Huo Linger said this. He was absolutely speechless. It was alright for her to imitate him, but why imitated such crude words? Huo Linger waved her staff, and the Golden Crow totems flew out, transforming into 18 enormous Golden Crows. When Long Chen saw this, his heart shook. These Golden Crows were the first 18 that Huo Linger had raised. Now that they had grown up, they were on par with heavenly chosens. Golden Crow weeps blood, deathblow of the ancients. Huo Linger shouted. The 18 Golden Crows lined up, their eyes glowing with blood-red markings. They all opened their mouths simultaneously. A blood-colored divine light shot out from their mouths, intertwining into a single, golden spear. The spear shot toward the elder with deadly precision. In response, the elder roared and slammed his claws forward, summoning a bone shield embedded with hundreds of skulls. Long Chen was shocked when he saw those skulls. Those were the skulls of devil creatures. Every single one of them gave off a powerful aura and bore strange marks. Damn, those are all skulls of 3-vein heaven saints. Long Chen gasped, realizing the true horror of the elder's defenses. Huo Linger's divine ability collided with the bone shield, creating a tremendous explosion. The shield blazed with light as it absorbed the impact, and the elder roared in defiance. Despite the explosive force, the shield held firm against Huo Linger's attack. Die, the elder bellowed, swinging the shield toward Huo Linger. The shield was a priceless treasure, each skull embedded within it holding immense power. With this shield, the elder had virtually unlimited energy reserves. Huo Linger responded by swinging the Golden Crow Coiling Dragon Staff. The Golden Crows in the air then vanished, returning to her staff. The staff and shield clashed with earth-shattering force. Golden flames and devil chi surged together, tearing a rift in the sky. Huo Linger was thrown back by the collision, but her excitement only grew. She raised her staff once more. After a series of hand seals, the 18 Golden Crows once more appeared behind her, their figures flickering and gradually becoming illusory. Fusong World Radiance, Golden Crow Possession. Huo Linger shouted. The heavens seemed to part as 18 majestic Fusong trees materialized. What is this? Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Huo Linger had summoned the Fusong trees as a divine manifestation. When the 18 golden crows descended onto the trees, they emanated an overwhelming pressure that even made Long Chen tremble. The Fusong trees had always been in the primal chaos space and had never been summoned outside. Hence, this was Long Chen's first time seeing them in the outside world. The trees' crowns swayed gracefully, their leaves gleaming as if forged from gold. He could see an endless stream of flames encircling them, creating a sacred and hallowed aura. The elder was also stunned as he had never seen such a terrifying manifestation before. A touch of fear finally appeared in his eyes. "Have a taste of this," shouted Huo Linger as she swung her staff at the elder again. With her attack, the 18 golden crows and Fusong trees blazed with energy. The golden crows flapped their wings, channeling their power into her strike. As Huo Linger's staff fell, heaven and earth shuddered. The elder could only desperately block with the bone shield, but it shattered under the sheer force. The impact shattered the elder's arm instantly, and he shot back like a shooting star, spewing a mouthful of blood. The attack was so devastating that even a 3-vein heaven saint couldn't block it. Overjoyed, Long Chen clapped for Huo Linger with such fervor that his hands became sore. Having lost his shield and an arm, all of a sudden, the elder turned around and fled. "You think you can run?" Huo Linger sneered, forming a series of hand seals. The Fusong trees behind her vanished and then reappeared in the surroundings, forming a ring around the area. Despite the elder's attempt to escape, he found himself trapped within Huo Linger's domain, with a Fusong tree blocking his path. Realizing his imminent doom if he couldn't break free, the elder swung his bone staff at the Fusong tree. However, just then, a golden crow emerged from the tree, spreading its wings and diving at the elder without fear. The golden crow was smashed apart by the elder's staff, bursting into flames. From within those flames, countless fist-sized golden crows appeared and surrounded the elder. "What?" the elder cried out in fright. He had thought he could break through the golden crow and the Fusong tree's defenses with this attack, but he couldn't even deal with the golden crow. The small golden crows unleashed golden threads from their mouths, wrapping around the elder and binding him from head to toe. The more he fought, the tighter the threads became. The elder resisted well, but once his staff was bound, his movements grew sluggish. The threads continued to coil around him until he became a cocoon. Long Chen watched in stunned disbelief as Huo Linger, in a matter of moments, managed to subdue a formidable 3-vein heaven saint. Chapter 5105 Shocking Discovery. Big Brother Long Chen. Huo Linger's call drew Long Chen out of his stupor. Completely suppressed by Huo Linger, the elder was unable to move. However, when Long Chen tried to pierce the elder's head with his finger, he couldn't penetrate the flesh, and instead, his fingers hurt. "Damn, I can't do a soul search," Long Chen muttered, startled. A 3-vein heaven saint was this tough even when restrained. Using a weapon might allow Long Chen to penetrate the elder's head, but that would risk the soul dissipating before he could gather any useful information. "Big Brother Long Chen, let me help you." The demon moon cauldron suddenly appeared and swallowed the elder. The lid closed, and countless runes flowed on top of the cauldron as a demonic aura rose. The demon moon cauldron started to quiver. "Big Brother Long Chen, help me out," called out Yao Linger. Hearing this, Long Chen and Huo Linger placed a hand on the demon moon cauldron. One poured in spiritual strength, and the other injected flame energy. "Release me, damn you, human. You won't have a good death." The elder's furious roar echoed from within. He seemed to be struggling, but all his efforts proved futile. He couldn't escape the demon moon cauldron. As time passed, the elder's resistance weakened. An incense stick of time later, the cauldron completely settled down, and the demon moon cauldron opened. A fist-sized sphere appeared along with the elder's corpse. Long Chen grabbed the sphere and was shocked to find that this translucent orb contained the elder's memories. Amazed by Yao Linger's ability to directly extract a devil creature's memories, Long Chen hastily looked inside. He was stunned to discover that this elder had experienced 4 openings of the heavenly flame devil domain. The elder had once been an ordinary devil creature. After consuming multiple human experts, he gradually gained a mind of his own, elevating through the ranks of the foolish devil creature army to become a commander. To Long Chen's surprise, within this vast devil creature army, there was a group of actual commanders. They were the real leaders of the devil creatures. Those commanders were born with high intellect and didn't need to rely on devouring humans to cultivate. Their position was extremely high, and this 3-vein heaven saint was nothing more than a lackey to them. Long Chen also saw some indistinct images. These memories were incomplete, likely sealed to prevent outsiders from extracting critical information. Despite this, Long Chen had gained a great deal of information. He now knew these devil creatures treated all the experts as prey. Furthermore, the stronger prey was being sacrificed to their devil spirit. The so-called devil spirit was the stone fetus that Long Chen had seen through the violet crystal heavenly eye. However, the elder's memories contained no secrets related to it, suggesting that seals or restrictions erased such memories when triggered. A three-vein heaven saint is only a lackey. That's a bit frightening, remarked Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's solemn expression, Huo Linger thought that Long Chen was unhappy about not getting any useful information. She said, "Big brother Long Chen, don't get discouraged. If we encounter another three-vein heaven saint, I can help you carry out a direct soul search and see if we can gain more information." In response, Long Chen smiled comfortingly and said, "You really were amazing just now. With you two present, I don't have to be afraid of three-vein heaven saints." After saying that, Long Chen tossed the elder's corpse into the primal chaos space and looked at Yao Linger. She still had an excited expression but looked somewhat weary. The earth cauldron wanted to scold Yao Linger, but Long Chen secretly stopped it. She was still in the midst of adjusting to her new body, and just now, in order to help Long Chen do the soul search, she had overtaxed herself. Long Chen understood Yao Linger very well. Having been slumbering for so long, she felt no sense of safety compared to Huo Linger and Lei Linger. She was afraid she would fall into a slumber again if she couldn't help Long Chen. This fear drove her to show off her abilities, even though she overexerted herself. Long Chen rubbed Yao Linger's head and gave her some encouragement, making her dance excitedly. However, when she returned to the primal chaos space, the earth cauldron sternly warned her to keep cultivating and not to go out again until she was truly ready. Yao Linger was aware of her mistakes. She had been very worried about the earth cauldron's scolding, but it only said a few light words. It wasn't even that strict. Relieved, she obediently continued cultivating. "There are two more devil creature armies nearby. Let's take a look," said Long Chen to Huo Linger. "Great." Huo Linger was delighted. She swung the golden crow coiling dragon staff, and a golden crow spread its wings, carrying Long Chen and Huo Linger away like a blazing shooting star. The enormous golden crow's wings broke through space as it flew. Golden powder fell from its wings, leaving a golden rainbow in its wake. The golden powder didn't dissipate for a long time, exuding an exceptionally arrogant and domineering aura. The golden crow was incredibly fast. They soon saw another group of devil creatures cleaning up the battlefield. This so-called cleanup involved low-level devil creatures consuming the blood-soaked mud of the battlefield. The battle here was already over. The devil creatures quickly noticed Long Chen and Huo Linger, and they immediately swarmed toward them. Huo Linger had the golden crow smash into them without hesitation. She raised her hand, and a flame lotus appeared on it. While the initial posture of the world extermination flame lotus was familiar, this attack was different from Long Chen's. Adorned with golden crow totems and the image of the Fusong trees, the lotus rapidly expanded as Huo Linger hurled it down like a meteorite. The flame lotus erupted in a wave of golden flames. Within the blaze, countless golden crows soared, and the leaves of the Fusong trees roared with intensity. The devil creatures were incinerated instantly. With this single strike, the battlefield was consumed by flames. Aside from one three-vein heaven saint devil creature, the rest were annihilated. This attack was magnitudes more powerful than Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus, leaving him once again astounded. "Big brother Long Chen, have some tea. Little sister will deal with it." Without waiting for Long Chen's response, Huo Linger giggled and flew out with the golden crow coiling dragon staff. Chapter 5106 Choice. Huo Linger spread a pair of golden wings that sliced through the dome of the heavens. This time, her wings had 18 golden crows flying within them. With these totemic wings, she struck the three-vein heaven saint devil creature, forcing it to cough up blood. Huo Linger fought both in human form and as a golden crow, sometimes changing form multiple times in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with her images, making it impossible to tell which was real or fake. Because of this, the three-vein heaven saint struggled to keep up with Huo Linger's relentless assault and was unable to counterattack. Huo Linger did not have the sacred dragon might suppressing her opponent. She was relying entirely on her own abilities, which meant that Huo Linger's power had surpassed Long Chen's. The 18 golden crows occasionally transformed into totems to boost Huo Linger's power and sometimes into golden crows that attacked individually or in unison. These unpredictable attacks would fluster even Long Chen, let alone this devil creature. How terrifying. Long Chen didn't even know how many times he had said this today. Huo Linger had completely suppressed the devil creature. If she wanted to kill it, it would only take a few moves. However, she was in no rush to do so. She was using it as a sparring partner, constantly testing out the new divine abilities of the Golden Crow race. Long Chen's mind sank into the primal chaos space, and he saw thousands of golden crows slumbering on top of the fusong trees. However, these crows were only a few dozen meters long, and their auras weren't that strong. There are too many golden crows now, and it'll take an enormous amount of energy to make them grow. It looks like I'm not providing them enough energy, muttered Long Chen. The life energy in the primal chaos space had become sparse as the fusong trees absorbed large amounts of it. Raising a large group of golden crows indeed required a shocking amount of energy. Huo Linger is already so terrifying with only 18 golden crows. If she had over 7,000 golden crows instead, how strong would she be? Long Chen wondered as he watched Huo Linger fight. He almost didn't dare to even imagine it. Those 18 golden crows were equivalent to 18 heavenly chosens with undying bodies. Moreover, Huo Linger could merge and split their power at will. This kind of power was practically cheating. The three-vein heaven saint devil creature finally couldn't endure Huo Linger's power, and her staff smashed into it. The devil creature was extremely aggrieved. It couldn't beat her, nor could it run from her. Long Chen extended his finger. This time, due to Huo Linger exhausting all of its core energy, leaving it in an extremely weak state, Long Chen's finger penetrated its skull. After that, he started a direct soul search. Huo Linger watched from the side. When he saw that Long Chen didn't seem happy, she asked, "How is it? Is it no good?" Long Chen nodded. "It's no good. Although I detect some strange fluctuations, I can't decipher them. If Meng Qi were here, she would definitely be able to read them easily." Long Chen couldn't help but think of Meng Qi. With her skill in soul arts, such a thing would not be difficult for her. Sadly, Long Chen couldn't do the same. Although his spiritual strength was powerful, his power was too wild. There was no way for him to achieve the same level of perfect control, which was why he gave up on cultivating soul arts. "Senior, I have an idea. I just wonder." Long Chen suddenly asked the Earth Cauldron for its opinion. Right now, he was considering two possibilities. One was to go straight to the core region and compete with the various heavenly geniuses for the best timing to make his breakthrough, while the other was to take a look at the stone fetus. He kept feeling like it was hiding some kind of secret, and if he missed out on this chance, he would regret it for a lifetime. Long Chen wanted to know the secrets of the stone fetus, but he also didn't want to miss the chance to get to the core region of the heavenly flame devil domain. If others reached the eternal realm before him, especially the likes of Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yujiao, Lu Fan, and Huang Wudao, he would be in trouble. While he didn't fear them, if he was still in the divine venerate realm when he fought them, he wouldn't be able to beat them. Unable to decide between the two options, Long Chen then turned to the Earth Cauldron, wanting to hear its opinion. "You need to consider this yourself. I can't tell you what to do. This is a fork in the road, and the future karma is something even I cannot see through," said the Earth Cauldron. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen said, "The core region has to be occupied by the Brahma Pill Valley's people. For outsiders to get something from them won't be so easy. I might as well first see what's going on with the stone fetus." The Earth Cauldron did not respond, and it wasn't planning on giving Long Chen any advice. Whether this was a blessing or a disaster was unclear to it, so it could only leave it to Long Chen. Long Chen didn't bother wasting more words. He had Huo Linger return to the primal chaos space to rest. Although Huo Linger was still in an excited state, the two battles had caused the 18 golden crows to start running out of energy. They needed to rest. Furthermore, due to the number of golden crows that had suddenly been born on the fusong trees, the primal chaos space's life energy was now sparse. Restoring them to their peak condition would not be as easy as before. Even though Huo Linger wasn't too happy about it, she had no choice but to return to the primal chaos space to rest. As for Long Chen, he flew toward the core region. While he encountered countless devil creatures along the way, he didn't have the patience to deal with them. With his lightning wings, Long Chen rushed through the air. He saw quite a few races stealthily creeping toward the core region. They were likely the fish that had slipped through the net. Because they didn't have numbers, they were easily overlooked. When they saw Long Chen fly past, they were startled, and quite a few of them got a greedy look in their eyes. However, their greed quickly vanished. With their power, trying to kill Long Chen would be no different than suicide. As Long Chen sped through the air, he quickly saw a squad of hundreds of thousands of people fighting a devil creature army. Hee, here's my chance. Without another word, Long Chen dove down upon them. Chapter 5107 Helping in Crisis. Within the chaotic battle, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu were fighting alongside a group of experts against the devil creatures. But all of a sudden, they heard the cat woman's sharp screeching coming from behind them. Feng Yu, you little slut, if you don't want to die, charge forward and create an opening for us. Otherwise, we'll kill you first. Hundreds of thousands of experts were fighting endless waves of devil creatures. While these experts had formed a solid defense everywhere else, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu's area was extremely weak. No one was there to support them. Naturally, the devil creatures saw their location as a vulnerable point and attacked with relentless ferocity. Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu were doing their best to fight back but were gradually being pushed back. What terrible luck! We clearly entered with Big Sister by xianxia, so how did we end up transported here? We even have to deal with these idiots, Hu Xiaoyu complained, her fury evident as she battled the devil creatures. Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu had entered the spatial gate with the white dragon race, but once they arrived in the heavenly flame devil domain, they discovered that they were separated from the white dragon race. In other words, the order and timing of the transportation did not affect the transportation location. The locations where the various races were transported were determined by their status plates. In theory, since Long Chen was holding a tablet of the white dragon race, he should have been transported to the same place as Bai Yingxie and the others. However, when Long Chen entered the spatial gate, the pressure of a human emperor attacking him affected the transportation process, resulting in a deviation. Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu had barely gotten a look at their surroundings when they encountered the mixed beast race. As soon as both sides saw each other, the atmosphere turned cold. While Feng Yu was only a half-step heavenly chosen, with the Phoenix Marrow's power, she was not afraid of the mixed beast race's experts. However, the other races, experts quickly surrounded them, questioning them about Long Chen's whereabouts. In their eyes, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu were Long Chen's companions. Only then did Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu learn that Long Chen had exposed his status just before entering the heavenly flame devil domain. He had even slapped a human emperor, and there was now a large bounty for his head. Naturally, the two of them didn't know where Long Chen was. But then, they wouldn't reveal his whereabouts even if they knew. Both sides grew tense, with hostilities rising. Feng Yu could break free of their encirclement. After all, with the Phoenix Marrow's power, if she wanted to leave, these people wouldn't be able to stop her. However, she couldn't abandon Hu Xiaoyu. Since the treasures Long Chen had bought for Hu Xiaoyu required her to reach the eternal realm to merge with them, her power hadn't risen significantly during this time. If they were to forcibly break through, Hu Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to follow her. As a result, they continued facing off with these people, waiting for an opportunity to escape. However, what awaited them was more experts and countless devil creatures. With the devil creatures attacking, those experts couldn't force Long Chen's whereabouts out of the two. They had to fend off the devil creatures first. Because of their slow reaction, the devil creatures swarmed over them from all directions, leaving no room for escape. In just a few waves of attacks, the experts suffered numerous casualties, forcing them to switch to defense and pull back. At this moment, the cat woman cursed Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu as the bringers of bad luck, turning everyone's anger toward them. The experts decided to attack the two and conduct a soul search to find Long Chen's whereabouts. Claiming they couldn't afford to be dragged down by such powerful enemies, they forced Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu to take on the main role of breaking free of the encirclement. To put it frankly, the two of them were coerced to sacrifice themselves. Hu Xiaoyu was so furious that she was about to turn on them, but Feng Yu stopped her. Gritting her teeth, she joined forces with these experts to fight the devil creatures, enduring the greatest pressure. Big sister, you should leave. With your power, you have a high chance of breaking free. So, you should charge out. Even if I have to die, I'll drag that bitch down with me, said Hu Xiaoyu, her voice tinged with hatred. Hu Xiaoyu and Feng Yu were as close as sisters, so she knew exactly what Feng Yu was thinking. She didn't want Feng Yu to die here because of her. Shaking her head, Feng Yu answered, don't be rash. We can still endure. Once we can't handle it anymore, it won't be too late to kill them. Despite the danger, Feng Yu remained calm. The closer they got to death, the clearer her mind became. For some reason, Long Chen's figure appeared in her mind. Only Long Chen had ever made her feel such reverence. She recalled Long Chen's words, fighting with your life on the line is the greatest form of cultivation. A true expert is someone who can remain calm and judge the situation clearly while facing the immense pressure of death head-on. She finally understood the essence of Long Chen's words. Only someone unafraid of death could remain cool under this pressure and grasp that slight chance of survival in crisis. If there was no opportunity, they could only endure. A chance might not appear, but they had to be ready if it did appear. Otherwise, even if such an opportunity showed up, they wouldn't be able to grasp it. Feng Yu was far calmer than Hu Xiaoyu right now. She ignored the cat woman's curses, knowing that anger was meaningless. But big sister, we're enduring the most pressure and are using more energy than anyone else. If we wait too long, you're going to lose your chance to break free, whispered Hu Xiaoyu. Feng Yu still had plenty of energy to break free. But as time passed, that chance would shrink. It's fine. In that case, we'll both die. If we are together on the path to the Yellow Springs, we won't be lonely, declared Feng Yu, smiling at Hu Xiaoyu. Hu Xiaoyu cried in silence, knowing that Feng Yu would never abandon her. She was deeply moved, yet seethed with fury. Hearing the cat woman's curses from behind, she was consumed with bitterness and wanted to kill her on the spot. More and more devil creatures appeared, growing stronger with each wave. Their defensive zone was constantly shrinking. Despite this, Feng Yu calmly smiled. She recognized that their situation was hopeless but felt neither fear nor anxiety. Her only regret was that she had just obtained the Phoenix Marrow and glimpsed her rise to power, only to face death now. She felt as though the heavens were toying with her. Just then, space quivered, and an arrogant voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. When Boss Long San descends, who dares not to kowtow? Chapter 5108 Beating someone at their own game. Hearing the domineering and arrogant voice, Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu looked up in disbelief. The black-robed Long Chen was hovering above everyone. The devil creatures charged at him crazily, but the flames coming from his body directly incinerated them. Long Chen had a pair of golden wings on his back, golden crow wings. As they flapped, a golden radiance illuminated the world, making everything around him appear holy. The wings were undeniably flashy, shedding golden powder with each movement, like a river of stars flowing through the air. This spectacle made Long Chen look even more striking. Hey, large beauty, are you still doing well? Long Chen called out, surprised to see Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu among the crowd. He waved at them. An uproar erupted among the experts as they stared at him in horror. As for the surrounding devil creatures, they grew fearful and retreated, merely maintaining their encirclement. Hu Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes. After confirming that she wasn't seeing things, she shouted at those experts, didn't you want to know where Big Brother Long Chen is? Didn't you want to trade his head for a reward? He's right there, so why are you cowering now? Oh, you want my head? Long Chen asked, stepping toward them. His advance made them retreat in fear, scaring them even more than the march of all the devil creatures. A group of trash like you wants my head? Are you crazy? Long Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. Among the hundreds of thousands of experts, there were barely 100 heavenly chosens, and only a dozen or so were truly formidable. However, even they would be nothing against Long Chen's strength. They wanted to kill him for the bounty. They really overestimated themselves. A sudden, anguished shriek pierced the air. Hu Xiaoyu had stealthily slipped behind the cat woman and thrust her hand into the cat woman's chest. She viciously bit down on the cat woman's shoulder, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Who let you be so vicious? Who let you be so sinister? Who let you bully us? Hu Xiaoyu seemed to have gone crazy. While this cat woman was a heavenly chosen, her power was extremely low, making her a bottom-tier existence among the heavenly chosens. With Hu Xiaoyu's hand thrust through her chest, she was helpless and could only scream in agony. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Hu Xiaoyu thought of how the cat woman had continuously bullied and suppressed them, sent many of their comrades to their deaths, and even tried to use the two of them as cannon fodder. Hence, she showed no mercy in her attack. Feng Yu, on the other hand, was calmer. She came to Long Chen's side and looked at him with gratitude. You're right on time. Long Chen felt a bit awkward. Feng Yu had misunderstood his intentions. She believed he had come to rescue them, but in reality, he had not even noticed them when he first arrived. Cough, I'm glad the two of you are fine, said Long Chen hastily. Xiaoyu. Feng Yu called out to Xiaoyu, who was still tearing out the cat woman's flesh. The cat woman was basically a skeleton now, her flesh littering the ground. It was a frightening sight. After all, Xiaoyu was part of the mixed beast race, so this nature was part of her. Once her anger erupted, it was hard to contain. She only stopped after Feng Yu shouted at her several times. Xiaoyu spat out the last mouthful of flesh and then drove her sword through the cat woman's head. The remaining experts of the mixed beast race quivered in fright. The devil creatures were no longer attacking and just surrounded them, observing everything. For now, they were safe. However, the remaining experts were only safe against the devil creatures. Facing Long Chen, they felt no sense of security. After all, Long Chen was the one who scared the devil creatures into stopping. Big brother Long Chen, it's a good thing you came. Otherwise, my big sister and I. Once Xiaoyu calmed down, she rushed toward Long Chen as if wanting a hug. Wait a minute, little sister, let me clean your face first, Long Chen said hastily, waving his hand. Xiaoyu's mouth was covered in blood, and she also hadn't retracted her fangs. Long Chen was afraid of getting bitten by accident. Only then did Xiaoyu notice her appearance and turn bright red. She had just revealed her ugliest side to Long Chen and felt the urge to find a hole to hide in. Why are you two here? Asked Long Chen. Feng Yu gave a simple explanation of the spatial gate's transportation. In the end, she added, Long Chen, we should charge out while we can. Something is off with these devil creatures. Feng Yu had a growing sense of unease as she watched the devil creatures standing still. Suddenly, the devil creatures started to move in unison, as if performing a coordinated dance. Feng Yu jumped in fright at the sight. When Feng Yu gazed into the distance, her face turned pale with horror. She saw a three-vein heaven saint devil creature waving a white bone staff. As she looked in another direction, she saw a second one, and then a third appeared. When Feng Yu saw the three heaven saint devil creatures, her complexion instantly turned pale as paper. Long Chen, you have to run. Leave us, shouted Feng Yu. Just then, a giant vortex appeared. Feng Yu's heart sank as she felt a bizarre power bind her. Don't worry, I'll squeeze out all my power to send you to safety, shouted Long Chen, pressing a hand on both of their backs. Don't, Feng Yu and Xiaoyu both cried out. Foolish girls, said Long Chen as he smiled slightly. Long Chen pushed, and golden flames enveloped the two of them. They shot through the sky like shooting stars, piercing straight through the vortex. The three heaven saint devil creatures were momentarily startled by the sight but quickly ignored it. Raising their bone staffs, they expanded the vortex several times its original size. Everyone, including Long Chen, was quickly pulled into the vortex. Long Chen, Feng Yu and Xiaoyu cried out, but their power was sealed by Long Chen. They could only watch as Long Chen grew smaller and smaller, disappearing into the distance. Just then, two talismans on their backs glowed, transporting them so far that they couldn't even see where they had been. Big brother Long Chen, Xiaoyu wept. It was all our fault. Acting composed, Feng Yu helped Xiaoyu to her feet. She said, Long Chen won't die so easily. Perhaps he is only trapped. We should hurry to the core region and use the heavenly flame energy to advance to the eternal realm. Maybe we can save him in time. Xiaoyu wiped her tears and nodded. After that, she and Feng Yu rushed toward the core region. Chapter 5109 Heaven Devil, Earth Devil, Mortal Devil. Being pulled into the vortex, Long Chen was surprised by the immense suction force. Even with his power, he couldn't resist. This vortex seemed to possess a strange power that stripped a person of their Doyan power. Once they were sucked inside, everyone's Doyan energy fluctuations vanished. The experts screamed in terror. Without their Doyan energy, they felt like they had been reduced to mere mortals. As Long Chen wasn't a heavenly Doyan, he didn't have a strong reaction, but he did feel the terrifying intensity of the suction. His power was being suppressed. Everything was still within expectations. Long Chen was drawn into the heart of the vortex along with the others. Space suddenly quivered, and a wave of dizziness hit him. Will suppression. Long Chen recognized it as a form of will suppression. In the face of immense aura, most experts would surrender and lose consciousness. Seeing everyone else lying still, Long Chen played dead. Eventually, space quivered, and the transportation ended. Long Chen refrained from using his divine sense to scan his surroundings and remained still, pretending to be unconscious. What powerful blood qi, even the soul is strong. This is a big fish. A startled cry rang out in Long Chen's ears. Suddenly, an image appeared in Long Chen's mind, a desolate world of endless black mountains. Long Chen was atop one of these mountains, where an elder with black wings and a white bone crown stared at him with amazement. Long Chen didn't dare to look around, relying on the image that the earth cauldron was projecting to him. Seeing that this elder had 6 heaven vein runes flowing around his wings, Long Chen almost pissed himself. He had actually run into a 6-vein heaven saint. 3, 6, and 9 heaven veins marked significant divisions among heaven saints. Just as there was a vast difference between a 2-vein and a 3-vein heaven saint, the gap between a 5-vein and a 6-vein heaven saint was enormous. A 6-vein heaven saint could easily crush 100 3-vein heaven saints. Against a 3-vein heaven saint, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid. With Huo Linger's protection, he could even handle 3 to 5 3-vein heaven saints. But facing a 6-vein heaven saint was a different story entirely. Long Chen cursed his luck, realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape. The 6-vein heaven saint had a long, donkey-like face and wore a teeth necklace. Long Chen couldn't discern the origin of these teeth, but they emitted a pressure that made his soul ache. Long Chen endured with all his might, doing his best not to give off the slightest fluctuation. Suddenly, the elder reached out and pinched Long Chen's elbow. He shouted, "This blood qi, this physical body. We've found a treasure this time. Come, send them into the devil spirit blood sea." 2 more elders appeared, and Long Chen cursed under his breath. These 2 were 3-vein heaven saints exuding devil qi. 3-vein heaven saints had actually become casual workers here. Long Chen and the heavenly chosens were unceremoniously tossed into a card-like pieces of meat. The heavenly chosens, with their souls completely suppressed, were unable to sense their surroundings. Long Chen noticed that only heavenly chosens were being placed on this cart, while the others were being transported elsewhere. The cart started to move quickly. One 3-vein heaven saint pushed it while the other pulled. Their presence indicated the high value placed on Long Chen and the others. If normal experts were considered prey, this cart and its contents were top tier, with Long Chen being the most prized. The cart itself was made from crude, strange wooden boards and featured 2 wheels. The wheels were clearly crafted by the human race, but the wooden boards were the work of devil creatures. The cart's design was primitive and rough, reflecting the devil creatures' barbaric craftsmanship. The wooden boards were already stained with blood of various races. The pungent smell almost made Long Chen throw up. The cart moved through the depths of the mountain range. Once they escaped the sight of the 6-vein heaven saint, Long Chen finally sighed with relief. Suddenly, the devil creature pulling the carriage at the front spoke up, filled with resentment and hatred. "How unfair. The rest of them are hunting, but we're stuck doing this kind of work." "Shut up. We're all slaves of the heaven devils. We have to listen to their arrangements," whispered the other elder. "But every person is only supposed to watch over the devil spirit altar once. Why are we forced to watch it twice in a row? They're clearly targeting us. The higher-ups must have their own thoughts." "What thoughts? It's just because we're low-grade mortal devils who have to devour humans to sharpen our minds. They're looking down on us. They don't care about our feelings and just assign us the most worthless work," said the elder at the front through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Long Chen trembled. He suddenly recalled that the 6-vein heaven saint devil creature's aura was fundamentally different. Due to how nervous he had been, he hadn't taken note of it. But now that the elder said this, it seemed there were different classifications amongst these devil creatures. These devil creatures were from beyond the heavens and could be classified into heaven devils, earth devils, and mortal devils. The renowned heaven devils were the top commanders among these devils. Mortal devils, on the other hand, were the lowest tier. They only gained self-awareness by devouring humans and other races, and their intelligence remained limited, comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The 6-vein heaven saint who had assigned them this task was an earth devil. Earth devils were born with their own intelligence and were very different from mortal devils. They possessed ancestral runes that gave them natural dominance over weaker devil creatures, allowing them to control and command them. If normal devil creatures were mindless slaves, the ones evolving into mortal devils would be the captains of the slaves. Earth devils utilized these captains to lead and manage the other devil creatures. After they became mortal devils, their desires only intensified. They wanted to devour more humans to strengthen themselves. However, it seemed that these 2 had missed out on this chance for 2 consecutive openings of the heavenly flame devil domain. Suddenly, the cart came to a stop, causing the elder at the back to ask, "What are you doing? Why don't we devour these corpses ourselves and escape?" suggested the elder at the front. The elder at the front turned back and looked at Long Chen, revealing a set of sinister white teeth. Long Chen's heart sank. Chapter 5110 Terrifying Altar. The elder's words almost made Long Chen jump. The way the elder looked at him, it felt as though he was about to take a bite out of Long Chen at any moment. "Brothers, please calm down. Don't be rash," Long Chen pleaded silently. If these two really wanted to eat him, he would have to fight back. However, even with Lei Linger and Huo Linger's aid, he had no confidence in silently killing 2-3 Vein Heaven Saints simultaneously. Any disturbance would alarm the 6th Vein Heaven Saint, and there could be even more powerful beings present, perhaps even a human emperor. The elder pushing the car seemed tempted and gulped hard. Long Chen instantly felt a chill. "Fuck, what are you two doing?" Dawdling. Just then, 2 more elders appeared, transporting a cart as well. This cart was packed with even more people than Long Chen's, indicating that it had also been recently transported by a vortex. The 2 elders quickly started moving their cart forward, joining the procession. As Long Chen observed, he noticed over 10 additional carts accompanying them, all filled with heavenly chosens. Passing by a mountain, Long Chen saw a large coffin. He had previously seen this coffin with the violet crystal heavenly eye, but seeing it up close revealed its true enormity. It was like a world unto itself. Most of it was buried in the mud, with only the lid exposed. Long Chen's cart was soon brought to the central area of the lid. The cart quivered as a large hole appeared in its base. Before Long Chen could react, the 2 elders hurled everyone and their cart into the hole. The hole was a passageway leading straight down, and the cart tumbled after Long Chen. It landed with a splash in some kind of liquid. Long Chen managed to jump out just before impact, hovering in midair. As he surveyed his surroundings, his heart raced. The inside of the coffin was filled with a sea of blood, and the pungent smell made him feel nauseous. The cart and its contents floated aimlessly in one direction, and the slumbering experts slowly drifted over. This place was pitch black, but Long Chen didn't dare to use his divine sense. He lightly stepped onto an expert, floating along with it. After a bit, Long Chen's eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, and he saw a strange building at the center of the Blood Sea. He quickly realized what it was: a sacrificial altar. It was perfectly square, and every corner had a giant fiendish devil skull on it. At the heart of the altar was a stone fetus, and Long Chen's heart shook when he saw it. "There's more than one." Long Chen was astonished. The previous stone fetus had been exposed outside, not concealed within a coffin. Moreover, this stone fetus was entirely different from the one Long Chen had seen with the violet crystal heavenly eye. The shape and the veins on its shell were distinctively different. "This stone fetus seems to contain something stronger," said Long Chen, his excitement growing as he observed it. However, he didn't dare to be rash. Slowly floating over to the altar, he was at the center of the floating bodies. Some people were only a few meters away. Long Chen suppressed his aura and focused his mind. When the first body touched the altar, it exploded, and the altar quivered slightly. Long Chen saw wisps of white energy being devoured by the 4 devil skulls. "Damn, their essence, chi, and spirit are all absorbed," muttered Long Chen. Suddenly, he realized that these 4 skulls seemed to have some life fluctuations. When they absorbed the energy from the first body, Long Chen's soul quivered. These heads must have belonged to 6 Vein Heaven Saints when they were alive. Long Chen's jaw dropped. The fluctuations emitted by the skulls carried a terrifying aura reminiscent of the elder he had seen outside. As the bodies of the heavenly chosen struck the altar, they were blasted apart by an invisible ripple, and their energy was drawn into the 4 skulls. The stone fetus, which had previously remained still, now displayed flowing runes. From a bird's eye view, the altar resembled a 4-headed monster, with the stone fetus at its core. Essence blood, spiritual chi, soul essence, Doyan energy, all are being absorbed without a trace left behind, and it's specifically targeting heavenly chosens. What could be inside this stone fetus? More and more experts died in their slumber just like that. At this moment, Long Chen realized that the vortices that the devil creatures were generating actually borrowed power from this altar. The altar seemed to control the souls of the sacrificed, keeping them unconscious even in death. However, Long Chen noticed that this power had no effect on him. He quickly took out a dozen medicinal pills and tossed them toward the altar. They exploded into powder upon contact. He tried 2 more pills, but the same thing happened. The altar was covered in a mysterious energy that disintegrated anything coming into contact with it. There's no way to get close. Long Chen's expression grew grim. No wonder no one was watching this place. Everyone in the Blood Sea would be pushed to the altar, and no one could resist the altar's power. They would all die. Long Chen suddenly had a thought, and his mind sank into the primal chaos space. Previously, Long Chen had tossed a 3-vein heaven saint devil creature onto the black soil. While most of it had been devoured, one of its legs was still sticking out. Long Chen quickly grabbed a rotting leg from the floating bodies, managing to catch it before it completely disintegrated. He then tossed the leg onto the altar, and to his relief, it stuck to the surface without provoking any reaction from the altar. Long Chen was delighted by that. At this moment, the body he was about to touch the altar, so he jumped off, landing on that leg. Just then, the body he had been on exploded, leaving Long Chen standing on the altar. In an instant, a vast divine might crashed down on him, causing his entire body to tense and his hair to stand on end. Chapter 5111 Grandmist Primal Elixir. When Long Chen landed on the altar, he felt a terrifying divine pressure crash down upon him. It was as if an ancient beast had set its sights upon him, causing his hair to stand on end. Long Chen went completely still, like a statue, unable to move even if he wanted to. The altar seemed to come alive, scanning its surroundings with a menacing aura. He remained in that rigid stance for what felt like an eternity. Gradually, the oppressive pressure lessened, and Long Chen felt a tremendous weight lift from him. He sighed in relief, though his forehead was drenched in sweat. This altar was incredibly bizarre and terrifying. Long Chen didn't dare to relax. Something is definitely wrong with this altar. Long Chen muttered, continuing to crouch on the leg. He felt that the altar wasn't controlled by a mere formation but was more like a living entity, a dormant beast. If it fully awakened, he would die miserably. In the distance, the sound of splashing water reached him. Another set of sacrifices had been brought over. However, Long Chen remained perfectly still, his posture unchanging. As the second batch of sacrifices reached the altar, the pressure on him eased slightly. The altar continued to blast those bodies apart and absorb their energy. Long Chen felt the altar's focus shift away from him and onto the new sacrifices. Seizing the moment, Long Chen cautiously took out the violet crystal heavenly eye and examined the altar. What the fuck? Long Chen's hair stood on end. Through the heavenly eye, he saw that the altar was actually part of an enormous turtle-shaped lifeform, located on its back. The turtle had 4 limbs but no head and floated in the Blood Sea. What shocked Long Chen even more was that the 4 devil skulls were not merely placed on the altar, they were growing out of the turtle's back, as if they had been grafted onto it. Most terrifying of all, the 4 skulls in the black tortoise's body were fully connected. Through the heavenly eye, Long Chen could see their arteries intertwined with countless meridians linking them together. This confirmed his suspicion. The altar was not merely a construct but a living entity, a monster that was put together here. With the violet crystal heavenly eye, Long Chen could practically see through this monster. He could observe its meridians pulsing and its blood qi flowing. The energy absorbed by the 4 skulls was slowly directed towards the central area of the turtle's back, where the stone fetus resided. Long Chen's gaze fixed on the stone fetus, but he couldn't fully penetrate its surface. Instead, he saw root-like veins flickering over it, akin to those found on a developing egg. Long Chen gulped, his earlier assumptions about the altar being a man-made construct with unfamiliar formations shattered. He now realized that the altar was not a mere construction but a living entity forged from the fusion of the 4 fiendish devil skulls, the turtle body, and this mysterious egg. Yes, it was an egg. These veins were not inscribed runes but natural lines created by its life force. Even the greatest formation master couldn't replicate these lines. Thus, Long Chen could tell it was the egg of an unknown lifeform. All the energy gathered by the altar was being channeled to this egg. Long Chen's violet crystal heavenly eye glowed with intensified energy as he harnessed his violet blood to enhance its power. Finally, this mysterious egg grew translucent, and Long Chen managed to see through its shell. Inside, a swirling violet liquid was visible. What? Terrifying primal chaos qi. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Grandmist primal elixir. The earth cauldron's voice trembled with awe. What is that? Asked Long Chen hastily. It is the most primal energy from the birth of heaven and earth. You've seen primal chaos amethysts, which are precious due to the trace of grandmist violet qi inside them. This grandmist primal elixir is thousands of times denser. The earth cauldron's voice was filled with reverence and regret. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. I don't know if it's because I'm too weak now, but my old eyes seem to be failing me. I couldn't sense this treasure in front of me. If I had, I would have definitely had you come here sooner. This grand mist primal elixir is incredibly important to me, the earth cauldron lamented. Hee, as I always say, fortune lies in danger. Guts equal wealth, Long Chen chuckled. Seeing even the earth cauldron so shocked confirmed that the risk had indeed been worth it. Long Chen continued observing. Through the dense grand mist primal elixir, he saw a figure at the core. There's actually a person. Long Chen was shocked. At the center of this egg was a life form with 2 horns, covered in violet-scaled armor. It was 3 meters tall and extremely muscular. When Long Chen saw it, his soul shuddered and his heartbeat quickened like it was going to explode. It's an emperor fetus, exclaimed the earth cauldron, his voice tinged with alarm. This is a bad situation. This altar is used to raise an emperor fetus, and it's going to mature very soon. You aren't a match for it. What is an emperor fetus? Asked Long Chen. It is a method of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, a technique to defy the heavens and create a god. This technique is said to have originated not from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but from the world outside. This altar extracts the essence of heaven and earth, and by sacrificing heavenly chosens, it nurtures a powerful devil fetus. My memories are incomplete, but based on what I'm seeing, once this devil fetus matures and breaks out of its shell, it will be on the level of a human emperor, declared the earth cauldron gravely. A human emperor. The worst part is that its body is already fully formed and on the verge of awakening. Any disturbance might trigger its awakening. We have to leave now, said the earth cauldron. Leave? Are you joking? Long Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. All treasures I see belong to me. I have to get it. Chapter 5112 Hands Tied. Don't mess around. This isn't a joke. If it wakes up, I won't be able to protect you. After all, I haven't recovered even a tenth of my power, scolded the earth cauldron. It understood Long Chen's character. If this fellow saw a treasure, his chronic disease would flare up, and he would do anything to get it. However, it was different this time. The devil fetus was on the verge of full maturity. Even if they could interrupt its growth, it would still be on the level of a pre-emperor in existence that could crush Long Chen with a single finger. There's always a way, declared Long Chen obstinately. He continued examining the devil fetus with the violet crystal heavenly eye. Listen to my advice. This world has many traps, and if you can't control yourself, you will fall into one. For example, cats like to eat fish but can't swim, while fish like to eat earthworms but can't leave the water. There are countless alluring baits, but you can't catch them all. If you try, you might only end up losing your life, the earth cauldron warned earnestly. Whether or not I succeed, I have to try it. I can't rest easy without giving it a shot, Long Chen replied, his expression serious. With my bad luck, if I want to get stronger, I have to rely on myself. Rather than counting on luck, I must depend on my own power. To seize any opportunity, I need to put in thousands of times the effort. If I let any chance slip by, I may not be able to turn the tide when tribulations come. Hearing this, the earth cauldron could only helplessly sigh. It could have forcibly bound Long Chen and dragged him away in the past. However, ever since he had recognized Long Chen as its master, it had no choice but to follow his will. Even if what Long Chen was doing was wrong, it could only watch. Long Chen continued to examine the world inside the devil fetus. He focused on the aura of the so-called devil spirit inside the fetus and quickly started to sweat. What Long Chen discovered was that the devil fetus and the altar were essentially one entity, with the devil spirit at the core of this monstrous formation. When he first jumped onto the altar, it was the devil spirit's instinctual sense of danger that had activated the altar's defenses. Just as the earth cauldron had mentioned, the devil spirit was controlling the altar directly, and there appeared to be no opening or vulnerability to be exploited. That's not right. If the devil spirit was placed inside, there has to be some kind of opening, Long Chen muttered, a flash of inspiration striking him. He carefully re-examined the shell of the devil fetus. This time, he noticed a circular mark at the very top of it. It's definitely there. Long Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. To avoid drawing the devil spirit's attention, Long Chen broke off a piece of the devil creature's leg and bound it to the bottom of his feet. He then moved cautiously toward the devil fetus. As expected, if a devil creature touched the altar, it wouldn't trigger its attack. Long Chen slowly crept up to the devil fetus and then started to climb it. Upon reaching the top of the devil fetus, Long Chen noticed that the devil spirit remained unresponsive. This made him feel much more confident, and he turned his attention to the circular mark. The mark was clearly the result of someone cutting open the egg to insert the devil spirit. Long Chen was certain that the devil fetus and the devil spirit had not originally been one entity, as their fluctuations were distinctly different. Long Chen took out a jade ruler and gently tapped that mark, but there was no reaction. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the opening was sealed with what appeared to be a glue-like substance. Long Chen tried to use the jade ruler to pry it open, but it was exceptionally tough. The ruler couldn't break it, and he dared not use a weapon, fearing that the weapon's innate killing intent might awaken the devil spirit. This is the saliva of a fiend devil. It's an exceptional glue that remains potent even after millions of years. Even a sword would struggle to break it. If you wish to open it without causing a disturbance, it would likely take months. There's no way for you to open it in a short time, the Earth Cauldron commented, hoping to dissuade Long Chen. Saliva, Long Chen mused, an idea forming. He extended a finger, and a white flame danced at its tip. Carefully, he traced the glue on the incision with the flame. The glue quickly incinerated under the flame's touch, revealing the crack. The Earth Cauldron was startled. Long Chen's ingenuity impressed it. It hadn't considered that the ice soul flame could counter the fiend devil saliva so effectively. The ice soul flame incinerated the glue and then froze it. When Long Chen's finger completed a full loop, a layer of frost formed over the incision. He took out the jade ruler again, lightly tapping the layer of frost to remove the fiend devil saliva. Long Chen cautiously pulled the shell open. The cover was several feet long, and as it opened, grand mist chi poured out, accompanied by a powerful emperor pressure that made Long Chen almost instinctively flee. Fortunately, Long Chen was prepared. When the lid opened, he clearly sensed the devil spirit's body quiver ever so slightly, causing his heart to clench. The Earth Cauldron's rune suddenly activated. It was just as nervous as Long Chen. If anything happened, it would instantly whisk Long Chen away. Luckily, after quivering ever so slightly, the devil spirit fell silent again. Long Chen sighed in relief. At this moment, a whirlpool appeared above Long Chen's head. It was condensed by the Earth Cauldron. The aura emanating from the devil fetus was being sucked into the primal chaos space. This energy was too precious to waste. Long Chen didn't immediately move. He waited a full incense stick of time, observing the devil spirit's aura. Once he saw that it was steady, as if in a deep slumber again, he finally looked down. Long Chen's heart continued to sink. This devil spirit had locked in the entire altar's energy, essentially functioning as the brain and the heart. No matter what he did, he would risk awakening it. In other words, he couldn't get anything unless he took the entire altar. However, as this altar was alive, he couldn't draw it into the primal chaos space. It's useless. You're trying to steal from the lion's mouth. No matter how deep its slumber is, you won't have a chance, said the Earth Cauldron, still doubting Long Chen's plan. Suddenly, Long Chen's Yuan spirit appeared in the primal chaos space. He waved his hand, and countless medicinal ingredients flew toward him. The Earth Cauldron asked, "What are you doing?" "Whatever, I'll be shameless this time. I'll poison it to death." Chapter 5113 Poison. Hearing that, the Earth Cauldron seemed stunned. "Yao Linger, come help me," said Long Chen. "All right." Yao Linger excitedly flew over and warmed the furnace. After that, Long Chen started to refine the medicinal ingredients. Despite Yao Linger's long slumber, her alchemy skills remained sharp. Though she hadn't fully mastered the Demon Moon Cauldron, refining these ingredients was effortless for her. Long Chen wasn't refining a pill, he was making medicinal liquids. The translucent liquids piqued Yao Linger's curiosity. She asked, "Big brother Long Chen, what are you doing with them?" "It will make the devil spirit fall into an even deeper slumber." Long Chen left the primal chaos space and carefully sent the medicinal liquid into the devil fetus one drop at a time. Due to the tiny amount, there was no reaction from the devil fetus or even the devil spirit. After 2 hours, Long Chen sensed that the devil spirit's spiritual fluctuations were no longer as active. He was delighted by the discovery, as it meant that this path was possible. He started to quicken the pace, pumping a barrel of medicinal liquid inside. The medicinal energy was quickly absorbed by the devil spirit. This time, its aura became slow and relaxed. To test it, Long Chen walked outside the shell and saw no reaction at all. After that, Long Chen returned to the primal chaos space and refined more medicinal liquid. This was a different kind of medicinal liquid, and even Yao Linger and Earth Cauldron didn't know what it was. The Earth Cauldron could refine any pill, but there was one kind of pill it didn't dare to touch: pills meant to harm or kill people. As the Earth Cauldron, it focused on life. Refining those kinds of pills would damage its core. As a result, it naturally didn't think Long Chen could poison the devil spirit to death. Moreover, using poison was always seen as the act of a lowlife. However, Long Chen had never considered himself to be a good person. Sometimes, it was necessary to use any means available. In any case, no one would ever know. The second barrel of medicinal liquid was meant to draw the devil spirit into a deeper slumber, but it also contained anesthetics. The devil spirit didn't react, and Long Chen instantly became more brazen. The third barrel was pure numbing agents. To test their effectiveness, Long Chen took a light sniff and instantly felt a wave of lightheadedness. When he poured in the third barrel, the altar started shaking. Long Chen jumped, thinking the devil spirit was waking up, but it continued to sleep like a dead pig. "Senior, absorb a bit of the devil fetus's energy, or the balance will be lost," called out Long Chen. The devil spirit was dead asleep, but the 4 skulls on the altar were still absorbing the energy of the sacrifices. Without the devil spirit absorbing that energy, the devil fetus's energy started to inflate. The Earth Cauldron was stunned by Long Chen's methods, and Long Chen's shout drew it out of its stupor. It appeared above his head and started to absorb the energy of the devil fetus. "Senior, why aren't you directly absorbing it? Why do you need to bring it into the primal chaos space first?" asked Long Chen. He noted that the Earth Cauldron didn't absorb the Grand Mist Chi but left it in the primal chaos space. As a result, a clump of purple clouds appeared in the primal chaos space. "First of all, I can't absorb this thing directly. It needs to go through the Golden Lotus Seed's purification to remove its dark energy. Secondly, this is a priceless treasure, and I'm not the only one who needs it. Dragonbone Evilmoon and the Demon Moon Cauldron need it as well. It's not right for me to consume it all to myself," replied the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was startled. If the Earth Cauldron said that it was a priceless treasure, it truly had to be priceless. However, if it was so priceless, shouldn't it be going all out to obtain it? Why did it want him to leave so badly? Did an item spirit really have no drive to take risks? Long Chen had always felt that the Earth Cauldron was too conservative. However, Long Chen knew that this was also one of his shortcomings. He was often too impetuous, and it just so happened that they could complement each other. The violet cloud in the primal chaos space was growing. At first, it was just a few meters wide, but it quickly spread many miles. With the Earth Cauldron's reminder, Long Chen noticed that this violet cloud was like a block of violet jade, but it had black spots on it. Those black spots gave him a bad feeling. It was as if even from within the primal chaos space, they could still harm him. The Earth Cauldron seemed to be intentionally releasing the violet aura right beneath the Golden Lotus Seed. The lotus's divine light then slowly erased these black spots. Now, the violet aura gave off unimaginable pressure, causing the entire primal chaos space to release a new fluctuation. However, Long Chen didn't notice the change in the primal chaos space, as he only focused on refining more medicine. Poison Dragon Thorn, Netherworld Flower, Yin-Yang Grass, Soul Nibbling Spider. Long Chen refined many medicinal powders, working meticulously. He was now refining a poison pill, and this was his first time creating such a high-level poison pill. Long Chen asked the Earth Cauldron for advice. This devil spirit was already on the level of a pre-emperor. Under normal circumstances, poisoning such an existence to death was practically a joke. However, in its numbed state, there definitely was a chance of success. But he would only have one chance. This poison pill was different from the previous medicines Long Chen had fed it. This was something fatal. The risk was that such a potent poison might trigger the devil spirit's instincts and awaken it. To counter this, the poison pill had to be extremely toxic, ensuring that the devil spirit was killed before it had a chance to react. Fortunately, Yao Linger was truly hardworking and succeeded in one go. When the Demon Moon Cauldron opened, there was a giant pill the size of a baby's fist. It was wrapped in a pill cloth marked with dense, sinister symbols. Long Chen used a leaf from a fusong tree to wrap it, but the moment the leaf touched the pill cloth, it withered instantly, revealing the pill's alarming toxicity. "This pill is too toxic. I can't use it," said Long Chen with a grim expression. The intense toxicity meant that the devil spirit might sense it as soon as he removed it from the cauldron. To address this, Long Chen and the Earth Cauldron worked together to refine a new pill cloth that could contain the poison. After all, the original pill cloth couldn't contain its toxicity. When a new pill cloth covered the poison pill, the terrifying aura finally vanished. Not daring to tarry, Long Chen immediately dropped the poison pill into the devil fetus. Chapter 5114 Feeding. What is the name of this poison pill? Asked the Earth Cauldron as it watched Long Chen drop the giant pill into the devil fetus. I don't know either. I refined it based on a poison pill formula in my memories and the medicinal ingredients I have on hand, answered Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen himself was frightened by the poison pill. Its toxicity was absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, it was a demon pill, and Yao Linger's core energy was able to seal its spirit. Otherwise, the moment it came out of the cauldron, it would explode. Right now, all his hopes were on it. Long Chen carefully sent the poison pill toward the devil spirit, whose mouth was opening, drooling. It looked like it was having a wonderful dream. When Long Chen sent the medicinal pill to its mouth, it inhaled and sucked up the medicinal pill. However, the pill got stuck in its throat, so it spat the pill out. Long Chen instantly felt a shiver run down his spine. When the pill came out, the pill cloth was slightly torn. If the pill cloth was destroyed, the toxicity might leak out and trigger the devil spirit's sense of danger. The devil spirit could then prevent the full effect of the poison. The Earth Cauldron was also tense. It was not in its nature to take such risks, but Long Chen always liked to do these heart-pounding things. The second time Long Chen sent the pill to the devil spirit's mouth, the same thing happened. It once more spat the pill out. The devil spirit seemed to sense something and even worked its jaw a bit, but fortunately, it didn't wake up. Long Chen's heart pounded like a drum. He was so tense that sweat was dripping down his forehead. Fuck, you have such a big mouth, so why is your throat so small? Cursed Long Chen inside. The devil spirit's mouth was definitely huge, capable of devouring an entire watermelon, but it actually spat out this tiny medicinal pill twice. Furthermore, the pill cloth started to look a bit thin. If it's no good, we should leave. If it doesn't work this time, the toxicity will definitely leak. Then you'll be dead, advised the Earth Cauldron. It's only a pre-emperor. I'm not even afraid of Pill Valley's domain lord, so why should I fear it? Long Chen clenched his teeth, his words a mix of reassurance to the Earth Cauldron and a boost of confidence for himself. Actually, that domain lord is also a pre-emperor, said the Earth Cauldron. What? He isn't a true human emperor. Long Chen was startled. He had always thought that the glacial heaven domain lord was a human emperor. In terms of realm, he can be considered a half-step emperor. However, he has a human emperor's power. The support of faith energy can allow him to temporarily reach the human emperor realm, explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen smiled bitterly and said, you really aren't letting me feel any comfort. But no matter what, I have to try it. You are still so young, so you'll have many opportunities in the future. I don't understand why you have to always take such crazy risks, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen took a deep breath, focusing his mind. He answered, you may not realize this, but every step I've taken has been fraught with danger. I can't afford to miss any opportunity for improvement, because the next chance might slip away before I even have the power to grasp it. Think back to our days together is what I'm saying, not the truth. One misstep leads to another, and if I miss this opportunity, I could be doomed before the next one even appears. The Earth Cauldron pondered this and remembered its time with Long Chen. Every step Long Chen had taken had indeed been the right one. Each opportunity was hard fought, and had Long Chen's power been even slightly less, those chances would have passed him by. Fine, then let's risk it all, said the Earth Cauldron. Hearing that, Long Chen was reinvigorated. He was under immense pressure, and it was very important for him to have the Earth Cauldron's support right now. Long Chen took a deep breath and sent the pill toward the devil spirit's mouth yet again. However, this time, he was extremely careful and patiently waited for his final chance. He examined the devil spirit's breathing and tried to grasp its rhythm. Suddenly, its mouth opened more than usual as if it was yawning in its sleep. At this moment, Long Chen felt like his heart stopped beating as he sent the poison pill into its mouth. As the poison pill entered its throat, the devil spirit suddenly coughed, making Long Chen's hair stand on end. However, after coughing once, the devil spirit swallowed the poison pill. Long Chen clenched his fists in anticipation, and the Earth Cauldron felt a wave of relief. It said, excellent, The pill cloth remained intact. The 2 layers of pill cloth will gradually merge in its stomach, releasing the poison pill's energy. The pill will most likely erupt within an incense stick of time. That will be our best chance to act. It seems that the devil spirit won't wake up for a while. Senior, you should extract the Grand Mist Primal Elixir, or it might be too difficult in a bit, advised Long Chen. All right. The earth cauldron shrank and slowly entered the devil fetus. While it appeared as a large egg from the outside, its interior was an expansive world of its own. As the Grand Mist Primal Elixir was absorbed, it quickly transformed into swirling violet clouds within the primal chaos space. Seeing that the devil spirit wasn't reacting, Long Chen sighed in relief. He then used the violet crystal heavenly eye to look outside. The violet crystal heavenly eye was truly divine, looking through the coffin effortlessly. It revealed a chaotic scene where devil creatures were bustling about. As Long Chen searched for the 6-vein heaven saint devil creature, all the devil creatures suddenly recoiled in fear, hastily abandoning their tasks and fleeing in one direction. Long Chen followed their movement and his heart skipped a beat. Countless devil creatures were converging, and among them was the 6-vein heaven saint. Most alarming, however, was the presence of 5 additional figures standing alongside him. Damn, 6-vein heaven saints! Long Chen exclaimed in shock. As Long Chen marveled at these formidable beings, the void twisted and a masked figure materialized before them. TCH, a mask. Long Chen sneered. What could possibly hide from the violet crystal heavenly eye? As he infused it with his violet blood's energy, the mask gradually became transparent. When Long Chen saw the figure's face, he was stunned. Lu Fan, Chapter 5115 Collusion. What is he doing here? Wondered Long Chen, taken aback. Lu Fan had come with a mask to conceal his identity, but it was ineffective against the violet crystal heavenly eye. What shocked Long Chen the most was that all the devil creatures gathered in response to Lu Fan's arrival, as if they were greeting him. The sight of 6-vein heaven saints and hundreds of 3-vein heaven saints in one place was truly frightening. Greetings, son of Brahma. One of the 6-vein heaven saints stepped forward and cupped his fists to Lu Fan, cupping his fists in a deeply respectful gesture toward Lu Fan. The sheer respect in his tone ignited Long Chen's anger. Fuck, as expected, it's a scheme. They're colluding. Long Chen's fury seethed, causing him to clench his teeth. It made sense now why Lord Brahma hadn't mobilized his forces to drive off the devil creatures. They were actually allies. Fuck, I'm recording everything. Let's see how you feign innocence this time, muttered Long Chen. Since entering the heavenly flame devil domain, he had activated a photographic jade in the primal chaos space to capture everything he observed. This was a feat others couldn't achieve easily. After all, photographic jades were usually detectable by experts, and the spatial chaos from battles could easily destroy them. However, Long Chen was different. His photographic jade was in the primal chaos space, recording everything he saw, and no one could sense it. What's that scar on his face? Wondered Long Chen, as he noticed a strange scar on Lu Fan's face, running from his forehead to his mouth. The scar was faintly bloody and curved, unlike any weapon marks Long Chen was familiar with. Even if someone used different techniques, there was no way to draw such a line. Damn, Long Chen's jaw suddenly dropped. Why does that scar look like it was made by Mo Nian's shovel? He took out his own shovel and compared its curve to the scar on Lu Fan's face. It was a perfect match. That fellow Mo Nian, how did he do this? Long Chen was stunned. After all, Mo Nian had entered the heavenly flame devil domain before Lu Fan, who then chased after him. According to the spatial transportation laws of the gate, they shouldn't have ended up in the same location. Most importantly, Mo Nian wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. To guarantee his safety, he would have used some special transportation talismans to evade his enemy's pursuit. How vicious. Even with Lu Fan's power, he still can't erase that scar. Mo Nian must have done something to his shovel, Long Chen laughed. It was a move that suited Mo Nian's character perfectly. Long Chen wasn't sure if Lu Fan was wearing the mask to conceal his identity or to hide the scar on his face. Regardless, Lu Fan's expression didn't look too good. He coldly said, "The Valley Master sent me here to inquire about the situation at the Axis Sea." An elder of the devil creatures responded, "Please inform the Valley Master that everything is proceeding smoothly. We are still diligently working on suppressing them." Lu Fan sneered upon hearing this. In other words, there has been no real progress. The elder didn't get angry and calmly answered, "I wouldn't say that. The great heaven devils are stationed on that side, and it takes time for the information to reach us from there. Then what about this side of the axis C? Demanded Lu Fan, maintaining his arrogance even in front of 6 vain heaven saints. Everything is normal on this side. It is under control, replied the elder. What control? Lu Fan instantly exploded in rage. You said everything was under control at the High Firmament Academy too. We warned you repeatedly to reinforce that area, but you ignored our warnings. You allowed the High Firmament Academy to reclaim their first branch without any resistance, and now you dare speak of control. Hearing his aggressive words, the devil creatures roared furiously. Even the 3 vain heaven saints started to circulate their heaven vein energy, looking like they would attack at any time. In the face of so many aggressive devil creatures, Lu Fan showed no sign of fear. He sneered contemptuously, though his expression was hidden by his mask, so only Long Chen could see it. The elder waved his hand, signaling the devil creatures to stand down. He then turned his gaze to Lu Fan. If the Brahma Pill Valley is dissatisfied with that matter, feel free to report it to the heaven devils. It has nothing to do with us. We respect the Brahma Pill Valley and divine venerate Brahma, but that doesn't mean I will tolerate your insolence indefinitely. Think it over. The elder's tone turned icy, his demeanor firm. Though he was displeased by Lu Fan's harsh criticism, he managed to remain calm. Lu Fan coldly said, according to our informants, the seal on this side of the axis C isn't going well. Many are searching for their ancestors and have already reached the depths of the endless desolation. This poses a severe threat to us. Long Chen's heart raced as he realized he was overhearing a crucial secret. The elder snorted in response. What do you mean? Our seal isn't going well. The issue lies with the Brahma Pill Valley's control. Your lack of oversight has allowed some individuals to sneak into the depths of the endless desolation. Not only that, but your Brahma Pill Valley also promised to eradicate the original devil race. Yet, they've resurfaced in the endless desolation, their divine marks suppressing our dark energy and causing us to take heavy losses. Other races have exploited this to breach our defenses. So tell me, who should be blaming whom? The original devil race. Long Chen's mind raced as he thought of Yu Xiaochen, his concern mounting. Had she already ventured into the depths of the endless desolation? He was overwhelmed with worry and felt a strong urge to go after her immediately. We've long since erased most of them. All that remains are the numerous tiny branches, which pose no significant threat. If you can't handle even that, what use are you to divine venerate Brahma? Lu Fan sneered. You. The elder trembled with rage. The Brahma Pill Valley's negligence was the root cause of the problems, yet they shifted the blame onto the devil creature's side. If it weren't for Lu Fan's special status, this elder would have crushed him on the spot. Tell me, have there been any movements on the Violet Blood race's side? Asked Lu Fan. At Lu Fan's question, Long Chen instantly perked up. Chapter 5116 Heaven-Shaking Secret. The Violet Blood race has been very active lately. We're not sure what triggered it, but their numbers have surged, and several individuals with terrifying potential have emerged. It seems they've been biding their time for this opportunity. We've started consolidating our forces to suppress them, the elder said. Their numbers have multiplied. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did this refer to his grandfather and the others? Back then, Luo Zichuan had left the Luo family to open a channel to them. Long Chen had also helped him open that channel before parting ways. Previously, Luo Zichuan had left the Luo family to open a channel in the Violet Blood race's prison realm, and Long Chen had helped him open it before they parted ways. Afterward, the entire Luo family mysteriously disappeared without a trace, leading Long Chen to suspect that Luo Zichuan had brought them away. However, the Luo family was only one tiny branch of the Violet Blood race, so Long Chen couldn't be sure that their increase in numbers was because of the Luo family. Nonetheless, the news was exciting. It was the best news for Long Chen. When did this happen? Asked Lu Fan, his expression darkening. Over half a year ago. I'm not sure of the exact timing. It's not easy getting information from that side, replied the elder. Why didn't you report it to us sooner? Raged Lu Fan. The elder was momentarily taken aback but didn't immediately respond. Instead, a touch of killing intent flickered in his eyes, revealing his fraying patience. The elder coldly said, Brat, remember that this is a collaboration. We aren't your slaves. I've given you face, so you better give me face. You aren't the Valley Master or Lord Brahma. Watch your tone, or I might slap you. You. Lu Fan was enraged, but facing a 6 vain heaven saint, even as a son of Brahma, he knew he couldn't push too far. If Lu Fan pushed them too far, the consequences would be dire. Although he didn't believe these devil creatures would dare to kill him, he knew he couldn't defeat them in a fight. Suppressing his anger, Lu Fan spat out, "What about the other races? Has there been any movement?" The elder lightly said, "The sovereign dragon race has been pushed to the brink after so many years. If it weren't for a group of stubborn dragons protecting them, they would have long since collapsed. As for the Julie race, they are resilient. We are in constant battle with them but have yet to make any significant progress. The Heavenly Eye, Shadow, Blood Barbarian, Ethereal Wind, Effulgent Ice, and the other races are still holding on, though they can only defend. We can't tell what's going on with them. The other original races of the 9 heavens are also on the brink of collapse. With each passing moment, another one of their races is wiped out. Everything is under control." Long Chen's heart clenched. He had just uncovered a heaven-shaking secret. The Heavenly Eye, Shadow, Blood Barbarian, Ethereal Wind, and Effulgent Ice races were all famous in the Primal Chaos era. Each of them had once illuminated the world with their glory. Any of these races had enough history that a person could spend a lifetime reading about them without finishing. Long Chen had thought that most of them had gone extinct, but unexpectedly, they still existed. When Long Chen heard about the sovereign dragon race, his dragon blood rapidly circulated. This referred to the dragon race's sovereign clan. In the outside world, they were called the sovereign dragon race. That's right, we've noticed the Lifehunter race in the depths of the endless desolation. We've even clashed with them, and they've killed quite a few of our people. Are they connected to you? Asked the elder suddenly. The Lifehunter race. Long Chen instantly recalled how they had mentioned finding tracks of the Violet Blood race and were preparing to launch a large-scale assault on them. It seemed that the Lifehunter race wasn't just bragging. They had indeed reached the depths of the endless desolation, displaying their skill. Lu Fan snorted, "Those idiots refuse to obey us. We've warned them not to enter the endless desolation multiple times, but they still snuck their way in. They're after the Violet Blood race. Ignore them, let them test out the Violet Blood race's true power." The Lifehunter race had set up their own organization called the Heavenly Province. They loudly proclaimed their desire for revenge against the Violet Blood race and were extremely arrogant. However, they had the power to back up that arrogance. That's right, over a month ago, a human expert barged into the endless desolation and killed over 30 of our 3 Vain Heaven Saints. When we sent the Earth Devil's 12 emissaries to hunt him down, he mysteriously vanished. Do you know this person's background? The elder waved his hand, and a figure appeared in the air. It was extremely blurry, showing only the back. This figure emitted a 7-colored divine radiance, exuding an immense sense of danger. "Dad," Long Chen almost cried out when he saw that. He instantly recognized the figure as his father, Long Zontian. His father had actually barged into the endless desolation. 7-color supreme blood, that's a mark of the Julie race's bloodline. I don't know who it is exactly, but I will report it to the Valley Master, said Lu Fan. Speaking of which, other than information on the endless desolation side, I came to ask you about these 2 people. We want them captured or killed. Have you seen them? Lu Fan took out 2 portraits with Long Chen and Mo Nian's images drawn on them. When the elder saw them, he was startled and was about to say something. Just then, the devil fetus shook. As the earth cauldron had sucked the grand mist primal elixir dry, the devil spirit quivered, and its violet scales suddenly turned black. The poison is working, Long Chen exclaimed. No longer having time to see what Lu Fan was saying to the elder, he charged at the devil spirit. The devil spirit was shaking. Its eyes suddenly flew open, revealing violet pupils with a net of black lines in them. Seeing it, Long Chen was overjoyed. If even its pupils were showing marks of poison, then the poison had truly penetrated deeply. The devil spirit suddenly roared. Long Chen was about to summon the dragon blood battle armor, but this one roar caused his vision to turn black. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he shot back. Long Chen was shocked. The devil spirit was badly poisoned and didn't have even a tenth of its original power. However, its roar almost ripped Long Chen apart. Following that roar, its broken insides spilled out, transforming into black liquid before they even landed. A disgusting stench immediately filled the air, causing a wave of dizziness to strike Long Chen. Long Chen hastily consumed an antitoxin pill. The devil spirit roared angrily again, losing its mind and crazily swinging its arms. Having waited for this chance, Long Chen slammed the demon moon cauldron on the devil spirit's head in between its wild flailing. After that, an explosive sound rang out. Long Chen's arms shuddered, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger broke. The demon moon cauldron went flying, but the devil spirit's skin didn't even break. Long Chen was taken aback by the devil spirit's terrifying physical body. Just as he was about to forcibly wake up Dragonbone Evilmoon, the aura of the devil spirit's soul vanished. The last smash of the demon moon cauldron broke its final defensive power, causing the poison to enter its head and extinguish its soul. With the death of the devil spirit, the entire altar lost its light. After that, Long Chen formed a series of hand seals. "Get in here," exclaimed Long Chen. The giant altar, along with the devil fetus and the devil spirit's corpse, were all sucked into the primal chaos space. Long Chen had just done this when the stone coffin was blown open by someone. He turned to see Lu Fan and the Earth Devils. "Hello, how are you?" Long Chen waved at them with a mocking smile. Chapter 5117 8 Sons of Brahma. The head elder of the devil creatures was shocked to see the coffin empty, so he unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. "The altar, the devil spirit. You bastard, where are they?" "Don't worry, they're doing very well. I just moved them, and I'll help you look after them," replied Long Chen as he laughed mischievously. Even in front of so many Earth Devils, Long Chen remained fearless. After all, the devil spirit had been captured, and the Earth Cauldron had the power to bring him away at any moment. "Long Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you know who I am?" Lu Fan shouted, thinking that Long Chen wouldn't recognize him because of his mask. "You are Lu Fan." "No, Lu Fan doesn't have a scar on his face. Where did that scar come from? It looks like it was left by a shovel," exclaimed Long Chen in feigned shock. Lu Fan was shocked by this, thinking that Long Chen had a strange divine ability that allowed him to see through his mask. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan removed his mask, glaring at Long Chen. "You two are both third-rate trash. You don't dare to fight me directly, so you can only set up sinister traps. Today, we'll see if you still have anything up your sleeve." This scar was clearly left by Mo Nian through some unconventional means, and Lu Fan was still nursing a grudge over it. "We're third-rate trash, then what are you, ninth-rate trash? Colluding with devil creatures to control all the races within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Someone so despicable calling others trash is laughable," sneered Long Chen. You were eavesdropping." Lu Fan's expression changed dramatically. "If you don't want others to know, don't do it. Now that you've done it, why worry about others knowing?" Long Chen replied. At this point, there was no need for Long Chen to hide anything. He was already mortal enemies with the Brahma Pill Valley and wasn't afraid of increasing their enmity. "Lock down Earth Devil Valley." The elder roared. Countless devil creatures directly surrounded this place. The 6 Vein Heaven Saints positioned themselves strategically, while the 3 Vein Heaven Saints formed a solid line. This place instantly became an impassable prison. Not even a fly could escape. Now that Long Chen knew their secrets, they couldn't let him leave alive no matter what. The leader stepped forward to crush him, but Lu Fan shouted, "Hold it. He's mine. I'm going to personally kill him and bring his head to Domain Lord Han Chenny." Smiling lightly, Long Chen said, "It seems you know about how I slapped Han Chenny. But I'm curious. Since even a human emperor wasn't a match for me, who gave you the courage to challenge me?" The Earth Devils were all shocked, their expressions changing as they didn't dare to believe their ears. He had slapped a human emperor in the face. That was crazy. Lu Fan sneered, "I've long since heard of you, a despicable person with countless sinister tricks. You are truly the same as Mo Nian. You only know how to act shamefully. If you had run a bit slower, Domain Lord Chenny would have crushed you to bits with one palm. This place has been locked down, so show me where you'll run this time. I'll cut off your head first, and then I'll kill that bastard Mo Nian. Give it up. Mo Nian's shovel almost cut your face in half, and the scar hasn't even healed. Do you feel like you can stand here saying such big words?" asked Long Chen. Lu Fan instantly exploded. "That bastard sneak attacked me. By the time I wanted to counterattack, he had fled. Otherwise, I'd have ripped him into 1,000 pieces. Alright, don't be so emotional. Let's pretend that everything is as you say. I believe you, okay." Long Chen consoled Lu Fan. Long Chen's consolation was adding fuel to the fire. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan declared, "Go ahead and make your move. I'll make sure that you're fully convinced of your defeat this time. I'll show you the power of the Brahma line's inheritance." I'll make you despair at the power gap. Lu Fan pointed at Long Chen and beckoned, looking down at him with disdain. Stall a bit longer. The Demon Moon Cauldron is quickly merging, and Dragonbone Evilmoon is on the verge of awakening after my disturbance, transmitted the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's heart shook. Dragonbone Evilmoon had said not to disturb it unless it was a matter of life and death. For the Earth Cauldron to forcibly awaken, it meant that Evilmoon was crucial in the fight against Lu Fan. In front of Lu Fan's provocation, Long Chen shook his head. Before I attack, I have a question. I heard that you are one of Brahma's 8 sons. It seems that this position is a bit higher than the 3,000 disciples, huh? Unaware that Long Chen was stalling, Lu Fan sneered, the 3,000 disciples of Divine Venerate Brahma are just elites who have passed rigorous trials. Those who are more talented or powerful can compete for their positions. But I am different. I was chosen by the heavens from birth, blessed by Divine Venerate Brahma himself. As I bear Brahma's divine mark, I am destined to inherit Divine Venerate Brahma's legacy. The 3,000 disciples are merely ants compared to me. How can you even compare them to me? Oh, I understand. So you are someone the heavens chose, and what you have is something other people can't obtain even if they work hard for a lifetime. Long Chen said, nodding. That's correct, said Lu Fan proudly. Then tell me, what's your ranking amongst the 8 sons of Brahma? Asked Long Chen lightly. Lu Fan's face twitched, but he still sneered, the 8 sons of Brahma are all Divine Venerate Brahma's children. There's no way to rank us. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed. Don't tell me you're ranked last of the 8 sons. Are you the weakest of them? When Lu Fan introduced himself on the Glacial Heaven Plaza, he claimed to be ranked last, but that was a deliberate act of humility. No one would actually believe he was in last place. In reality, his ranking was a sensitive subject, and Long Chen's mocking had hit him where it hurt the most. Shut your mouth. Lu Fan roared, his face contorted with rage. Unable to tolerate the provocation any longer, Lu Fan moved in an instant, appearing directly in front of Long Chen. The two were close enough that Lu Fan's fingers, like sharp claws, reached for Long Chen's face. He hated Long Chen's smug expression very much. Just as Lu Fan attacked, Long Chen moved in response. Even though Long Chen's attack came second, his palm landed on Lu Fan's face before Lu Fan's claw could reach him. Chapter 5118 Brahma Golden Body. Lu Fan's moves and every thought were laid bare to Long Chen. After all, Long Chen's ability to read facial expressions and body language far surpassed Lu Fan's. From birth, Lu Fan had been a heavenly genius, coddled by everyone around him and favored by the heavens. Long Chen had encountered many people like him. Many experts risked their lives, cultivating with relentless effort, only to strive for what Lu Fan had already possessed from birth. Moreover, he would gain things they couldn't acquire even with a lifetime of hard work. Such an immense disparity bred a natural sense of superiority in Lu Fan. However, this often led to deficiencies in character and psychology. That was because everything such people had wasn't from their efforts. Their talent, bloodline, and special skills all were gifts from their parents, while their resources, weapons, and cultivation techniques were bestowed by their clans. Many envied their meteoric rise, but Long Chen saw it as a kind of sorrow. Some things could only be earned through personal struggle, only then did they truly belong to you. Sometimes, the process of achieving something was more valuable than the end result. When one received many things without having to work for them, no matter how strong they couldn't make up for the flaws in their heart and mind. Such people often had extremely fragile hearts, sensitive to criticism and unable to handle failure. Thus, when Long Chen called Lu Fan the weakest of the 8 sons, targeting the most fragile part of his heart, Lu Fan's fury erupted, and he directly attacked Long Chen without thinking. Long Chen had ample experience in this regard. Seeing Lu Fan's twisted expression, Long Chen could easily tell that he was about to attack, so Long Chen prepared his hand. The next moment, an explosive sound rang out as Long Chen's palm connected with Lu Fan's face. To Long Chen's surprise, a golden divine light enveloped Lu Fan's face, and this powerful barrier caused Long Chen's hand to hurt. However, the power behind Long Chen's slap was shocking as well. Even though the divine light blocked a portion of his power, the remaining force sent Lu Fan flying. What a thick face! Long Chen was stunned, staring at Lu Fan in disbelief. His slap was powerful enough to severely injure a 3-vein heaven saint, but apart from a handprint bruise, there was no damage on Lu Fan's face. Combined with the taunt, the The slap ignited Lu Fan's rage and drove him to the brink of madness. Lu Fan roared, unleashing a berserk aura that twisted the very air with wild flames. Seeing Lu Fan go berserk, Long Chen instantly regretted it. The earth cauldron had told him to stall, but what could he do? His mouth was faster than his brain. Nevertheless, Long Chen had countless tricks up his sleeves. He extended a hand and beckoned to Lu Fan, taunting him. Come, show me the power of the 8 sons of Brahma. Go ahead and take out your weapon. I'll see just how long you can last while I only use my fists. As Long Chen spoke, a sword materialized in Lu Fan's hand, exuding an aura that sent shivers down Long Chen's spine. He could sense a deadly threat emanating from it. However, before he could get a clear look at the sword, it vanished from Lu Fan's grasp. Lu Fan roared, "You foolish ant, if you won't use a weapon, I won't either. I'll completely crush you." Lu Fan stamped on the air, and a pair of flame wings appeared on his back. He shot toward Long Chen with blinding speed. While Lu Fan's aura surged quickly, he didn't wait for it to peak. His foot slammed down toward Long Chen, creating a pressure so intense that the ground started to sink even before the attack landed. Long Chen was startled. Lu Fan truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 8 sons of Brahma. It was the first time Long Chen had encountered such a terrifying aura among experts of the same realm. In response, Long Chen's blood qi ignited, and he countered with a kick of his own. A violent qi wave exploded upon impact, throwing Lu Fan and Long Chen backward. Long Chen felt a numbing sensation in his leg, as if he had just kicked a star. Brahma golden body, Lu Fan roared, and he became covered in golden divine light, resembling a golden statue. His aura became sacred and divine, carrying a trace of Lord Brahma's presence. It was as if a god had descended, causing heaven and earth to tremble and clouds to be blasted away. Despite the distance between them, Lu Fan unleashed a claw. At that moment, an intense sensation of danger rose in Long Chen's heart, and he instinctively dodged to the side. A hand bizarrely appeared right where Long Chen had been, shattering the space around it. Countless fragments of spacetime sparkled like broken crystals. As Long Chen evaded the sudden attack, the void collapsed, and Lu Fan materialized directly in front of him. "Ant, have a taste of my true power." Lu Fan snarled. Lu Fan's fist was already right next to Long Chen, so Long Chen hastily crossed his arms to block the incoming strike. Long Chen crashed into the ground like a meteorite, and the surrounding earth was upheaved by the impact. Seeing the massive crater, the Earth Devils were taken aback by the sheer force of the attack. Golden flames circulated around Lu Fan, whose eyes glinted like sharp blades. He sneered at the hole in the ground and said, "Trash like you is viewed as a tough opponent by the Brahma Pill Valley. HMPH, the youngest dean of the High Firmament Academy, is nothing more than dogshit compared to me." There was no response from the hole, and the Earth Devils exchanged puzzled glances. "Did he already die?" guessed one of them. As if answering the question, the ground started to tremble. Cracks spread across the earth, and Long Chen's voice roared out like a god's cry. "As expected of Lord Brahma's son. Now, I can fight freely." Scarlet Dragon Battle Armor. A thunderous dragon cry shook the heavens, causing the ground to explode and the dust to surge like a tsunami. The next moment, a blood-colored streak of lightning appeared in front of Lu Fan, and a foot stamped at his face. Chapter 5119 Brahma Golden Body vs. Dragon Blood Battle Armor. In response, Lu Fan raised his arms to block Long Chen's foot. He sneered, "This is your true power. I really overestimated you." Suddenly, flames burst out of Long Chen's Dragon Blood Battle Armor, and his aura surged exponentially. Lu Fan was struck head-on, and just as he had struck Long Chen, he was sent flying. However, while Long Chen was sent downward, Lu Fan was propelled horizontally, smashing through the mountain range and leaving a massive tunnel in his wake. "Is that all?" taunted Long Chen. Long Chen wiped his shoe lightly after sending Lu Fan flying, looking at him disdainfully. Lu Fan was undeniably powerful, but in terms of intelligence, he was shockingly lacking. He couldn't even distinguish between the basic state of the Dragon Blood Battle Armor and its ignited state. To dare hold back and withstand Long Chen's attack was a grave mistake. The devil creatures were stunned, unable to imagine that a human could reach such a level. "All of you are cheaters. Die!" A furious roar rang out. As the mountains collapsed, a figure shot back like lightning, launching a fist at Long Chen. "You call this cheating? All right, then I won't cheat." Long Chen snorted, igniting his dragon blood power. Blood-colored flames flowed around his body, with dragon figures flitting through his scales. He unleashed a punch as well. When the golden fist and the blood-colored fist collided, the devil creatures felt as if they saw a scarlet and golden sun merge. The light was so intense that they couldn't open their eyes. The sun rapidly grew, and the berserk blood chi spread, instantly devouring the 6 Vain Heaven Saints. Caught in this tempest, they couldn't believe that 2 divine venerate humans could unleash such terrifying power. They wanted to shout for the other devil creatures to retreat, but it was already too late. As the golden and scarlet divine light raged, the chi waves blasted the surrounding devil creatures into smithereens. Only 3 Vain Heaven Saints and above survived. The earth devils were all shocked, gnashing their teeth furiously. If they had personally taken action, they could have suppressed Long Chen with a wave of their hand, and such a thing wouldn't have happened. In truth, the earth devils were unquestionably powerful. However, while their intelligence and reaction speed were greater than those of the mortal devils, they were still lacking compared to humans. Because of this aspect, Lu Fan looked down on them. In his view, only the strongest heaven devils were qualified to speak to him on equal grounds. Seeing that his army had been almost wiped out, the leader of the earth devils was aggrieved. However, now that things had reached this point, he could only continue clenching his teeth. He waved his hand, ordering the 3 Vain Heaven Saints to retreat and take charge of the outer encirclement. The 6 Vain Heaven Saints remained at the core region, ready for anything unexpected. At the center of the battlefield, Long Chen and Lu Fan were still clashing. One figure was clad in golden flames, while the other was covered in blood-colored flames. Their berserk power continuously rose and clashed, causing the ground beneath their feet to collapse. Long Chen's dragon blood energy was burning strongly. No matter how Lu Fan tried to suppress him, he remained steady. Even so, Long Chen had to admit that Lu Fan was incredibly powerful, possessing special laws that made it impossible for Long Chen to suppress him. "It's not like I killed your dad or stole your wife. Why are you looking at me so hatefully?" asked Long Chen. "Is it because you're shocked that the person you called trash can fight you evenly? Does it mean that you will start to call yourself trash? Wait. If you lose to me, that would make you worse than trash, wouldn't it? You can't accept that you are last amongst the 8 sons of Brahma, nor can you accept my power. But in this world, there are many things you can't accept. Who cares about being a son of Brahma? Is having a traitor for a father really enough to be unrivaled beneath the heavens? You're too naive." Long Chen continuously provoked Lu Fan, making him grind his teeth. Lu Fan's power continued to rise, and he kept feeling like he would be able to suppress Long Chen with just a bit more power. Unfortunately, Long Chen's power was climbing as well. Despite lacking just the slightest bit of power, Lu Fan couldn't break this deadlock. Their fists trembled, making the void howl as they clashed in the air. "The sons of Brahma are only at this level. Your Brahma golden body cannot beat my dragon blood battle armor. You've already lost," Long Chen mocked. "Bullshit," Lu Fan roared. He tried to suppress Long Chen, but his power had reached its peak. He couldn't increase the power of his fist with the golden Brahma body anymore. In truth, Long Chen was also shocked. It was his first time encountering a divine ability capable of fighting evenly against the dragon blood battle armor. Suddenly, Lu Fan's fist turned into a claw. With a swift motion, he grabbed Long Chen's fist and launched a kick at Long Chen's groin. The kick was extremely quick and vicious. However, during the transition of his moves, Long Chen's left hand struck his face. The explosive sound was 100 times louder than the previous slap, and the immense power sent Lu Fan tumbling back. "You can't suppress me with your power, so you've lost. You know you can't beat me with your little technique and combat experience," said Long Chen lightly. "Even if your Brahma golden body could suppress my dragon blood battle armor, it wouldn't mean you could beat me because my combat experience can make up for it. Your only chance was to use overwhelming power to suppress me. Unfortunately, you couldn't do so. It's no wonder you're last amongst the 8 sons of Brahma." Long Chen's words were like throwing a barrel of gunpowder on fire. All of a sudden, Lu Fan's eyes turned scarlet, and he bit down on his thumb, drawing some blood. "What, are you going to self-mutilate because you failed to beat me?" asked Long Chen curiously. Ignoring him, Lu Fan used his blood to draw a strange rune in the air. The void quivered, and an ominous aura appeared. Long Chen then saw an enormous figure dig its way out of that rune. Chapter 5120 Heavenly Flame Qilin. The blood rune was actually a spatial formation. Once an enormous figure crawled out of it, a ferocious aura unfurled. The immense pressure that, This creature radiated struck fear into the hearts of the three vain heaven saints. This creature had the body of a lion, the legs of a leopard, the hooves of a bull, and a dragon's horn. It was covered in shimmering scales, with blazing auspicious clouds drifting beneath its feet. When Long Chen saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. "A primal chaos species, the heavenly flame Qilin," exclaimed Long Chen as he recognized this legendary divine beast. Legend spoke of the Qilin as a descendant of the sovereign dragon race, though its exact lineage was shrouded in mystery. Various contradictory tales existed, leaving its true origins a matter of speculation. There was an old saying that the Qilin could be divided into male and female. The male was known as Qi and the female as Lin. However, in the outside world, they were collectively referred to simply as the Qilin race. The Qilin race boasted many branches, including the Shadow Qilins, the Sacred Light Qilins, and the Violet Wind Qilins, among others. The Heavenly Flame Qilins were just one of these branches. It was said that the Qilin race had inherited the sovereign dragon race's pure sacred energy. Many Qilins were known for their kind natures and were revered in legends as auspicious beasts, symbols of fortune and prosperity. However, not all Qilins were benevolent. Some branches, like the Shadow Qilin, the Red-Eye Qilin, and the Blood Qilin, had more fierce and violent tendencies, thriving on conflict and bloodshed. The Heavenly Flame Qilin was generally considered an auspicious beast. Though incredibly powerful, it was known for its gentle demeanor and would not kill without cause. Long Chen was taken aback by the appearance of this legendary divine beast. It was unexpected and impressive, even to Long Chen. The surrounding devil creatures were so frightened by the divine beast's sacred might that they hurriedly retreated. The presence of the Heavenly Flame Qilin unsettled even the earth devils, making them feel a palpable sense of unease. The Heavenly Flame Qilin roared with the power of a bull and the majesty of a dragon. Its roar reverberated through the land and made the stars flicker. The sheer divine might of this primal chaos bloodline beast was awe-inspiring, shaking the very fabric of the world. Standing on the Qilin's head, Lu Fan's voice was filled with contempt. "An ant dares to mock me. Even without using my weapon, my contractual divine beast can turn you to ash." Standing at 30 meters tall, the Heavenly Flame Qilin appeared much smaller compared to some of the massive beasts that Long Chen encountered, yet its aura was immense, shaking the souls of those who beheld it. Although this Qilin was in the divine venerate realm, the pressure it exuded was far greater than that of the three vain heaven saints. "You couldn't beat me, so you summoned a helper. Yet, you still managed to boast so shamelessly. I really admire you. To have such a thick skin at such a young age, your future must be limitless," praised Long Chen. Lu Fan's anger flared, but then he grinned. "Ah, this is your envy talking. If it weren't for me, you'd never get to witness such an existence in your lifetime, would you?" Ha ha ha. Lu Fan thought he had found Long Chen's weakness, so he raised his head and laughed, flaunting his wealth. However, Lu Fan was indeed qualified to do so. Even with Long Chen's extensive experience, he had only heard of the Heavenly Flame Qilin. Most cultivators had never even heard its name, and the 6 vain heaven saints among the devil creatures were utterly clueless about this legendary divine beast. "Ah, if you say it's envy, I have to admit that I feel a bit of it. But I don't understand why the Heavenly Flame Qilin race would permit one of their children to form a contract with an idiot. Do they have the habit of throwing their children away?" asked Long Chen solemnly. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan laughed derisively. "The Heavenly Flame Qilin only gains room to grow by working with us. If they didn't choose us, who else would they choose? Trash like you." Long Chen's anger flared slowly. He couldn't tolerate constantly being insulted as an ant and trash. Although he knew he had to stall, he couldn't help himself. Looking at the Heavenly Flame Qilin, Long Chen asked, "Little fellow, listen to my advice. You have the sovereign dragon race's bloodline on you, so I am kindly advising you to go back and tell your leader that Lord Brahma is about to have some tough times. You should hurry and retreat while you still can, or don't blame me if you're caught up in the battle." Long Chen knew that the Heavenly Flame Qilin could understand him. After all, divine beasts with primal chaos bloodlines were extremely intelligent, on par with the human race. In this world, some divine beasts had even transcended the heavenly Taos, unaffected by the laws of heaven and earth. Unlike other lifeforms that needed to assume a human form to cultivate and ascend to the human emperor realm, these divine beasts could reach such heights without doing so. The Heavenly Flame Qilin was one of these transcendent divine beasts, and so was Little Snow. When Little Snow had assumed its new form, Long Chen had thought that it was due to a bloodline limitation. It was only later that he realized how terrifying Little Snow's bloodline was. In response to Long Chen's words, the heavenly flame Qilin roared. Runes on its scales glowed ominously, and a fierce killing intent ignited in its eyes. It seemed provoked by Long Chen's remarks. "Ah, little brat, I gave you too much face, didn't I?" Long Chen remarked. From the roar and its spiritual fluctuations, Long Chen knew that the Qilin was angered. The heavenly flame Qilin roared in anger, as if to say that even in the face of imminent death, Long Chen dared to blaspheme its race. Long Chen's ire flared instantly. "Come, you little animal. Let's see if you can stop yourself from being beaten to a pulp," taunted Long Chen. Rolling up his sleeves, Long Chen pointed at the heavenly flame Qilin and said, "Lu Fan, are you planning on fighting together with it? If so, come at me. Killing you doesn't require us to team up. My heavenly flame Qilin is enough to deal with you 10 times over. I'm in no rush, I'll slowly show you what despair looks like," sneered Lu Fan. He had absolute confidence in his heavenly flame Qilin. After saying that, he jumped off of it. "You're saying that it's going to fight me alone? You're not joining in?" asked Long Chen. "I made myself very clear, didn't I? Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears?" "Yes, I'm not joining in," Lu Fan replied with a sneer. "Oh, if so, I'm not joining in either," said Long Chen lightly. "What does that mean?" asked Lu Fan coldly. Long Chen extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. Just like that, the void quivered, and a beautiful maiden with a flame staff appeared before him. Chapter 5121 Fusong Wrath. Huo Linger was clad in a resplendent golden dress, her eyes glowing with divine light. As she hovered in the air, golden flames danced around her, and golden powder drifted gently downward. Her presence was nothing short of divine. The sight of Huo Linger left Lu Fan and the Earth Devils astounded. They could feel the overwhelming flame energy radiating from her. "I won't interfere. I wouldn't want to bully a mere Qilin. Let my little sister handle it," Long Chen declared. Turning to Huo Linger, he said, "I leave this one to you." "Big brother Long Chen, can I eat it?" Huo Linger asked, her gaze fixed hungrily on the heavenly flame Qilin. "Up to you," Long Chen replied. At first, Long Chen had planned on letting the heavenly flame Qilin go, hoping it would carry his message of warning. However, since it had failed to recognize his kindness, it could no longer expect mercy. In response to Huo Linger's words, the heavenly flame Qilin roared and stamped its hooves down on the auspicious clouds beneath it, crumbling them. Then, it shot at Huo Linger like a bolt of lightning. The flame energy of heaven and earth surged violently, with heavenly Dao runes pouring toward the heavenly flame Qilin as it launched itself at Huo Linger like a shooting star. This wasn't a magical art or divine ability, nor was it a manifestation of its bloodline power. It was merely the heavenly flame Qilin's simplest charge. As expected, the pet took after the master. This heavenly flame Qilin was just as wildly arrogant as Lu Fan, looking down on all others. It thought that it could crush Huo Linger directly. Even though it was a simple charge, the energy of heaven and earth automatically concentrated on it, strengthening its already terrifying body. The sheer pressure from its assault was even somewhat suffocating for Long Chen. Despite the overwhelming force, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit worried. He knew that Huo Linger's power had surpassed his. "Your power is only average, but you're very arrogant. Just where does that confidence come from?" Huo Linger snorted and raised her hand to block the heavenly flame Qilin's wild charge. Countless spots like sesame seeds appeared on Huo Linger's palm, transforming into tiny golden crows. The mass of golden crows converged into a 3-foot-thick shield, composed of thousands of thumb-sized crows fluttering across its surface. "This is..." Long Chen jumped in fright, his eyes widening in shock. Huo Linger had summoned the golden crows that had yet to mature. The primal chaos space only had 18 golden crows that had fully matured and were capable of fighting alongside her. The rest were still in the midst of growing. However, Huo Linger had called upon these younger crows as well. They were flying in accordance with a certain tempo, forming a strange formation. The power of the young crows was around that of a 1-star heavenly doyen. They couldn't participate in any fights yet. However, Long Chen was astounded by their combined power. The heavenly flame Qilin charged headfirst into the golden crow shield, causing the world to tremble. The immense impact sent the Qilin reeling backward, visibly shaken. "What?" Lu Fan cried out in shock. He knew very well how powerful the heavenly flame Qilin was. If he didn't use any weapons, he wouldn't be a match for the heavenly flame Qilin. Yet, Here it was, repelled by a mere flame spirit. Huo Linger stood there, not budging in the slightest. The golden crows were still flying, seemingly completely undamaged. Hot damn, the golden crow race truly has some skill. Long Chen's expression remained composed, but inwardly, he was thrilled. This shield was clearly a divine ability of the golden crow race's formations, and Huo Linger had mastered it. The fact that the heavenly flame Qilin couldn't break through it was a testament to its power. The heavenly flame Qilin roared furiously, flame runes dancing across its scales as its aura surged. It had been underestimating Huo Linger until now, but no longer. This time, it unleashed its full power. It opened its mouth, and an explosive sound erupted. A massive flame sphere rapidly expanded into a swirling storm, a colossal Qilin image forming within it. The destructive power of this attack was immense, causing Long Chen's soul to shudder with the sense of impending doom. Clearly enraged, the heavenly flame Qilin now used its strongest divine ability. Seeing this scene, Huo Linger snorted and summoned her heavenly fate disc behind her. From it, 3,000 fusong trees emerged, their branches teeming with golden crows. Wild flame energy then roared upward, piercing the very heavens. The fusong tree forest and the multitude of golden crows unleashed tremendous flame pressure, scaring Lu Fan and the earth devils shitless. The heavenly flame Qilin roared, and in the blink of an eye, the enormous flame sphere flickered thousands of times. With each flicker, Long Chen sensed the sphere crazily absorbing this world's energy. This kind of rapid absorption and terrifying superposition technique was unlike anything Long Chen had ever encountered. The sphere had already given him a sense of mortal danger, but now the sensation was even more intense. His soul ached, and his bones felt ice cold. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the danger, he involuntarily took a step back. Lu Fan stared in shock at Huo Linger. Her eyes were closed, and she placed a finger on her forehead. On the tip of her finger, a tiny golden dot appeared. It was no larger than a thumb, but within it, countless faint images flowed in a mesmerizing dance. Gradually, an ear-piercing sound rang out from that tiny dot. The world started to shudder under its pressure. A shiver ran through Long Chen. While others couldn't see what was within the dot, he could see it clearly. That tiny dot contained a projection of the 3,000 fusong trees. Somehow, Huo Linger had managed to channel the energy of these trees into the outside world. The void quivered as the colossal flame sphere was finally unleashed. It tore through space with explosive force. "I'll show you my trump card. 3,000 Grand Dao's Fusong Wrath," Huo Linger shouted, her voice echoing with authority as she pointed her finger at the heavenly flame Qilin. That tiny little dot shot out and collided with the enormous flame sphere. Chapter 5122 Violently beating the Qilin. The heavenly flame Qilin's flame sphere was enormous, and what Huo Linger shot out was a tiny flame pearl, only about an inch long. Despite the vast difference in size, the pearl pierced straight through the massive sphere. Lu Fan's expression completely changed, and those earth devils jumped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The heavenly flame Qilin's attack contained its full power and all the energy it had absorbed from the outside world, nearly draining the world's flame chi. Such a powerful attack could instantly annihilate a three-vein heaven saint. Yet, Huo Linger's small attack effortlessly pierced through the terrifying flame sphere. As it was pierced, the sphere's energy rapidly became unbalanced. It warped violently before suddenly exploding and sending a massive flame wave into the sky. Huo Linger's flame bead didn't stop after piercing the heavenly flame Qilin's attack. Its speed and power barely diminished, and it reached the heavenly flame Qilin in an instant. The heavenly flame Qilin clearly hadn't expected its full power attack to be broken just like that. By the time it reacted, the flame bead was already right in front of its head. All its scales stood on end. This wasn't a divine ability but an instinctual reaction toward mortal danger. It twisted its head, causing the flame bead to strike its dragon horn instead. The heavenly flame Qilin was born with dragon horns on its head. That was the toughest part of its body and could be considered its innate weapon. The flame bead struck the horn, and the bead's power instantly erupted. Golden sun flames soared into the heavens, filling this space. Within these endless flames, the heavenly flame Qilin roared in pain as its dragon horn flew out of the flames. Huo Linger's attack had directly broken the dragon horn. Seeing it, Long Chen was instantly moved. Before Long Chen could react, a small golden crow flew out of the flames and swallowed the dragon horn, flying off with it. The heavenly flame Qilin had lost its dragon horn. With half its face soaked in blood, it almost went crazy. Huo Linger raised her hand, and that small golden crow handed the dragon horn to her. The heavenly flame Qilin roared at her, causing her to laugh. She said, "You want your dragon horn back? That'll be up to whether or not you have the ability." Huo Linger waved the dragon horn at it and tossed it straight into the primal chaos space. Losing its connection to its dragon horn, the heavenly flame Qilin raised its head and roared. Flames exploded out of it, and its aura rose to a new level. At this moment, blood-colored flames burst out of its body. It ignited its essence blood. Long Chen was startled, the space behind it quivered, and an enormous Qilin appeared, one that filled the entire sky. This was its manifestation. Once it was summoned, an aura from the primal chaos era unfurled. The heavenly flame Qilin pounced on Huo Linger, arriving in front of her in an instant. Its remaining horn pierced straight toward her. In response, Huo Linger raised her hand and summoned a shield. This shield, which had sent the heavenly flame Qilin flying last time, instantly exploded. The impact flung Huo Linger into the distance. The heavenly flame Qilin roared again. "Nope, nope, I'm not giving it back to you. Moreover, I'm taking your other dragon horn," shouted Huo Linger. She pointed the golden crow coiling dragon staff at the heavenly flame Qilin. The heavenly flame Qilin roared furiously. It stamped on the air, and countless afterimages of it appeared. It pounced on her, using its horn, hooves, and tail to strike her. Every attack caused the world to shake. Having lost one of its dragon horns, the heavenly flame Qilin seemed to have gone insane. Huo Linger had the golden crow coiling dragon staff in her right hand and was forming seals with her left hand. Golden crows flew around her. In front of the berserk heavenly flame Qilin, Huo Linger was getting competitive. Refusing to take a single step back, she chose to face it head-on. Wielding the flame staff in her right hand and unleashing various divine abilities with her left hand, Huo Linger launched a multitude of attacks. She summoned shields, condensed light swords, and called over golden crow grand formations. In an instant, the heavenly flame Qilin was forced onto the back foot. The heavenly flame Qilin was formidable, but Huo Linger still outmatched it. In terms of actual power and combat experience, especially the latter, it was inferior to Huo Linger. It sustained painful wounds multiple times, making it roar in agony. In any case, the power of its physical body was absolutely terrifying. Any other lifeform struck in a vital spot by Huo Linger would have been defeated. However, the heavenly flame Qilin's scales blocked 80% of her power, allowing it to survive what should have been a fatal blow. This resilience was practically heaven-defying. However, even with its incredible defense, it was at an absolute disadvantage. Under Huo Linger's barrage of attacks, it wouldn't last much longer. Lu Fan had never imagined that his strongest contractual divine beast would be suppressed by a flame spirit. The heavenly flame Qilin suddenly let out a furious roar that made Huo Linger chuckle. She didn't stop attacking as she said, "Hee, you're using psychological tactics now. It's useless. I won't return the dragon horn to you." The heavenly flame Qilin was actually cursing Huo Linger for being unfair, demanding her to return its dragon horn for a fair fight. Huo Linger naturally didn't fall for it. Seeing that the heavenly flame Qilin was on the verge of complete defeat, Lu Fan finally waved his hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. However, he didn't go to assist the heavenly flame Qilin. Instead, he directly attacked Long Chen. Long Chen was prepared. Seeing Lu Fan's sword coming, he immediately stepped aside, moving like a phantom and easily dodging it. However, Long Chen was shocked to find that despite clearly dodging it, a bloody line appeared on his chest. Chapter 5123 Dragonbone Evilmoon vs. Brahma Blade. The dragon scales on Long Chen's chest were sliced open, and fresh blood was oozing out of his wounds. Long Chen stared at Lu Fan in disbelief. His exceptionally tough armor was cut apart like tofu. Despite his extensive combat experience, he hadn't managed to avoid this sword. It was his first time encountering such a scenario. Long Chen had clearly evaded the strike. Regardless of the timing or angle, he had grasped everything perfectly. However, he was still struck. If he had been one step slower, he would have been directly cut in two. Seeing Long Chen's expression, Lu Fan tilted his sword ever so slightly. A powerful sword cry rang out, shaking the 10,000 Daos. Lu Fan declared, "This sword is the Brahma Blade, the divine weapon given only to 8 sons of Brahma. Because of the blessing of the divine venerate Brahma, it is incomparably sharp and has the ability to slice the laws of space and time apart. Now, you understand how you were injured, right? Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. If this sword truly could slice apart the laws of space and time, it meant that by the time he saw Lu Fan attack, the sword was already beside him. This was a kind of spatial displacement, so the scene that Long Chen saw was actually delayed. He had only survived Lu Fan's attack because of his immense combat experience. Another aspect was that Lu Fan could only control the barest superficial level of this sword's abilities. If Lu Fan were in full control of the Brahma Blade's special abilities, Long Chen would have become a headless corpse without realizing it. Seeing Lu Fan's sword quiver, Long Chen instantly moved like lightning. He used even different movement arts in a row, leaving behind countless afterimages that were sliced through by the Brahma sword. Long Chen reappeared in the distance. When he looked down at his chest, he saw a white mark on his scales. He had been hit once more. Luckily, Long Chen had sensed Lu Fan's killing intent and managed to dodge the blade in advance. But even though his prediction was correct, he was still too slow. The tip of the sword managed to touch Long Chen's chest and leave a white mark. However, this time, he wasn't injured. Lu Fan's pupils narrowed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to dodge this sword. Seeing this scene, even the Earth Devils jumped in fright. After all, the laws of space and time were something only human emperors could control. However, the Brahma blade could harness this monstrous ability. Such a terrifying weapon could even wound 6 vain heaven saints like them. Just then, Huo Linger smacked the heavenly flame Qilin in the butt with her staff, causing it to roar in fury. Taking advantage of it, Huo Linger shouted at Lu Fan, "Bad person, come at me if you have the ability." Huo Linger could see that Long Chen was in danger, so she directly provoked Lu Fan. Lu Fan ignored Huo Linger and pointed his sword at Long Chen, saying, "This game is over. Are you ready to die?" Long Chen rubbed his wound and found that some kind of laws disrupted his natural recovery abilities. If he didn't have the help of the primal chaos space, this wound would probably keep bleeding until he died of blood loss. The Brahma blade, it truly is worthy of being named after Lord Brahma. How sinister and treacherous, remarked Long Chen indifferently. To blaspheme the divine venerate, you truly deserve 10,000 deaths. Are you done? If you're done speaking, I'll send you to hell right now, said Lu Fan coldly. You'll send me to hell? On your own, Long Chen sneered. Within the primal chaos space, he asked, "Are you ready?" The next moment, a pitch-black saber with a ferocious and domineering shape materialized in Long Chen's hands. For some reason, when Dragonbone Evilmoon appeared, those Earth Devils felt their souls quiver. It seemed that they feared it from the depths of their souls. The old cauldron isn't bad. It actually knew how to share the good stuff. Hee, I'll forgive you for interrupting my seclusion, Evilmoon chuckled. When Long Chen and Evilmoon's auras merged, a huge amount of black chi burst out of Evilmoon, and a sinister aura covered the world. Long Chen didn't know what the Earth Cauldron had given Evilmoon, but Evilmoon's spiritual fluctuations were extremely active. When their souls connected, its vast divine pressure made even Long Chen's heart palpitate. Lu Fan stared at Evilmoon, shocked by its wild appearance. As the black chi swirled out of Evilmoon and its sinister aura covered the land, he felt like some terrible fiend had set its sights on him. Empty bravado. Just die, roared Lu Fan. He suppressed his innate fear and swung the Brahma blade horizontally. "Tch, it's just some superficial laws. I'll help you break them," exclaimed Evilmoon. When a rune lit up on Evilmoon's blade, Long Chen's senses became 1,000 times sharper. He could see a streak of sword light almost reaching his waist as Lu Fan's sword moved. With Evilmoon, Long Chen blocked this sword light, which turned out to be the Brahma blade. So that's the case. These so-called laws of space and time only allow his attack to reach me a bit faster. As expected, he can only control the superficial ability of the blade, muttered Long Chen. With Evilmoon's help, Long Chen instantly saw through Lu Fan's technique. It was simply the result of Lu Fan activating the Brahma blade's time runes. Of course, without Evilmoon's help, even this superficial ability would make Long Chen suffer. Lu Fan was shocked that Long Chen could block his attack. This sword had never let him down before, but it actually lost effect against Long Chen. Against me, you'll need to take out your real ability. These kinds of flashy tricks are meaningless, said Long Chen. Evilmoon suddenly blazed with light, and a burst of power struck Lu Fan, turning his hand almost numb. Lu Fan then stumbled back along with his Brahma blade. Meanwhile, Long Chen raised Evilmoon toward the sky, and 7 runes lit up on its blade. split the heaven's 7 forms in one. Long Chen shouted, swinging Evilmoon down with overwhelming, merciless power. Chapter 5124 Demon Moon Cauldron Verses. Brahma Divine Diagram. Dragonbone Evilmoon slashed through the air like a black river of stars descending from beyond the heavens, or a black crescent moon streaking through the sky. As Evilmoon was raised toward the heavens, the world whined and quivered. Then, when it descended, all sound vanished, leaving only Evilmoon's dark blade slicing through the void. Lu Fan was horrified by this attack. The Brahma blade trembled in his hand, and the divine light swirling around him automatically flowed into the Brahma blade. As Lu Fan's core divine weapon, the Brahma blade carried Lord Brahma's will within it. Thus, when Lu Fan was in danger, the blade would automatically protect him. The frantic absorption of his faith energy signaled that Long Chen's saber posed a mortal threat to him, triggering the Brahma blade to activate its defense mechanisms. Brahma, Divine Slash, roared Lu Fan. As the Brahma blade absorbed his energy, Lu Fan channeled all his power into it. Having lost all patience, he unleashed his full strength in this attack. One was a mysterious saber of unknown origins, and the other was a divine sword blessed by a peerless divine venerate. When they collided, countless fragments of spacetime shattered and flew about, tearing mountains and rivers apart. The world cried out. Long Chen and Lu Fan were thrown back, spitting out blood. The ground beneath them was torn asunder, and their clash created a bottomless chasm that grew wider and wider. The very terrain was altered by this one exchange. The devastation was so immense that even the 6 Vain Heaven Saints were forced to retreat, their faces cut by the astral winds. They watched in shock as the battle raged on. The 3 Vain Heaven Saints further in the distance were sent tumbling away. Against the ferocious astral winds, they had no ability to resist. "Nice job," said Long Chen as he rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. Ignoring his bleeding hand, he stared at Lu Fan in the distance, a raging fighting spirit burning within him. It had been a long time since Long Chen had faced such a terrifying opponent. He hadn't held back at all with his last attack, but Lu Fan still managed to block it. Lu Fan was extremely powerful. In fact, he was the only one who could fight Long Chen to this extent. At this moment, Long Chen felt excited. After all, the stronger his opponent was, the stronger Long Chen's fighting spirit grew. Lu Fan was holding his sword with both hands, his blood slowly dripping down. The cracks on his bones slowly vanished, as his faith energy helped him recover. However, he was still filled with disbelief. As one of the 8 sons of Brahma, Lu Fan had always relied on the Brahma blade to dominate his foes. No one had ever withstood his attacks. Yet today, even with his full power, he could only fight Long Chen to a standstill. "I am a son of Brahma. I am unparalleled, and you are merely an ant. What right do you have to fight me evenly?" Lu Fan roared, his voice laced with fury. The idea of drawing with Long Chen was a deep humiliation to him. In a fit of rage, Lu Fan spat a mouthful of blood onto the Brahma blade. The blade shot into the sky, aiming straight at Long Chen, and Long Chen's soul quivered in response. As Long Chen deliberated his next step, Evilmoon snorted, "Blood blade soul assimilation. I'm far more skilled in this technique. I'll deal with it." Before Long Chen could even respond, Evilmoon flew out on its own, shooting at the Brahma blade like a bolt of black lightning. As they collided, countless blood threads flew out of the Brahma blade, binding Evilmoon. The 2 divine weapons were quickly wrapped in a blood-colored cocoon, their fluctuations cut off from the rest of the world. With Evilmoon blocking the Brahma blade, Long Chen's soul ceased to quiver. "That little fellow's quite vicious." He used his blood soul power to release his weapon seal and activate its soul assimilation technique. That technique has Lord Brahma's will within it. If you let him use it, your soul would instantly be locked down and maybe even shatter, said the Earth Cauldron. Lord Brahma's will. Long Chen was startled. Then will Evilmoon be alright? Asked Long Chen. You don't need to worry about Evilmoon. It can handle this, said the Earth Cauldron, seemingly very confident in Evilmoon. Hearing that, Long Chen was much more at ease. He looked at Huo Linger's side and saw that the heavenly flame Qilin was beaten badly by her. If it weren't for its terrifying physical body, it would have been dead long ago. This heavenly flame Qilin was prideful, enduring with all its might despite being outmatched. Long Chen suspected it was hoping Lu Fan would win and come to its aid. Unfortunately for the Qilin, Lu Fan started in disbelief at the blood cocoon enveloping the Brahma blade and Evilmoon. He couldn't believe this black saber had blocked Lord Brahma's blood curse. The 8 sons of Brahma are only at this level. What other abilities do you have? Asked Long Chen lightly. The heavenly flame Qilin was being dealt with by Huo Linger, and the Brahma blade was countered by Dragonbone Evilmoon. It was now just the two of them. Idiot, do you really think the great sons of Brahma only have a few trump cards? Shouted Lu Fan. Provoked by Long Chen, Lu Fan formed a series of hand seals, and a divine diagram appeared above his head. This was the Brahma line's core divine ability, the Brahma divine diagram. However, Lu Fan's Brahma divine diagram was unlike any Long Chen had ever seen. Its aura was countless times stronger, and it actually possessed a trace of Emperor aura, which locked Long Chen down. A human Emperor divine weapon. Long Chen was stunned. The divine diagram encompassed mountains and plains, rivers and stars. As it suppressed Long Chen with the power of an entire world, the space around him twisted wildly. Popping explosive sounds repeatedly rang out as if the world were on the verge of being crushed flat. Long Chen was about to unleash all his power to escape the bindings of the divine diagram, planning to attack Lu Fan before the diagram's power was fully unleashed. But then, Yao Linger's voice rang in his ear. Big brother Long Chen, I'll help you. The demon moon cauldron appeared above Long Chen's head, and its appearance shocked him. The cauldron now possessed a trace of Emperor aura. The Brahma divine diagram clashed with the demon moon cauldron upon its appearance. Long Chen felt like his head was on the verge of exploding, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Chapter 5125. Both sides injured. When these two divine weapons clashed, Emperor Qi raged in the surroundings, causing Long Chen to feel like his head was about to split open. Lu Fan was no better off. He had thought that unleashing the Brahma divine diagram would immediately end this battle. After all, the Brahma divine diagram was the divine weapon he had been nurturing his entire life. This diagram had absorbed tens of millions of years of Lu family's accumulated faith energy. It possessed a trace of Emperor might and could be considered a pre-Emperor divine weapon. Although Lu Fan couldn't fully unleash the power of a pre-Emperor divine weapon, as a son of Brahma, he could use faith energy to draw out the Brahma divine diagram's Emperor Qi to crush others. This trace of Emperor Qi was enough to pulverize 3 vain heaven saints into dust. However, the Brahma divine diagram wasn't something to be used lightly. Even for a son of Brahma, controlling a pre-Emperor class divine weapon with faith energy came at a steep cost. It drained both his soul and faith energy. Lu Fan was on the verge of breaking through to the eternal realm and needed to maintain his peak condition. He knew that using the Brahma divine diagram at this moment was harmful, but Long Chen had pushed him to his limit, leaving him no other choice. Unfortunately, when Lu Fan played this trump card, Long Chen revealed one of his own. Just as Lu Fan thought his divine weapon would make him the winner, he was caught off guard. The impact nearly shattered his mind. Lu Fan wildly spat out blood, cracks appearing on his forehead as if his head had almost been blasted apart. He was in far worse condition than Long Chen. The 6 vain heaven saints nearby also nearly spat out blood from the shockwave and hastily retreated further, clearly alarmed. The Brahma divine diagram and the demon moon cauldron continued to clash in the air, neither budging. It was unclear if they were stunned by the impact or simply locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Long Chen stamped on the air, shooting toward Lu Fan and launching a fist at him. Still reeling from the previous impact, Lu Fan roared and formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a pillar of divine light in front of him. Long Chen's fist struck the divine light, and with a light-tearing sound, Lu Fan's robes blew apart, revealing a silver inner armor. Damn, Long Chen cursed when he saw this armor. As expected of a son of Brahma, Lu Fan was filthy rich. While not on the level of the Brahma divine diagram and the Brahma blade, the armor was still an extremely powerful treasure. Its protective divine light blocked Long Chen's fist. You bastard, you've really pissed me off. Don't even think about leaving alive. Lu Fan screamed. Although Lu Fan had blocked Long Chen's attack, it didn't sit well with him. Lu Fan had always viewed Long Chen as an ant, and being forced to this point was a blow to his pride. Lu Fan raised his head and roared, his hair billowing wildly. After that, his heavenly fate disc exploded, transforming into a giant javelin. Lu Fan's essence, qi, and spirit rapidly merged together, and he started to wither. Long Chen jumped in fright when he saw this. This fellow had gone insane and was using self-mutilating techniques. Die, heavenly fate javelin, Lu Fan roared. After Lu Fan formed a series of hand seals, his concentrated essence, qi, spirit, and Doyan energy all combined and drove the javelin toward Long Chen. You really aren't letting me hold back at all. Let's see just who's afraid of you. Long Chen exclaimed, steeling himself for the incoming attack. Long Chen clenched his teeth, his blood-colored scales and cloak igniting. A blood-red cross then appeared on his palm, emanating sovereign might that even made the 6 Vein Heaven Saints shudder. Sovereign Blood Seal God-slaying cross. Long Chen poured every drop of his dragon blood power into this attack. The spear containing the full power of Lu Fan's life crumbled to bits. Following that, a ripple spread out and berserk power erupted. At this moment, the Brahma Divine Diagram and the Demon Moon Cauldron shot back, and the blood cocoon erupted, causing Evilmoon and the Brahma Blade to separate. In the distance, Huo Linger and the Heavenly Flame Qilin tumbled back because of the astral winds. At the center of the battlefield, Lu Fan was unconscious. He was flattened by the ripple, losing all semblance of human form. At this moment, the 6 Vein Heaven Saints of the Earth Devil race appeared from all sides. They moved in as soon as the outcome between Long Chen and Lu Fan was clear. They couldn't let Long Chen escape, nor could they allow Lu Fan to die. If Lu Fan died, they would have to face serious consequences from the Brahma Pill Valley, despite their hatred for him. Long Chen had anticipated their interference and sneered. He waved his hand, causing the unconscious Lu Fan to appear in his grasp. However, as soon as Long Chen grabbed Lu Fan, he felt a wave of dizziness. His vision darkened, and he nearly passed out as well. It seemed that the damage from Lu Fan's final attack was even worse than he had thought. Although the power of the Sovereign Blood Seal far exceeded that of Lu Fan's final attack, Long Chen had to endure the terrifying backlash, and it inflicted immense damage on Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen realized that this fellow had detonated his own Heavenly Fate disc to at least wound Long Chen severely even if the attack didn't kill him. That way, Long Chen would still be dead once he fell into the hands of these Earth Devils. What a cunning move! Release him! The Earth Devils exclaimed in horror when they saw Long Chen holding Lu Fan. If Long Chen were to kill Lu Fan, it would escalate the situation dramatically. Blood Ocean God Slaying Cross. Long Chen snorted and struck Lu Fan's back with his palm, sending him flying away. As he released Lu Fan, a violet cross appeared on Lu Fan's chest. Seeing the violet cross, the Earth Devils were horrified. Long Chen had embedded his energy into Lu Fan, creating a deadly threat. If Lu Fan smashed into anything and the energy balance in his body was broken, the God-slaying cross would erupt and blast him out of existence. Even if Lu Fan didn't smash into anything, the energy of the God-slaying cross would slowly erode him into a pile of mush. To save Lu Fan, someone would need to absorb the foreign energy from his body, grinding it away bit by bit. However, doing so required an extraordinary level of control. Without a powerful cultivation base and the finest control, the slightest slip would result in his demise. With your level, you'll need everyone to save him. Otherwise, he'll die. As for whether you chose to kill me or save him, it's up to you. PFFT. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression grim. There was something off with this bastard's final attack. Without wasting any more time, Long Chen summoned Dragonbone Evilmoon, the Demon Moon Cauldron, and Huo Linger, then shot away. He had no choice but to gamble. The 6 Vein Heaven Saints hesitated, weighing their options. Their decision was clear, though, they couldn't afford to lose Lu Fan. Bastard! Stop that brat! The 6 Vein Elders roared at the 3 Vein Heaven Saint Devil creatures and then charged toward Lu Fan, intent on saving him. Chapter 5126 Heavenly Fate Curse. Long Chen had anticipated this. He knew those Earth Devils wouldn't let him go just like that, so his only hope of escaping was taking Lu Fan hostage. However, Lu Fan was stronger than Long Chen had expected. The final attack where he detonated his own Heavenly Fate disc was something Long Chen had never seen before. Back then, Long Chen hadn't sensed anything wrong, but now, he was in a deep shit. Even though Long Chen managed to block the attack, the residual energy continued to wreak havoc on his body, overwhelming the Primal Chaos Space's healing abilities. Fortunately, Long Chen had been reserving some energy for unexpected situations. Unlike Lu Fan, who had used all his power without hesitation, Long Chen had to keep some energy in reserve for his escape. It was only thanks to this reserve that he could have endured the impact of Lu Fan's final attack. But now, he sensed something wrong with his body and needed to find a place to heal. Long Chen had used the God-slaying cross's power to turn Lu Fan into a ticking bomb. If not handled carefully, Lu Fan could explode at any moment. Even 6 Vein Heaven Saints would need extreme caution to attempt a rescue. This kind of seal could only be performed with the Violet Blood's power. His dragon blood or 7 colors supreme blood would have caused Lu Fan's body to detonate immediately. Long Chen was betting that Lu Fan's life was more valuable to the Earth Devil race than his own. As anticipated, the 6 Vein Heaven Saints didn't dare to let Lu Fan die. They quickly placed their hands on him as Long Chen flew through the air, their devil light swirling around Lu Fan. Violet runes slowly began to be extracted from Lu Fan's body. The 6 Vein Heaven Saints had initially believed that their power would allow them to swiftly suppress Long Chen's technique and then chase after him. However, they had miscalculated. While Long Chen's technique was powerful, it wasn't a big deal for the 6 Vein Heaven Saints to erase. The issue they had overlooked was just how weak Lu Fan's body was. They had to slowly grind away Long Chen's power while keeping Lu Fan alive, and the slightest energy imbalance would result in Lu Fan's life coming to an end. In the distance, the 3 Vein Heaven Saints formed a wall in front of Long Chen, sealing his path. Long Chen was on the verge of collapse. At that crucial moment, Lei Linger and Huo Linger's voices rang out in his head. "Big brother Long Chen, just keep moving. We'll deal with them." Lei Linger and Huo Linger transformed into enormous dragons, one violet and one golden. They coiled around each other. It had been a long time since Lei Linger and Huo Linger had joined forces like this. Lightning and flames fused into a devastating attack, crashing into the wall of mortal devils. The lightning dragon and flame dragon detonated, creating a massive breach in their ranks. Dozens of mortal devils were hurled backward, coughing up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Long Chen darted through the gap and fled. "Useless trash, chase him," the leader of the Earth Devils roared furiously. They were still busy extracting the power of Long Chen's god-slaying cross and couldn't leave yet. Enraged, they gritted their teeth in frustration. The mortal devils swiftly chased after Long Chen. However, just then, a bunch of medicinal pills covered in stars appeared before them. The medicinal pills erupted one after another, tearing massive holes in space. The mortal devils, though not very intelligent, instinctively halted. They knew that being sucked into these spatial cracks was extremely dangerous. The spatial cracks lingered, blocking their path and forcing the mortal devils to navigate around them. This delay allowed Long Chen to escape. Long Chen went through 3 separate teleportations, ensuring that his pursuers could no longer track him. Exhausted, he coughed up blood dark and viscous, with a foul odor. When it touched the ground, the rocks beneath started to emit white smoke and corrode away. "What the hell is this?" Long Chen cursed furiously. Why did it seem like he had been poisoned? The Earth Cauldron explained, "This is the Heavenly Fate Curse. It is similar to the Life Hunter race's monstrous divine ability, the verdict of the Heavenly Daos. Lu Fan has used his own life force to cast this curse on you. If your life is not tougher than his, you will die. This curse embodies the power of the Heavenly Daos, karmic luck, and destiny, making it extremely potent. Ordinarily, using such a technique would be suicidal. Without a Heavenly Fate disc, a person would end up cursing themselves before their enemy. However, Lu Fan has faith energy to sustain him, allowing him to withstand the curse's backlash. His Heavenly Fate disc can be rebuilt with faith energy, so while it will take time for him to recover, it won't have a severe impact on him." "What a fucking monster," cursed Long Chen. This fellow possessed countless trump cards and endless sinister tricks. Long Chen had come dangerously close to death multiple times today. "This monster was nearly killed by you. Aren't you even more of a monster yourself?" countered the Earth Cauldron, seemingly smiling. "Hee, that's true. PFFT. Long Chen started to smile, but then he spat out more black blood, which created countless corrosive holes in the ground. "Senior, my head hurts, and my body's getting weaker. What should I do?" Long Chen clutched his head, grimacing in pain. "There is a way to deal with it, but I suggest you don't use it. This Heavenly Fate curse won't kill you, it will only feel bad. You should get used to this kind of curse and build up some resistance just in case you encounter another monster like Lu Fan. Remember, he is only one of the 8 sons of Brahma," suggested the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen understood. This technique was something any of the 8 sons of Brahma could use. He needed a method to counter it, otherwise, it could be fatal next time. Aside from the Brahma line, other monstrous races might also possess similar techniques. There was no avoiding it. Determined, Long Chen clenched his teeth and tried to use his willpower to suppress the curse. At that moment, a tablet hanging on Long Chen's waist began to flash rapidly. Fuck, not now. Long Chen's expression instantly changed. Chapter 5127. A Good Brother. The flashing tablet on Long Chen's waist was his communication tool with Mo Nian. It hadn't activated at all while Long Chen was in the glacial heaven domain because Mo Nian had known of Long Chen's arrival. He just wasn't in a place to respond. Now that it was flashing rapidly, it meant that Mo Nian was in mortal danger and needed immediate assistance. However, with the curse afflicting him, Long Chen was barely able to care for himself, let alone help anyone else. You really know how to pick a time. Long Chen cursed under his breath. Clenching his teeth, he took out a transportation formation disc. After undergoing 7 transportations and verifying Mo Nian's location twice, he spread his lightning wings and rushed over at full speed. In a secluded cave nestled within a mountain valley, Long Chen finally found Mo Nian. The latter was covered in blood, a rusty sword embedded in his shoulder. Slumping against the stone wall, he looked ashen and lifeless. He had lost consciousness. Long Chen was shocked to find that the sword stabbing Mo Nian's shoulder exuded emperor aura. It was a human emperor divine weapon. Mo Nian's chi was weak, and his soul's flame flickered perilously close to extinguishing. Long Chen jumped in fright and hastily fed him a medicinal pill. At the same time, he summoned Lei Linger. Mo Nian was enveloped in corpse chi, with curse runes crawling across his body. So, with the aid of the medicinal pill, Lei Linger used her heavenly tribulation energy to begin erasing the curse runes. Gradually, a hint of color returned to Mo Nian's face. When Mo Nian opened his eyes and saw Long Chen, he smiled with relief. To have a brother like you is truly my fortune. To have a brother like you is my life's curse, Long Chen replied irritably. What in the world did you get yourself into this time? If I had arrived any later, you'd be dead. Brother, I've uncovered something huge this time. My name is about to make waves across the world. Mo Nian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Long Chen yanked the sword out of Mo Nian's shoulder, causing Mo Nian to grimace in pain. However, Long Chen ignored him. He took out a sharp knife and carefully removed the corroded flesh around Mo Nian's wound. After applying a medicinal paste, Long Chen wrapped the wound. After completing the task, Long Chen felt like he would pass out. Overcome by exhaustion, he sat down, barely able to stay upright. You're injured too. Mo Nian finally noticed Long Chen's condition. Fuck, I ran into that bastard Lu Fan. We ended up injuring each other. Long Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Oh, you crossed paths with him as well. That Brahma divine diagram of his is truly monstrous. I didn't have a strong enough weapon to stand up to him, so I had no choice but to run. He chased me for quite a while, Mo Nian explained. When Mo Nian entered the heavenly flame devil domain, he knew that the Brahma Pill Valley would send pursuers to chase after him. Since this channel was under their control, Lu Fan would somehow track him down. Instead of fleeing immediately, Mo Nian set up an illusion formation. Everything went as Mo Nian planned. Just as he set up his trap, Lu Fan appeared. After that, Mo Nian launched a sneak attack, smacking him in the face with his shovel. Lu Fan was so enraged that he directly summoned the Brahma divine diagram, shattering the entire area. Seeing this fellow go insane, Mo Nian directly fled. After all, he didn't have a weapon that could fight the Brahma divine diagram. Lu Fan naturally chased after him. Due to the Brahma divine diagram's ability to read the lines of fate, Mo Nian's fleeing techniques were seen through multiple times. He was chased all over and even encountered the devil race, almost dying several times. The main issue was that he lacked a human emperor divine weapon. In the end, he escaped by diving into an underground cavern, escaping the senses of the Brahma divine diagram. However, after entering the cavern and confirming that Lu Fan had left, Mo Nian sensed something amiss. He stealthily emerged and examined his surroundings. To his shock, he discovered a terrifying existence buried beneath him. Just like that, his Tomb Raider soul awakened, and he quickly found a natural tomb. This so-called natural tomb was the result of a powerful expert's death. Their body then absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, transforming the surrounding terrain into a natural burial ground. When Mo Nian found the master of the tomb, he was shocked to find that it was an immemorial life form that had been a human emperor in life. Clutched in its hands was a weapon, the Dragon Bone 7-string bow. Mo Nian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight. It was a human emperor divine weapon, and an exceedingly terrifying divine bow at that. With such a weapon, why would he have to fear the Brahma divine diagram? In his excitement, all his focus was on the bow, causing him to overlook the presence of a pre-emperor skeleton nearby. The skeleton was almost completely buried in the mud, making it nearly invisible. But as Mo Nian got close, it suddenly attacked, stabbing him with its sword and nearly taking his life. A huge amount of corpse chi and curse energy invaded Mo Nian's body. He hastily fled in terror, but fortunately, that skeleton didn't pursue him, which was the only reason he got away alive. After escaping, Mo Nian had a bad feeling. The curse energy carried the skeleton's deep resentment from death, and none of his methods were able to halt its invasion. Desperate, he sought Long Chen's aid. Considering the skeleton was a pre-emperor, it was no wonder the curse energy was so terrifying. Hee. Despite his injuries, Mo Nian couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the rusty sword in his hand. He was filled with delight. I've struck gold this time. The next time I encounter Lu Fan, I'll definitely beat the crap out of him, Mo Nian said with a sinister smile. His last encounter with Lu Fan had left him nursing a grudge. This sword's item spirit is dead. It's useless, said Long Chen, shaking his head. Hee, do you think my years of archaeology were for nothing? Its master stabbed me with this sword, which means that despite it being dead, its soul essence hasn't fully dissipated. Thanks to that, I can restore this sword to its former glory, chuckled Mo Nian. What, are you saying you plan on going back? Asked Long Chen. Do you have to ask? When have I ever given up on something I've set my sights on? I always pick myself up where I stumble, said Mo Nian solemnly. Are you not going to the core of this domain for your breakthrough? Reminded Long Chen. Shaking his head, Mo Nian said, the heavenly flame tempering isn't too useful for me. I'll pass my tribulation in that natural tomb, and then we can join forces to slaughter Pill Valley's disciples. It'll count as comforting Big Brother Wuzhong's soul. If something else happens to you, I won't be able to save you, alright? Warned Long Chen. What are you talking about? Do you think I'd fall for the same trap twice? Who knows, maybe I'll be the one saving you next time. Replied Mo Nian. Long Chen was speechless. Seeing that Mo Nian was fine, Long Chen bade him farewell. He had to get to the core region as quickly as possible. He couldn't waste a single moment. Chapter 5128 Blockers. Long Chen left Mo Nian and rushed toward the core of the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. However, he had to proceed with caution. The curse still afflicted him, limiting his strength to less than a tenth of its usual capacity. The Heavenly Flame Devil domain was vast beyond measure. Under normal circumstances, it would take Long Chen about 10 days to reach the core if he traveled in a straight line. However, he couldn't afford to fly at full speed or take a direct route in his current state, which significantly slowed his progress. This was why he had set off before fully healing. On the third day, Long Chen spotted a horde of devil creatures, tens of thousands strong, rushing past his hiding spot. They aren't hunting, they're searching for me. It seems they know I'm injured and can't move quickly, muttered Long Chen. This was a big problem for him. The devil creatures would undoubtedly form a blockade around the core region to stop him. Having missed their first chance to kill him, they wouldn't let a second opportunity slip by. TCH, so what? The Heavenly Flame Devil domain is huge, and I refuse to believe they can block every opening, said Long Chen. Even though they had 6 Vein Heaven Saints and numerous 3 Vein Heaven Saints, it was impossible for them to seal off the core region completely. Even if they managed to form a full seal, with their forces spread so thin over such a vast area, they wouldn't be able to block Long Chen. Unless he foolishly ran straight into a 6 Vein Heaven Saint, not even a group of 3 Vein Heaven Saints could stop him. Though Long Chen was severely weakened, he still had the power of Huo Linger and Lei Linger at his disposal. Huo Linger was still recovering her energy after battling the Heavenly Flame Qilin, but Lei Linger remained in top condition. Now, a mass of violet clouds filled the majority of the primal chaos space. This was the Grand Mist Primal Elixir, which had been purified by the Golden Lotus Seed and transformed into Grand Mist Violet Chi. The Earth Cauldron, Dragonbone Evilmoon, and the Demon Moon Cauldron were all immersed within the violet clouds, greedily absorbing the Grand Mist Violet Chi. It was clearly of utmost importance to them. As long as Long Chen wasn't in mortal danger, they would remain in a state of half-seclusion. He couldn't interrupt them without a good reason. If the Grand Mist Violet Chi was their greatest gain, then the altar was the greatest fertilizer for the primal chaos space. The base of the altar had already sunk into the black soil, which devoured its energy and unleashed an endless supply of life force. The primal chaos space's life energy had started to dwindle because of the influx of thousands of golden crow totems, but now it flourished once more. The Fusong trees thrived again, their vitality restored. The altar, the 4 devil skulls, the egg, and the devil spirit were all part of one entity, now being digested by the primal chaos space. The altar was already releasing a terrifying amount of life energy, even though it had barely begun to be devoured. Huo Linger and Lei Linger were rapidly recovering and growing stronger. Apart from 6 Vein Heaven Saints, no one else could pose a threat to them. Moreover, the Fusong trees now had an endless supply of energy, and the tiny golden crows were rapidly maturing. Based on Long Chen's estimations, the energy from this altar would be enough to bring the golden crows to full maturity, which would elevate Huo Linger's power to unimaginable levels. Huo Linger's power was rising with every passing moment, and most importantly, this growth didn't require her to put in any effort. It was outrageous. Long Chen waited until those devil creatures passed before continuing onward. Whenever he sensed their presence, he would immediately hide and only move forward when it was safe. This was the most dangerous time for Long Chen. The Earth Devils were no fools. They knew that the devil creatures couldn't capture him, but once they spotted him, they would know where he was and concentrate their forces on him. The further out Long Chen was, the more dangerous it became. Ironically, it would be safer once he got closer to the core region. Over the next 7 days, the number of devil creatures continued to increase, making it progressively harder for him to advance. As more days passed, the devil creatures grew stronger. They were no longer patrolling but were instead stationed strategically, like stars dotting the night sky. Despite their vigilance, the heavenly flame devil domain was vast. Although they guarded specific spots, Long Chen managed to slip through their blind spots. However, after another 3 days, he was forced to halt. Up ahead, the devil creatures had locked down the area, and there were almost no blind spots in their formation. Sneaking past them would take too much time. Up ahead, the devil creatures had locked down the area with almost no blind spots in their formation. Sneaking past them would take too much time. After over 10 days of travel, Long Chen had partially suppressed his heavenly fate curse, which allowed him to release 50% of his power. I can't keep waiting. Once everyone advances to the eternal realm, they'll kill me, Long Chen muttered gravely. He knew that the disciples entering the heavenly flame devil domain would do anything to kill him, thanks to Han Chenyi. Time was running out. Without hesitation, Long Chen took out a formation disc. He stepped onto it, initiating a spatial transportation in a fixed direction. However, just moments after the spatial transportation activated, the void around Long Chen exploded. The spatial channel was pierced, and countless spatial cracks erupted around Long Chen, like fiendish mouths trying to swallow him. Anticipating such a scenario, Long Chen immediately summoned the dragon Bloodbattle armor, tearing through the void and escaping through a spatial crack. As he emerged, he found himself surrounded by an army of devil creatures, led by a 3 Vein Heaven Saint. The 3 Vein Heaven Saint roared upon seeing Long Chen and instantly crushed a bone tablet. Just as it crushed that bone tablet, Huo Linger's staff struck its head, killing it. Huo Linger's attacks were now extremely sharp. Her timing was perfect, leaving a 3 Vein Heaven Saint with no time to react. After killing one, Huo Linger transformed into a giant flame wing, while Lei Linger appeared and transformed into a lightning wing. Together, they formed wings on Long Chen's back, forcefully tearing a hole in the void. Countless devil creatures were obliterated as Long Chen shot through the opening. Lei Linger and Huo Linger paved the way for Long Chen, plowing through their enemies like a storm. Suddenly, an explosive sound echoed. Just as Long Chen was speeding through their blockade, a giant hand descended, shattering his wings and sending him hurtling back. How can I be this unlucky? Grumbled Long Chen. When Long Chen saw the elder with a 6-vein dragon chi swirling around him, his heart sank. This elder was none other than the leader of the Earth Devils whom Long Chen had encountered. This elder had expected his palm strike to turn Long Chen into dust, but was surprised to find that Huo Linger and Lei Linger were strong enough to block an attack infused with his 6-vein dragon chi. Roaring in frustration, he slammed his palm down on Long Chen once more. Even before the palm landed, the ground beneath Long Chen's feet collapsed, and an enormous handprint was etched into the ground. The terrifying pressure crushed Long Chen's bones, making him feel like he was about to be obliterated. Just then, a pitch-black saber appeared before Long Chen, rapidly growing in size, its sharp tip aimed directly at the elder's descending palm. Chapter 5129 Escape. Dragonbone Evilmoon appeared suddenly, swirling with pitch-black chi, resembling a devil god's fang piercing toward the heavens. The enormous hand slammed into Evilmoon, and blood exploded as its sharp tip instantly pierced the hand. The Earth Devil Elder grunted in pain as his hand rapidly withered, his expression changing drastically. Grabbing his right hand with his left, he tore his own arm off in a desperate move. As soon as he did, the enormous hand in the sky vanished, and his severed arm quickly withered into dust. The Elder was shocked. When his palm struck Evilmoon, it felt as if a dam had burst within him, and all his immense blood chi rushed out, flooding into Evilmoon. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Evilmoon would have drained all his blood chi in just a few breaths. He had never seen such a terrifyingly evil weapon before. The moment Evilmoon pierced his palm, he could smell death. He had not expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying divine weapon. Fuck, now I'm so full that I'm going to burst. You have to run. I really can't eat anymore, shouted Evilmoon. Before this, Evilmoon had gone into seclusion precisely because it had consumed so much energy that it needed time to digest it all. Later, the Earth Cauldron forcibly awakened it to help Long Chen in battle. Upon waking up, Evilmoon couldn't resist taking a few bites of the Grand Mist Violet Chi despite being full. Just as Evilmoon was planning on going back into seclusion, Long Chen ran into danger again. After piercing the Elder's palm and sensing his immense blood chi and heaven vein energy, it instinctively absorbed it. As a result, it felt as if it was going to burst. As an item spirit, it couldn't describe this sensation to Long Chen. At this moment, a formation disc lit up beneath Long Chen's feet, and he vanished. Where do you think you're going? The Elder roared, instinctively slamming his other palm down. Just as he did, he pulled his palm back and opened his mouth, shooting out a blood arrow. Just as the Elder was about to interrupt Long Chen's teleportation with his palm, Evilmoon reappeared. The Elder hesitated, not daring to clash with it directly again. What he didn't know was that, even if he had, Evilmoon wouldn't have been able to absorb any more of his blood chi. Although the Elder reacted quickly, it was too late. Long Chen was already gone. Long Chen didn't teleport far, he used a short-range transportation to cut down the distance. This quick move allowed him to escape almost instantly, putting enough distance between him and the Elder. Spreading his wings, Long Chen shot toward the core once again. Stop right there, the Elder roared as Long Chen couldn't escape his senses. Unfortunately for the Elder, while his power was far greater than Long Chen's, his speed was just slightly slower. As he saw the distance between them increasing, he gnashed his teeth and roared in frustration. Following the Elder's roar, countless others echoed through the surroundings. The Elder was clearly rallying the devil creatures. Soon, countless devil creatures converged in front of Long Chen, charging at him with ferocity. Lightning and flames erupted from Long Chen, forming a massive domain that instantly blasted the approaching creatures apart. Fortunately, Long Chen didn't encounter any three Vein Heaven Saints. Ordinary devil creatures couldn't stop him. The Earth Devil's leader ground his teeth and pursued Long Chen with blazing intensity. It would be a lie to say Long Chen wasn't scared of him. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. The curse on him had yet to dissipate, so if he were stopped here, he would surely die. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a wave of heat wash over him, revitalizing his spirit. This heat signified that he almost reached the core of the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain. The core region of the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain was ablaze with sacred heavenly flames, so the devil creatures didn't dare to approach it. Long Chen knew that if he could enter the core, he would escape the threat of the devil creatures. While Long Chen was delighted, the Elder's expression grew ugly. The distance between them continued to widen, making it impossible for the Elder to catch up. However, the Elder still clung to a shred of hope. If a mortal devil three Vein Heaven Saint appeared, they could block Long Chen for just a moment. That moment would be enough for him to close the gap. Unfortunately, the devil creatures rushing over were all too slow, and no one could stop Long Chen. The Elder grew anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, the heat intensified, and the flame aura became incredibly dense. The ground beneath Long Chen split into countless ravines, revealing dark red magma flowing within them. At this time, Long Chen noticed several other figures in the distance. Many of them looked bloody and beleaguered, all rushing toward the core as well. For these people to arrive only now meant that they had been transported to the very edge of this world in the beginning. Moreover, This indicated that they were both powerful and incredibly lucky. After all, the devil creatures had formed layers of blockades, and not encountering a three-vein heaven saint required heaven-defying luck. They were all pushing forward with everything they had, knowing that once they reached the core region, the energy of the heavenly flames would save them. However, as they neared, a terrifying devil chi filled the air, suffocating them with its overwhelming pressure. When they saw the leader of the earth devils, they were so terrified that it felt like their souls might flee from their bodies. Fortunately, this devil creature was chasing someone else. When they realized it was Long Chen, their jaws dropped in disbelief. As Long Chen rushed forward, he suddenly saw burning flames up ahead and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, old thing, you don't need to send me off any further. Go back and wash your neck for me." With that, Long Chen dove into the flames. The elder of the earth devils chased him to the edge of the flames but stopped instantly. Even a six-vein heaven saint didn't dare to pursue Long Chen into these flames. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. Seeing Long Chen's figure vanish into the flames of fury in his eyes burned even hotter than the heavenly flames themselves. Chapter 5130 Eternal Realm Heavenly Chosens. As Long Chen pierced through the barrier of flames, he saw a sea of fire covering the ground. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that these were enormous flame seedlings. These flames radiated sacred energy that didn't exert any pressure on him. Instead, they felt warm and calming. Passing through them, Long Chen only felt a gentle warmth, and his heart was at peace. This was the core region of the heavenly flame devil domain, though still the outer area of it. According to legends, one had to pass 9 flame barriers to reach the true core. However, this place was a sanctuary for Long Chen, as the earth devils couldn't harm him here. The flames here contained sacred energy. While not really pure, if any earth devils appeared here, the entire flame domain's energy would rise to suppress them, and it was strong enough to crush a human emperor devil creature to bits. Just as Long Chen passed the flame barrier and was about to sigh in relief, a sword shot through the flames like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight toward him through the sea of flames. Doyan energy. Long Chen was startled. This sword was filled with shocking Doyan energy purer than any Doyan energy he had ever encountered. In response to the sudden attack, dragon scales appeared all over Long Chen, and he unleashed a punch at the incoming sword. The impact knocked him back, and Long Chen grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his insides were shaken. It was the first time he had encountered such pure Doyan energy, and even his dragon blood power couldn't fully block it. HMPH, the youngest dean of the High Firmament Academy. What an empty title. If you are this weak, I will get a human emperor divine weapon for free. A long-haired man walked out of the flames, holding a sword shining with 5-color light. It was this sword that had knocked Long Chen back. Eternal Realm Expert. Long Chen's heart sank when he recognized the man's cultivation base. Someone had actually broken through to the Eternal Realm so quickly. He was too late. I thought beating you would take some effort, but you're much weaker than expected. If you can last more than 10 moves, it'll be your win, said the long-haired man as he pointed his sword at Long Chen, his heavenly fate disc spinning menacingly behind him. The divine pressure emanating from him caused the surrounding flames to crackle and flicker wildly. Typically, a heavenly chosen's heavenly fate disc was blank, as it only held the most primitive form during the divine venerate realm. However, upon reaching the eternal realm, the heavenly fate disc awakened its true power. This man's heavenly fate disc was filled with thousands of azure whirlpools, each radiating a Doyan pressure so intense that Long Chen's body ached as if blades were cutting into him. Long Chen took a deep breath, slowly suppressing his wounds as he stared at the long-haired man. It seems you've been waiting for me for a while. The long-haired man still pointed his sword at Long Chen, exuding a powerful pressure that instantly locked onto him. Not in a rush to attack Long Chen, he said, "That's right. I've been here for 7 days, setting up spying formations over tens of thousands of miles. I took a gamble. When I entered the core region, I didn't bother with the Brahma Path or the Day-Night Bridge. I knew I couldn't contend with the monsters there, and I might even be killed by them. So, I chose a different path. Using the heavenly flame energy here, I broke through to the eternal realm to gain the power to kill you. Now, it seems that my gamble paid off." Feeling curious, Long Chen asked, "Such a hasty advancement will cause defects in your foundation. Do you really think it's worth it?" "I chose to gamble, so I am prepared to pay the price. In any case, the risk is nothing compared to the gains. After all, your life is worth a human emperor divine weapon, and then I will become a hero of the Brahma Pill Valley. With their support, I won't have to fear anyone, said the long-haired man proudly. From your tone, it sounds like after gaining the support of the Brahma Pill Valley, you're planning on giving up on cultivation, said Long Chen. He felt even more curious now. Ha ha ha, what a childish question. What is the point of cultivation? Is it not to live a carefree life? With a backer like the Brahma Pill Valley, why would I have to work so hard and risk my life cultivating? I have a long lifespan to enjoy my riches and glory, with power, authority, and countless beauties at my disposal. Only someone with a screw loose would choose to keep cultivating under those circumstances, the man laughed. Long Chen was baffled for a moment and then nodded thoughtfully. Your viewpoint is very interesting. It does sound reasonable. If you could live a carefree life, who would want to work so hard on cultivation? With a smirk, the man suggested, Long Chen, I'll give you a chance. I don't have to kill you. Bind yourself and let yourself be captured. You know that if you resist, you won't have the slightest chance at death. But if you surrender, you might have a way out. Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, I really like your viewpoint. But there are some parts of it I can't accept. In the end, a person needs to have dreams because, what if they can achieve them? However, turning a dream into reality requires work. If you're not strong enough, dreams are just fantasies, and eventually, you'll wake up. You can reflect on them, but you can't take them too seriously. Then are you planning on resisting with your back against the wall? The man's expression turned cold, and his doyen pressure intensified. Sorry, but this time, you've lost your gamble. Long Chen shrugged. I'm grateful to you for showing me the power of heavenly chosens in the eternal realm. In return, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I won't kill you. You fool, since you don't know what's good for you, then die. The long-haired man's eyes turned icy. He raised his sword, and his heavenly fate disc spun. With a slash, his sword cut through the air, splitting the sky with its power. Long Chen calmly formed a series of hand seals, and lightning and flame wings emerged from his back. They transformed into two colossal hands that slammed together, preparing to meet the attack head-on. The long-haired man's sword was caught between the lightning and flame hands, and he seemed startled. Long Chen sighed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Well then, sorry about this. Long Chen's hand seals changed, and black runes suddenly poured out from his hands, extending through the lightning and flame hands into the man's sword. What is this? The man cried out in terror. He tried to pull his sword back, but it wouldn't budge. He attempted to let go, but his hands seemed glued to the sword. Helplessly, he watched as the black runes infected his sword and then crawled up his arms. When the black runes appeared on his hands, his heavenly fate disc exploded. Following that, his eyes turned dim, and he collapsed on the ground. Chapter 5131 Magma Sea. The long-haired man was already dead, but some kind of black runes continued to devour his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was gone, leaving behind only his clothes. Even if you've advanced to the eternal realm, so what? I was able to resist the heavenly fate curse for so long, but you couldn't even handle a small part of it, sneered Long Chen, shaking his head. At first, Long Chen had truly been shocked by this man's power, which was close to that of a three-vein heaven saint. Given Long Chen's cursed state, where his own power was halved, being caught off guard by that fellow's attack had left him injured. However, while his own power was suppressed, Huo Linger and Lei Linger's powers were rapidly growing. Even if this long-haired man could fight evenly against a three-vein heaven saint, he wouldn't be able to beat the two of them. Initially, Long Chen had planned to let Huo Linger handle this opponent, but a sudden thought struck him: could he transfer the heavenly fate curse to this heavenly chosen? The moment Long Chen drew out the heavenly fate curse, the curse energy viewed the man as being one with Long Chen and indiscriminately attacked him. He ended up absorbing half of the curse energy from Long Chen, sealing his fate. After days of battling against the curse, Long Chen had managed to suppress and diminish it to less than half of its original strength. Yet, even this reduced curse energy was lethal, instantly killing the Eternal Realm Heavenly Chosen. This incident revealed just how devastating Lu Fan's final attack had been. As the curse energy was partially transferred to the man, Long Chen felt a significant relief. His sluggish blood qi started to flow more freely, and with the curse weakened, his strength started to return. He estimated that he could now unleash around 70% of his full power. So this method works. It's much more efficient than trying to wear down the curse on my own. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Now, the heavenly fate curse wasn't a problem as long as he had heavenly chosens around him. He could just pass the curse energy to them. In the past few days, Long Chen had learned how to resist the curse more effectively. He had developed a certain resistance and even figured out how to temporarily seal the curse energy. Though the heavenly fate curse was terrifying, now that he had a way to deal with it, it wouldn't be so troublesome to deal with it next time. With this new method, Long Chen felt rejuvenated. Originally, he had planned to grind away the curse energy before entering the true core of the domain, but now he felt no need to delay. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the core. As Long Chen moved deeper, the flames rising from the ground grew increasingly concentrated, and the flame fluctuations became stronger. Despite their intensity, these flames were harmless, even providing comfort for Long Chen, as they were infused with powerful heavenly Tao fluctuations. Long Chen could feel this heavenly Tao energy pouring into him through the flames, and he noticed signs of his bottleneck beginning to loosen. The path ahead seemed promising. How miraculous! This is just the outer core, but it already has such an effect. Then wouldn't the Brahma path and the day-night bridge be even more heaven-defying? Long Chen mused, his anticipation growing as he quickened his pace. Suddenly, the flames parted, and a sharp claw tore through the air toward Long Chen. It resembled an eagle's claw but was covered in scales. The timing was perfect, giving Long Chen no chance to react. In an instant, the claw latched onto him. Ha 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 ah! Wild laughter echoed through the area, but it quickly turned into a terrified scream as curse runes surged onto the claw, causing it to explode. Long Chen was sent flying, but he landed safely and saw a winged man fleeing in terror. In the next instant, the winged man's body crumbled. The flames consumed him, reducing him to nothingness and leaving behind only a foul stench. You sneak attacked me with this little bit of power, Long Chen muttered, feeling a mix of disbelief and speechlessness at the futile attempt. This attacker was from the demonic beast race and had just advanced to a higher level. Although he was a heavenly chosen, his heavenly fate disc hadn't fully matured, making him much weaker than the first person who had tried to ambush Long Chen. It seemed this person was eager to hunt Long Chen and acted before his realm had fully stabilized. In a twist of fate, he was both fortunate and unfortunate to find Long Chen, fortunate because he located his target, but unfortunate because of the outcome. Another half of the curse energy in Long Chen's body was transferred to this attacker. Feeling lighter and more confident, Long Chen pressed on. He quickly encountered several experts who threw their lives away for the bounty. They were thrilled to find Long Chen, but they met their demise at his hands. While experts of their caliber no longer posed a threat to Long Chen, defeating them without relying on Huo Linger and Lei Linger would still have required some effort. This situation gave Long Chen a sense of alarm. These were merely second-rate heavenly chosens, whose heavenly fate discs hadn't even fully awakened, yet dealing with them was already so troublesome. This was not a good omen. In reality, true experts would never risk their future just to fight Long Chen. Only second-rate heavenly chosens believed they had a chance to kill him by relying on their realm advantage. Their power was average, but it was precisely this mediocrity that pressured Long Chen. If these experts were already this strong, what about the true heavenly geniuses? If their power rose in proportion to these second-rate idiots, that would be terrifying. If Long Chen encountered them now, he would definitely be at a disadvantage due to realm suppression. No longer daring to tarry, he rushed forward at full speed. With the help of these people, Long Chen completely expelled his heavenly fate curse and quickly recovered to his peak condition. He encountered several more people on the way, but they were all slain by Huo Linger and Lei Linger. With them escorting him, he pierced through the 9 flame barriers and saw a sea of magma. The moment he reached this spot, his pores fully opened, greedily absorbing the spiritual chi of the surroundings. This spiritual chi contained the laws of heaven and earth, and Long Chen could feel his bottleneck loosening. Within the sea of magma, countless figures were undergoing tribulation, with swirling tribulation clouds above their heads and heavenly lightning tempering their bodies. "It's Long Chen," shouted one expert. The minute those experts saw Long Chen, they charged over, carrying their tribulation clouds above them. Chapter 5132, Devouring Heavenly Tribulation. Idiots. Seeing this scene, Long Chen immediately sneered. These fellows wanted to rely on their heavenly tribulations to trap and kill him. This technique might work on ordinary cultivators, but against Long Chen, it was the peak of foolishness. Lei Linger, Kill them all. Don't be merciful, ordered Long Chen. Lei Linger delightedly flew out. After all, those clumps of heavenly tribulation clouds were extremely tempting to her. A lightning blade appeared in Lei Linger's hand. With a single slash, the experts and their tribulation clouds were reduced to dust. After that, her heavenly fate disc appeared behind her, spinning as it inhaled the thunder force in the air like a whale swallowing water, not leaving a single trace behind. In one swift motion, Lei Linger had killed hundreds of experts. When those in the surroundings saw this, they instantly fled in terror, abandoning their thoughts of slaying Long Chen. Not letting them get away, Lei Linger transformed into a heaven-shrouding divine phoenix. Her wings tore through the sky as she slew them. In the distance, others who had spotted Long Chen hesitated, unsure whether to attack or retreat, when suddenly, it was all over. Thousands of tribulation clouds vanished along with the experts under them. A group of heavenly doyens actually dared to attack me. Just who gave you that courage? Long Chen snorted and continued onward. The magma sea was so vast that Long Chen couldn't see the end of it. He found that those undergoing tribulation here were heavenly doyens, with most of them being 5 to 9-star doyens. He occasionally encountered a half-step chosen, but he didn't see a true heavenly chosen. This area seemed to be the outer region of the tribulation zone. Quite a few people attacked Long Chen on the way, and Lei Linger killed them all, devouring their tribulation clouds. Lei Linger was no longer helpless now. In the primal chaos space, she had devoured an enormous amount of thunder force from the dead bodies. Hence, even eternal heavenly tribulation could no longer threaten her. After Lei Linger had devoured these tribulations, her aura began to transform, showing signs of compression. When Long Chen asked her about it, he learned that her power had reached a bottleneck. After all, she controlled thunder force from too many sources, and they were becoming so varied that they started to go out of control. Furthermore, this thunder force came from corpses tempered by heavenly tribulation. While abundant in quantity, it lacked in quality. As a result, her thunder force was like millions of troops without leaders, making it difficult for her to effectively concentrate her power. Because of this issue, Lei Linger craved Long Chen's heavenly tribulation even more than he did, as it was the core source of her strength. With its power, she could compress and upgrade all these varied thunder forces. Without it, her lack of control would prevent her from wielding her full potential. As Long Chen sped forward, the magma sea changed color. What was once dark red now turned to the color of fresh blood. Its aura grew increasingly sacred but also carried a trace of wildness. After a while, these flames exuded great destructive power that pressured even Long Chen, causing his body to sway while he adapted to it. No wonder those people could only undergo tribulation back there. If they can't endure this pressure, they probably won't be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation that comes with this place, Long Chen mused, realizing that it wasn't just the color that had changed here, even the laws had shifted. In this region, the laws were no longer just warm, they exuded a wild pressure that shook the soul. Undergoing tribulation here could be fatal, even for heavenly chosens. Just as Long Chen entered this region, a cracking sound rang out. The void split open, and a bolt of lightning crashed toward him from above. Lei Linger immediately swatted the lightning apart, revealing a mass of lightning runes. Within the lightning, a translucent figure appeared. A slender and long sword emerged and instantly arrived in front of Long Chen's head. Lifehunter race. Long Chen's heart shook. He hadn't expected to encounter an expert from the Lifehunter race here. The sharp sword chi made Long Chen's head ache, and his heart trembled. Blood-colored scales appeared on his palm as he reached out to grab the sword. However, Long Chen missed. The sword vanished just as he grabbed it, and a figure appeared behind him. The figure barely had time to attack before a flame staff silently smashed its head apart. It was instantly killed by Huo Linger. This was a heavenly chosen of the Lifehunter race, and he was definitely above average. Even though he hadn't completed his tribulation, the tempering of the heavenly tribulation had already significantly boosted his power. Unfortunately, his focus was entirely on Long Chen and Lei Linger, leaving him unaware of Huo Linger's presence. However, it couldn't be blamed on him, as this place was the core of the heavenly flame devil domain. The dense flame energy in the surroundings completely covered up Huo Linger's aura, which was why the Lifehunter expert didn't sense anything at all. Huo Linger was growing smarter. She cleverly concealed herself by Long Chen's side from the moment they entered this region, making it nearly impossible for anyone to sense her within the flame sea. Lei Linger was more than capable of handling the lesser threats, but by hiding, Huo Linger was able to ambush and kill the powerful Life Hunter expert before he could unleash his most potent techniques. After the Life Hunter expert was slain, Lei Linger's heavenly fate disk spun, devouring the giant tribulation clouds in the sky. As Lei Linger absorbed the pure essence of this heavenly lightning tribulation, her thunder force suddenly contracted hard. This one gulp of energy was several times better than all tribulations she had devoured here, causing her eyes to gleam with newfound power. Chapter 5133 Brahma Path. I can't wait any longer. We have to charge in as fast as possible. If more idiots complete their tribulations, we'll lose any chance to fight back, Long Chen urged. Observing countless experts undergoing heavenly tribulation with the tribulation cloud surging independently, Long Chen felt a growing sense of unease. The experts here were all heavenly chosens with shocking auras. Some of them had even reached the end of their tribulations and were on the verge of becoming eternal heavenly chosens. Long Chen wouldn't pay any attention to these chosens if they were in the same realm. However, if everyone advanced to the eternal realm except for him, the situation would be dire. With sufficient numbers, they could potentially kill him. And if formidable figures like Lu Fan, Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yujiao, and others joined the fray, he would be doomed. As Huo Linger finished off the Life Hunter expert, the commotion drew the attention of nearby experts. 7 of them immediately charged over. One, in particular, exuded a strong devil chi and was the first to reach Long Chen. However, before this expert could act, Lei Linger intercepted him with a fierce slash. A wild look appeared in her eyes. After all, each heavenly chosen she killed meant more heavenly tribulation energy for her. Even if these heavenly chosens completed their advancements, they would still be no match for Lei Linger. After all, she possessed the strength to defeat 3 vain heaven saints. Lei Linger swiftly eliminated the heavenly chosens, cutting them down before they had a chance to flee. Her heavenly fate disk quivered as it absorbed the power from their tribulations. Long Chen pushed forward, killing anyone who dared to block him. Lei Linger also showed no mercy, her eyes burning with fervor. As Long Chen advanced, he constantly searched for Bai Yingxie and the others, but he didn't spot any member of the White Dragon race. In any case, there was nothing he could do. The core region was vast, and he could only rush through in a straight line. However, now wasn't the time to worry about Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, Hu Xiaoyu, and the others. Not seeing anyone he knew, Long Chen charged forward recklessly. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, but he plowed through it, his body quivering as he entered a world of blue flames. The flame energy was berserk, and the terrifying heat threatened to ignite Long Chen's soul. This flame world was clearly on a different level compared to the previous region. Within it, Long Chen saw countless figures with fluctuating auras. They had yet to start their tribulations, but some tribulation clouds had gathered above their heads, signaling that they would begin soon. Good, I'm not too late, sighed Long Chen. The deeper he ventured into the core, the stronger the cultivators became. Because they valued this advancement so highly, they waited until they were perfectly prepared. They allowed their bottlenecks to naturally loosen and break through on their own, as they wanted a flawless advancement. Compared to the previous second-rate idiots who sought quick results, these people were much steadier. In truth, even if 2 people were equally talented at first, differences in temperament and intelligence could create a gap as wide as heaven and earth. In the distance, Long Chen heard the rumblings of people undergoing tribulation. However, those around him were in no rush, even as others faced their trials. They continued to sit in the air, waiting for their bottlenecks to naturally break. Long Chen spotted a devil expert glaring at him with killing intent, as if he would attack at any moment. Wasting no time, Long Chen made the first move. Lei Linger attacked from the right, while Long Chen struck from the front, stabbing the devil expert through the head with his finger. Despite the devil expert's formidable strength, with Lei Linger and Huo Linger by Long Chen's side, the devil expert had no chance to fight back. He could only watch helplessly as Long Chen ended his life. So the Brahma path is still up ahead, muttered Long Chen. After a forceful soul search, Long Chen learned that the Brahma path was beyond this sea of blue flames. With Huo Linger and Lei Linger by his side, Long Chen continued onward. After half an incense stick of time, another demonic beast expert blocked his path. Lei Linger swung her lightning sword at him. To Long Chen's surprise, the demonic beast expert spread its wings and forcibly withstood her attack, something powerful enough to overwhelm a 3 vain heaven saint. However, while he didn't die, his wings were broken, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Huo Linger then finished him off by smashing his head in. Wow, what pure thunderforce! Lei Linger was delighted when she devoured the demonic beast expert's heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, Long Chen had no time to ask her about it and continued rushing forward. Several more experts tried to attack him along the way, but they were swiftly dispatched by Huo Linger and Lei Linger. An hour later, a giant whirlpool appeared in front of him. This was the Brahma path. According to legend, this was the path that Lord Brahma had walked in his youth. This was a path that all disciples of the Brahma Pill Valley had to take. They had to follow Lord Brahma's footsteps in pursuit of the Supreme Tao. The path contained Lord Brahma's footsteps and divine will, with countless dangers and blockades. However, the followers of Lord Brahma could pass through without entering the trials or risking their lives, thanks to their faith energy. For others, though, it was different. Without Lord Brahma's protection, they would need to rely on their own skills to force their way through. One mistake could lead to their demise. To the Brahma Pill Valley, this place was a land of treasures. But to others, it was a death trap. Long Chen stood before the vortex, observing the flame barrier surrounding the whirlpool. A slow sneer spread across his face. Lord Brahma, your daddy Long has come. Chapter 5134 Starting the Massacre. Long Chen slowly walked toward the whirlpool. The barrier before it was filled with countless swirling flame runes, and from it, he could vaguely hear the sound of a sacred chanting the Nirvana scripture. This was the gate that the Brahma Pill Valley had set up using the Nirvana scripture, and only the Brahma Pill Valley's disciples and their trusted allies could pass through it. Long Chen had heard that the Heavenly Flame Devil domain had a core within its core, known as the Heavenly Star Fantasy Sea. Within this sea was a legendary divine flame stone formed at the birth of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was believed to represent all heavenly flames in the world. According to legend, all heavenly flames within the 9 heavens and 10 lands were born from it. This stone was called the Heavenly Flame Source Stone, and it was the very reason the Heavenly Flame Devil domain existed. To enter this core region, one had to pass through one of 2 paths, the Day-Night Bridge, or the Brahma path. Long Chen hadn't intentionally chosen the Brahma path, it just happened to be the closest to him. He approached the barrier, placing his hand on it while chanting softly. A flame rune ignited on his palm, growing brighter with each verse. With a slight push, the barrier shattered. Did you really think a barrier formed from the Nirvana scripture's runes could stop me? Long Chen snorted and strode into the whirlpool. When Long Chen stepped into the whirlpool, he was immediately engulfed by a world of white. White flames burned all around him. In the midst of this vast sea of flames, a single path stretched far into the horizon. The white flames radiated sacred energy, and the path consisted of countless complicated flame runes. Long Chen couldn't help being shaken when he saw that path. This is the Nirvana scripture. Long Chen instantly recognized the origin of those runes. As he stared at the path, a vision formed in his mind. A figure moved through the sea of flames, each step bringing forth a surge of runes that wove together beneath his feet to create the path. This figure was none other than Lord Brahma. Long Chen felt as though he was witnessing the same Lord Brahma who had once walked this very path. What shocked and enraged Long Chen the most was that this vision of Lord Brahma was just like him, someone in the divine venerate realm. How can this be? Muttered Long Chen, unable to believe what he was seeing. There's no need to doubt it. That is Lord Brahma, and he's in the same realm as you are, replied the earth cauldron. Long Chen stared at the path made of runes. Even after countless years, it remained the same as before, emitting a terrifying divine pressure. In front of this path, Long Chen felt tiny. Long Chen had always been confident, but today, he received an immense blow. The path walked by Lord Brahma was sacred and divine, imbued with his will. Long Chen felt as if he were standing against an entire cosmos, and the overwhelming power made him feel weak. Long Chen was completely stunned. Defeating Lord Brahma had always been his goal, but when he saw the Brahma path, his confidence instantly crumbled. The realization hit him hard, let alone the current Lord Brahma. Even the old Lord Brahma who had walked this path long ago could kill him 1,000 times over with just a wave of his hand. They simply weren't on the same level. You don't need to feel inferior. Lord Brahma's accomplishments were largely thanks to his master. You didn't have that privilege. Almost everything he had was given to him by his master, while everything you have was earned through your own struggle. Besides that, you were born in different eras. Back then, the 9 heavens were at their peak, while you were born in a declining era. That's a difference as vast as heaven and earth. But remember, a new era is dawning, and you are at the very heart of it. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are about to change. You still have a chance. The earth cauldron comforted him. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen grumbled, everything he had was given to him by his master, but he still betrayed his master. The earth cauldron sighed, humans. In this world, they are the most incomprehensible lifeform. They are both lovable and hateable. The earth cauldron seemed to have mixed emotions, losing itself in its memories. A startled cry rang out from within the white flames. The one shouting was clad in robes of the Brahma Pill Valley, which highlighted his status. The Brahma path was filled with faith energy, and Lord Brahma's followers were here, enjoying the tempering of the faith flames, which rapidly upgraded their physical bodies and souls. Most importantly, there was no danger for them as they tempered themselves here. At first, the man was shocked to see Long Chen, but then, his face twisted with savagery. A sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked without hesitation. A 7-star Doyen dares to attack me, Long Chen snorted, reaching out to catch the sword with his hand. But then, a terrifying power erupted from the sword, blasting his hand back. Something's off. His power. Long Chen's heart shook as he realized that the sword contained powerful fluctuations, as if multiple sources were feeding it energy. Seeing Long Chen unable to stop his sword, the disciple smirked and directly swung his sword at Long Chen's throat. Long Chen caught it again, but now his hand was covered in blood-colored dragon scales. All right, time to die. Long Chen snorted, pushing the sword back with force. The disciple couldn't keep hold of his weapon, and the hilt slammed into his chest, blasting him into a mist of blood. The next moment, many figures appeared within the surrounding flames, all coughing up blood. When this disciple attacked, hundreds of his fellow disciples within the flames were sending him their energy. As a result, his attack power directly surpassed that of an average heavenly chosen, especially with the added boost of faith energy in this place. That was why Long Chen had been caught off guard at first. However, even if these people were 10 times stronger, it would be useless. With one counterattack, their trick was exposed. Using this disciple's sword, Long Chen launched a wave of sword chi that swept through the white flames, cutting the other disciples in two. More figures started to emerge within the sea of flames. These experts had been hidden within the flames, tempering their bodies and souls in a half-meditative state. However, Long Chen's attack roused them from their trance. The minute they saw Long Chen, they roared and charged at him. You could have followed anyone, but you decided to follow that bastard Lord Brahma. Don't blame me for being vicious, muttered Long Chen. Killing intent flared in Long Chen's eyes as he summoned the dragon blood battle armor and let out a thunderous roar. A dragon cry echoed across heaven and earth. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back. He never showed mercy to his enemies. To have reached this place, these people had to be disciples of the Brahma Pill Valley, followers of Lord Brahma, or have close ties to the Brahma Pill Valley. In any case, they were all enemies in Long Chen's eyes. The dragon cry rippled through the air, causing the flame sea to explode and chi waves to surge. Countless figures were blasted apart, and the entire Brahma path quivered under the force of Long Chen's roar. Huge waves erupted within the white flame sea, crushing countless figures along the Brahma path. Using this chance, Long Chen flew deeper into the Brahma path. Chapter 5135 10,000 Flame Stone. Long Chen's dragon roar was a harbinger of death, sweeping through the Brahma path like a storm. The moment the Brahma Pill Valley's disciples and followers of Lord Brahma heard it, their lives were snuffed out. The white flame sea was stained red with blood, turning the entire Brahma path into a nightmarish battlefield. Long Chen's eyes gleamed with a fierce, unyielding resolve as he left no one alive in his wake. No matter how deeply hidden within the flames they were, there was no escape. Countless experts were roused from their seclusion. When they saw the horrific scene, they desperately fled for their lives. Terrified screams filled the air. Some begged for mercy, others prayed, and some invoked Lord Brahma's name, but nothing could change their fate. They were all fated to die. As Long Chen's devastating attack closed in on them, their resentful roars and curses echoed. Long Chen, divine venerate Brahma will not forgive you for killing his disciples. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have divine venerate Brahma's blessing. We will not die. As long as our faith is firm, we will quickly be reborn in the cycle of reincarnation. That's right, death is just the end of one life. We will return to divine venerate Brahma's side, so there's nothing to fear. Long Chen scoffed at their desperate cries. If you lie enough, you can convince even yourself. If you really weren't afraid, why are you running? Witnessing these people shouting bullshit as they fled, Long Chen showed no mercy. They were all Lord Brahma's followers. As long as Lord Brahma gave the order, these people would not hesitate to raise their butcher's blade against him. Long Chen continued down the Brahma path, leaving trails of blood mist in his wake. While a small portion of these experts were disciples from Pill Valley, the further he went, the more diverse the lifeforms became. After all, Lord Brahma's believers were not limited to the human race, countless other races had pledged their allegiance to him as well. Suddenly, the end of the Brahma path came into view. There stood a divine statue of Lord Brahma, unlike any Long Chen had seen before. The statue's legs were spread wide, forming a gateway directly beneath them. To traverse the Brahma path, one had to walk under the statue's crotch. For Lord Brahma's followers, this was an accepted ritual, but to Long Chen, this was top-tier humiliation. When Long Chen got close, divine light flowed around the statue, and a powerful barrier appeared, blocking his path. The next moment, the disciples and followers of Lord Brahma cheered with renewed confidence. Long Chen, you bastard, the divine venerate is protecting us. You can't harm us. Sensing terrifying faith fluctuations from the barrier, Long Chen knew that it was made of Lord Brahma's will. Only the sovereign blood seal could break it. Sovereign blood seal God-slaying cross, shouted Long Chen. A cross mark materialized on Long Chen's palm, emanating sovereign qi. Though only a trace, its presence made the entire Brahma path tremble. The flames surrounding the statue flickered in response to this supreme aura. Sovereign qi was an aura above even the 9 heavens. It commanded all laws of the world, rendering even Lord Brahma's faith barrier ineffective. The disciples and followers of Lord Brahma behind the barrier felt their souls tremble as Long Chen's palm pressed against it. The barrier and Lord Brahma's statue shattered, crushing the few survivors within the barrier instantly. A giant hole ripped open in the void. Without hesitation, Long Chen stepped through the hole. In that instant, his pores opened wide, and vast heavenly flame energy washed over him. The intensity was so overwhelming that Long Chen nearly spat out blood. Rumbling filled his ears, and he felt as if he were lost in a chaotic maelstrom of space. The furious flame energy surged around him, threatening to tear him apart. Shocked, Long Chen had no choice but to activate the Scarlet Dragon battle armor. Otherwise, the chaotic flame current would tear him apart. Long Chen's heart shook as he crossed this path. While he had sensed spatial fluctuations before arriving, they had not been as intense. Now, they erupted like a volcano, seemingly targeting him specifically. Such intense flame currents were beyond the endurance of average heavenly chosens. There's something up ahead, said Long Chen, sensing powerful energy fluctuations further along the path. With great difficulty, Long Chen advanced through the chaotic current. Huo Linger wanted to help, but Long Chen stopped her. If Huo Linger were to appear, these flames would likely react to her presence, and everyone would know he was here. Including Lu Fan and the other heavenly chosens of the Brahma Pill Valley. On the Brahma path, Long Chen had only encountered weaklings. Clearly, these disciples were not fit to enter the core regions and could only cultivate here. Unsure of what lay ahead, Long Chen decided to proceed cautiously. He wanted to sneak in and get a look at the surroundings first. Long Chen spent an hour forcing his way through the chaotic flame current. Luckily, the further he went, the weaker the current became. Toward the end, it was practically a breeze. Long Chen approached a barrier and saw countless figures gathering around an enormous diamond-shaped crystal. The immense flame energy emanating from the crystal was overwhelming, filling Long Chen with awe. Within the primal chaos space, Huo Linger's cry echoed as she sensed the power of the crystal. It radiated all-encompassing flame energy, including the heavenly rainbow flame, the ice soul divine flame, the sun flame, the moon flame, and even the Yanshu flame. This must be the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, said Long Chen as he suppressed his excitement. The crystal indeed held the essence of all heavenly flames in existence. Long Chen sensed unfamiliar and terrifying heavenly flame fluctuations from it, which caused his soul to tremble. The golden lotus seed within him also seemed to react, growing active in response. Despite Long Chen's arrival, none of the experts around the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone noticed him. Their focus was entirely on the crystal. Curious about it, Long Chen stealthily passed through the flame barrier. When he saw the situation clearly, his blood boiled rapidly, yet his eyes grew icy cold. Chapter 5136 White Dragon's Crisis, Ambush. Countless experts gathered in front of the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, representing a diverse array of races: humans, devils, blood race, demons, and many others. Among the crowd, Long Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to Lu Fan, who stood conspicuously at the front. Clearly, he was the focal point of attention, with everyone listening to him intently. Behind Lu Fan, Long Chen spotted Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yujiao 1, Qin Keqing 2, Huang Wudao 3, and others. There were also dozens of unfamiliar faces among them, likely experts on par with Netherdragon Wushang and the others. Other than them, Long Chen also saw Huo Qinwu 4 standing behind this group. Clearly, she wasn't qualified to stand beside them. Behind Huo Qinwu were millions of experts, and they were all heavenly chosens. Long Chen arrived silently, unnoticed by the millions of people gathered around the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone. Their focus was entirely on the crystal. Beneath the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone lay a giant altar, with the crystal hovering above its center. Long Chen's heart sank when he saw Bai Yingxie and the others sealed on top of the altar. Not only were the disciples of the White Dragon race there, but Hu Xiaoyu and Feng Yu were among them as well. All of them were pale and struggling against the altar's power, forming hand seals in a desperate attempt to resist it. In front of the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, Lu Fan stared at Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu with a sinister expression. He said, "Brother Tianfan, it's thanks to you that we caught these two fish. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how important they were to Long Chen. Our chess sect has been keeping a close watch on him from the beginning. None of his movements have escaped our notice. Long Chen is incredibly brazen. He has blasphemed the gods time and time again, truly deserving 10,000 deaths. These two women are closely related to him, so I had Kaifeng capture them. Now, everyone connected to Long Chen is here," said the man Lu Fan referred to as Brother Tianfan. This man had shoulder-length hair and wore a bamboo hat that blocked his face. He was from one of the four immemorial sects, the Chess sect, and was known as Li Tianfan, the leader of their junior generation. As a sealed immemorial heavenly genius, he had been awakened in this era and was said to have an extremely high chance of becoming the next sect master. As a result, even a son of Brahma didn't dare to look down on him, so Lu Fan called him Brother Tianfan. Hehe, it's thanks to senior apprentice Brother Tianfan's divine strategy and foresight. You predicted they wouldn't take the Brahma path or Day-Night Bridge but instead follow the unorthodox blood rune path. With our trap set, capturing them was effortless, said a man with a golden mask from the ranks of the Chess sect. This was the man Li Tianfan had referred to as Kaifeng. As soon as he spoke, Long Chen's teeth clenched. Kaifeng was the one who had leaked information about the Lifehunter race's movements, prompting Long Chen to launch a sneak attack against them. Back then, Long Chen already sensed something off about Kaifeng, but due to the accuracy of the information provided, he mistakenly believed Kaifeng to be an enemy of the Lifehunter race seeking to use him as a tool. In any case, Long Chen did feel some gratitude toward this Kaifeng. After all, from the Lifehunter race, Long Chen had gained some new information on the Violet Blood race. But unexpectedly, the Chess sect had just been using him and even used this chance to grasp his true power. Even the matter of Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu was unable to escape their notice. Thinking of how he had been played by them, Long Chen seethed with rage. Lu Fan's sinister smile widened as he glared at the people on the altar. He declared, "Long Chen, you murderous bastard, you blasphemed the great divine venerate Brahma. Today, I will blood sacrifice all of your friends. Why haven't you started yet? What are you waiting for?" Just then, an icy voice rang out. Long Chen's heart shook as he looked toward the source of that voice. He didn't dare to believe this person was really here. Yan Hong. This person was Yan Shu's son, Yan Hong, whom Long Chen had killed before. During the Dragonblood Legion's clash with the celestial race, Long Chen had been forced into a peculiar flame space. He then discovered the Yan Shu Divine Lotus there and found the reborn Yan Hong parasitizing it. "Wait, not good," exclaimed Huo Linger suddenly. "In the Yan Shu Divine Lotus 5 I planted some of my power inside his body, but now, I can't sense it at all. He must have noticed and taken out my parasite," explained Huo Linger. "It's fine. This is within my expectations," said Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron had already indicated that the chances of success were slim, so he hadn't placed too much hope on it. What troubled Long Chen more was the situation unfolding before him. His primary goal was to uncover the Brahma Pill Valley's plans and figure out how to rescue Bai Yingxie and the others. Facing Yan Hong's icy demand, Lu Fan responded with equal coldness. To unleash the full power of the heavenly flame Source Stone, we need sacred energy. The altar is extracting their sacred energy, and once the heavenly flame Source Stone absorbs enough, it will naturally activate. What are you in a rush for? If you want it to go faster, activate it yourself. Clearly displeased with Yan Hong's attitude, Lu Fan showed no restraint. Yan Hong's anger flared at the response, and black flames erupted around him. His manifestation appeared behind him, a massive black lotus that loomed ominously. Don't think that just because you are a son of Brahma you can do whatever you want. I am the son of the great Yan Shu. Show me some respect when you talk to me, shouted Yan Hong. The surrounding people jumped in fright when Yan Hong summoned his manifestation. The black lotus resembled a black devil opening its gaping maw, ready to devour all entities within heaven and earth. The sight sent chills through the onlookers, their souls freezing at the sheer presence of the manifestation. So what if you're one of Yan Shu's sons? Lu Fan sneered. You only survived because of luck after Long Chen destroyed your body. How dare someone like you act arrogant in front of me? Yan Hong's eyes burned with fury. You are courting death, he roared. He raised his hand, and a spear enveloped in black flames materialized, pointed menacingly at Lu Fan. 1. Friendly reminder. Bastard of Asura race and celestial race. 2. Zither sect's arrogant lady. 3. The prince of the violet lightning divine phoenix race. 4. Thousand Phoenix Feather Dresses original owner, stripped by Long Chen. 5. This happened back in chapter 4635. Chapter 5137 Treacherous Scheme. Yan Hong, is your temper really so uncontrollable? Li Tianfan interjected just as Yan Hong took out his weapon. You've lost to Long Chen before, so brother Lu Fan was just speaking fact. If you doubt it, my chess sect has a photographic jade recording those events. Would you like me to show it to everyone? Yan Hong's rage flared. If his soul fragments hadn't been absorbed by the Yan Shu Divine Lotus, his soul would have long since dissipated. And now, Li Tianfan was threatening to expose that shame to everyone. The defeated should reflect on their loss and have a sense of shame. Trying to cover up the truth is not the action of a wise man, added the icily apathetic Qin Keqing. It was clear that nearly everyone here sided with Lu Fan. There was no way around it. He was in command, and the activation of the heavenly flame Source Stone rested in his hands. Do you understand? Fairy Keqing is saying only an idiot would try to conceal their defeat, Huang Wudao taunted, directly insulting Yan Hong. Targeted by everyone, Yan Hong gripped his spear so tightly that creaking sounds echoed, his rage nearly boiling over. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he spat out, you fools only know how to suck up. Just wait, I'll repay this humiliation 100 times over. Despite his anger, Yan Hong knew he had to back down. He was confident in his own strength and didn't fear any of them individually, but facing them all at once was a different story. He had to be patient as he was after the trace of Yan Shu flame core energy within the heavenly flame Source Stone. He couldn't miss out on that. Aware of Yan Hong's goal, Lu Fan was unbothered by his threat. He knew Yan Hong wouldn't dare attack and wouldn't leave until he secured the Yan Shu flame. Lu Fan knew that the Yan Shu line was not to be provoked lightly, but as a son of Brahma, his status was equally illustrious. To act humbly would be to lower the dignity of the Brahma line. According to what he knew, the Yan Shu line and the Brahma line chose not to intersect with each other. He also didn't want to provoke Yan Hong, but he had to express that he wasn't afraid of him either. When Yan Hong fell silent, the celestial race's Luo Yujiao said, Brother Lu, I'm amazed you were able to capture every single member of the White Dragon race so smoothly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The White Dragon race was renowned for their sacred dragon blood energy and formidable combination techniques. Although Bai Yingshui's power was negligible in front of them, when the entire White Dragon race's sacred energy was unified, they became an unbreakable force. As a result, while the other major factions might have been able to capture the White Dragon experts, it would have come at a cost, with casualties likely in the clash. However, Bai Yingxie and the others stood before them uninjured, as if the battle had ended before it even started. Luo Yujiao and the others couldn't comprehend how Lu Fan had done this. With a smile, Lu Fan answered, the White Dragon race is a group of pedantic old fools. We knew what they were planning from the start. Hee hee, Those old fellows sent these disciples as sacrifices, wanting to use their heads as a wake-up call for the dragon race. Luckily, we had set up a trap before they were transported in. Other than that idiot Long Chen, the rest of the white dragon race was sealed instantly without being able to resist at all. Long Chen's heart sank. The Brahma Pill Valley was truly insidious. Everything had been under their control from the start, and the white dragon race had fallen right into their trap. Not only were Bai Yingxie and the others being sacrificed on this altar, but Bai Yingxuan and the other elders were also in grave danger. Bai Yingxuan and the white dragon elders could never have anticipated such a thing. Lu Fan continued, everyone here is either a devout follower of divine venerate Brahma or a trusted ally of my Brahma Pill Valley. The Brahma Pill Valley has always rewarded loyalty. By using the sacred dragon blood of the white dragon race, we will fully unleash the energy within the heavenly flame Source Stone. After this, the heavenly flame devil domain will be no more. Luo Yujiao, Qin Keqing, Huang Wudao, and the others were visibly shocked by this revelation. Netherdragon Wusheng couldn't help but question, isn't this too great a loss for the Brahma Pill Valley? In order to express the Brahma Pill Valley's sincerity, this little bit of loss is nothing. Did you hear that? This little bit, Lu Fan emphasized, ensuring everyone understood his point. Little bit, was the heavenly flame Source Stone really just a tiny treasure for the Brahma Pill Valley? Seeing their shock, Lu Fan was very pleased. He continued, the Brahma Pill Valley's foundation far surpasses everyone's imagination. Of course, it even surpasses mine. To our loyal friends, the Brahma Pill Valley will never be stingy. But to our enemies, Lu Fan turned toward Bai Yingxie and the others on the altar. With a sinister smile, he added, my Brahma Pill Valley isn't soft-hearted. Pig-headed, pedantic fellows like them can vanish from this world for all we care. Everyone was taken aback by his words. If the Brahma Pill Valley truly intended to detonate the heavenly flame Source Stone, their gains this time had to be unimaginable. At this moment, they felt a bit of regret. When the Brahma Pill Valley invited them to the heavenly flame devil domain, they hadn't expected something of this magnitude. Although they had known that the benefits would be great, the major factions and races in this world had their own inheritance lands for tribulation. In those places, they could receive their ancestors' secret arts and divine abilities, as well as their blessing for perfect advancement. However, those resources were meant to last a long time, not to be unleashed all at once. So, the various factions had divided their members. Some stayed behind to undergo tribulation in their own lands, while others were sent to the heavenly flame devil domain. This not only showed respect to the Brahma Pill Valley but also helped reduce the strain on their own resources. However, who would have thought that the Brahma Pill Valley would be so generous as to detonate the heavenly flame Source Stone? Had they known this, they would have certainly sent everyone they could. Opportunities like this came once in a blue moon, and once missed, they wouldn't come again. As Lu Fan observed their complex expressions, his smile widened, though he sneered internally. Even if the heavenly flame Source Stone is detonated, without divine venerate Brahma's blessing, how much can you benefit from it? Isn't sacrificing lives for this too cruel? A voice rang out, causing Lu Fan and the others' expressions to change. Chapter 5138 Clashing Equally. Within the crowd, there was a particular group of elegant women, each exuding a grand and noble air. Though they numbered only a few hundred, not even Lu Fan dared to look down on them because they came from the Zither sect. Unexpectedly, someone amongst them stepped forward. It was Liao Yuhuang, senior apprentice sister Yuhuang. The other disciples of the Zither sect stared at her in shock. The experts from the other factions also looked at her in disbelief. What was the Zither sect thinking? Everyone knew that all the factions present had been invited by the Brahma Pill Valley. After receiving the benefits of the Brahma Pill Valley, Liao Yuhuang actually spoke up against them. Yuhuang, what are you doing? Shouted Qin Keqing. With a dark expression, Lu Fan remarked, I've heard that the Zither sect's disciples are unbearably arrogant. It seems that the rumors are true. If Liao Yuhuang weren't from the Zither sect, Lu Fan would have killed her for this insolence. Hence, Lu Fan's words were a clear message to Qin Keqing. Qin Keqing was no fool, so she obviously understood what he was saying. As the commander of the Zither sect's entourage, any problem with her subordinates reflected on her. Despite the tension, Liao Yuhuang remained calm and spoke with steady conviction. The Brahma Pill Valley has graciously invited us to share the power inside the heavenly flame Source Stone, and we are grateful. However, our Zither sect cultivates the music Tao, which requires us to be in harmony with the heavens. We must keep our hearts pure and follow the natural order. Moreover, the Tao of music is intertwined with the sound of all life. We must experience the 7 emotions, the 6 desires, and the 100 flavors of life. In essence, we cultivate music to refine our hearts to understand the Tao, and understand the Tao to gain power. To seek power at the expense of our hearts is to lose our way. My apology, but my zither sect cannot eat a blood-soaked cake no matter how much it would increase our strength. Such a stain would corrupt our Tao. Liao Yuhuang's naturally beautiful voice carried an immense persuasive power. Her words flowed like the music of the Grand Tao, reaching deep into people's souls and stirring their innermost thoughts. Long Chen was in awe. Liao Yuhuang was truly a master of the music Tao. To her, power was merely a foundation for warlike fighters, not her ultimate goal. He now understood that Liao Yuhuang's dedication to the music Tao was genuine and profound. While others sought to use the Tao to enhance their power, she pursued it as a higher calling, highlighting a vast difference in their approaches. All the Zither sect's disciples were moved by Liao Yuhuang's speech. As cultivators of the music Tao, they felt her words resonate deeply within them, elevating their souls and realms. Now, they viewed Liao Yuhuang with not just respect but also a trace of idolization. They realized that her mastery of the music Tao far surpassed their own. Qin Keqing's expression darkened as she observed their reaction. She had always regarded Liao Yuhuang with disdain. As a heavenly genius from the ancient era, Qin Keqing had awoken with the expectation of dominating this generation. Yet, the Zither sect had not only produced new geniuses but had also awakened many ancient sealed heavenly geniuses like herself. While leading a portion of the Zither sect's disciples, Qin Keqing found herself overshadowed by figures such as Liao Yuhuang. Among the Zither sect's disciples, Liao Yuhuang held significant prestige. Unfortunately, Qin Keqing was a tyrannical and violent person, unable to accept the light of one of her subordinates eclipsing her. As a result, Liao Yuhuang faced many difficulties due to this dynamic. Despite the challenges and occasional hostility, she had never complained. Instead, she continued to play her music gracefully and took on her role with poise, even as a side character during their last performance. Due to her elevated status, Qin Keqing could never do anything excessive to Liao Yuhuang. However, now that Liao Yuhuang had stepped forward to go against her, Qin Keqing's focus shifted from the heavenly flame source stone to the challenge against her authority. Shut your mouth. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Are you trying to teach me a lesson? Or do you think it was a mistake for us to come for the heavenly flame source stone? Qin Keqing's voice was laced with anger. Before Liao Yuhuang could reply, Qin Keqing continued, I've long since noticed that you like to go against my orders. It's one thing to spout lofty ideals, but don't you find it hypocritical? Just because your mother is a branch sect master doesn't mean you can do as you please. Didn't she teach you that as a subordinate, you must obey orders? What kind of upbringing did you have? Qin Keqing's tongue was nasty, directly insulting Liao Yuhuang's mother and adding to the confrontation's intensity. Hearing this woman curse like a vixen on the street, Long Chen was speechless. Just how did such a malevolent and hateful person become the commander of this group? Were the Zither sect's higher-ups blind? No matter how strong Qin Keqing was, if she couldn't lead properly, what was the point? It would just ruin their morale. Compared to Qin Keqing, even an average Zither sect disciple seemed to possess more grace and wisdom. She was extremely lacking. Liao Yuhuang's expression darkened as she suppressed her rage. She coldly replied, I have never abused my mother's position to get my way. Everyone in the Zither sect can testify to this. My mother taught me that if something feels wrong, no matter the reason, it should not be done. I am sure our actions today are wrong, and I refuse to eat a bloody cake. If others want to eat it, it's their own choice. But the Zither sect will not be involved. Qin Keqing fumed. The White Dragon race has constantly gone against the Brahma Pill Valley. They deserve to die. It has nothing to do with the Zither sect. Liao Yuhuang shook her head calmly and said, I am not qualified to judge whether or not the White Dragon race deserves to die, but I know that I cannot eat a bloody cake. Shut your fucking mouth. Qin Keqing snapped. What bloody cake? An idiot stuck at the 5th level of the Supreme Star Overflow Art has no right to spout such nonsense. If you keep arguing, don't blame me for being ruthless. Killing intent flashed in Qin Keqing's eyes. This was a prime opportunity to eliminate Liao Yuhuang, and Qin Keqing was tempted to take it. Everyone here could testify that it was to protect the zither sect's relationship with the Brahma Pill Valley. So, even if she killed Liao Yuhuang, the higher-ups wouldn't be able to blame her. As the confrontation drew all eyes, Long Chen skillfully blended into the crowd, his aura concealed. He managed to slip into the crowd unnoticed. Chapter 5139, A Killing Heart. At this moment, Qin Keqing's expression turned vicious, and her killing intent couldn't be more obvious. All eyes were on the confrontation, especially given the zither sect's reputation as one of the 4 immemorial sects. The spectators were eager to see them fight and gauge the sect's true strength. Many could tell that Qin Keqing was jealous of Liao Yuhuang, and perhaps she was about to abuse her position to deal with Liao Yuhuang. Hence, no one blinked as they didn't want to miss a moment of this tense standoff. With a calm expression, Liao Yuhuang indifferently said, "Whether I'm strong or weak, or if I am stuck at the 5th level of the Supreme Star Overflow Art, is irrelevant. I am neither interfering in the Brahma Pill Valley's conflict with the White Dragon race nor damaging the relationship between the Zither sect and the Brahma Pill Valley. My stance is clear: the Zither sect cannot eat a bloody cake. If the rest of you want to eat it no matter what, you can do it. I am leaving this place and will find somewhere else to undergo tribulation." After Liao Yuhuang said this, her fellow Zither sect's disciples rallied behind her, clearly approving of her words. To sacrifice the White Dragon race in order to strengthen themselves was unacceptable. While the White Dragon race's deaths wouldn't be directly caused by them, benefiting from it still made it a bloody cake. The majority of the Zither sect's disciples immediately stood by Liao Yuhuang, expressing their agreement with her viewpoint. Only a few dozen hesitated, glancing between Liao Yuhuang and Qin Keqing. They were unsure of what to do. Qin Keqing's expression was icy. At that moment, Li Tianfen laughed. "Fairy Yuhuang is beautiful on the outside and inside. Such character is truly rare, and even more rare is your popularity. It seems like we have the future master of the Zither sect among us today." Long Chen had stealthily slipped into the ranks of dragon experts amidst the commotion. However, his anger immediately flared when he heard this. The chess sect fellow was so insidious, stoking the flames of Qin Keqing's jealousy. He was expertly pushing her buttons, knowing full well how dangerous her jealousy could be. As expected, Qin Keqing's expression twisted savagely, and she shouted, "What is this? Are you all rebelling? You traitors can die together." Her killing intent erupted like a storm. Chi waves exploded outward, forcing the surrounding people to retreat. The next moment, harsh, discordant music filled the air, resonating with her violent aura. "Now's my chance." Seizing the moment, Long Chen pretended to be overwhelmed by Qin Keqing's aura and flew back with everyone else. But his true intention was to move closer to the heavenly flame Sourcestone. As Qin Keqing's oppressive energy crashed down, countless invisible blades cut through the void, emitting ear-piercing, explosive sounds. Everyone's heart shook. Qin Keqing had not even summoned her manifestation, yet the pressure she exerted was already suffocating. If she were to summon it, would the people around not be crushed flat? The gathered crowds were all strong heavenly chosen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to enter this place. However, even these elites couldn't endure Qin Keqing's aura, shocking them. So this was the power of the legendary 4 immemorial sects. Li Tianfen smiled sinisterly, clearly enjoying the discord within the Zither sect. Lu Fan and the others were also entertained. Since it would take some time to activate the heavenly flame Sourcestone, they decided to watch the unfolding drama. They were curious to see if the Zither sect's disciples truly lived up to their legendary reputation. "Senior apprentice Sister Keqing, what are you doing?" shouted Liao Yuhuang. Her expression finally changed as she sensed the bone-chilling killing intent radiating from Qin Keqing. She realized that Qin Keqing was serious about killing her, and shockingly, the rest of the Zither sect's disciples as well. Liao Yuhuang couldn't comprehend why Qin Keqing had suddenly gone berserk. Her calm nature made it difficult for her to understand just how terrifying a woman's jealousy could be. Qin Keqing was an expert from the ancient era. Back then, there had been another genius in the Zither sect whose talent matched, if not surpassed, her own. This rival was not only gifted but also incredibly diligent, gradually eclipsing Qin Keqing. Consumed by jealousy, Qin Keqing devised a trap that led to the rival's death. Although she covered her tracks well, the truth eventually came to light. The fallen genius was a revered figure within the Zither sect, and her death shook the entire sect. Once the truth was revealed, the higher-ups of the sect were enraged. They prepared to execute Xianxia for her crime, but this decision split the sect into two factions. One faction demanded her execution to uphold the sect's laws, while the other argued that losing both geniuses would be a devastating blow to the Zither sect's future. The internal conflict grew fierce, threatening to fracture the sect entirely. In the end, a compromise was reached. Xianxia was temporarily sealed and forbidden from leaving the sect. The Zither sect planned to revisit the decision and cast a vote on her fate 30 years later. After 30 years had passed, the ones set on killing Xianxia had calmed down, and then only 20% of the votes were cast in favor of her execution. With this outcome, Xianxia's life was spared. However, those who still harbored resentment toward her demanded that they never see her again. As a result, she remained sealed until this era. When Xianxia was finally unsealed, the dark secret from her past was only revealed to the current sect master. Recognizing her talent, the sect master chose not to disclose this information to anyone else. Xianxia's jealousy of Liao Yuhuang had been simmering beneath the surface, and seeing so many fellow disciples rally behind Liao Yuhuang only intensified it. It reminded her of the scene from her past. To make things worse, Li Tianfen just had to pour a barrel of gunpowder into her flames. Staring at Liao Yuhuang, Xianxia felt like she was seeing the ghost of her dead rival from long ago. The idea that Liao Yuhuang might be the reincarnation of that genius pushed her over the edge, and her killing intent erupted uncontrollably. Senior apprentice Sister Keqing, cool your head. The rest of you can continue your tribulation. We'll walk our own path. There's no need for us to fight to the death, said Liao Yuhuang, trying to reason with a crazy bitch. Slut, shut your mouth. You will definitely die at my hand today. No one can save you. Xianxia snarled. The space behind her contracted, and the world started to quiver under the weight of her power. You should think about how to save yourself instead. When this lazy voice rang out, Lu Fan, Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yuzhao, Huang Wudao, and the others jumped. They quickly turned to look at the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, where they found Long Chen sitting there, smiling at them. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Chapter 5140 Final Battle. Long Chen was sitting on top of the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, looking down on everyone. Beneath him, Bai Yingxie and the others were startled, their eyes widening as they looked up at him. After all, they had been directly transported into a trap that knocked them unconscious, leaving them baffled as to what was happening. While everyone else was simply shocked, Lu Fan's handsome face twisted with rage. As he gnashed his teeth, he asked, "You didn't die? TCH, did you think a little heavenly fate curse could kill me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? If it weren't for those old fellows from the Earth Devil race, you'd already be on the path of reincarnation," Long Chen replied, shaking his head with a hint of mockery in his voice. After that, Long Chen turned to face Yan Hong and said, "Yan Hong, don't be angry. I also beat the crap out of this idiot in the Earth Devil race's territory, and even his underpants went flying. He almost cried and begged for his daddy's help. Although you died last time, in some respects, he ended up worse off than you. Furthermore, I feel like in terms of power, you are a bit stronger than him." Everyone was shocked by Long Chen's words. It seemed that he had fought Lu Fan and even beaten him. They found it hard to believe. After all, Lu Fan was one of the 8 sons of Brahma. With Lord Brahma's will protecting him, he was practically an unrivaled existence in this domain. How could Long Chen defeat him? However, seeing Lu Fan's enraged expression, they knew Long Chen was telling the truth. Long Chen had defeated Lu Fan, a fact that left everyone in stunned disbelief. Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yuzhao, Huang Wudao, and the others were all taken aback. Although they hadn't personally fought Lu Fan, their instincts as experts told them that his power was immense and difficult to gauge. None of them felt confident that they could defeat him. On the other hand, Yan Hong was quite happy to hear Long Chen's taunts. Being targeted and humiliated by everyone had stoked his rage, so seeing smoke come out of Lu Fan's head pleased him a lot. Lu Fan naturally isn't a match for me. If he weren't a son of Brahma, I'd have killed him," sneered Yan Hong. "I want to thank you for your words, so how about this? In a bit, I'll leave your corpse intact. Please don't. If you're going to be so courteous, I'll feel bad killing you. There's no need for any mercy. I'm also not planning on letting you leave here alive," replied Long Chen with a chuckle, his tone light but deadly. "Fool, I'm no longer the old Yan Hong. Today, I'll be the one to kill you," countered Yan Hong. Long Chen was unfazed by the threat and seemed rather excited. After that, his gaze swept across Lu Fan, Li Tianfen, Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yuzhao, Huang Wudao, and the other top experts. Devil race, blood race, stone race, lifehunter race, netherworld race, demon race, my enemies are all gathered. Li Tianfen, do you represent the Chess sect? And Qin Keqing, do you represent the Zither sect? Long Chen asked, turning his attention toward the two at the end. Li Tianfen looked at Long Chen. Although he had been shocked at the start, he was now calm. He said, I've long since heard that the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in history possesses unmatched intellect and power. However, it seems the rumors are a bit exaggerated. You've practically sent yourself to your death. Don't you know this place is fundamentally a trap? To be honest, I would have liked to experience the power of the High Firmament Academy's #1 expert, but unfortunately, with so many people eager to take your life, it seems that I won't get a chance. How regrettable. A trap? What trap? Are you trying to lie to me? Child, you're too naive, scoffed Long Chen. Everything here was set up by the Brahma Pill Valley. With Lu Fan's intelligence, there's no way he could plan for my arrival. That conceited fellow actually thought that his heavenly fate curse would kill me. Even if it didn't kill me, he believed it would take half my life, and my only option would be to flee, right? You can just give up on playing psychological warfare with me. Save your psychological warfare for conning your little friends. After saying that, Long Chen turned to Qin Keqing and Liao Yuhuang. Can you two express your stance? Who really represents the Zither sect? I don't want to have so many misgivings when the fighting starts. Qin Keqing sneered. With death at hand, you still dare to be so arrogant? Then I, Qin Keqing, will tell you that the Zither sect is the firm ally of the Brahma Pill Valley. Pill Valley's enemies are my Zither sect's enemies. Long Chen nodded to express that he understood. He then turned to Liao Yuhuang and smiled slightly. Old friend, thank you for your kindness toward the White Dragon race. The Dragon Cow Zither really doesn't choose a bad master. Liao Yuhuang was also shocked by Long Chen's arrival, but she had a strange yet favorable impression of him. In her view, Long Chen was an extremely wise person with profound expertise in musical theory. When Long Chen mentioned the Dragon Cow Zither, Liao Yuhuang's eyes widened in realization. So, Bai Daolei, who had discussed music with her on the Glacial Heaven Plaza, was Long Chen. Long Chen had dropped his disguise, which had been meant to avoid implicating the White Dragon race. Given Pill Valley's insidious actions toward the White Dragon race, Long Chen no longer needed to care about that. The enmity between the two sides was clear and absolute, like water and fire. Staring at Long Chen with a complicated expression, Liao Yuhuang shook her head. It can't count as kindness. With my little power, I cannot interfere in other people's battles. We can only look after ourselves and uphold our principles. We don't want this bloody cake. This is the Zither sect's bottom line, and beyond defending it, I can't do much. Sadness flitted across Liao Yuhuang's eyes. Long Chen was someone she greatly admired. After all, he was wise and was known for his deep commitment to friendship and loyalty. She wished she could offer more help, but her actions represented those of the Zither sect. Bound by this status, she couldn't help him much, so she felt bad. Long Chen gave her a reassuring smile. That's the best course of action. Since you aren't my enemy, you should back up a bit to avoid getting splashed by their filthy blood. With a sinister grin, Lu Fan interrupted, there was a path to heaven but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell but you still barged in. Long Chen, today will be our final battle. After he finished speaking, he formed a series of hand seals. Countless runes appeared on the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, and an immense divine pressure radiated from it. Chapter 5141 Earth Tao, Limitless Soul Return. He can control the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, exclaimed someone. Li Tianfen and the others were all shocked. Just what was Lu Fan up to? If he could control it, what was the point of waiting so long? They were unaware that Lu Fan could only control the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone because of the divine Brahma rune on it. As a son of Brahma, he had the ability to manipulate the rune. However, his power was far from enough to detonate the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone. That was why he was extracting the White Dragon race's sacred energy. This process would cause the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone to detonate, but the divine Brahma rune would remain intact, sealing half of the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone's power for Lu Fan's use. The remaining half would be shared among all the experts present. As the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone's power was too immense, there was no way for Lu Fan to absorb it all. Hence, after its detonation, 99% of its power would be sealed in the divine Brahma rune. According to Lu Fan's plans, he intended to absorb the energy sealed within the divine Brahma rune to dramatically boost his cultivation base. With this power, he wouldn't need to rely on medicinal pills or conventional cultivation methods. The energy from the rune alone could propel him to become a nine-vein heaven saint and potentially even touch the boundary to the human emperor realm. Despite Long Chen's unexpected arrival, Lu Fan remained calm and even exhilarated, as he was the master of this battlefield. He believed that Long Chen wouldn't be able to get away even if he grew wings. As the divine pressure from the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone intensified, xianxia and the others were alarmed. They could feel their bloodline power being drained at an alarming rate, driven by the Sorcerer Stone's immense might. Long Chen, run! The heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone is going to explode, shouted xianxia. With her bloodline being extracted, she could sense the state of heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone and could tell that it was on the verge of exploding. Once the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone exploded, its terrifying power would annihilate everything in its vicinity, including the altar beneath them. If Long Chen didn't escape, he would be obliterated along with everyone else. No one could possibly endure the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone's power. Don't worry, Long Chen won't run. He isn't the kind of person to abandon others. Otherwise, how would he have the face to live in this world? Li Tianfan retorted sharply. His words were meant to trap Long Chen by playing on his sense of responsibility. Long Chen merely sneered at Li Tianfan's attempt. What pathetic tricks! Don't embarrass yourself like this. Do you think a mere Brahma rune can hold me back? With that, Long Chen extended his hand toward the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone. As he activated a rune on his palm, life energy surged forth, shaking the heavens and earth with its overwhelming force. Earth Tao, limitless soul return. Long Chen slammed his hand down on the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone. Instead of the expected explosion or noise, the vast life energy he wielded caused the Sorcerer Stone to immediately go still. The Brahma rune flickered and dimmed in response. xianxia and the others watched in disbelief as the bloodline power that had been siphoned from their bodies started to rapidly return. What? Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. The Brahma rune should have been something only he, as a son of Brahma, could activate. Even Han Chenyi would be powerless against it. However, it was actually suppressed by Long Chen, and the energy it had extracted was restored to xianxia and the others. In other words, all their previous efforts were for naught. Bastard! You can't stop me! Lu Fan roared. As a divine statue of Brahma appeared behind Lu Fan, he started to chant and form rapid hand seals. The Brahma rune ignited, and xianxia and the others cried out as their bloodline power was sucked away again. They were unable to resist at all. Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu also sensed their bloodline power leaving their bodies. If this continued, it would only take a few breaths before their bloodline power was fully extracted. I can't stop you. Hee, I don't believe you, taunted Long Chen. He seemed to have anticipated Lu Fan's response. Demon Moon Cauldron. When the Earth Cauldron appeared in Long Chen's grasp, he gave it a light tap against the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone. Yes, it was only a light tap, as light as cracking an egg. As the corner of the Earth Cauldron tapped the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, a web of cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Long Chen had called out the name of the Demon Moon Cauldron, but in reality, he had summoned the Earth Cauldron. While it wasn't a weapon of destruction, it was far from useless. After the cracks formed, the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone's aura instantly became unstable, and a terrifying pressure surged, causing every expert present to tense up. Li Tianfan and the others' expressions completely changed, and they immediately ordered their people to retreat. Finally, countless rock fragments shot out of the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, but contrary to expectations, no immense explosion followed. Hundreds of meters of thick rock shot outward, but this was merely the outer shell of the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone. It resembled a chicken egg with its shell cracked away. Now, only a thin, multicolored membrane remained around the radiant heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone, which shone brilliantly with all the colors of the rainbow. Heavenly flame runes swirled wildly within it. The heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone now resembled a brilliant lantern shining with all the colors of the rainbow, its light transforming the world into a breathtaking wonderland. Everyone was stunned by this sight. They hadn't anticipated that the heavenly flame Sorcerer Stone was essentially a stone egg. As the stone shell was removed, the raw energy of all the flames in existence was revealed in a dazzling display. The intense heat radiating from it was overwhelming. Their pores opened instinctively, and the energy within them surged wildly. Weaker experts were unable to control themselves and broke through to higher realms almost instantly. Lu Fan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he charged at the stone egg. Li Tianfen, Luo Yujiao, Qin Keqing, Netherdragon Wushang, Huang Wudao, and the others also surged forward. This was their prime opportunity to seize the heavenly flame Source Stone, and they couldn't afford to miss it. "Don't fight over it, this is all mine," Long Chen declared, and with that, he leapt into the heart of the egg. The egg exploded in a colossal burst, releasing a wave of flame energy that ignited the entire world. 1. Domain Lord of Glacial Heaven Domain. Chapter 5142 Endless Killing Tribulation. Long Chen dove into the heart of the heavenly flame Source Stone, causing a surge of flames to erupt outward. The force of the explosion sent Lu Fan and the others hurtling through the air. Despite their immense power, the flames were gentle. Otherwise, it would have directly crushed them to dust. Lu Fan knew that these flames wouldn't be able to harm him, which was why he charged forward. However, it was useless, he was blasted back just like everyone else. A chill ran down Lu Fan's spine as he realized that the Brahma rune's fluctuations were absent from these flames. It meant that the flames had escaped his control. While the rest of them were blasted away, Long Chen, who was at the very top, and Bai Yingxie and the others were not affected. The flames had erupted from the central band of the heavenly flame Source Stone, leaving the top and bottom areas with the least impact. "I'll kill you." Lu Fan's face twisted with rage as he let out a heart-rending roar. His hatred for Long Chen had reached a boiling point. Long Chen had ruined all his plans. When Long Chen used the earth cauldron to smash the heavenly flame Source Stone, he shattered the divine Brahma rune, breaking Lu Fan's control. Without that binding, Lu Fan had to compete for the heavenly flame energy just like everyone else. Lu Fan roared and charged through the tide, followed by Li Tianfen, Luo Yujiao, Qin Keqing, Huang Wudao, Netherdragon Wushang, and the others. They didn't know what had happened, but they realized their number one priority was to kill Long Chen. Just as everyone was charging toward Long Chen, Li Tianfen suddenly lunged toward Bai Yingxie and the others. "Li Tianfen, remember, you'll be the first one I kill." Long Chen exclaimed, his gaze locked on Li Tianfen and his killing intent palpable. Li Tianfen was the epitome of shamelessness in Long Chen's eyes. "Ha ha ha, thank you for your praise. We'll see if you have the ability to back up your words." Li Tianfen laughed at Long Chen's threat, convinced that Long Chen was doomed. With so many experts attacking him, he believed there was no way Long Chen could withstand the onslaught. "Laugh while you can. I hope you can still laugh in a bit," Long Chen retorted, his voice filled with disdain. He then formed hand seals, and his suppressed aura erupted. A towering pillar of light shot up into the clouds. "Idiots, you're making your breakthrough now. Are you worried that you won't die fast enough?" sneered Netherdragon Wushang. Invoking a heavenly tribulation could lead to a power leap toward the end, but during the initial stages, the person had to endure immense pressure and impact. Being attacked at that moment was the most dangerous thing, so they all viewed Long Chen's actions as suicide. Just as they thought this, enormous spears descended from the heavens, piercing the earth. Lu Fan and the others' souls quivered, their instincts screaming at them to retreat immediately. As they pulled back, 36 enormous lightning spears stabbed into the ground, blasting 36 giant holes in the void. The spears formed a deadly barrier around Long Chen, their sheer power making everyone's soul ache. Lu Fan and the others were stunned. The lightning spears radiated a supreme law of annihilation, and if targeted, these experts would die without even having a chance to summon their heavenly fate discs. They were heavenly chosen beings in command of the fate of the heavens. As heavenly tribulation was a condensation of the will of the heavenly Taos, it wasn't supposed to be lethal to them. That was why they had never feared heavenly tribulation. However, these 36 lightning spears seemed indifferent to their status. Anyone caught within their range would be killed. These 36 lightning spears formed a cage around Long Chen, trapping him and those within the area, including Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and the others. The terrifying heavenly pressure made it impossible for them to move, and they felt like their bones would shatter. They could only watch in terror, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear that even a single breath might trigger their destruction. Lu Fan and the others stared in disbelief as they couldn't comprehend this. They had experienced many tribulations, but none like this. Even before the tribulation started, the tribulation clouds above were already swirling ominously, first trapping Long Chen so that he had no way to run. This phenomenon was something even Long Chen had not seen before. The tribulation clouds were like a cosmos pressing down on him, and the supreme will of annihilation was palpable. For the first time in a long time, he felt the cold grip of death. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have that ability," muttered Long Chen. Faced with this unprecedented tribulation, his fighting spirit overflowed. An invisible ripple spread out of Long Chen, striking the 36 lightning spears. The spears quivered violently, emitting a heaven-shaking rumble that caused the very earth to tremble. Everyone present felt their souls shudder, and they instinctively retreated, overwhelmed by the force of the clash. "What is that?" shouted a disciple of the Zither sect. "Long Chen is using his will to fight the will of the heavenly tribulation," exclaimed Liao Yuhuang. She stared at Long Chen closely, filled with shock. "What? That's impossible. How can a person fight against the heavenly Taos?" At this moment, the 36 pillars of lightning rumbled, and suddenly, Bai Yingxie and the others felt the crushing pressure that had been suffocating them dissipate. The force that had nearly broken their bodies was gone, and they could finally breathe freely again. "Tighten your formation. Stay right beneath me," said Long Chen. Bai Yingxie and the others immediately followed Long Chen's orders, positioning themselves directly beneath him. They had no other choice. If they attempted to escape, Lu Fan and the others would kill them instantly. Now that Long Chen had initiated his tribulation, they too broke through their bottlenecks. Pillars of light shot into the sky, but their light was swallowed by Long Chen's tribulation clouds, disappearing without even a ripple. "What's going on? The heavenly flame energy is contracting," shouted a disciple from the Brahma Pill Valley. With that shout, everyone noticed that the heavenly flame energy, which had been pouring out, had stopped and was now gathering around Long Chen. "This bastard, he's absorbing all the heavenly flame energy," shouted Netherdragon Wushang. Only then did he notice a beautiful maiden beside Long Chen, forming hand seals and chanting. The seemingly endless flame energy was concentrating around her. "Start your tribulations as well. Seize the heavenly flame energy," Lu Fan roared. As a result, millions of experts broke through their bottlenecks simultaneously, causing pillars of light to soar into the sky. Chapter 5143 No choice but to be greedy. The sight of millions of top experts undergoing tribulation at the same time was breathtaking. When Lu Fan and the others' auras erupted, heavenly flame energy surged over them, forming spheres of flame around their bodies as they absorbed the energy. In the sky above, clumps of tribulation clouds appeared. Every single one of them corresponded to someone undergoing tribulation. Millions of these clouds materialized, resembling stars scattered across a celestial river, a breathtaking sight. Lu Fan, Li Tianfan, Qin Keqing, Luo Yujiao, Huang Wudao, Netherdragon Wushang, and the other peak experts had enormous tribulation clouds, but they were all caught within Long Chen's enormous swirling tribulation clouds. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan's pupils shrank. He glanced at Long Chen, who remained immersed in the flames, controlling the majority of the heavenly flame energy and preventing it from dispersing to anyone else. "This bastard, is he not afraid of bursting?" Lu Fan clenched his teeth in frustration. When the heavenly flame sourcestone exploded, 99% of the flames erupted outward, but the very essence of it remained locked in the core. That was because Long Chen and Huo Linger worked to trap the essence, refusing to let it escape. After that, Long Chen crazily absorbed this energy as quickly as he could. Unbeknownst to him, one of the laws of this place dictated that the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more heavenly flame energy one would absorb. Conversely, the more heavenly flame energy one absorbed, the stronger their heavenly tribulation would become. The two forces fed into each other. Originally, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was already incomparably terrifying. Now, as he absorbed the heavenly flame energy with reckless abandon, the tribulation clouds above his head continued to swell, growing ever more menacing. "Big brother Long Chen, is this really all right? This heavenly tribulation is frightening," said Huo Linger, her voice quivering. She had followed Long Chen for so many years and had experienced countless heavenly tribulations by his side. But this time, the scale of the heavenly tribulation even scared her. As they absorbed more heavenly flame energy, the tribulation whirlpool grew limitlessly. More and more lightning runes condensed within the clouds, devouring each other and growing. The destructive power contained within this tribulation was something Huo Linger had never experienced before. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen replied, "Ignore it. Absorb as much as you can. If we're going to play, we're going to play big. We have no other choice other than getting stronger. Long Chen, if this continues, the strength of the tribulation will exceed your expectations. Don't be too greedy, warned the earth cauldron. I'm not trying to be greedy, but I have no other choice. If I'm not greedy, how will I deal with them? Senior, do you think they will spare me? Replied Long Chen, as he eyed Lu Fan and the others outside. They were all first-rate experts. In a one-on-one fight, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid of them. However, with so many of them gathered here, Long Chen would be sent to the Yellow Springs if he didn't get stronger. Just Lu Fan alone had forced Long Chen to reveal all his trump cards. Now, with over 20 more experts of his caliber, how could Long Chen stand a chance against them if he wasn't greedy? Senior, I've only grown stronger because the condition forced me to. If I were alone, perhaps I could risk it all and flee. But they didn't give me that option. If I run, Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and the others will all die. Tell me, what choice do I have? Continued Long Chen, his tone resolute. The earth cauldron fell silent as it knew Long Chen very well. Telling Long Chen to abandon his friends was impossible. He would rather fight to the bitter end and die alongside everyone else. Long Chen has taken almost 50% of the purest essence of the heavenly flame Source Stone, but it's impossible for him to devour that much, so he's going to burst. We just need to wait. Limitless greed never has a good end. When the tribulation really starts, the heavenly flame energy will merge with the tribulation's energy, and those two forces will instantly take his life. Even if he doesn't die then, he'll be on the verge of death and perish anyway, said Lu Fan. Lu Fan knew more about the heavenly flame Source Stone's energy than anyone else. What Long Chen had locked onto was the purest part of the heavenly flame Source Stone. That portion was originally supposed to be Lu Fan's, but even he would need to carefully seal this energy into the Brahma rune, absorbing only a tiny fraction for his current advancement. The rest would be reserved as nourishment for his eventual breakthrough to the human emperor realm. Hence, for Long Chen to try to devour everything at once was like a tiny serpent trying to swallow an elephant. Suddenly, Lu Fan formed a series of hand seals, and his heavenly flame Qilin appeared. Seeing Long Chen and Huo linger, it roared angrily and was about to charge forward when Lu Fan stopped it. Don't be impatient. When they lose control of the heavenly flames, I'll take Long Chen, and that flame spirit is yours, said Lu Fan as he patted the heavenly flame Qilin, his eyes shining with a sinister light. The flames around Long Chen grew to a certain extent before stopping, signaling that Long Chen had reached his absolute limit. After that, the tribulation clouds above him roared, and the whirlpool of clouds spun faster and faster. Hee, let's see how he dies, Li Tianfen chuckled. Seeing lightning flash at the center of the whirlpool above Long Chen's head, Li Tianfen knew that Long Chen's tribulation was about to start. Just as everyone stared in rapt attention, wanting to see how the heavenly flame energy and the tribulation energy merged and crushed Long Chen, the giant whirlpool absorbed their tribulation clouds. What? This time, even Lu Fan and the other peak experts were taken aback. Chapter 5144 Gambling with Heavenly Tribulation. My heavenly tribulation has been devoured. Can anyone tell me what the hell's going on? Seeing their tribulation clouds vanish, Lu Fan and the others were all horrified. After all, without the baptism of heavenly tribulation, how were they supposed to advance to the eternal realm? Senior apprentice Sister Yuhuang, the Zither sect's disciples were stunned. When Long Chen had shattered the heavenly flame Source Stone and released the heavenly flame energy, he had done it without sacrificing anyone. This meant that it was no longer a bloody cake, and there was no need for them to avoid making their breakthroughs here. However, that was just the start. When their tribulation clouds were devoured by the whirlpool above Long Chen's head, they started to panic. Liao Yuhuang stared at the tribulation clouds above Long Chen's head. With a complicated expression, she explained, "This isn't heavenly tribulation but heavenly punishment. The heavenly Daos want to destroy Long Chen, and they are willing to use any means necessary to kill him, including absorbing our tribulation clouds." Liao Yuhuang might not be the strongest of everyone here, but her understanding of the heavenly Daos completely eclipsed that of Qin Keqing and the others. With her incredibly sharp senses, she managed to grasp that the tribulation's nature had completely changed. Instead of aiding their advancement, it now existed solely to kill. It wasn't until Liao Yuhuang pointed it out that Lu Fan and the others noticed the shift in the tribulation's aura. This was no ordinary heavenly tribulation, it was something far more ominous. Once their tribulation clouds were devoured, an enormous lightning eye appeared in the center of the whirlpool. "It's here," muttered Liao Yuhuang, her heart clenching. The power of the heavenly tribulation was about to merge with the heavenly flame energy. Two immense forces were on the verge of bursting within Long Chen's body. At this moment, a pillar of lightning shot out of the eye of heavenly tribulation. Despite their mental preparations, the lightning's descent made their eyes sting and their souls tremble. This was a giant lightning sword containing supreme heavenly might. It crashed into Long Chen's head, and he stood there, making no attempt to dodge or block. Lightning and flames erupted around Long Chen, merging in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the surrounding space. The devastating power terrified countless experts, as it threatened to crush them to bits. The fusion of the tribulation energy and heavenly flame energy created a level of destruction beyond their comprehension. In the midst of the shattered spacetime, a bloody mist appeared. Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, Hu Xiaoyu, and the others all cried out in grief, convinced that Long Chen had been obliterated. As the twisted space slowly settled, everyone saw a figure standing there like an unyielding boulder. Despite the catastrophic attack, Long Chen hadn't moved an inch. Though his body was a bloody pulp with a large cut on his forehead, the disdainful sneer on his face was unmistakable. "I thought you would be strong, but this is all you got. I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it." Long Chen's voice was dripping with contempt as he gazed at the eye of the heavenly tribulation. Even drenched in blood, his eyes held a look of scorn, as if he were looking down on both heaven and earth. It was as though he was not merely enduring the tribulation but defying it. "You idiot!" The earth cauldron cursed furiously, unable to understand what Long Chen was thinking. Against such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, he actually chose not to defend at all. If the power of that strike had been any greater, he might have perished on the spot. If Long Chen wasn't in the midst of his tribulation, the earth cauldron would have come out and hit him in the head. To be so gravely injured right at the start of the tribulation, was he out of his mind? The earth cauldron felt as if it had lost its sanity. How had it ended up with such an impulsive master? "He's alive." The Zither sect's disciples were stunned by this sight, and Bai Yingxie and the others were overjoyed. On the other hand, the others were simply alarmed. Even against such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, Long Chen had acted so crazily, causing a chill to run down their spines. He was definitely a madman. At this moment, more lightning started to brew within the eye of the tribulation. The earth quivered under the strain of a berserk, destructive will that enveloped the world, and darkness spread across the entire realm, as if the tribulation had transformed it into an endless hell. Heaven and earth were suffused with an overwhelming sense of death. "Are you angry? Do you regret not grasping this incredibly rare chance?" Long Chen continued to taunt the heavenly tribulation. As if responding to him, a torrent of lightning containing millions of lightning swords fell. Long Chen snorted and raised his arms, blood-colored scales covering his body. This time, he summoned the dragon Bloodbattle armor to fight against the tribulation. The lightning swords hit Long Chen but shattered on contact with the scales, transforming into lightning runes. This scene stunned people. Each of those lightning swords could threaten their lives, but they couldn't harm Long Chen at all. How? Even the earth cauldron was stunned, unable to comprehend how Long Chen had done this. The previous attack had been infused with heavenly might and the will of the heavenly Taos. Yet now, that will seemed to have dissipated. In the end, the earth cauldron was just an item spirit and couldn't comprehend Long Chen's strategy. Long Chen had taken the risk of directly withstanding the first attack of the heavenly tribulation as if it were a battle between two experts. He was gambling against the tribulation, aiming to dominate it mentally. After years of facing heavenly tribulations, Long Chen had deciphered their patterns. This time, he gambled to be above it in terms of morale and guts, and his gamble paid off. It turned out that the heavenly tribulation could be provoked and had emotional fluctuations. When he mocked the heavenly tribulation, it was affected by his mental pressure and will, causing its power to become less concentrated. Without a solid will, the heavenly tribulation's power weakened. Although it was temporary, Long Chen had achieved his goal. Long Chen understood that the moment when the heavenly flame energy and the tribulation energy first merged was the most critical. His actions had bought him some precious buffer time. As the lightning storm crackled, he spread his arms and immersed himself in it. The essence of flame and lightning surged around him, his body absorbing it eagerly like a desert soaking up rain. The energies combined within him, flowing as currents that revitalized every corner of his being. Gradually, a new rune, the rune of eternity, began to form within his bones, blood, and dantian. "Lu Fan, you absolute idiot. You're full of crap. I should have never believed you," yelled Yan Hong. He couldn't endure it any longer and charged over at Long Chen. Chapter 5145 Unable to bear a single blow. Seeing Long Chen starting to merge the Thunder Force and Flame Energy, Yan Hong couldn't wait any longer. When he reached the border of the 36 lightning pillars, the heavenly tribulation quivered, and a lightning sword ruthlessly targeted him. In response, Yan Hong shouted and shattered the lightning sword, but he had unwittingly stirred up a hornet's nest. The heavenly tribulation, initially focused solely on Long Chen, now seemed to perceive Yan Hong as Long Chen's ally. A torrent of lightning suddenly descended upon him as well. Yan Hong's fists moved in a blur as flames erupted around him, and he pushed forward through the lightning currents. As Yan Hong reached the lightning pillars, it was like he had crashed into an invisible wall, which sent him flying back with his nose caved in. When he was thrown back to the crowd, startled cries rang out as the lightning chased him. After grasping their auras, the heavenly tribulation started to unleash its power on them as well. Yan Hong became the spark that started a forest fire. The heavenly tribulation's destructive lightning descended upon all of them. One of Pill Valley's disciples was struck by a lightning sword and directly coughed up blood. He exclaimed, "What is going on? Heavenly tribulation isn't supposed to have this kind of energy." In his recollection, his heavenly tribulations had always been gentle. No matter how violent they became, they would never threaten his life. To a heavenly chosen, a heavenly tribulation's energy resembled a mother's hand that nourished them. It was filled with warmth and would give them whatever they wanted. However, it was different today. Their mother's hand had become ruthless, slapping them without mercy. This idiot, Lu Fan and the others cursed Yan Hong for causing this. After all, the heavenly tribulation had gathered all their tribulation clouds to kill Long Chen. If they didn't provoke the tribulation, it would ignore them, and once Long Chen was dead, their tribulations would reappear. However, Yan Hong's interference caused the heavenly tribulation to attack them indiscriminately. He was practically helping Long Chen. This isn't heavenly tribulation but heavenly punishment. You have to understand the difference. Absorbing destructive runes will only bring you harm. Only the pure lightning energy can help you condense eternal runes," shouted Lu Fan. "How are we supposed to tell the difference?" asked a disciple in panic. "The ones with destructive auras are bad, and the ones without are pure thunder force," answered Lu Fan patiently. "And how can we sense the destructive auras? If you can't even tell the difference, just fucking die." Lu Fan directly cursed. Just how stupid did someone have to be to ask such a question? The next moment, the panicked disciple was struck by a lightning sword and died just like that. He truly gave Lu Fan a great deal of face. What? Lu Fan was taken aback, unable to grasp what had just happened. In truth, the panicked disciple really couldn't tell if the lightning runes contained destructive auras or not. Relying solely on his innate talent and family resources, he had risen to his current realm, but now it was backfiring. For a heavenly chosen, facing tribulation was usually like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Every bit of tribulation energy was theirs for the taking. But now, the buffet had been tainted with poison. How could the panicked disciple tell which parts were safe and which were deadly? As a result, he ended up absorbing a lightning rune filled only with the will of annihilation. Unprepared for such a thing, a lightning sword struck him in the head and killed him. He was the first heavenly chosen killed by heavenly tribulation in this era, leaving everyone speechless. It was the first time they had witnessed a heavenly chosen perish from their own tribulation. Following him, an expert of the blood race was also struck by a lightning sword, and the destructive energy extinguished his soul. Just like that, another heavenly chosen fell. What is going on? This isn't heavenly tribulation, it's hell. The heavenly chosen started to scream in terror. The terrifying destructive power of the heavenly tribulation crashed down, and as heavenly chosens began to fall, they all crumbled under pressure. In truth, these heavenly chosens had been pampered by their sects. With the karmic luck of the heavenly Tao's supporting them, their lives had always gone smoothly. Even if they did encounter danger, thanks to their karmic luck, they were always able to smoothly turn it into fortune. As a result, 99% of these heavenly chosens had never felt their lives in peril. Of course, they had never imagined that they might one day face death. Usually, they acted like supreme existences looking down on all others, but when death came for them, they instantly crumbled. The heavenly tribulation showed no mercy. Lightning swords brimming with destructive power rained down relentlessly, slaughtering one heavenly chosen after another. Panic spread among them, with some crying out for their parents and weeping uncontrollably. Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and the others were stunned. They hadn't anticipated that these supposedly supreme heavenly chosens would be so mentally fragile. It shattered their previous understanding of them. What should we do? We're not receiving any tempering from the lightning, so we can't advance to the eternal realm. We can't help Long Chen like this, remarked Hu Xiaoyu as she looked up. After all the tribulation lightning above them was absorbed by Long Chen. Don't panic just yet, Long Chen definitely has his own plans. We just need to wait for his orders, said Feng Yu. At this moment, Feng Yu entrusted everything to Long Chen, resigned to the possibility that they might all perish here together. Gather up, shouted one peak expert. Amidst the chaos, the peak experts of the various races began to assemble. They would block the heavenly tribulation for everyone to give them time to breathe. After all, if this chaos continued, most of the heavenly chosens would die. The lightning swords were just too terrifying, their destructive energy not only damaging the flesh but also wounding the soul. Their innate reverence toward the heavenly Taos made it easy for their wills to be crushed by the destructive force of the heavens. This was especially true for these elites, whose wills were often weaker than those of ordinary people. Just as the peak experts managed to regain a bit of order, a thunderous explosion erupted from the heart of the 36 lightning pillars. When everyone turned to see what was happening, startled cries filled the air. Chapter 5146 Cauldron appears. A giant black dragon appeared in the tribulation clouds. When its claw slammed down, it shook heaven and earth. It's a nether dragon. Startled cries rang out. This was an immemorial nether dragon with a suffocating aura. Its pressure was horrifying. Nether dragon Wuxiang and the rest of the nether dragon race's experts were stunned to see it. This nether dragon was a six-vein heaven saint, and it looked like the corpse that Long Chen had bought in the glacial heaven domain's marketplace. This idiot, he blasphemed my nether dragon race's senior and ended up invoking karma that manifested in his tribulation. He's a dead man, shouted one of the nether dragon race's experts excitedly. They had wanted to buy this corpse back then. However, as the price was too high, Long Chen took it away in the end. This matter was viewed as a great disgrace to the whole nether dragon race. Now that their senior's corpse appeared in Long Chen's tribulation, radiating terrifying divine pressure, the nether dragon race's experts felt somewhat pleased. Before the nether dragon's claw could reach Long Chen, Lei Linger's lightning blade had intercepted it. However, the nether dragon's claw was so powerful that it shattered the blade instantly. Despite this, the interception managed to neutralize most of its power. Then, a dragon claw emerged from Long Chen's divine ring. Dragon claw clashed against dragon claw. Long Chen's cloud dragon immolation claw managed to crush the six-vein heaven saint nether dragon's claw. Despicable, shameless, curses rang out from the nether dragon race's side as they viewed this 2-against-1 exchange as the height of shamelessness. Hearing that, Bai Yingxie and the others were speechless. The conjured nether dragon corpse was a six-vein heaven saint. How was it fair for it to attack Long Chen? Watching how the nether dragon's claw was destroyed, Li Tianfan couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. The six-vein heaven saint dragon corpse replicated by the heavenly tribulation only has the aura of 6 veins, but its actual power is probably around a 4-vein heaven saint. It can't threaten Long Chen. Long Chen was bound to the dragon corpse by karma, but the corpse had been dead for too long, and the heavenly Tao's replication was based on its residual power. Thus, while the dragon corpse retained the aura of a 6-vein heaven saint, it lacked its true strength. Working with Lei Linger, Long Chen managed to block its attack, causing the nether dragon's aura to plummet significantly. Indeed, the replicated nether dragon was just a shadow of its former self. It never displayed any divine abilities, so its killing power was equivalent to that of a 4-vein heaven saint at best. The nether dragon race experts had gotten excited too early. Long Chen's fist smashed into its head, and with a resounding explosion, the nether dragon was blown apart. Countless lightning runes scattered through the air, absorbed by Long Chen and Lei Linger. As Long Chen absorbed the lightning runes, the flame runes swirling around him were gradually drawn into his body. The laws of this place were very particular. The heavenly flame energy was absorbed in tandem with the heavenly tribulation energy, the two complementing each other perfectly. In other words, if Long Chen wanted to absorb more heavenly flame energy, he needed to absorb more of the tribulation's power. If his tribulation ran out of energy before he had absorbed all the surrounding heavenly flame energy, he would be forced to release what remained. That was why Lu Fan was sure Long Chen couldn't absorb this much heavenly flame energy. After all, a person could only endure a limited amount of a heavenly tribulation's energy, and even Lu Fan couldn't do such a thing without the Brahma rune. After the conjured nether dragon was blown apart, giant devils and greater demons started to appear in the tribulation. No one knew about their origins, but they had the auras of 3 vain heaven saints, and they crazily attacked Long Chen. With Huo Linger and Lei Linger's help, Long Chen crushed those powerful lifeforms one by one. It was a stunning sight. Lu Fan and the others could no longer watch in peace. They were now surrounded by countless terrifying lightning beasts, humans, demonic beasts, giant devils, as well as bizarre ancient lifeforms that they had never seen before. All of these creatures had powerful auras and were bloodthirsty, with power levels around 7 or 8-star heavenly doyen. Some were even stronger, close to the level of a heavenly chosen. The situation quickly descended into chaos. These heavenly chosens were not used to fighting as a team and were paralyzed by fear in the face of this tribulation. Amid the chaos, many didn't die at the hands of the lightning beasts but were instead struck down by their own allies' careless attacks. Seeing this, Lu Fan was seething with anger. The battlefield's most chaotic group was the Pill Valley disciples under his command. Most of these disciples were alchemists, possessing immense power but lacking combat experience. Their hearts almost collapsed in this unexpected situation. Lu Fan personally witnessed 2 Pill Valley disciples heavily injured by the flames of their comrades and then torn apart by the lightning beasts. Despite his anger, he couldn't afford to deal with the chaos. He had to focus on absorbing the heavenly tribulation's energy to manage the heavenly flame energy around him. Although the flames around Lu Fan couldn't compare to Long Chen's, they were already more than he could handle. In fact, he wasn't sure if he would be able to absorb them all, as he couldn't predict whether there would be enough tribulation energy. Lu Fan blasted a strange lightning beast apart, causing its lightning runes to scatter. However, to his dismay, he found that 80% of the runes were filled with destructive power, leaving only 20% that he could safely absorb. In the past, his tribulations had only produced lightning that could be directly absorbed, so this was a pain in the butt for him. Despite this setback, he remained patient because the tribulation had just begun. As Lu Fan absorbed the tribulation's energy and the heavenly flame energy, he glared at Long Chen, seething with hatred. Long Chen had ruined his plans and turned what should have been a monumental opportunity into a struggle for him. There was no way that Long Chen could absorb this much heavenly flame energy. Ultimately, this energy would be released back into the heavenly Taos, returning to heaven and earth. Filled with hatred, Lu Fan wanted nothing more than to tear Long Chen apart with his teeth. Suddenly, the tribulation cloud stopped spinning. The 36 lightning pillars surrounding Long Chen flashed, and countless lightning runes flew on top of the lightning pillars, forming multiple layers of nets around Long Chen and the heavenly flame energy. The runes condensed, eventually forming an enormous cauldron. When this cauldron appeared, Lu Fan and the others' pupils shrank in shock. This cauldron had trapped Long Chen within it, isolating him from the outside world. He was confined within a separate space. As expected, it's here. Long Chen didn't panic at being trapped. Instead, he slowly smiled. Chapter 5147 Treacherous Heavenly Tribulation. When this bronze cauldron appeared, its sacred aura radiated throughout 9 heavens and 10 lands. The endless divine pressure it emitted caused the world to tremble. The appearance of the earth cauldron shocked Lu Fan and the others. While Lu Fan knew that Long Chen had a counterfeit earth cauldron, he was sure it was only a human emperor divine weapon. But then, the conjured earth cauldron possessed the aura of the primal chaos era. This aura shook their souls, making them feel an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves. Although they knew this was merely a replica created by the heavenly tribulation, it still instilled in them a profound sense of reverence and fear. Is this the real earth cauldron? There's a rumor that Long Chen has been using a fake earth cauldron to swindle people. Could it be that he also has the real one? Could it be that constantly using the name of the earth cauldron in his scams ended up invoking this terrifying karma, causing the heavenly tribulation to replicate it to kill him? Countless speculations arose, but none could say for certain. Although they had never seen the true earth cauldron, they felt that no other bronze cauldron could possess such overwhelming pressure except the legendary primal chaos divine item. Moreover, this wasn't even its true form, just a replica created by the heavenly Taos. If the replica's aura was already this terrifying, then if the real earth cauldron were to appear, wouldn't the entire world collapse under its might? The earth cauldron's appearance stunned everyone. Beneath it, Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and the others were so horrified that they couldn't even move. Until now, they had yet to touch any heavenly flame energy or tribulation energy. It was like they were guests with nothing to do. With this tribulation, they just foolishly stood there, not knowing what they should do. Inside the Earth Cauldron replica, the flames Long Chen had taken control of suddenly erupted due to an unknown force, scattering throughout every corner of the cauldron. Countless runes flowed both inside and outside the cauldron, lightning and flame runes intertwining. The space around the Earth Cauldron collapsed under this overwhelming energy. Affected by the Earth Cauldron, the tribulation clouds collapsed, falling to the ground like giant chunks of mountains. When they landed, they exploded into millions of lightning beasts that attacked anyone around them. Just like that, the heavenly tribulation spiraled out of control. Even Lu Fan and the others jumped in fright from this sudden change. One piece of the tribulation clouds landed in front of Lu Fan. It exploded, transforming into over 10 three-vein heaven saint devil creatures that attacked him, bringing with them a terrifying aura of death. Seeing this, Lu Fan no longer dared to hold back. With a furious shout, he summoned the Brahma divine diagram and directly crushed a three-vein heaven saint. The most terrifying thing was that the tribulation clouds were collapsing like a broken ceiling. Some unlucky people ended up surrounded by a mass of three-vein heaven saint lightning beasts and were instantly killed. "Brother Fan, save me!" Huo Qinwu's desperate cry echoed in the distance as three terrifying devil creatures attacked her, throwing her into a crisis. She could only turn to Lu Fan for help. Before Lu Fan could react, a giant lightning crocodile clamped its jaws around Huo Qinwu, tearing her apart. Lu Fan's heart sank, knowing that Huo Qinwu was doomed. After all, the destructive laws contained within these lightning beasts were too powerful. Such a grievous injury couldn't be healed with Doyan energy. The lightning crocodile struck again, crushing Huo Qinwu into bits. Her final scream lingered in the air, mixed with the mist of blood. Damn it all, how could this happen? Lu Fan was shocked and enraged. Huo Qinwu had been someone with immense potential and power, and Lu Fan had intended to recruit her as one of his followers. But now, she had died senselessly in this chaotic tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was supposed to be a feast for heavenly chosens to grow stronger, but instead, it had turned into a massacre. Amidst the chaos, even Lu Fan struggled to look after his people. Li Tianfen, Netherdragon Wushang, Luo Yuzhao, Huang Wudao, and the others were in the same predicament. The battlefield was too chaotic, with massive lightning beasts everywhere. Their enormous figures blocked everyone's vision, and no one could tell friends from foes. Damn Long Chen, this is all his fault. A furious roar echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, Long Chen was inside the Earth Cauldron replica, with flames swirling around him. As he looked at the cauldron's walls, he saw countless figures, visions from his past and the people he had encountered. He saw Bai Lishan wielding the high firmament divine sword, the palace master surrounded by Dragon Qi, the sovereign clan expert, and even Long Zontian. It wasn't just them, he also saw the Emperor Blood Silk Net, an enormous channel that was the Brahma Path, and lifeforms like the heavenly demon Golden Monkey Race, the Six-Eye Ghost Owl, the Kunpeng, and so on. Standing within the Earth Cauldron, Long Chen eyed the powerful flames and lightning raging around him. He muttered, "This time, you've learned your lesson. That's right, no need for anything flashy, just concentrate all your power to kill me in one go." "Hehe, interesting, can you tell me who you are?" No one responded, but the runes in the Earth Cauldron replica ignited. And the temperature inside it rapidly climbed. "It is concentrating the heavenly tribulation and the heavenly flame energy to refine you. You're doomed," explained the real Earth Cauldron. For the always steady Earth Cauldron to say that he was doomed showed just how grave the situation was. The Earth Cauldron replica then rumbled, and the world shuddered as endless energy compressed onto Long Chen, threatening to crush him at any moment. On the contrary, Long Chen didn't look worried at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. "Everything is going according to plan. You can still smile at a time like this. Hurry up and wake up Dragonbone Evilmoon. While the heavenly tribulation's power hasn't fully concentrated, we can join forces to break free from it. Otherwise, you're definitely dead," scolded the Earth Cauldron. The Earth Cauldron knew just how terrifying this tribulation was. Having replicated its body, the heavenly tribulation was planning on refining Long Chen like a medicinal pill. Previously, the heavenly tribulation had been accumulating countless streams of power but had not unleashed them. It was all a trap, and now that trap was on the verge of completion. Once that happened, Long Chen would have no chance to escape. The heavenly tribulation still needed some time to activate the Earth Cauldron replica's runes, so now was the only time for Long Chen to escape. However, there would only be one chance, and even the Earth Cauldron wasn't sure if it would work. They needed Evilmoon's help to guarantee their escape. No need for that, I have a way to deal with it, said Long Chen. You have to know that this tribulation is a trap. 80% of its power has been concentrated in this cauldron. Once it is unleashed, you won't get any chance to even take a breath, warned the Earth Cauldron. The heavenly tribulation was intent on annihilating Long Chen here. I know, trust me, Long Chen nodded. Although the heavenly tribulation has emotional fluctuations, it lacks any intelligence. This level of skill is within my expectations. No matter how treacherous it is, can it be more treacherous than me? Hee, I've made many preparations to welcome this moment. Just as Long Chen said this, the flames within the Earth Cauldron replica sword, and flame swords condensed, directly piercing toward him. Chapter 5148 Eternal Divine Runes. Blades of flame raged within the cauldron, and Long Chen felt like a medicinal ingredient inside a pill furnace, waiting to be refined. Trapped within the Earth Cauldron replica, with no way out, anyone else would have long since despaired. But Long Chen remained calm. With a steady breath, he formed hand seals, igniting his dragon blood, 7-color supreme blood, and violet blood. The combined essence formed a blazing flame barrier around him, with countless dragon runes flowing across its surface, shielding him from the intense heat. As the flame blades slashed onto the shield, they exploded, transforming into pure flame runes. These runes were absorbed by the barrier and then flowed into Long Chen's body, strengthening him further. Next, lightning blades descended with the power of heavenly tribulation. Sensing the danger, Lei Linger instantly transformed into a lightning shield, joining forces with Huo Linger to protect Long Chen from the relentless assault. The energy of the heavenly flames and heavenly tribulation carried a berserk, violent will, but after being processed by Lei Linger and Huo Linger, only their purest essence entered Long Chen's body. As this essence poured into him, new runes started to appear on his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Though only a small portion of these runes manifested, they radiated immense eternal energy. These were eternal runes, the foundation of an eternal expert and the future source of his power. Once they appeared, they rapidly grew, nourished by the energy of lightning and flame. Within just a few breaths, the eternal runes grew and multiplied until they numbered in the thousands, weaving together into the shape of a leaf. The Earth Cauldron was startled to see that, the moment the leaf appeared, a torrent of lightning and flame energy poured into Long Chen. The leaf quivered, seemingly unable to absorb so much energy at once. The heavenly tribulation isn't giving you time to absorb the energy. It's going to burst your eternal runes, warned the Earth Cauldron. In response, Long Chen swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a sacred white dragon image materialized on his palms. This was the white dragon race's communication art and one of their top secret arts. Bai Yingxie had taught him this technique. Beneath the Earth Cauldron replica, Bai Yingxie, who had been anxiously waiting, suddenly sensed the connection and quickly formed her own hand seals. A dragon rune appeared on her forehead, and through it, she managed to glimpse what was happening within the Earth Cauldron replica. Form the Dragon Saint Spirit formation, Bai Yingxie shouted. Following her orders, the white dragon race's experts spread out into a formation, forming a massive, coiling dragon shape from above. 10,000 laws returned to the source, White Dragon Saint Spirit formation. Bai Yingxue's voice echoed with authority. In response, all the white dragon race disciples blazed with light, and pillars of radiant energy soared into the sky, converging into the Earth Cauldron replica's bottom. The Earth Cauldron replica quivered, and then a torrent of flame energy and tribulation energy poured down upon the white dragon race disciples. This is Feng Yu, Hu Xiaoyu, and the others were shocked as they were suddenly immersed in a flood of pure thunder force and heavenly flame energy. To their amazement, this energy carried no destructive aura. They could freely absorb as much of it as they could, feeling their strength rapidly increase. Big Brother Long Chen was thinking about us from the start. Hu Xiaoyu couldn't help but cry out. She knew that this was a special treatment. Compared to the experts undergoing tribulation in the outside world, they were incredibly blessed. They didn't need to do anything, yet they were receiving the purest heavenly tribulation energy and heavenly flame energy. At this moment, Hu Xiaoyu was so excited that she almost wept. Everyone, absorb as much as you can, or Long Chen will be in danger, exclaimed Bai Yingxie. Hearing that absorbing this energy could help Long Chen, no one stood on courtesy. They directly started to inhale this energy as quickly as possible. Just as Feng Yu was absorbing this energy, the void behind her erupted, and a divine ring appeared. "Big sister, your heavenly fate disc." Hu Xiaoyu cried out in shock. The divine ring quickly condensed into a heavenly fate disc. But before she could fully process what had happened, the void behind her also exploded, and a heavenly fate disc appeared for her as well, leaving her stunned. She had also become a heavenly chosen. She could hardly believe her eyes. It wasn't just Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu. As the White Dragon race's disciples absorbed the energy, heavenly fate discs started to appear one after another, marking their transformation into heavenly chosen. This scene stunned Bai Yingxie. She hadn't expected the energy that Long Chen had left for them to be such a tremendous blessing. But then, it made sense. Long Chen had seized half of the heavenly flame Sourcestone's energy, the strongest and purest portion. This energy was unimaginable in its potency. The White Dragon race's disciples innately possessed sacred energy, which made it easier for them to awaken Doyan power. However, due to the race's challenging situation, they lacked sufficient resources, leaving many disciples unable to awaken their heavenly fate discs. Now, the energy purified by Lei Linger and Huo Linger poured into everyone, and they absorbed it eagerly. This energy seeped into their bodies, awakening their buried talents. In truth, the White Dragon race's disciples had Lu Fan to thank for this unexpected blessing. Previously, Lu Fan had extracted their sacred bloodline power to detonate the heavenly flame Sourcestone. However, Long Chen had managed to pull that bloodline power back out of the Sourcestone. Having passed through the heavenly flame Sourcestone, their power had formed a slight resonance with the energy within it, which resulted in this energy pouring into them so easily. Suddenly, a blood-colored rock appeared above Feng Yu's head. This was the phoenix marrow that Long Chen had bought for her. It materialized on its own and then exploded into a blood-colored divine radiance. Within this divine radiance, an ancient phoenix appeared, spreading its wings and absorbing the energy of the heavenly tribulation. The sudden changes on the White Dragon race's side enraged the experts outside. Seeing them becoming heavenly chosens like popping firecrackers, an expert from the devil race could no longer contain their rage and charged through the endless lightning beasts to attack. Chapter 5149 Borrowing Power. "Leave him to me," exclaimed Hu Xiaoyu. As the expert from the devil race charged over ferociously, Hu Xiaoyu prepared to make her stand. After all, the White Dragon race's experts had to focus on maintaining the formation, while Feng Yu was still merging with the Phoenix Soul. To her surprise, the devil expert was obliterated by the 36 lightning pillars before he could even get close. Lu Fan and the others were equally astonished. The 36 lightning pillars seemed to form an impenetrable barrier, firmly trapping the earth cauldron and preventing anyone from getting close to it. Seeing that no one could leave or enter, Lu Fan and the others panicked. They realized that the heavenly tribulation was intent on killing Long Chen, and it was even willing to sacrifice all of them to do so. Despite this, Long Chen was still alive. They had no idea what was happening inside the earth cauldron, but the advancing White Dragon race experts only added to their unease. However, no matter how nervous they were, they couldn't do anything. No one could get close to the 36 pillars, and Lu Fan didn't dare to test it with the Brahma divine diagram. After all, the power of this tribulation was too terrifying. He was worried that any interference would provoke it, potentially sucking him into the earth cauldron as well. For now, Lu Fan could only focus on absorbing as much of the heavenly tribulation's energy as possible. His goal was to condense his eternal runes and reach the eternal realm as quickly as he could. Once he became an eternal expert, he would be able to unleash many secret arts and divine abilities. By then, he wouldn't be scared of Long Chen, or so he thought. Li Tianfen, Qin Keqing, Luo Yujiao, Huang Wudao, Netherdragon Wusheng, and the others were in a similar predicament. They recognized that this heavenly tribulation was too unpredictable for them to interfere with. Their primary focus was condensing their eternal runes as swiftly as possible to complete their advancement. Even the violent Yan Hong was patiently undergoing tribulation. He wasn't interested in the other flame energies, only seeking the pure Yan Shu flame within the heavenly flame Sourcestone. Amid the chaos, half of the millions of heavenly chosens perished, but there was no way around it. Although strong, many of them lacked actual combat experience, resulting in their wills crumbling in front of this fierce heavenly tribulation. With that fear burning their hearts, they couldn't even bring out 80% of their power before dying. The tribulation clouds continued to collapse like a crumbling roof. Fragments of the clouds fell to the ground, exploding into countless lightning creatures and bizarre lifeforms. By this time, the tribulation clouds were riddled with holes, but it seemed they would need more time to fully collapse. The heavenly chosens fought with their lives on the line. Some of them formed groups, while some fought for themselves. In any case, it was incredibly chaotic. As chaos reigned outside of the Earth Cauldron replica, Long Chen was in a dire situation himself. The heavenly tribulation refused to let him condense his eternal runes, its energy pouring in uncontrollably to make him burst. Luckily, Lei Linger and Huo Linger worked to counter this force, absorbing the berserk energy and only transmitting the harmless, pure essence to Long Chen. Despite their efforts, this tribulation's energy was so violent that even with Huo Linger and Lei Linger's absorption, a huge amount of energy still reached Long Chen. Though the nature of the energy was mild, its sheer volume threatened to blow him apart. Even with the support from the White Dragon race to help share this burden, Long Chen felt as if he would explode under the pressure. Faster, faster, Long Chen shouted. The eternal runes in his body were constantly being refined until they transformed into a multicolored leaf. Just as this leaf reached completion, a burst of new runes appeared beside it, forming another leaf. The first leaf was complete, but he had yet to advance to the eternal realm. When the second leaf formed, his absorption of the lightning energy somehow slowed down. As a result, the energy inside him instantly exceeded his limits, and he spat out blood. As Bai Yingxie was linked to Long Chen through the White Dragon race's divine ability, she saw his peril and transmitted orders to everyone urgently. Quick, absorb more. Hearing this, everyone clenched their teeth and absorbed as much energy as they could, not giving a damn about the risks. Even if they had to die, they had to take in as much energy as possible. Their efforts lightened the pressure on Long Chen, giving him a moment to catch his breath. During this time, the second leaf quickly finished forming, but Long Chen still hadn't become an eternal expert. "Help me," exclaimed Long Chen. Realizing the danger he was in, Long Chen sent a desperate message to Bai Yingxie. She then clenched her teeth and rallied everyone to absorb even more energy. By this point, they had absorbed so much that all of them had become heavenly chosens. Their heavenly fate discs spun furiously. However, using their heavenly fate discs to absorb this energy was extremely dangerous. If a disc were to burst, it would cripple them for life. But to save Long Chen, they couldn't care less about the risks. Their heavenly fate discs started to distort as if they would explode at any moment. With their aid, the third leaf appeared, and all three leaves merged into a three-leaf pattern. The three leaves formed a complete three-leaf grass. As it took shape, an explosive surge of power erupted within Long Chen, flooding his body with vast eternal energy. Finally, Long Chen exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming energy course through him. Once the tribulation was over, this power would once more multiply, and he would be a true eternal expert. But the Earth Cauldron's voice cut through his elation. "Don't celebrate just yet, you've only used up a fraction of the energy inside the Cauldron replica. 90% still remains. If you can't dissipate it, it will still kill you." "Hee, everything is under control," Long Chen chuckled, raising his hand to reveal a medicinal pill. "What are you doing?" The Earth Cauldron's voice was filled with shock. That pill was the Nirvanic Charge pill. "I'm going to borrow the power of the heavenly flame energy to condense the Nirvanic Charge star," Long Chen declared. Without hesitation, he bit down on the Nirvanic Charge pill. A tiny whirlpool appeared on the left side of Long Chen's dantian. The moment it materialized, the interior of the Earth Cauldron replica shuddered violently. Chapter 5150 Crazy Idea. Will this work? Wondered the Earth Cauldron, completely stunned by Long Chen's idea. The Earth Cauldron understood the complexity of the 9-star line's inheritance and the unique aspects of its cultivation technique. Hence, it thought Long Chen's idea was nothing short of fantasy. Although Long Chen had diverged from the traditional 9-star hegemon body art, to use lightning and flame energy to condense the 8th star was pure madness. When Long Chen consumed the first Nirvanic Charge pill, a tiny whirlpool appeared on the left side of his dantian. His body quivered, and the Earth Cauldron replica trapping him shook intensely in response. 8-star battle armor, shouted Long Chen. As he formed a series of hand seals, 7 stars appeared, but the 8th star was nowhere to be seen. After that, the 7-star loop started to quiver. In an instant, the distance between the 1st star, the Feng Fu star, and the 7th star, the Violet Tower star, began to grow. A tiny whirlpool appeared between those two stars, and soon, the distances became equal, forming a new star loop. However, the 8th star was not yet fully formed, it was still just a whirlpool. When the earth cauldron saw this, it was stunned. The whirlpool suddenly inhaled like a whale, drawing in the energy within the cauldron. Inside Long Chen's dantian, the spot where the nirvanic charge pill had dissolved quivered, and a tiny little dot appeared in the whirlpool. It really condensed," exclaimed the earth cauldron in shock. It had not expected Long Chen's crazy idea to actually work, but this tiny little star proved it wrong. "I have to thank you. You've taught me many things and enlightened me. From now on, I will use the nirvanic charge pills as the foundation and utilize the heavenly Tao energy, heavenly flame energy, and heavenly lightning energy to multiply the effect of the pills. With their aid, I can make the medicinal pills, energy erupt and release millions of times their original effect," said Long Chen. After saying this, Long Chen directly swallowed another nirvanic charge pill, and its medicinal energy charged into the nirvanic charge star. It glimmered, and then a torrent of heavenly Tao energy, heavenly flame energy, and heavenly lightning energy followed, causing it to visibly bulge. It was now the size of a sesame seed. Observing this, Long Chen sighed in relief. Somehow, his crazy idea was correct. Long Chen began shoveling the nirvanic charge pills into his mouth. In truth, he didn't know why, but before this tribulation, he already had a premonition that the earth cauldron would manifest in his heavenly tribulation. One reason was because the earth cauldron had recognized Long Chen as master, and another reason was that among all the karmic ties he had, the earth cauldron had the highest chance of killing him. Thus, he had started thinking about how to deal with it for a while. One day, a wild idea struck him, using the heavenly tribulation's energy to multiply the power of the nirvanic charge pill. The nirvanic charge pill was designed to be explosive, but it didn't have any flame or lightning attributes in its composition. Long Chen then wondered if the power of the heavenly tribulation could be used to detonate the pill's medicinal energy, thereby amplifying its effects. However, when he tried this theory with Huo Linger and Lei Linger, nothing happened. Despite this, Long Chen felt inexplicable confidence that it could definitely work. In the end, he chose to believe in his intuition, and reality had proved him right. Lei Linger and Huo Linger lacked the destructive laws necessary to trigger the nirvanic charge pill's explosive potential. However, once subjected to the heavenly tribulation's destructive laws and will, the pill's energy multiplied, merging perfectly with the tribulation's lightning and flame energy. The nirvanic charge pill's nature was extinguished, but just as it was destroyed, a trace remained. From this trace, it underwent nirvanic rebirth, and its original power multiplied, resulting in the shocking multiplicative effect. Through nirvanic rebirth, charge into the heavens. "So that is the origin of the nirvanic charge pill," muttered Long Chen as he realized the true essence behind its name. As Long Chen devoured the nirvanic charge pills, their power was detonated by the lightning flame energy, causing the nirvanic charge star to blaze with an intense light. It was growing faster than any other star Long Chen had ever condensed. In just a few breaths, it had become the size of a fist. It was a shocking growth rate. The lightning formation inside the cauldron rumbled, and the flames roared as they poured toward Long Chen. Within the star loop behind him, the whirlpool belonging to the nirvanic charge star grew larger, and its suction force increased, drawing in more energy and accelerating the star's formation. Long Chen was shoveling handfuls of pills into his mouth, relying on the earth cauldron's altered divine ability swallow the heavens, refine the earth to ingest the pills quickly. The recent enlightenment allowed him to devour the pills with reckless abandon, causing the whirlpool to grow rapidly. As Long Che continued, he quickly discovered the trick to maintaining a perfect balance between his devouring speed and the energy torrent of the tribulation. With this newfound balance, he no longer needed Bai Yingxie and the others' help. In truth, Bai Yingxie and the others had long since reached their limits. If they absorbed any more energy, they would really explode. Thankfully, once Long Chen began using the power of the tribulation to nourish the nirvanic charge pill, the energy was locked inside the earth cauldron replica, which prevented it from pouring down on them. Bai Yingxie and the others almost instantly collapsed from exhaustion, but they had to quickly digest the overwhelming energy within their bodies. Just as they started digesting it, the tribulation clouds showed signs of complete collapse. The fragmented clouds now fell like meteorites. Although they continued to descend, the number of pieces was dwindling, and they were losing their power. After all, most of the tribulation's energy had been consumed by the giant earth cauldron replica, and aside from Long Chen, everyone else's tribulations were nearing their conclusion. Half an incense stick of time later, the remaining tribulation clouds in the sky exploded and scattered, signaling the end of the ordeal. Everyone's aura instantly erupted, and eternal qi unfurled as their eternal runes fully activated. They had become true eternal experts. With the end of the tribulation, Feng Yu, Bai Yingxie, and the others' auras suddenly surged. They broke through 4 limits in a row. After reaching the eternal realm, the amount of energy stored in their bodies was so immense that they directly broke through to the 4th heaven stage, making them mid-stage eternal experts. As Feng Yu and the others marveled at the immense power within them, a group of people with murderous gazes approached them. Chapter 5151 Prepare for Battle. Lu Fan, Li Tianfen, Huang Wudao, Yan Hong, Luo Yujiao, Qin Keqing, Netherdragon Wusheng, and their disciples approached with cold expressions, their killing intent palpable. Now that the tribulation clouds had scattered, other than Long Chen, everyone had advanced to the eternal realm, becoming a heavenly chosen eternal expert. When their eternal energy merged with their Doyan power, their auras became countless times stronger than those of ordinary eternal experts. When Feng Yu and Bai Yingxie looked up, they noticed that the replicated earth cauldron lingered. However, the 36 lightning pillars connected to it started to grow transparent. With Long Chen absorbing the tribulation's energy from within the cauldron, the 36 pillars were the first to be depleted. As the aura of the pillars weakened, the barrier began to shudder as if it was about to collapse. Though these 36 pillars were meant to trap Long Chen, they had also been protecting Bai Yingxie and the others from the other hostile experts. With the pillars now on the verge of disintegration, Bai Yingxie and the others grew tense. The earth cauldron above their heads was still shaking, with no sign of Long Chen coming out. Prepare for battle, Bai Yingxie shouted decisively. In response, all the White Dragon race's disciples took out their dragon spears, and the auras belonging to the mid-eternal realm erupted. As Bai Yingxie had predicted, the 36 lightning pillars exploded, and lightning runes scattered through the air, still tinged with a trace of heavenly flame energy. They slowly dissipated just like that. Long Chen, you ingrate, get out here. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. Lu Fan roared, his voice echoing through the heavens with a thunderous force that surpassed even the heavenly tribulation. The sound carried the weight of his Doyan power, resonating with the laws and Taos of the universe. The intensity of Lu Fan's shout was enough to make their hearts drop. Having advanced to the eternal realm, he was even more terrifying now. His power had reached an unimaginable level. What should we do? Asked Hu Xiaoyu nervously. Stall for as long as possible. We can't let them affect Long Chen's tribulation. He should be at the critical juncture right now, and any disruption could ruin all his efforts, instructed Bai Yingxie firmly. With Long Chen no longer passing energy down to them, Bai Yingxie could no longer sense his aura. She also had no idea how he was faring. However, she knew that if he completed his advancement, the first thing he'd do was start a bloodbath. Since he hadn't come out yet, he was likely at a critical juncture and needed their protection. The Earth Cauldron replica still hovered ominously in the air. Though its aura had weakened from its initial terrifying intensity, no one dared to approach it carelessly. Kill the White Dragon race's experts. I refuse to believe he can keep hiding like a tortoise, snorted Netherdragon Wusheng. In any case, the Netherdragon race had always been hostile toward the White Dragon race, so their experts immediately stepped forward with murderous intent. Originally, they had brought over 800,000 heavenly chosens into the glacial heaven domain, but after the tribulation, only 600,000 remained. Losing over 200,000 of their elites was a devastating blow to them. Back when they first entered the glacial heaven domain, the Netherdragon race had listened to the Brahma Pill Valley's instructions, keeping the majority of their heavenly chosens in hiding, with the necessary medicinal pills provided by the Brahma Pill Valley. As the zealous ally of Pill Valley, the Netherdragon race had followed their plans without question. The strategy was simple: complete their tribulations here and return to the Dragon Domain, where their first objective would be to challenge the White Dragon race. According to Pill Valley's plan, the Netherdragon race would then slaughter the White Dragon race, establishing their might among the Dragon race. The Netherdragon race was different from the others. Their disciples were all warlike and bred to battle, each a terrifying warrior. The fact that so many of them survived the heavenly tribulation was a testament to their strength and resilience. The Netherdragon race had taken the least losses compared to other factions. In contrast, the Brahma Pill Valley had been hit the hardest, with their numbers dwindling from over 100,000 disciples to less than 10,000. While other factions fared slightly better, the losses were still significant. The number of losses actually revealed the strength of each race, but it was not the strongest who had more survivors this time. Ironically, the most powerful factions suffered the heaviest losses. Having never faced true adversity or enemies to sharpen their disciples, these factions had produced warriors akin to greenhouse flowers, strong in appearance but fragile under pressure. Unfortunately, a bitter storm had blown through the greenhouse flowers. The once lofty heavenly chosens were viciously reaped by the heavenly tribulation. If word of this got out, it would definitely shake the world. The loss of so many heavenly chosens filled every commander with rage and dread. They didn't know how they would explain this catastrophe to the higher-ups when they got back. Although Long Chen was the catalyst for this disaster, the commanders still bore the responsibility to protect their followers. This failure exposed their lack of competence and foresight. As a result, all of them hated Long Chen to the bone, to the point that their hatred extended to the White Dragon race. Within this devastation, only the Zither sect emerged unscathed. It was all thanks to their high individual power, and most importantly, Liao Yuhuang's outstanding leadership. At the crucial moment, she led the Zither sect's disciples into various formations to withstand the relentless attacks of the tribulation. As a result, even after it ended, they suffered no losses. This display from Liao Yuhuang filled Qin Keqing with jealousy. Seeing how the Zither sect's disciples gravitated toward Liao Yuhuang, leaving Qin Keqing isolated, she seethed with killing intent. Now, when she looked at Liao Yuhuang, her gaze was as sharp as a blade. However, now wasn't the time to deal with Liao Yuhuang. Having already lost face, Qin Keqing knew that the only way to recover was to showcase her true power as a show of might. Since you already decided on it, hurry up. When did your Netherdragon race learn to only talk instead of fighting? Sneered Qin Keqing. Qin Keqing's hateful words made Netherdragon Wuxiang's rage boil. They were supposed to attack together. After all, the White Dragon race's army had plenty of experts, and they had all reached the mid-stage of the Eternal Realm. Although Netherdragon Wuxiang was confident he could handle them, having the Netherdragon race attack alone would result in immense losses. It was something he was unwilling to accept. His goal was for everyone to crush the White Dragon race together so that none of them would face heavy casualties. However, Qin Keqing's contemptuous words and refusal to join the battle infuriated him. My Netherdragon race definitely didn't learn to talk from you. Your mouth is simply disgusting, retorted Netherdragon Wuxiang, not giving Qin Keqing any face. Qin Keqing's killing intent erupted as her fingers raked through the void, aimed straight at Netherdragon Wuxiang's face. Chapter 5152 Tyrannical Qin Keqing. Netherdragon Wuxiang hadn't expected Qin Keqing to attack him out of nowhere, so he was caught off guard. He instinctively dodged before her claw could reach him, but a searing pain suddenly radiated from his face. Although her hand didn't make direct contact with him, 5 bloody streaks of wounds appeared on his face, each deep enough to reach the bone. One cut in particular ran from the corner of his eyebrow, narrowly missing his eye. The searing pain made Netherdragon Wuxiang's anger flare. You fucking bitch, he roared. Netherdragon Wuxiang was a violent person by nature, so this provocation instantly ignited his blood qi. As he was about to kill Qin Keqing, Lu Fan grabbed him. Had it been anyone else, Netherdragon Wuxiang would have ignored them. But seeing that it was Lu Fan, he gritted his teeth. Wuxiang, shouted Lu Fan. This bitch has gone too far. I'm going to kill her. Netherdragon Wuxiang spat out. Give me face. Settle this grievance afterward. Right now, we need to think of a way to eliminate Long Chen, urged Lu Fan. Hearing that, Netherdragon Wuxiang glared at Qin Keqing with overflowing killing intent, leaving her dumbfounded. Just now, she had gotten hot-headed and directly attacked without thinking about the consequences. Now, she regretted it. She had been too brash to attack the commander of the Netherdragon race. She had clawed not just at Netherdragon Wuxiang's face but at the pride of the entire Netherdragon race. However, regret was useless, this enmity had been planted. Seeing Netherdragon Wuxiang's bloody face, she could only put on an arrogant and disdainful expression to mask her inner panic. You bitch, just you wait. Only one of us will leave the glacial heaven domain alive, spat out Netherdragon Wuxiang. Despite his anger, he managed to calm himself down. He could disregard anyone else's opinion, but not Lu Fan's. After all, the Netherdragon race heavily relied on the Brahma Pill Valley's support, and he knew just how vital that support was. Though the Netherdragon race appeared mighty and some dragon races were willing to submit to them, they had to fend off many dragon races with terrifying foundations. Their alliance with the Brahma Pill Valley was a high-stakes gamble, one that left no room for retreat. Without the Brahma Pill Valley's support, they would be swiftly wiped out by their enemies within the dragon race. Because of this situation, even though Netherdragon Wuxiang was seething with rage, he had to maintain his cool regarding such huge matters. Despite knowing she was wrong, Qin Keqing put on a tough front. She retorted, "Then let me see how strong the Netherdragon race is." Lu Fan also detested Qin Keqing. Her jealousy made her irrational, and her ability to turn hostile in an instant made her a liability. Under different circumstances, he would have taught her a lesson himself to stand up for his subordinates. But now wasn't the time for internal strife. They still had no idea what was happening with Long Chen inside the Earth Cauldron replica, and their top priority was to draw him out. "Everyone, we've suffered such heavy losses because of Long Chen and the White Dragon race. We must give an explanation for our fallen. Long Chen is the main offender, but the White Dragon race is his accomplice. To honor the souls of our dead, they must be eliminated. Who is willing to be our vanguard?" declared Lu Fan. Lu Fan's words baffled everyone. Shouldn't they all attack together to annihilate the White Dragon race instantly? But the way Lu Fan phrased it, it seemed he wanted only one person to take action. Confused, everyone exchanged uncertain glances. Noticing their hesitation, Li Tianfen stepped forward and explained, "Brother Lu Fan is truly wise. With Long Chen stuck in the Earth Cauldron, none of us know what is going on with him. If we were to all attack the White Dragon race, Long Chen might use this chance to escape. That wouldn't be worth it." Hearing that, everyone realized it was true. Long Chen was their main target, and the White Dragon race was nothing more than small fry. If they all attacked the small fry and Long Chen escaped, they really would go crazy. Lu Fan's plan was well-founded. We don't just need to worry about Long Chen escaping, we also have to be on guard for any sneak attacks. Using one top expert to crush them is the best way to do it, said Lu Fan. Everyone nodded in agreement. It made sense to have one top expert deal with the White Dragon race. Although they were all confident in their power, none of them dared to guarantee they could handle a sudden sneak attack from Long Chen if they were distracted. Lu Fan's cautious approach seemed very reliable. Yet, despite their agreement, no one was eager to step forward. While everyone claimed they would support whoever took the lead, they actually doubted it. What if Long Chen did launch a surprise attack? Would the others truly risk their lives to save the one in the front? Finally, Lu Fan decided, "Everyone, just hold the line for me. I'll kill them myself." But before he could step forward, Qin Keqing interjected, "Let me do it instead. My Zither sect hasn't made its presence known in the outside world for a long time. Today, I'll make the Zither sect's name resound across the land. Otherwise, some people might not place the Zither sect in their eyes." Qin Keqing's words were clearly aimed at Netherdragon Wuxiang. His expression darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to silence her and her hateful mouth. At this moment, Liao Yuhuang suddenly spoke up. "If you attack them, you only represent yourself, not the Zither sect." Qin Keqing's expression changed dramatically as she glared at Liao Yuhuang, her eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Ignoring her glare, Liao Yuhuang coldly said, "My Zither sect cultivates the heavenly Taos through the music Tao, which is in harmony with the peace of the heavens. Slaughtering others is against that peace. Besides, the Zither sect has not suffered any casualties, meaning we have no personal enmity with Long Chen or the White Dragon race. There's no reason for the Zither sect to attack them." Qin Keqing was left speechless, her face twisting with rage. Liao Yuhuang's righteous and dignified stance made her feel cornered. It was as if Liao Yuhuang had exposed the emptiness of her actions, leaving her without a valid reason for her aggression. "I don't like the way they look, so I'm going to kill them." "So what? What can you do about it?" Qin Keqing roared, reverting to her usual demeanor, resembling more of a screeching shrew than a composed leader. "That's why, if you want to attack, go ahead. But remember, you represent only yourself, not the Zither sect," Liao Yuhuang responded calmly. "Since we are from the same sect, I'll warn you, the heavenly Taos are already in chaos. The music of the heavens is unclear, and countless souls are screaming in anguish, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps an even more terrifying tribulation will descend soon. We aren't entangled in that karma yet, but if we willingly jump in, we will be caught in it." Legends had it that the Zither sect used music to peer into the heavens, hearing the sound of heaven and earth and the whispers of the 10,000 Taos. If their top experts had a pure heart, they could even see the secrets of the heavens. If those legends were true, what kind of calamity was she predicting? Was it related to Long Chen or the giant cauldron? A sense of dread settled over everyone, and a bad feeling began to rise within them. Slut, shut your mouth. Don't try to bewitch people with your poison. When I was unrivaled in the Zither sect, your ancestors had yet to be born. Do you think I didn't see the way you looked at Long Chen? A slut like you wants to save them. I'm going to kill them right in front of you. Qin Keqing screamed, her rage boiling over. Without hesitation, she shot toward the white dragon race, her claws raking through the void once more, aimed directly at Bai Yingxie. Chapter 5153 Phoenix Nirvanic Rebirth. Qin Keqing's attack caused Hu Xiaoyu to turn pale with terror. After all, Qin Keqing was an expert on the same level as Lu Fan and the others. Just moments ago, she had managed to injure Netherdragon Wushang. Although it could be considered a sneak attack, it should have triggered his instincts, allowing him to dodge. However, Netherdragon Wushang hadn't managed to do so, which meant that Qin Keqing's attack could bypass even the sharpest senses. Now, with her fury radiating like a howling ghost, Qin Keqing's attack was even more terrifying. White Dragon Blood Convergence, 10,000 Dragon Heart. Bai Yingxie shouted, drawing a white sword out of its sheath. All the White Dragon race's disciples quickly formed hand seals. White dragon scales on their chests began to glow, their reverse scales lighting up with divine radiance. The divine light converged on Bai Yingxie, who was now covered in white scales that gleamed like precious jewels. Her black hair billowed behind her as she adopted a solemn expression. She knew she was far from a match for Qin Keqing, but there was no retreat. She had to stand and fight. As all the White Dragon race's disciples transmitted their power to her, all her scales blazed with light, and she swung her sword. When this sword moved, divine light filled the world, blessing the surroundings with its sacred pressure. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Qin Keqing sneered, her divine light flaring as she prepared to counterattack. However, Bai Yingxui's sword descended with a decisive force. The void split apart with a thunderous explosion, and Qin Keqing was sent flying through the air, stunned. Bai Yingxui's unexpected defense left everyone in shock. Though she was an elite of the White Dragon race, her true power was only on par with Huo Qinwu's, placing her somewhere around the top 50 among these experts. In contrast, Qin Keqing was renowned as one of the strongest peak experts. Qin Keqing is injured, exclaimed someone with keen eyes, noticing the blood dripping slowly from Qin Keqing's hand. The White Dragon race's foundation is formidable. What a shocking technique. Qin Keqing was really too careless, Li Tianfen remarked, shaking his head at the sight. Qin Keqing had been overly confident, driven by her desire to regain her lost face after her confrontation with Liao Yuhuang. However, instead of achieving her goal, she ended up injured. The White Dragon race's attack carried potent sacred might, making Qin Keqing's wound difficult to heal, even with her immense Doyan power. Unfortunately, the attack hadn't struck somewhere vital, otherwise, it would have rendered Qin Keqing unable to fight freely. If it's no good, we can always switch out the vanguard. Netherdragon Wushang said some devastating words. Hearing this, Qin Keqing roared and summoned her heavenly fate disc. Eternal Qi and Doyan power surged wildly from Qin Keqing, her aura slashing through the space around her like razor-sharp blades. She had gone crazy. Damn slut, do you think using a weapon is so amazing? Do you think I don't have a weapon? Shouted Qin Keqing, summoning an ancient zither before her. When the zither materialized, Bai Yingxie and the others stiffened. It was a human emperor divine weapon forged from dragon bone, radiating a fearsome human emperor-level dragon might. This aura exerted a powerful suppressive effect on Bai Yingxie and the others, making it arduous for them to even circulate their energy. Die, Qin Keqing shouted, her voice resembling a deadly promise as she struck a string on the zither, and it resonated with a bowstring's twang. The next moment, a blood-colored crescent moon shot through the air with a chilling sound, aiming straight at her enemies. In response, Bai Yingxui's heavenly fate disc flared to life, a white dragon mark glowing on her forehead. Her sword trembled, and a dragon's cry echoed from it as she swung it once more. Bai Yingxui's attack crushed the red crescent moon, and a qi wave erupted in every direction, causing heaven and earth to tremble. When struck by the qi wave, the heavenly chosens felt a suffocating pressure and were shocked. It seemed that the White Dragon race was more powerful than they had expected. As Bai Yingxie deflected the attack, Qin Keqing's embarrassment deepened. She sneered, that was just one string. My dragon bone zither has 7 strings. Let's see how many you can endure. With a fierce pluck of 2 strings, a blood-colored dragon mark ignited on her zither. Immediately after, a formidable dragon might surged forth, and a crescent moon 10 times larger than before hurtled toward Bai Yingshui. Bai Yingshui's sword shattered under the force, and she was sent flying. The white dragon race's disciples were thrown into disarray, spitting out blood from the backlash. Drenched in blood, Bai Yingshui was filled with resentment. She and her fellow disciples were strong enough to go against a peak expert, but Qin Keqing's dragon bone zither was unleashing a dragon might that perfectly suppressed the white dragon race, dismantling their formation. With a fierce cry, Qin Keqing struck her zither with full force, sending it hurtling toward Bai Yingshui with overwhelming dragon might. The zither's 7 strings quivered ominously, each filled with devastating power. When all 7 strings activated, the combined force could obliterate anyone in its path. This was Qin Keqing's most ruthless killing move. Bai Yingshui and the others could see the deadly power concentrated in the dragon bone zither and knew they were about to die. But at that critical moment, Feng Yu appeared before them, and a pair of immense phoenix wings materialized from her heavenly fate disk. Her expression was resolute as she clawed at the dragon bone zither. No! Bai Yingshui and Hu Xiaoyu cried out. Feng Yu and her phoenix wings exploded in a burst of energy, scattering into blood mist. Big sister! Hu Xiaoyu let out a heart-rending cry. At this moment, the blood mist ignited into blazing flames, and Feng Yu re-emerged, standing defiantly before them. She stunned everyone. The Phoenix's nirvanic rebirth art. Even Lu Fan, Netherdragon Wushang, and the others were taken aback. Suddenly, Li Tianfen shouted, "The Phoenix's nirvanic rebirth art can only be used once within a set time. If you kill her again, she'll be truly dead." With Li Tianfen's reminder, Qin Keqing immediately recalled her dragon bone zither and unleashed the same technique, sending the dragon bone zither smashing toward Feng Yu with even greater might. "Feng Yu, you have to dodge. You'll die," shouted Bai Yingshui. "There are people that I need to protect behind me. There is no retreat for me. Xiaoyu, if you survive, I hope you will live a happy life," Feng Yu declared, her gaze turning towards Hu Xiaoyu's tear-stained face. She spread her arms wide, and immense wings of light filled the sky. She knew that she was going to die, but she felt no fear. She only felt a bit unwilling to leave Hu Xiaoyu behind. Yet, it was this very realization that strengthened her resolve to sacrifice her own life to ensure Xiaoyu's chance of survival. At that moment, everything became clear to her. Bai Yingshui and the others shut their eyes in pain, unable to watch the scene unfold. But even after the deafening impact, the immense wings remained. A figure materialized before Feng Yu. With long hair flowing majestically, this figure descended like a divine being. He effortlessly caught the formidable dragon bone zither in one hand, leaving everyone too shocked to speak. "Hee, I came at the right time. It's finally my turn to show off." An impish and wretched voice rang out in everyone's ears. Chapter 5154 Bet. Divine light exploded with dazzling brilliance, and eternal energy surged skyward. Amidst the tumultuous space, a long-haired man held the dragon bone zither effortlessly in one hand. The zither's destructive power was contained by him, even as its wild energy twisted the surrounding space, making it difficult for the onlookers to discern his features. The spectacle left everyone in stunned disbelief. Bai Yingshui and the others initially thought that Long Chen had come, but this man's aura was completely different from Long Chen's. They looked up to see that the Earth Cauldron replica was still there, confirming that Long Chen hadn't come out. "Who are you?" exclaimed Qin Keqing. With a forceful shove, that man sent the dragon bone zither flying back at Qin Keqing. Its string boomed as it smashed toward her with even greater destructive power. Qin Keqing's expression changed. Her heavenly fate disk spun rapidly as she formed hand seals. An enormous hand then stretched out of her manifestation and caught the dragon bone zither. The hand caught the dragon bone zither, but Qin Keqing was sent stumbling back over a dozen steps before regaining her footing. She gripped the zither tightly, fighting the urge to cough up blood. "Tch, to think a treasure like the dragon bone 7-string zither would end up in the hands of a shrew like you. What a waste. How unfortunate," sneered that man. "Bastard, who are you?" Qin Keqing cursed, her voice laced with fury. With the space around that figure still twisting, his voice echoed through with a layered, eerie quality that made it impossible to identify him. This person's arrival shocked everyone. After all, he had just blocked Qin Keqing's dragon bone zither barehanded. This was a human emperor divine weapon. Among all the experts present, including Lu Fan, Li Tianfen, and Yan Hong, none of them dared to do this. Although Xianxia hadn't used her full power, could the terrifying power of a human emperor divine weapon really be blocked by a body of flesh and blood? The mysterious man clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head toward the sky, saying, "The limitless palace in front of the limitless mountain, the limitless trees before the limitless gate, the dreams of heavenly geniuses vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian." As he spoke, the space around him gradually settled, revealing a figure in a black cloak. He could be considered handsome, but he still had a trace of baby fat on his face. His bright eyes and high nose complemented his features, which should have been strikingly attractive. But for some reason, he gave off an extremely wretched and wicked feeling just by standing there. This person was none other than Mo Nian. Having undergone his tribulation in that immemorial expert's tomb, he immediately rushed over to join forces with Long Chen. This time, he arrived at the crucial moment. Had he been any slower, Bai Yingxie and the others would have died. After sending Xianxia's dragon bone zither flying, Mo Nian clasped his hands behind his back and secretly took off a dragon scale glove from one of his hands. In truth, this fellow had profited immensely this time, and he had found a precious glove in the tomb. Through the undying will of its former master and his own unique techniques, Mo Nian had managed to awaken its power, making it an invaluable asset. With this human emperor divine weapon class glove, Mo Nian dared to block Xianxia's dragon bone zither with his bare hands. Seeing their shocked expressions, Mo Nian swelled with pride. He was incredibly pleased. Mo Nian put his hands around his mouth and shouted at the earth cauldron, "Long Chen, there's no rush for you to come out. Actually, you should just stay there. I'm here, so there's no need for you to join in." Mo Nian wasn't sure if Long Chen could hear him, but his intention was clear. He wanted everyone to see that he had truly blocked a human emperor divine weapon with his bare hands. Mo Nian. Lu Fan's rage erupted instantly. His face twisted in fury, as though he had just seen the person who had killed his father. Mo Nian feigned surprise, examining Lu Fan with a curious expression. "Oh, you look somewhat familiar. That scar on your face, are you the guy the first hit with my shovel that day?" "Yes, that's right, brother. What's your name?" "Die," Lu Fan roared, his voice echoing with deadly intent. He summoned his Brahma blade once more, and his heavenly fate disc spun to reveal Lord Brahma's figure. As his aura ignited, he swung his sword at Mo Nian. "Hee, do you think I'm still the old Mo Nian? Foolish child, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, I wouldn't be Mo Nian." Mo Nian chuckled, raising his hand with a confident smile. A sword appeared in Mo Nian's hand, radiating a divine light so intense it was like a blazing sun. Its brilliance made it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. A violent eruption of chi waves shattered the land. The earth trembled and cracked, and the laws of the heavenly Taos were thrown into chaos. The surrounding experts were sent reeling by the force of the blast. Only the likes of Li Tianfen, Yan Hong, Huang Wudao, Qin Keqing, and Luo Yujiao managed to stay grounded. Heaven and earth flickered as debris flew through the air. It became clear that Mo Nian had actually blocked Lu Fan's Brahma blade with his sword. The two divine weapons clashed fiercely. Mo Nian and Lu Fan stood face to face, with Lu Fan's killing intent pouring out like a relentless storm, while Mo Nian regarded him with a look of disdain. "Last time, I didn't have a decent weapon to use against you, which was why you had the upper hand. Now that I also have a human emperor divine weapon, your advantage is gone. What can you possibly use to fight me?" asked Mo Nian. "Don't think that a single human emperor divine weapon can save your dog life. You're definitely dead today," exclaimed Lu Fan through gritted teeth. Last time, Lu Fan had fallen for Mo Nian's trap and been struck in the face by his shovel. The anger he felt then had nearly driven him to the brink of explosion. Because of that, Lu Fan's hatred toward Mo Nian might even surpass his hatred for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was a rival of equal strength, but Mo Nian was someone he should have easily crushed. However, Mo Nian had managed to humiliate him so badly. It was like a prideful lion being provoked by a mosquito but couldn't do anything to it. That flavor was something only Lu Fan knew the taste of. "Oh, you have such confidence in yourself. Then do you want to make a bet with me?" asked Mo Nian, his gaze roving around. "What do you want to bet? If you lose, then instead of calling yourself a son of Brahma, how about you call yourself a son of Mo Nian? Go fuck yourself." Lu Fan exploded in fury. "Why so rude? Fine, I'm not going to give you that title. I don't have such a terrible son," replied Mo Nian as he shook his head. Brahma possession. With a roar, Lu Fan merged with the figure of Lord Brahma behind him. His aura surged 100-fold, sending a powerful force crashing into Mo Nian and forcing him back. Chapter 5155 Limitless Pine. Li Tianfan and the others watched in shock as Lu Fan invoked his Brahma possession. They recognized it as his ultimate technique, but he had chosen to use it right from the beginning. The entire world seemed to quake when Lu Fan used this technique. Divine radiance blazed from his body, and the figure of Lord Brahma emerged, merging with him. It was as if a god had incarnated in him. His Doyan power, eternal energy, and faith energy fused into one, and his aura was so immense that it could suppress the very cosmos. Space itself fractured under the strain, unable to contain his sheer might. Die, Brahma God Slayer, Lu Fan roared, concentrating all his power into his sword. His eyes blazed with madness as he unleashed the devastating strike, and the air reverberated with its force, as though the very world might shatter beneath its weight. It seems you're angry or something. But so what? Without a weapon advantage, I'll definitely beat the crap out of you today, Mo Nian shouted. Instead of a heavenly fate disc, an ancient pine appeared behind him. Limitless Pine. When the ancient pine tree appeared, it radiated an aura so profound and desolate that it seemed to alter the world's very laws. Everyone felt as though they had been transported to another era because of this pine. Mo Nian stood beneath the ancient pine, his aura unwavering. Even his usually wretched face took on a dignified and precious aura, influenced by the pine's divine light. As the light enveloped him, Mo Nian's aura expanded, becoming as vast as the cosmos. Facing Lu Fan's full power attack, Mo Nian raised his sword and met the strike head-on. A powerful explosion shook the land, shattering Grand Dao runes and sending fragments of spacetime flying. Both Lu Fan and Mo Nian were forced to retreat, leaving everyone in shock. Despite Lu Fan no longer holding back, Mo Nian managed to block his attack, showcasing his terrifying strength. Witnessing his prowess, Bai Yingxie and the others were both startled and delighted. They hadn't expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying brother. Attack together. Don't worry about him, Li Tianfan suddenly shouted, charging toward Bai Yingxie and the others. The others followed, realizing that something was off. Mo Nian was already so terrifying, and if Long Chen advanced to the Eternal Realm and matched Mo Nian's level, their combined strength could potentially break through the blockade. It was a worst-case scenario for Lu Fan and the others. However, just as Li Tianfan launched his attack, the void quivered, and Mo Nian suddenly appeared right in front of him, slapping him across the face. Wow, it worked, Mo Nian exclaimed, clearly surprised by the success. He had used his manifestation's power to shift positions with his opponent, a new technique he had just grasped after advancing to the Eternal Realm. Since it was still fresh, he hadn't had much practice with it yet. This technique was a secret art of the Limitless Palace. The spatial fluctuations during the shift were so minuscule that even Li Tianfan hadn't sensed them. Mo Nian used this technique to complement Long Chen's divine face-slapping art, creating a nearly flawless merger. This slap delighted Mo Nian, making him feel like he had just discovered a new land. Mo Nian realized that even if his movement art and slapping technique were inferior to Long Chen's, he could make up for it with this secret art. Mo Nian knew that he could now unleash the same face slap that made ghosts sob and gods weep, the face slap that shook heaven and earth. While Mo Nian sent Li Tianfan flying, Qin Keqing, Huang Wudao, Luo Yujiao, Yan Hong, and the others were about to reach the White Dragon race experts. I, Mo Nian, have always felt myself to be shameless enough. But there's no way for me to compare to you. It seems that I'll need to keep working hard on it. In response to their sudden attack, Mo Nian quickly formed hand seals, and an illustrious palace suddenly appeared before them. The palace instantly covered Bai Yingxie and the others, along with the Earth Cauldron replica. Qin Keqing, Huang Wudao, Luo Yujiao, Yan Hong, and the others were all forced back by the divine light emanating from the palace, leaving them stunned. What the hell is this? They couldn't quite classify this palace. It wasn't exactly a manifestation, and it didn't seem like a treasure object either. If they were to say that it was real, well, they couldn't sense its existence. But to call it illusory was also wrong, as its divine light had physically blocked them. Qin Keqing was the first to react, striking the palace with her dragon bone zither. The palace's barrier of light subsided for a bit and then quickly bounced back, sending the dragon bone zither flying. The dragon bone zither's power hadn't even exploded upon impact, instead, it simply bounced back as if deflected by a mirror. This barrier didn't absorb or disperse energy, it merely reflected it. Even a human emperor divine weapon couldn't damage it. Hehe, this palace was the only treasure that stingy fellow gave me. He finally helped me show off a bit. Mo Nian chuckled as he saw that Qin Keqing's attack was ineffective. This palace was a gift from the immoral Taoist Keida, who claimed that it was the symbol for the future palace master, something more precious than his life. He had instructed Mo Nian to protect it well, saying that it would activate on its own once Mo Nian's power reached the necessary level. Over the years, Mo Nian had grown skeptical of Taoist Keida's promises, having been scammed by him too many times. However, when Mo Nian advanced to the Eternal Realm, a fist-sized bronze cauldron that Taoist Keida had given him suddenly appeared in his mind-sea. Simultaneously, a cultivation technique was transmitted into his mind from the palace. It taught him a defense seal. Mo Nian tried it, and to his surprise, this simple seal involved using the bronze cauldron to set up a line of absolute defense. Mo Nian found that it was so powerful that even a human emperor divine weapon couldn't break it. Now, Mo Nian realized his master had truly given him a terrifying treasure. Thanks to this treasure, Mo Nian was particularly fearless this time. With the bronze cauldron, he knew he could protect everyone. Lightning exploded as Huang Wudao's spear hit the barrier. It also made a large indentation and then bounced off. Seeing this scene, the top experts panicked. "Kill Mo Nian together," Lu Fan shouted, and the Brahma divine diagram appeared, covering Mo Nian. Chapter 5156 Killing Your Own People. Lu Fan didn't know what this palace was, but he didn't care to find out either. All he knew was they couldn't afford to be stalled by Mo Nian any longer. There was still no news from Long Chen in the Earth Cauldron, and that was starting to worry Lu Fan. He refused to believe that Long Chen could absorb that much heavenly tribulation and heavenly flame energy, but he didn't dare to take any chance. On the off chance that Long Chen possessed a technique similar to his own, allowing him to seal those energies for future use, the situation could turn disastrous for Lu Fan. The aura of the Earth Cauldron replica was weakening, and its terrifying destructive laws were dispersing, which meant they could start launching attacks on him. However, to get to Long Chen, they had to go through Mo Nian first. Killing Mo Nian or Bai Yingxie and the others would likely provoke a reaction from Long Chen, giving them the upper hand. Without wasting any more time, Lu Fan immediately activated the Brahma divine diagram. The overwhelming emperor might locked onto Mo Nian. Behind Lu Fan, the heavenly flame Qilin roared, unleashing a blazing sphere of flame with terrifying power. The heavenly flame Qilin had been by Lu Fan's side the entire time, but it hadn't done anything because it had been accumulating power. Now, it unleashed all its stored power at once. This was the heavenly flame Qilin's strongest attack. Having gone through tribulation with Lu Fan, it had also advanced to the Eternal Realm. Following Lu Fan's orders, it had been gathering all its power, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lu Fan had ordered it to gather power long before Mo Nian arrived. With the Brahma divine diagram locking down space, the heavenly flame Qilin's attack would definitely be fatal. This was a tactic that Lu Fan had been preparing for Long Chen. After their last fight, Lu Fan became aware of just how powerful Long Chen was. If he wanted to kill him, it had to be in one decisive blow, leaving no room for survival. Now, Long Chen was still absent, but Mo Nian had appeared, so Lu Fan unleashed the killer attack on Mo Nian instead. "I already told you, without a weapon advantage, you're just a pile of shit. But you refuse to believe me. Fine, I'll show you Daddy Mo's techniques." Mo Nian taunted, his tone dripping with confidence. Suddenly, Mo Nian's sword vanished, replaced by a white bone bow. The next moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed across the battlefield, startling Qin Keqing. Her own dragon bone zither quivered as if it were terrified. "His bow was also made of dragon bone," exclaimed Qin Keqing. To her surprise, Mo Nian's dragon bone bow seemed even stronger than her zither, terrifying her zither. "Let me introduce you," Mo Nian declared, his voice echoing with pride. "That sword was the Blazing Sun sword I recently acquired, while this bow is a relic left behind by an ancient hero, the Dragon Bone 7-string bow, which has been slumbering for countless years. Its former master fought to the death long ago, and now I have awakened it to fight alongside me. Roar, Dragon Bone 7-string bow. Use the blood of these evil people as a sacrifice to your old master. This is your final farewell to him. I believe he can definitely hear your voice." The Dragon Bone 7-string bow shuddered, and another dragon cry erupted, even more powerful than before. This cry was laden with grief, anger, resentment, and longing. Mo Nian pulled the bowstring, and 7-colored divine radiance condensed on the string, forming a resplendent 7-colored arrow. "Go, bid him farewell. You have been reborn in a bloodbath," shouted Mo Nian, releasing the arrow with a surge of power. A dragon roar shook the heavens, and the 7-colored arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, striking the Brahma divine diagram. The diagram then quivered and was sent tumbling back. Lu Fan instantly lost his lock on Mo Nian. "You'll still die," roared Lu Fan. While his lock had vanished, the flame sphere condensed from the heavenly flame Qilin's full power had reached Mo Nian. There was no way he could dodge. "You're too naive," Mo Nian sneered. The dragon bone 7-string bow flew into the air, and Mo Nian formed dozens of hand seals in the blink of an eye. The dragon bone 7-string bow suddenly expanded, stretching from the earth to the heavens. An enormous bowstring perfectly blocked the path of the flame sphere. When the flame sphere struck the bowstring, the bow bent and then suddenly straightened, bouncing off the flame sphere. Startled cries rang out. Mo Nian had actually thought of such a marvelous method of countering this attack, using the bowstring's elasticity to bounce the flame sphere back. "Dodge," Netherdragon Wuxiang warned in a panic, horrified that the flame sphere was heading straight for the Netherdragon race. His warning fell on deaf ears. Before he could finish speaking, the flame sphere collided with the Netherdragon race's experts, unleashing a wave of devastation. This was the full power attack of the heavenly flame Qilin. Let alone these disciples, even Netherdragon Wuxiang would probably meet his end if caught off guard by this attack. After all, it was designed to kill Long Chen. The flame sphere left a giant ditch in the ground and continued past the horizon, its power not dissipating. It seemed as if it could stretch to the ends of the world, annihilating everything in its path, mountains, plains, and all. "My God," Mo Nian gasped in shock, his eyes wide as he took in the sheer scale of the destruction. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He hadn't anticipated the heavenly flame Qilin's attack would be so utterly terrifying. If he hadn't used one of the divine arts of the dragon bone 7-string bow, he would have been severely wounded in a direct clash with it. Seeing that the Netherdragon race had been decimated along with the experts of several other races, Mo Nian didn't forget to add salt to the wound. "Aren't you being too vicious? How can you kill your own people?" Netherdragon Wuxiang was dumbfounded. The heavenly flame Qilin's attack had wiped out the Netherdragon race's heavenly geniuses, leaving him as the sole survivor. His mind buzzed with disbelief. In a fit of rage, he erupted into a storm of blood, mist and crimson flames. A black dragon manifested on his heavenly fate disk, its presence ominous and formidable. "Today, either you die or I die," Netherdragon Wuxiang roared. Igniting his essence blood in a frenzy, he brandished a blood-colored saber and lunged at Mo Nian, determined to drag him down at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. "Attack!" Lu Fan shouted, his voice piercing through the chaos. With the Brahma blade in hand, he charged at Mo Nian as well. Seeing the dire situation, Qin Keqing, Li Tianfen, Huang Wudao, Luo Yujiao, and the others joined the fray. They knew that they had no choice but to unleash their full power now. Chapter 5157 Sword Aw's Heavenly Geniuses, Divine Bow Subdues All. Mo Nian's strength left them in awe, and they no longer underestimated him. If Long Chen completed his tribulation and the two combined their powers, their doom would be all but certain. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. I have countless virtuous accomplishments under my belt, and this chance to show off before all the heavenly geniuses of the world is my due. Come, let's make this storm a bloody one," declared Mo Nian. As the peak heavenly geniuses from various races launched their attacks, the sky darkened, and the world trembled. But Mo Nian only grew more exhilarated. At this moment, his excitement was overwhelming. This was the grand spectacle he had always dreamed of. He was the center of attention, the main character in this grand drama. No one could compete with him. "Limitless pine, needle leaf subdues devils," Mo Nian shouted. Pine needles started to fall from the great pine tree in his manifestation. He drew his bow, and countless phantoms materialized. His bow trembled as those pine needles transformed into a torrent of arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows shot forth. The pine needles, now deadly projectiles, pierced the void with immense force. The emperor might of these arrows was so fierce that even Lu Fan was startled by their overwhelming aura. Leading the charge, Lu Fan swung the Brahma blade with a fierce roar. He aimed to slice through the barrage of arrows and create an opening for his allies. But as he struck the first arrow, it exploded on impact, sending him flying. "What?" Lu Fan exclaimed, shock and fury evident on his face. He couldn't believe his full-power attack had only managed to destroy a single arrow. As countless arrows continued to rain down, Lu Fan roared in frustration and grabbed the Brahma Divine Diagram, using it as a shield. The arrows shot at the Divine Diagram, creating powerful ripples with each attack. The impacts pushed Lu Fan further and further back. The others were forced into a defensive stance against Mo Nian's relentless onslaught. The overwhelming barrage of arrows halted their advance, pushing them all back and stalling their assault. HMPH, peak heavenly geniuses. You're nothing but trash, commanders of your people, just a bunch of clowns. Today, watch as my sword awes the heavens and my divine bow subdues all. Mo Nian shouted with heroic flair, his arrows continuing to rain down relentlessly. Bai Yingxie and the others were stunned. With his bow, Mo Nian was completely overpowering Lu Fan and the others, leaving them no room to resist. The sight of one man dominating a group of peak heavenly geniuses was both shocking and awe-inspiring. After all, every single one of those people was a peak heavenly genius, the strongest expert of their domain. However, Mo Nian could suppress them all simultaneously. His display today was truly magnificent. There's no way he can keep this up forever. The moment his aura weakens, that'll be the moment he's going to the Yellow Springs. Li Tianfen shouted, holding a pitch-black chessboard in front of him. Like Lu Fan, he used it as a shield against the barrage of arrows. Ripples erupted when the arrows landed on the chessboard. Luckily, the chessboard was a human emperor divine weapon. While the impact still knocked Li Tianfen back, the arrows were unable to cause him any harm thanks to the chessboard's protection. However, the others weren't so fortunate. They had to repeatedly swing their weapons to block these arrows, which contained terrifying emperor power. Their arms grew numb from the strain, but they had no choice but to endure the onslaught. At this moment, they should retreat and regroup, but if anyone were to retreat, it would be the same as acknowledging they were the weakest of the peak experts. They had to show their loyalty to Pill Valley, as well as their usefulness. So, even if it was just for show, they couldn't retreat. Furthermore, they agreed with Li Tianfen that Mo Nian couldn't possibly keep this up for long. As long as they endured, he would be exhausted soon, and then they could all charge forward and kill him. HMPH, it looks like you're understanding Daddy Mo. Do you think this little bit of effort will tire me? Let me tell you this. I can keep going until the 7th month of next year, declared Mo Nian. That's pure bullshit, cursed Netherdragon Wushang. No one would believe such a lie. The fact that Mo Nian could continue speaking calmly while unleashing such a relentless torrent of attacks unsettled them. It was clear that he had plenty of stamina left, which suggested that he might indeed be able to sustain this assault for a long period. In truth, this technique was powered by Mo Nian's manifestation, which he had drawn into the Dragon Bone's 7-string bow. Although he lacked the ability to wield the true power of a human emperor divine weapon, the majority of this attack's strength came from his manifestation, which had only fully awakened after his advancement to the eternal realm. The pine tree within Mo Nian's manifestation was filled with vitality and energy. While it was nonsense to say that he could maintain such a rapid attack rate until next year, Mo Nian estimated that it should be no problem to keep it up for an hour. As Mo Nian repeatedly drew his bow, releasing hundreds of arrows with each blink, the bowstring in his hand became a blur, and the space around him twisted with every shot. Bai Yingxie and the others were stunned by his incredible speed, which defied their understanding of what was possible. As time ticked by, Lu Fan and the others were unable to advance. On his own, Mo Nian successfully suppressed them all with his overwhelming onslaught. Although other disciples present were powerful heavenly chosens, in this place, they were like ants. Seeing Mo Nian's terrifying attacks, they didn't even have the courage to try sneaking up on him. Even if they were unafraid of dying, due to their limited power, the shockwaves of Mo Nian's attacks would have claimed their lives before they could make any impact. Hence, they could only watch from a distance. Furthermore, Lu Fan and the others hadn't given them any orders, so they didn't dare to make any rash moves. Lu Fan and the others were also anxious, but they knew those disciples would be of little help. After all, Mo Nian could wipe them out with just a few arrows. With so many of their own disciples already lost to the heavenly tribulation, they couldn't afford more casualties. Otherwise, they would have no way to explain themselves when they got back. Suddenly, the void exploded. Devil chi washed over the land as malevolent figures started to appear in the distance. Not good. The heavenly flame energy barrier has lost its energy source, and the devil creatures have broken in. Feng Yu cried out in shock. Seeing the devil creatures appear, Lu Fan was overjoyed and immediately shouted at them. Kill them quickly. Heaven Vein Dragon Chi erupted as the front lines were occupied by 10 six-vein Heaven Saint Devil creatures, including the lead elder of the Earth Devils. Behind them, tens of thousands of three-vein Heaven Saints and a relentless army of devil creatures surged forward. Following Lu Fan's order, the leader of the Earth Devil shouted, and the swarm of devil creatures charged over, causing Mo Nian's expression to change. Chapter 5158 Hanging by a Thread. How did they get here? Asked Mo Nian, his heart sinking. Wasn't it said that the devil creatures could not enter the core of the heavenly flame devil domain? How could they suddenly appear now? Mo Nian didn't know that Long Chen had shattered the heavenly flame source stone, the source of all the flames in the heavenly flame devil domain. Furthermore, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation drew out the entire domain's heavenly lightning energy, twisting this world's laws. As a result, the barrier around the core region grew weaker as the tribulation went on. The Brahma Path and Day-Night Bridge had already collapsed, so the heavenly flame devil domain had lost the laws that maintained it, causing it to start breaking down. Sensing the barrier had grown exceptionally weak, the Earth Devils directly tore through space to reach this place. The moment they arrived, they saw Long Chen caught in the Earth Cauldron replica. While it was still surrounded by swirling lightning and flames, it was no longer as solid as before. It looked transparent, letting them see Long Chen seated within it. In an instant, the leader of the Earth Devils grasped the situation. Without waiting for Lu Fan's orders, he already took action. A horn appeared in his hand, and as he blew into it, a haunting sound filled the air, driving the three-vein Heaven Saint mortal devils into a frenzy. Their eyes turned blood red as they charged at Mo Nian's palace with reckless abandon. Though many were sent flying, some actually self-detonated upon impact, splattering their devil blood onto the barrier. Black smoke rose as the corrosive blood began to eat away at the barrier's defenses. Not good, Mo Nian exclaimed, realizing the dire situation. He hadn't expected that their essence blood could corrode the palace's defenses. While the palace itself was impervious to it, its barrier was not. As a result, its defensive powers were rapidly falling. With the barrier weakening, the devil creatures frantically clawed and bit at it, producing ear-piercing sounds as they tried to break through. Runes flowed around them as the formidable aura of six-vein Heaven Saints erupted. The barrier shuddered under their combined force, and cracks began to spread from where they pressed. When Mo Nian saw the Earth Devils attacking with such terrifying force, his expression darkened. The palace was unable to withstand their relentless assault. Inside the Earth Cauldron, Long Chen's eyes were closed, and not a trace of his aura leaked out. He seemed to be at a critical juncture. Just as Mo Nian was distracted, Lu Fan roared and pushed forward with the Brahma Divine Diagram. Yan Hong, Li Tianfan, Huang Wudao, Luo Yujiao, Netherdragon Wusheng, Qin Keqing, and the others also pushed forward. They were all peak experts, and the brief moment of distraction from Mo Nian was enough for them to capitalize on the opportunity. Pushing forward with their human Emperor Divine weapons, they advanced together. Mo Nian's torrent of arrows could no longer keep them at bay. Fuck, I thought this would be easy, but you're forcing me to use my trump cards. Mo Nian muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, his usual smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. He began to chant softly. Blood and fire mix, love and hate intersect. My hate originates from my lost love. The hatred of my heart, my mind, my spirit, and my soul. Nothing can extinguish it. With the dragon bone 7-string bow as the bridge, with heaven and earth as the handle, with this raging emotion in my body, heart, mind, soul, and spirit, bestow me the full power of the Maha Limitless. The dragon bone 7-string bow suddenly blazed with blinding light, shining as bright as the sun. At the same time, a sacred, vast, and eternal aura erupted from the bow. As Lu Fan and the others drew close to Long Chen, they were struck by a powerful chi wave that sent them flying, tumbling across the ground in a disheveled state. He can awaken a human Emperor Divine weapon. How is that possible? Li Tianfan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the bow-emitting Emperor Qi. The overwhelming power stunned them all, leaving them filled with shock and confusion. It's impossible. To awaken a human Emperor Divine weapon in the eternal realm and obtain its Emperor Qi, you have to sacrifice your own life. He must have used a secret art to awaken half of the bow's power. This bow has already recognized him as its master, so it's willing to share its power. Lu Fan exclaimed, wiping blood from his mouth. Even after hearing his explanation, the others remained shocked. Although they could control human emperor divine weapons, they could only draw out a fraction of their power, perhaps a tenth at most. However, Mo Nian was capable of unleashing 50%. They weren't a match for him in this state. Just then, Mo Nian arrived before the Earth Devils. He swung his bow like a weapon, and it quivered, condensing an enormous arrow in the sky. As Mo Nian attacked, that arrow shot down like lightning. The expressions of the 10 Earth Devils changed. Just as they were about to break the barrier, Mo Nian's attack descended. The giant arrow was filled with endless emperor might, making their souls tremble. This was an attack that could threaten their very lives. "Defend together," shouted the leader of the Earth Devils. All of them raised their white bone staffs, and 6 heaven vein dragon cheese swirled around them. Their white bone staffs then condensed into a giant shield. The enormous arrow struck the giant shield, resulting in a massive explosion that sent the Earth Devils flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Just as Mo Nian's attack landed, the Bronze Palace's barrier finally burst apart under the tearing of the countless devil creatures. "Die, white dragons!" Netherdragon Wuxiang roared, charging forward. With the rest of the Netherdragon race wiped out, he could only direct his fury at the White Dragon race. "You dare!" Mo Nian hastily shot toward the White Dragon race, but a divine diagram suddenly appeared in his path. When Mo Nian's bow smashed into it, the impact created an explosive sound that sent him flying back. "You're not the only one who can awaken a human emperor divine weapon. By sacrificing 100 years of longevity, I can do the same," Lu Fan sneered as he stepped in front of Mo Nian. His figure had changed. There were now slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a few white hairs on his head. It was as if he had aged significantly in an instant. "You trash, I'll let you watch as they die slowly," Lu Fan taunted, smiling perversely. He had sacrificed his own longevity to awaken the Brahma divine diagram, all in a bid to end the battle as quickly as possible. "Die," shouted Netherdragon Wuxiang as he reached the White Dragon race's side. Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, Yu Xiaoyu, and the others clenched their weapons. Though they knew they were about to die, they faced it without fear. "We will stall as long as we can. Buy time for Long Chen." Bai Yingxie gave her final orders to the White Dragon race's disciples as Netherdragon Wuxiang closed in on them. But just as he was about to reach them, a strange turn of events occurred. A zither rang out, and suddenly, Netherdragon Wuxiang was sent flying in the opposite direction. "Qin Keqing, you piece of dogshit!" Netherdragon Wuxiang roared with fury. He had never expected Qin Keqing to actually send him flying with spatial energy. "I already said that their lives are mine. Naturally, I, Qin Keqing, will be taking them." Qin Keqing snorted, lifting the dragon bone zither. It emitted a terrifying emperor might, descending toward the White Dragon race like a mountain. Previously, Mo Nian had blocked her attack, causing her to lose face. This time, she was determined to reclaim her dignity, focusing her full power on this strike, showing no mercy. "Die," shouted Qin Keqing as she smashed the dragon bone zither down. Without a human emperor divine weapon to resist, Bai Yingxie and the others could only welcome death's arrival. Meanwhile, Mo Nian fought like a madman, attacking Lu Fan relentlessly until he finally managed to push him back. But just as he created an opening, Yan Hong, Li Tianfen, Huang Wudao, and Luo Yujiao quickly appeared, blocking his path. The Earth Devils also charged at him, closing in from all sides. "Fuck," Mo Nian lamented. He had thought that he could control the battlefield, but the addition of the Earth Devils caused everything to go out of control. There was no way he could save Bai Yingxie and the others like this. Seeing Qin Keqing's killing blow about to land, Mo Nian suddenly roared in desperation. "Long Chen, get out here." Heaven and earth quivered as the roaring dragon bone zither suddenly stopped in midair, stopped by an astral hand that appeared out of nowhere. Chi waves raged violently, and a black-robed figure emerged, his long hair billowing in the wind. Even though he didn't look that big, it felt as though he commanded the energy of the entire world. "Long Chen," Bai Yingxie and the others called out, their voices quivering with relief and disbelief. Just then, the earth cauldron replica that had been hanging in the air collapsed, transforming into a current of lightning and flame runes. Long Chen caught the dragon bone zither in one hand, standing there without his divine ring, battle armor, or even the presence of eternal chi. He just calmly stood in front of Bai Yingxie and the others, stunning everyone. Other than the sound of lightning and flame runes flowing, the only sounds that could be heard were their own heartbeats and breathing. Lu Fan and the others' hearts tightened when they saw Long Chen. He hadn't even released his aura or summoned his manifestation, yet a sense of terror gripped them. With just a casual wave of his hand, he had blocked Xianxia's full-power attack. How can a brute who's addicted to killing cultivate the music Dao? For the dragon bone zither to be willing to be used by your hands, you've degraded it, muttered Long Chen, looking at the dragon bone zither indifferently. Suddenly, the dragon bone zither began to flash, unleashing a wail as if begging for mercy. Suddenly, a blood-colored cross appeared on Long Chen's astral hand, and with an explosive sound, the dragon bone zither exploded in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 5159 Slaying Qin Keqing. Upon arrival, Long Chen directly crushed a human emperor divine weapon with one hand. Powerful qi waves then spread, sending dragon bone fragments flying. Qin Keqing was the first to be struck by the explosion, her body instantly turning into a bloody sieve. Unable to withstand the terrifying power, she hastily fled with her Yuan spirit. A person like you whose heart is filled with darkness should never have been born in this world, Long Chen declared coldly. He raised a finger and shot a golden flame out, striking Qin Keqing's Yuan spirit and setting it ablaze. "That's the sun flame," exclaimed Lu Fan, his pupil shrinking upon seeing those flames. They looked like they were made of pure gold, radiating a supreme yang energy. It was a raging and holy flame, with an aura as vast as the sea. As a master of fire himself, Lu Fan immediately recognized the flames as the legendary sun flame. "Ah!" Qin Keqing shrieked in pain. Despite her desperate attempts to extinguish the flames, they clung to her like molten glue, causing her to scream in pain as she could not escape their relentless burn. "How many innocent lives have you tainted with your bloodlust? You've committed countless nefarious deeds. Today, you shall repay the suffering you've inflicted on others," Long Chen said calmly, observing Qin Keqing's torment with a cold gaze. "Please, I'm willing to be your slave, your concubine, your horse, anything you desire. Don't kill me," Qin Keqing begged desperately as she writhed in pain. "Are those the real words of your heart?" asked Long Chen lightly. Suddenly, Qin Keqing's face twisted, her pitiful expression became like that of a devil. She then clenched her teeth and roared, "When I escape your control, I'll instantly kill you. I'll tear your flesh with my teeth, drink your blood, grind your bones to dust, and refine your soul to ashes." Long Chen nodded. "That's the real you. In the end, your nature can't be changed." Qin Keqing suddenly glanced in terror in a certain direction, her body shaking. "Senior apprentice Sister Ziqing, don't kill me, don't kill me. I know the zither flame soul refinement was excruciating, but wasn't I punished afterward? We're even, right? Why have you come for me?" In the distance, Liao Yuhuang and the zither sect's disciples were horrified to hear her mention the zither flame's soul refinement. In an instant, the slightest trace of sympathy they had for Qin Keqing vanished. At first, Liao Yuhuang had been wondering whether or not she should step forward to protect Qin Keqing's Yuan spirit. Despite knowing Long Chen was unlikely to show mercy, Liao Yuhuang felt it was her duty to at least attempt to intervene. However, these words were too enraging. For the first time, Liao Yuhuang felt genuine killing intent towards someone. The zither sect had kept Qin Keqing's past under wraps, but rumors had circulated. As the daughter of a branch sect master, Liao Yuhuang had heard whispers about it. Her mother had warned her to be cautious of such individuals, sharing a story of how jealousy and malice had led to calamity. The story her mother told her featured only two characters, one of whom was named Ziqing, the genius who had been schemed to death. The other character's name remained unspoken, but how could Liao Yuhuang not know who she was? However, Liao Yuhuang had never expected Qin Keqing's cruelty to reach such depths. To kill Ziqing, she had used the zither sect's most forbidden technique, the zither flame soul refinement. This technique was the cruelest form of torture, using the music of the zither to inflame the 7 emotions and 6 desires in a person. While dying, they would relive their most cherished memories. They would struggle with all their might, only to watch the memories escape their grasp and shatter. In the end, they would die with endless resentment. This was this world's cruelest torture, and thus it was classified as the most forbidden art in the zither sect. Liao Yuhuang and the others had only ever heard its name, but it was enough to make them quiver. Hearing that Qin Keqing had actually used such cruel torture on her own senior apprentice sister, they had the urge to kill her right now. Suddenly, Qin Keqing's face twisted again, looking like a wild, bloodthirsty beast. You deserved it. What else could I do? Who told you to be born in my world? Why did you have to take first place from me? I worked so hard, so why did you have to be better? Why? As she roared, the flames around her grew more intense. It was like her terror and hatred were feeding the flames. Suddenly, the flames exploded like a firework. A heavenly genius sealed in the ancient era died just like that. Lu Fan, Li Tianfen, Yan Hong, Luo Yuzhao, Huang Wudao, and the others were stunned. Qin Keqing, a powerhouse on par with them, had died so easily. Her brutal death struck them hard, leaving them in shock. How did he get so powerful? Luo Yuzhao's voice quivered slightly. Long Chen had crushed a human emperor divine weapon with his bare hands and extinguished Qin Keqing's Yuan spirit in one attack. Remarkably, he hadn't even summoned his manifestation, indicating he wasn't in his full combat state. Even without entering his combat state, his power was terrifying. If he did enter combat mode, who among them could stand against him? Bai Yingxie, Feng Yu, and the others were all shaking with excitement as they stared at Long Chen's back. The White Dragon race's disciples felt their blood boiling with renewed hope. Mo Nian, on the other hand, curled his lips with a smirk. He's stealing my spotlight again. How did I end up with such a brother? Suddenly, the earth devils surrounding Mo Nian launched a fierce assault. 10 white bone staff pierced toward him. Seeing the terrifying power of Long Chen, they decided to focus on Mo Nian first, hoping that capturing him would neutralize their biggest threat. Fuck, are you treating me like a soft persimmon? Mo Nian's anger flared, and he swung the dragon bone 7-string bow with all his might. The limitless pine quivered behind him, and a ring of light shot out of his bow, smashing into the earth devils. Those 10 earth devils might be 6 vain heaven saints, but Mo Nian managed to send all 10 of them flying at once in his rage, though he did grunt from the impact. Those 10 6 vain heaven saints were unable to suppress Mo Nian. When their leader saw this, his face darkened, and he took out his horn, blowing into it once more. Following that, the eyes of endless devil creatures once more reddened, and they swarmed toward Bai Yingxie and the others. Kill Long Chen with the devil creatures. Lu Fan commanded, waving his hand. The Brahma divine diagram flew toward Long Chen, and the other experts began their attacks. Kill the White Dragon race's people and force Long Chen to save them, shouted Li Tianfen. Suddenly, space quivered, and a figure appeared before Li Tianfen like a devil god. Do you still remember what I said? When the battle starts, you'll be the first one I kill. Qin Keqing was an exception, and now it's your turn, declared Long Chen, directly smashing a fist at Li Tianfen. Chapter 5160 Extinguishing Li Tianfen. Long Chen's fist was neither fast nor slow, but with the stars flickering on its surface, it seemed as if his punch was backed by the entire cosmos. Even before the fist landed, it felt like the universe was on the verge of exploding. The rumbling echoed through the world, revealing the immense power behind Long Chen's strike. At this moment, people understood how Long Chen could crush the dragon bone zither with his hand. The power of this fist was practically on par with a full power attack from a human emperor divine weapon. Terrifying killing intent locked onto Li Tianfen, causing his body to quiver out of control. As the sensation of death enveloped him, his body stopped listening to him. Li Tianfen realized that Long Chen was instilling such profound fear in him that he was unable to summon his full strength. In this state, he wouldn't be able to unleash even half of his power before dying. You think you can kill me? You don't have the ability. Li Tianfen roared, using his roar to bolster his confidence and courage. His heavenly fate disc appeared behind him, and he swung the black chessboard at Long Chen. Long Chen's fist collided with the chessboard, causing Emperor Might to explode. The impact blasted countless holes into the void. Long Chen was knocked back 3 steps, while blood sprayed from Li Tianfen's mouth as he tumbled backward. Picking himself off the ground, Li Tianfen ignored the blood and laughed. So that's what happened. You could crush the dragon bone zither thanks to your dragon blood energy suppressing its item spirit. But your dragon blood can only suppress the dragon bone zither, not my ink blood chessboard or other weapons. Today, you are definitely dead. Li Tianfen's voice echoed loudly, revealing the truth to Lu Fan and the others. Their fear of Long Chen instantly diminished a great deal. With or without the suppression, it doesn't matter. You will still be the first one to die. Long Chen snorted and took a single step, shooting toward Li Tianfen like a bolt of lightning. Li Tianfen shouted, "The rest of you, slaughter them. Leave Long Chen to me." The next moment, Li Tianfen spat a mouthful of blood onto the ink blood chessboard, and strange lines formed on its surface, weaving into tiny chess pieces that shot toward Long Chen. Li Tianfen gritted his teeth and faced Long Chen directly, but in truth, this was just a tactic. He was afraid of Long Chen, yet he knew that showing fear would lead to his demise. By signaling everyone else to attack by xianxia and the others, Li Tianfen indirectly warned Long Chen, hoping to force him into abandoning the fight to save his allies. Unluckily for Li Tianfen, his plan failed. Long Chen ignored Bai Yingxie and the others, focusing solely on the enemy in front of him. His fist then smashed onto Li Tianfen's chessboard with a force far greater than before. The astral diagram on his fist enveloped his entire arm, amplifying the power of his attack several times over. Li Tianfen shook and more blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering onto the ink blood chessboard. The ground beneath him collapsed into an enormous crater from the impact. This time, Long Chen directed his power downward, trapping Li Tianfen in place. The force was concentrated solely on Li Tianfen and the ink blood chessboard, with no way to disperse or deflect it. It was a true, direct clash with no finesse or technique, just raw, overwhelming power. Li Tianfen felt as if his insides were about to burst. Shock and rage filled him as he realized he was no match for Long Chen. "Hurry up and kill them," roared Li Tianfen, desperately trying to divert Long Chen's attention once more. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the others had reached Bai Yingxie and her disciples, and waves of devil creatures closed in, surrounding them. Ignoring the chaos around him, Long Chen raised his fist again. This time, his entire upper body glowed with starlight, radiating an overwhelming aura. As he harnessed his full power, the very fabric of space seemed to solidify, the laws of the world froze in place, and all sound faded away. A chilling dread gripped Li Tianfen as he realized how insignificant he was in the face of Long Chen's power. He felt like an ant standing before an unstoppable force of nature. "Blood sacrifice!" exclaimed Li Tianfen. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianfen ignited his entire essence blood, which transformed into a current that flowed into the ink blood chessboard. Like Lu Fan, he sacrificed his longevity to awaken his human emperor divine weapon. However, without the faith energy to support him, he couldn't control this power. His body withered, making him look like a desiccated corpse. The ink blood chessboard's aura erupted, radiating emperor qi in every direction. "Today, either you die or I die," Li Tianfen roared, his eyes scarlet with madness as he smashed the ink blood chessboard forward. It was the strongest attack of his life. The collision shattered heaven and earth, causing starlight and black qi to rage wildly in the surroundings. Long Chen stood in the air, his upper body covered in starlight. Through his robes, his upper body resembled a vast cosmos, appearing both mysterious and endless. Below him, the terrain had completely deformed, and the earth was torn apart, exposing many divine ores. Despite their toughness, they had been crushed to bits. As a gentle breeze stirred, the fine powder filled the air, causing a barely conscious Li Tianfen to sneeze awake. Li Tianfen's body was in ruins, his arms were gone, and cracks ran across his entire body. He looked as if he might shatter at any moment. Sensing its master's impending doom, the ink blood chessboard had abandoned him and fled. On his deathbed, Li Tianfen spat out another mouthful of blood. With such an injury, there was no way he could survive, no one could save him. Hee. Li Tianfen forced a twisted grin, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Long Chen. Knowing he couldn't be saved, he felt no more fear. He sinisterly said, "So what if you kill me? Your comrades will accompany me." Hee, it's worth it. Li Tianfen felt extremely resentful. He could not comprehend how Long Chen could abandon Bai Yingxie and the others and instead choose to fight him to the death. Did Long Chen really value his life over all of theirs? "Accompany you? No, they won't be accompanying you. But you don't worry about being lonely on your path. I'll make sure you have some company," Long Chen said, shaking his head. Li Tianfen chuckled, not believing Long Chen. He could see Netherdragon Wuxiang's spear was right in front of Bai Yingxie. Just as Li Tianfen prepared to witness the end, he heard two women shout in unison, "Lightning Flame World Extermination." Lightning and flames exploded in a terrifying deluge that sent Lu Fan, Netherdragon Wuxiang, and the others flying wretchedly. Chapter 5161 Butchering Heavenly Geniuses. Lightning and flames fused, exploding in a terrifying tsunami that washed over the land. Its power was so immense that even heaven and earth seemed to tremble in its wake. Lu Fan, Nether Dragon Wuxiang, and the others were about to clash with the White Dragon race's experts when they were struck by this unstoppable force. As they struggled to regain their footing, the wave of lightning and flames continued to spread, sweeping across the battlefield. Countless devil creatures were caught in its path, reduced to dust in an instant. The overwhelming force caught many other experts off guard, and the torrent devoured them as well. Those trapped within the flood of lightning and flames fought desperately to survive, but in just moments, their bodies were crushed and their souls extinguished. Over 2 million heavenly chosens who had survived the dangerous heavenly tribulation were unable to survive Lei Linger and Huo Linger's combination attack. However, there was one exception. The lightning and flames swirled around a group, bypassing them. Within this land of death, the only ones left unaffected were the Zither sect's disciples. They were standing very far from the others to express their neutrality, as they did not want to be drawn into this battle. When the lightning and flames erupted, Liao Yuhuang felt a wave of despair. Against such a terrifying attack, she could only keep herself alive, but she wouldn't be able to protect the other disciples. Luckily, Lei Linger and Huo Linger had shown them mercy. As they looked around, they were met with a landscape of utter devastation. At the heart of the sea of lightning and flames, the 10 earth devils were bitterly enduring the onslaught, while Lu Fan and the others were in a miserable state as well. In the outer region, other than the Zither sect's disciples, everyone had been obliterated. Liao Yuhuang felt a shiver run through her, and all the Zither sect's disciples were pale with fright. They had never seen anything so terrifying before. As their initial shock wore off, their reverence for Liao Yuhuang grew deeper. Their group leader, Qin Keqing, had led them into a land of death. Luckily, Liao Yuhuang had dragged them back from the brink of annihilation. Had they stood on Qin Keqing's side, they would have faced the same grim fate as the others. Realizing this fact, they could only thank their goddess of luck. Suddenly, a divine diagram appeared in the sky, and Lu Fan rapidly formed a series of hand seals toward the Brahma divine diagram. Just then, a hand covered in starlight emerged from the sea of lightning and flames, grabbing Lu Fan's hand. Shocked, Lu Fan swung the Brahma blade using his other hand. But as soon as his sword moved, the starlit hand yanked forcefully, sending him flying. One of his arms remained where it was, forcibly torn from his body. Lu Fan screamed in agony. "Did you think I'd let you escape?" sneered Long Chen. "The Brahma Pill Valley is the main offender, and the others are just accomplices. But well, today, none of you will survive." After saying that, Long Chen appeared in front of the peak heavenly genius whose entire body was covered in dragon marks. Nether Dragon Wuxiang. "What happened to those grand claims you made earlier?" Long Chen's voice was cold as he slammed his palm down on Nether Dragon Wuxiang. Nether Dragon Wuxiang was just about to flee when Long Chen intercepted him. "Then I'll drag you down with me." Nether Dragon Wuxiang roared, his spear blazing with light as he thrust it toward Long Chen. Long Chen grabbed the speared IP and forcefully shoved it back, sending an overwhelming force directly into Nether Dragon Wuxiang's chest. "Die!" Long Chen shouted, swinging his hand with fierce determination. Astral energy erupted around him as he unleashed his signature move, the invincible divine face slap art. With a look of terror, Nether Dragon Wuxiang exploded, his Yuan spirit disintegrating. Alongside Qin Keqing and Li Tianfen, another peak heavenly genius had fallen. A terrified and furious roar rang out as countless giant flame dragons surrounded Yang Hong. He had transformed into an enormous beast with Yanshu flames burning around him. Despite his efforts, he couldn't find a way to escape. On the other battlefield, countless dragon chains were binding an enormous divine phoenix, tightening fiercely. Huang Wudao roared in fury, his lightning runes flickering weakly against the overwhelming power of the chains. As everyone was giving up and starting to run, Huo Linger and Lei Linger rushed to their targets, afraid that they would get away. Amidst the chaos, Mo Nian put away the dragon bone 7-string bow. With a sword in hand, he hunted down the earth devils. There were already 3 corpses on the ground, and the remaining 7 were fleeing for their lives. Luckily, the sea of lightning and flames had a great suppressive effect on the earth devils but not on Mo Nian. As a result, he instantly became arrogant. Since these earth devils had ruined his spotlight, Mo Nian cast his fury on them. "You old fogies, who said you could ruin my affairs? Who said you could stop me from showing off? Don't you know that's the first time I ever got such a good chance to show off?" Mo Nian grew angrier as he cursed. With a single slash, he cleaved through one of the Earth Devil's bone staffs and struck down another, sending their head flying. After slaying Netherdragon Wuxiang, Long Chen scanned the battlefield. Luo Yujiao and the others were trying to flee, but the relentless lightning and flames obstructed their path, slowing them down. There were barely 20 experts left on the battlefield. Those who had survived Lei Linger and Huo Linger's devastating attack were primarily the strongest peak experts. Even though they might not all match Lu Fan's level of strength, they were formidable in their own right. Long Chen suddenly made his move, showing up in front of the Earth Devils like a bolt of lightning. Mo Nian shouted, "Don't fight over them with me. I can deal with them." Long Chen's sudden attack blew apart one of those Earth Devils. After that, he said, "Leave these old fellows to me. You can do roll call." Roll call. Mo Nian was baffled for a moment but then understood Long Chen's meaning. With an excited expression, he directly abandoned the old Earth Devils and flew into the air, summoning the Dragon Bone 7-string bow again. An arrow sliced through the air, causing an explosion to ripple within the sea of flames and lightning. A peak expert was caught off guard, roaring in frustration as Mo Nian's arrow ended his life. In this chaotic arena, the remaining experts were essentially Mo Nian's live targets. Suppressed by the lightning and flames, they couldn't bring out their full power, causing them to be picked off one by Mo Nian's arrows. Just as Mo Nian relished his victories, two more explosive sounds erupted. "My Yan Shu line is undying. Just you wait." Yan Hong was slain once more, transforming into a mass of runes that were quickly devoured by Huo Linger. Huang Wudao, similarly, was crushed to death by Lei Linger, his core runes swallowed by her. When Lei Linger and Huo Linger were done, they recalled their lightning and flame sea. The battlefield then returned to its previous state. Now, the only one left was Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, come, call me daddy and I'll consider sparing your life," taunted Mo Nian. He stared at Lu Fan with his bow in hand, looking insufferably arrogant. "You fools, you will still die today," roared Lu Fan. Suddenly, the Brahma Divine diagram exploded, twisting the entire space. Long Chen and the others' vision shifted as they were forced out of the heavenly flame devil domain. Then, they saw two towering divine statues. "This is the Glacial Heaven Plaza." Bai Yingxie and the others were stunned to see the statues again, as well as the familiar buildings. An ear-piercing alarm blared, and countless terrifying auras rose throughout every corner of Glacial Heaven City. Chapter 5162 Sudden Change. "Damn this bastard," cursed Mo Nian. Seeing that they had been brought to the Glacial Heaven Plaza, Mo Nian turned pale. So, Lu Fan had managed to transport them straight into the Brahma Pill Valley's hive. No wonder he had said that they would definitely die. "Long Chen, you should run now. With this much commotion, all of Pill Valley's experts will arrive soon," said Mo Nian. "Why should I run? Have you forgotten our goal? If we leave now, what about Big Brother Wuzhong? The ones we killed in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain were just small fry and accomplices. The real targets here. This is our chance for true vengeance," countered Long Chen. Mo Nian was taken aback by Long Chen's reasonable words, but he quickly recovered. "Even if we're going to avenge Big Brother Wuzhong, we can't rush it. If we lose our lives here and see him in the Yellow Springs, won't he curse at us? If we join forces, why should we fear them? When did you become so gutless?" Long Chen challenged, his gaze intense. "You." Mo Nian was extremely provoked by Long Chen's gaze. As long as they were alive, they would have more chances for revenge, no? Why was he in such a rush? "First of all, I, Mo Nian, am not afraid of trouble. After all these years, I've never encountered anyone I truly fear, but that's limited to those within the same realm. A human emperor is a different story. Besides, with so many people around us, when the battle starts, I cannot guarantee their safety," explained Mo Nian solemnly. Mo Nian would never hesitate to run amok if he was with Long Chen. After all, he was a master at fleeing. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape alive. However, with the White Dragon race behind them, there was no way he could fight freely. If they fought like this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, and the White Dragon race might even face annihilation. "If a human emperor comes, I'll deal with them. You deal with the rest. How's that?" proposed Long Chen. Mo Nian's jaw dropped as he stared at Long Chen in disbelief. After a long pause, he said, "Fuck, you make me sound like a coward. If you can handle a human emperor, then I'll handle all the other experts in the Glacial Heaven domain." Alright, then it's a done deal. We'll handle our own missions, alright, Long Chen remarked, raising his hand toward Mo Nian. Mo Nian slapped it firmly. At that moment, their pact was sealed, an agreement that would echo throughout the world. Countless enemies came pouring in from every direction, exuding various terrifying auras. It wouldn't be long before they fully surrounded Long Chen and the others. As for Lu Fan, after transporting everyone to the glacial heaven place, no one knew which rat hole he had dove into. Long Chen had planned on interrogating Lu Fan, but this fellow was just too crafty, directly gone without a trace. With no other choice, Long Chen turned his attention to the divine statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. "Senior, are you prepared?" asked Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron answered, "I've been ready for a long time. I thought that you had forgotten about this." The Earth Cauldron had been salivating over these two divine statues for a while. However, it would have never mentioned it first out of fear of adding to Long Chen's karma. Just then, Lu Fan's voice echoed through the glacial heaven domain. "Everyone, be on high alert. Everyone in the core of the heavenly flame devil domain has been killed by Long Chen, Mo Nian, and the White Dragon race experts. Don't let them escape." His voice was transmitted by some special formation, so no one could narrow down his location. However, his voice shook the entire glacial heaven domain. Just then, a large, muscular elder of the Netherdragon race stepped forward, roaring. "I don't believe it, brat. Tell me, where are Netherdragon Wuxiang and my Netherdragon race's disciples? If you dare to lie to me, I'll make you regret ever being born." This elder was a terrifying six-vein heaven saint, and he led hundreds of elders of the Netherdragon race. Their eyes were sharp, as if ready to strike at any hint of deceit from Long Chen and Mo Nian. Other experts from various races had also surrounded them, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. Despite their anger, they were skeptical of Lu Fan's claims. However, given Lu Fan's status as one of Brahma's 8 sons, his words carried weight, making the elders increasingly anxious as they awaited Long Chen and Mo Nian's response. "Don't listen to Lu Fan's nonsense. I think I hit him with my shovel too hard and hurt his brain. That's why he would say something so ridiculous." "Don't believe him," replied Mo Nian as he waved his hand dismissively. The crowd's tension eased slightly. After all, those who could enter the core region were their top heavenly geniuses. How could they die so easily? "Speak, where are they?" "Don't lie," shouted that elder from the Netherdragon race. "They're on the path," replied Mo Nian solemnly. "On the path to where? Speak clearly." "Cough, naturally. On the path of reincarnation." Mo Nian shrugged. Everyone fell silent, but the elder from the Netherdragon race suddenly roared. Ignoring the rules of the Brahma Pill Valley, he directly attacked people on the glacial heaven plaza, his sharp claws reaching straight for Mo Nian's throat. The next moment, a cold light flashed, and a head flew into the air. Mo Nian calmly wiped the fresh blood off his sword, and with an indifferent expression, he said, "There's no rush. Come one at a time. All of you will have a chance to go on that path." An eerie silence descended upon the glacial heaven plaza. Chapter 5163. I want to try it. Mo Nian beheaded the elder of the Netherdragon race in one move, killing the latter casually. Normally, a six-vein heaven saint wouldn't die even if their head was cut off. Their heaven vein energy would allow them to keep fighting. Yet, today, the six-vein heaven saint of the Netherdragon race fell in one attack, his corpse collapsing to the ground limply. After that, his true form materialized. He couldn't be deader than a dead dog. In truth, this elder was extremely strong, definitely much stronger than those earth devils. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Mo Nian, assuming that someone who had just reached the eternal realm couldn't pose a threat to him. He was afraid he would use too much force and directly crush Mo Nian. He wanted to capture Mo Nian alive. Another crucial factor was the location, the glacial heaven plaza. According to Brahma Pill Valley's rules, killing anyone before the statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite was considered the gravest blasphemy against the revered gods. Due to these constraints, the elder had refrained from using his full strength, which ultimately led to his swift and unexpected demise at Mo Nian's hand. Of all these experts, only Lu Fan knew Long Chen and Mo Nian's true power, but he hadn't said anything, resulting in the death of this elder. "What's going on? Where is Han Chenyi?" transmitted Mo Nian to Long Chen. "I don't know. Even the other experts of Pill Valley haven't appeared." "It's a bit odd," responded Long Chen. "Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever scheme they're cooking up, we'll blast through it with pure power." After saying that, Long Chen suddenly appeared on top of Lord Brahma's statue. In front of countless shocked gazes, he took out a bronze cauldron and smashed its head. Has he gone crazy? Every expert present was shocked. How could someone dare to strike Lord Brahma's statue? That would be planting an undying enmity between them. Everyone held their breaths and watched with rapt attention as the cauldron struck the statue's head. With an explosive sound, the entire statue crumbled, its divine runes scattering like tumbling golden coins, resembling a huge money deposit that had been smashed apart. As a sea of faith energy fell apart, countless figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings. You finally can't wait any longer. Long Chen sneered. After smashing Lord Brahma's statue, he immediately flitted toward the other statue. You bastard, stop. Just as Long Chen was about to strike the statue, dozens of figures charged at him. Mo Nian and the others were shocked to find that 2 of those figures had 9 heaven vein dragon chi swirling around them. They were legendary 9 vein heaven saints, the pinnacle of all heaven saints. Alongside them were 6 8 vein heaven saints, with the rest being 7 vein and 6 vein heaven saints. The sudden appearance of so many experts made Mo Nian jump. Sensing their auras, Mo Nian quickly realized that these figures had been abruptly drawn out of a meditative state. Their energies were still half dormant. It seemed that Lu Fan had sent them out, knowing that ordinary experts wouldn't be able to deal with Long Chen and the others. He had sent out the small fry to stall for time while he woke the real experts from seclusion. These elders had only just come out of seclusion when they saw Long Chen smash apart Lord Brahma's statue. Their souls practically fled in terror. A divine statue had been destroyed. That was a huge affair. After that, seeing Long Chen charging at the statue of fallen Daynite, they roared and rushed toward him. However, with their cultivation bases still half dormant, they couldn't move that quickly. Another divine statue was smashed apart, and faith energy poured out. Strands of golden light within this faith energy flowed into the earth cauldron. After absorbing the golden threads, the earth cauldron directly returned to the primal chaos space, not bothering with the vast majority of this energy. Senior, isn't your appetite too small? After all my work, you have to at least eat half of this, right? Asked Long Chen. Seeing the faith energy scattering and sensing its endless divine energy, Long Chen felt his heart ache. I only want the purest divine energy inside of it. The rest is useless to me. Don't underestimate those golden threads. They are extremely helpful to me, and I'm going into seclusion to refine them. I leave the rest to you, remarked the earth cauldron. Golden light then covered it, and it went into seclusion. You goddamn bastard, how dare you blaspheme the gods? Repent in hell for the rest of your life. Cursed one of the 9 vein heaven saints. Vice domain lord, don't waste words with him. Kill them now, shouted one of Pill Valley's experts. This 9 vein heaven saint was the vice domain lord for the glacial heaven domain. At this moment, he was about to go insane. Found them. Bai Yingxue cried out. When Long Chen broke both divine statues, she instantly sensed Bai Yingxuan's aura. 2. Bai Yingxue stabbed her sword into the plaza, sending bricks flying and piercing a large hole into the ground. After that, the disciples of the White Dragon race blazed with killing intent. Through the hole, they saw a harrowing sight. Bai Yingxuan and the elders of the White Dragon race were bound to stone pillars, with bone needles nailed through their bodies. All of them looked to be on their last breaths. Seeing Bai Yingxuan someone she idolized in such a state, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but weep. She immediately rushed down. As it turned out, there was a prison right beneath the plaza, and the divine might of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite's divine statues had masked its aura. Seeing them in this state, the White Dragon race cursed the Brahma Pill Valley for their cruelty. Once Bai Yingxuan and the others were awakened, they were overjoyed to see their disciples had all become heavenly chosens. But their hearts sank when they saw the formidable lineup they were facing. Just then, the entire glacial heaven domain quivered, and an enormous barrier covered the entire domain. Lu Fan's voice echoed once more. Ha ha ha, the glacial heaven barrier has been activated. Unless you can destroy the entire domain, none of you can escape today. Destroy the glacial heaven domain. That's not a bad idea. I want to try it, exclaimed Long Chen, a savage smile appearing on his face. 1. Just in case you guys forgot, he's the domain lord who's slapped by Long Chen in chapter 5097. 2. Bai Yingxuan is the female elder, leader of the White Dragon race. Chapter 5164 Mo Nian's divine might. Long Chen, my White Dragon race has implicated you, said Bai Yingxuan, her gaze fixed sadly on the barrier surrounding the glacial heaven domain. She looked apologetic, filled with immense regret. Perhaps others didn't understand what this barrier represented, but she did. This was a barrier formed from faith energy intertwining with the glacial heaven domain's natural dragon veins. It was unbreakable, just as Lu Fan had said, unless they could destroy the entire glacial heaven domain, breaking through it was impossible. Destroying an entire domain, that was beyond the capability of even a human emperor, let alone them. In Bai Yingxuan's view, the white dragon race had dragged Long Chen down. Otherwise, he would have had enough time to escape. Senior, don't worry about it. If it weren't for the help of my brothers and sisters from the white dragon race, perhaps I would have succumbed to my heavenly tribulation. There's no need for such words between us, Long Chen replied with a reassuring smile. Pill Valley's experts had surrounded them, but they were in no rush to attack. They patiently waited while Long Chen spoke to Bai Yingxuan. Mo Nian couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Long Chen replied, "That little fellow Lu Fan is afraid of us. He's warned them about our strength, so they're waiting for Han Chenyi to appear, as they know that only Han Chenyi can beat us for sure. Perhaps he has learned restraint after being slapped around last time. Then what are we waiting for? I'm going to start things off right now. As we agreed, Han Chenyi is yours. The rest are mine," exclaimed Mo Nian. Mo Nian's ancient pine tree appeared behind him once more, and his aura rapidly rose, unfurling into the heavens. What shocked Bai Yingxie and the others was that Mo Nian's aura hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it had grown stronger. Mo Nian's aura raged, sending astral winds billowing out from him. The force was so intense that countless bricks from the glacial heaven plaza were sent flying like shooting stars. These flying bricks struck and blasted apart countless people. There might be many experts here, but none of them was powerful. After all, the majority were here to negotiate with Pill Valley. They were skilled at currying favor but lacking in true strength. The flying bricks instantly devastated Glacial Heaven City. Many experts managed to dodge, only for the buildings behind them to be struck instead. In just a few breaths, the devastation was immeasurable, with countless lives lost simply from Mo Nian unleashing his aura. It was only now that people realized the true extent of Mo Nian's power. His aura continued to climb, causing the earth to crack and the plaza to sink. Just what kind of monster is he? Hu Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. At this moment, Mo Nian was exponentially stronger than he had been in the heavenly flame devil domain. Could it be that he had been hiding his true power all along? Heaven and earth shook as Mo Nian's aura finally stabilized. Runes flowed around him, and with every breath he took, the world seemed to pulse with him. The ancient pine in Mo Nian's manifestation looked even more real now, taller and straighter, brimming with life and divinity. Amidst countless shocked gazes, Mo Nian turned back to Bai Yingxie and said, "I was careless before. I didn't ignite my eternal energy. Not only did I lose face, but I almost caused you harm as well. However, such a thing won't happen again because I'm now at full power. Please accept this slaughter as my apology." In a flash, Mo Nian vanished, appearing in front of that nine-vein heaven saint from Pill Valley, swinging his sword down. The elder shouted, and a pill furnace materialized in front of him, divine light flowing over it. This furnace was a human emperor divine weapon. As two human emperor divine weapons clashed, Glacial Heaven City, which was already on the verge of collapse, blew apart. The entire city was flattened, and every building was reduced to rubble. Mo Nian and the elder were blasted back by the impact. The elder was completely shocked. While Long Chen and the others had been talking, Mo Nian had been silently accumulating power. Lu Fan had told them that Long Chen was incredibly powerful and had the power to kill them. As a result, they were on guard and ready against Long Chen. While the elder's attack looked hasty, in truth, it was his full power. However, the clash ended in a draw, leaving him utterly shocked. How could he not? He was a nine-vein heaven saint who had cultivated for countless years, while Mo Nian had just reached the eternal realm. Yet, in their full power clash, the elder didn't have the upper hand. The powerful chi wave unleashed by their collision blew the surrounding Pill Valley experts away. Just then, they saw a horrifying scene. Mo Nian, who was still flying back, had switched out his sword for the Dragon Bone 7-string bow. In an instant, arrow after arrow broke through space, creating a torrent of arrows as Mo Nian's right hand became a blur. This was the second time Bai Yingxie and the others had seen Mo Nian use this move, yet they were still shocked. Most importantly, The aura of these arrows was many times stronger than when he had used this move to suppress Lu Fan and the others. The Pill Valley experts were slain, their bodies turning into sieves. Only the 2 Nine-Vein Heaven Saints could block the arrows. The other Nine-Vein Heaven Saint roared upon seeing everyone else slain. A tortoise-shell shield appeared in his hand, and he smashed it at Mo Nian. The tortoise-shell's divine rune shimmered, causing Mo Nian's arrow to simply bounce off. His attacks couldn't inflict any substantial damage. The elder then charged at Mo Nian with brute force, using the tortoise shell as a battering ram, while another elder took advantage of the opening to launch an attack from a different angle. "Long Chen, I've done as we agreed. Everything else is up to you," exclaimed Mo Nian. After taking a deep breath, Mo Nian switched his bow out for his sword, and the pine tree in his manifestation swayed. A fluctuation suddenly spread from it and flowed into his sword. It was a mysterious force that could not be detected with the soul. "Maha Limitless," Mo Nian shouted, raising his sword as blood-colored marks appeared along the blade's edge. With a single, decisive swing, his sword cleaved through heaven and earth, along with the 9-Vein Heaven Saint and his tortoise shell. With another sweep of his sword, a black line appeared in the sky and perfectly struck the elder with the Daynite furnace in his hand. The sky itself seemed to split apart, along with the elder, leaving everyone stunned. Mo Nian was practically heaven-defying. Using his new eternal realm power, he had slain 2 Nine-Vein Heaven Saints. Both friends and foes were in shock at this sight. However, after killing them, Mo Nian turned as pale as paper, his aura plummeted, and his manifestation vanished. It was clear that he could only maintain such a state for a brief instant. Just as Mo Nian's aura plummeted, the void exploded, and a hand stretched out, slamming toward him. "It's Han Chenny," Bai Yingxuan cried out, recognizing the aura even though she couldn't see him. Chapter 5165 8-Color Divine Ring. Time seemed to freeze as Han Chenny's hand broke through space, rendering everyone immobile. This was the Emperor Might. In front of such power, normal experts felt like ants kneeling on the ground, even looking up was a kind of blasphemy. In fact, they couldn't even muster the courage to look at him. Mo Nian instantly froze as Han Chenny attacked. He could only watch as Han Chenny's hand reached toward him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. With great effort, he managed to raise a hand and lift his middle finger as a final act of defiance. Han Chenny's hand slammed down, crushing the void into pieces. Fragments of spacetime flew through the air and tore heaven and earth apart. Yet, just as the hand was about to make contact with Mo Nian, another hand intervened, dragging him away and preventing the fatal blow. The other hand belonged to Long Chen, and when everyone looked at him, they let out startled cries. At some point, an 8-color divine ring had materialized behind Long Chen, and a powerful pressure erupted out of him, allowing him to compete even against the might of a human emperor. This display left everyone in stunned disbelief. "There's an extra color," exclaimed Mo Nian, staring at Long Chen's divine ring in shock. Long Chen's divine ring, which originally had 7 colors red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet now had an additional black color outside the violet. When this violet ring appeared, it emitted a vast divine pressure that shook the world. Ripples of power continuously charged out of Long Chen's body. The 8-color divine ring slowly spun, but the outermost black ring remained static, like a frozen world that couldn't be moved. As the 7 colors began to merge into the black divine ring, the space outside it started to twist. Despite the overwhelming divine might of the human emperor radiating across the land, it was unable to suppress Long Chen's 8-color divine ring. The 8-color divine ring forcibly created its own space within a human emperor's domain. This space became Long Chen's world. From that space, a hand emerged like it had torn through the heavens. Soon, a figure stepped out. It was the human emperor Han Chenny. Behind him, Lu Fan followed closely. When Han Chenny saw that Lord Brahma and fallen Daynites' divine statues had been destroyed, a vein throbbed on his forehead, and killing intent erupted out of him. Han Chenny hissed, "Ignorant fool, to blaspheme the gods and slaughter the innocent, you've given my Brahma Pill Valley more than enough reason to obliterate the High Firmament Academy." Han Chenny seethed with anger. Glacial Heaven City lay in ruins, and the divine statues were shattered, something unprecedented in the history of Brahma Pill Valley. This was a direct provocation against Pill Valley's bottom line. As the domain lord, Han Chenny was about to go crazy. Simply killing Long Chen and his allies wasn't enough to quell his fury. He wanted to drag the High Firmament Academy down with them. "Ignorant fogey, You have colluded with the devil creatures to harm others, trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes and take control of the world, yet you can still slander others. Do you know that everything that happened in the heavenly flame devil domain has been recorded by me? Once I leave, Brahma Pill Valley's sinister face will be exposed to the world, sneered Long Chen. Ha ha ha, the glacial heaven barrier has been activated. Leave, are you dreaming? Han Chenny laughed furiously. Is a half-step human emperor worth me dreaming about? Responded Long Chen indifferently. At this moment, Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. You're looking down on a half-step human emperor. What a huge joke. Do you know what realm you are at? Beneath human emperors, I am unmatched. Amongst human emperors, 1 for 1. Is my realm enough? Declared Long Chen. When everyone heard this, their heart and soul shuddered, and even heaven and earth resonated with his words. It was as if the world itself recognized his declaration. This was not just a boast, it was a confidence that came from Long Chen's soul, born from his experience of slaughtering his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If anyone else had said this, they would have been scoffed at. But when these words came from Long Chen, the heavens rumbled, and everyone had no choice but to believe him. Ha ha ha, then let me see if your true ability matches your mouth. Han Chenny laughed, his killing intent reaching its peak. When the opening ceremony to the heavenly flame devil domain was completed, Han Chenny directly suppressed by Yingxuan and the others before leaving everything else to his subordinates. He had then gone into seclusion to calm his raging emotions, which had been triggered by Long Chen's slap. Such an emotional upheaval was not good for him, so he had to quickly calm down. Han Chenny was on the brink of breaking through to the human emperor realm. However, if there was an issue with his mental state, he risked failing this rare opportunity, a failure that could delay his next chance for hundreds, or even thousands, of years. Thus, he had quickly gone into seclusion to adjust his mental state. As the domain lord, he had set up multiple layers of protection, ensuring that even someone like Lu Fan, a son of Brahma, would need to pass through multiple locks to reach him. This was why it had taken Han Chenny so long to come out. Now, seeing the divine statues and city destroyed, he was incensed. Long Chen's brazen claim of being unrivaled beneath the human emperor realm only provoked him further. Dragon Chi swirled around Han Chenny, forming a 9-dragon diagram that floated within his manifestation. The earth beneath started to sink, and the void crackled and shattered like thin ice struck by a boulder. Bai Yingxie and the others hastily fell back because the pressure of a human emperor was enough to make them feel like they would burst and their wills would collapse. If they didn't retreat, they would simply be crushed. Mo Nian, Bai Yingxie, and the others weren't the only ones forced to retreat. Lu Fan and his group also withdrew. Within the ruins of Glacial Heaven City, only Long Chen and Han Chenny remained. They stood in the sky, with Han Chenny's 9-dragon diagram rumbling behind him and Long Chen's 8-color divine ring shaking the world. It was a confrontation between a seasoned, half-step human emperor and a peerless heavenly genius of the new era. Even before the battle began, the murderous aura between them already filled the air. Foolish brat, today I'll show you a human emperor's true power. Han Chenny roared, tearing through space and appearing in front of Long Chen, his palm slamming toward him with overwhelming force. Chapter 5166 Violently beating Han Chenny. Frog at the bottom of a well. Today, I'll show you Boss Long San's true power, Long Chen snorted, raising his hand just like that in response to Han Chenny's attack. What? Shouted Bai Yingxuan and the other White Dragon elders. Seeing Long Chen so brazenly block Han Chenny's attack, Bai Yingxuan and the others almost passed out. Known for her immense confidence and reputation as a battle maniac in the White Dragon race, Bai Yingxuan feared no heaven saint below 9 veins. However, in front of Han Chenny, she was utterly powerless, completely suppressed by his overwhelming presence. The fact that Long Chen dared to directly confront Han Chenny barehanded seemed almost suicidal. Their palms collided, and it was as if a sun had exploded upon impact. A massive sphere of light rapidly expanded outward, tearing another layer off the earth. Whether it was dirt, the ruins of buildings, or entire mountains, everything the light touched was reduced to dust. Bai Yingxie and the others were about to join forces to block the sphere of light, but Bai Yingxuan directly summoned their 10,000 dragon nest, drawing everyone inside. They had just entered the 10,000 dragon nest when the sphere of light struck it. The immense 10,000 dragon nest was now like a tiny boat tossed by a raging wave, flung through the air with terrifying force. Inside, Mo Nian and the others watched what was happening in shock. Countless experts fled for their lives, their legs moving so fast they seemed like spinning wheels. But the sphere of light was relentless, catching up to many of them. Anyone touched by it disintegrated into nothingness. Heavens, how terrifying, muttered Hu Xiaoyu. He stared at that hellish scene with her hand covering her mouth, filled with horror. This was a kind of power that made people despair. The sphere of light continued to spread, destroying mountains and plains. Finally, the sphere of light grew to the limit and struck the barrier before exploding. Everyone was stunned. Didn't this mean that this shockwave had covered the entire glacial heaven domain? Based on the strength of its destructive power, anyone who didn't have a defensive weapon like the 10,000 dragon nest and whose power was below that of an eternal heavenly chosen stood no chance of survival. After the shockwave subsided, they were stunned to see a few solitary figures emerging from the dirt. After carefully sensing, they realized that their numbers didn't even reach 2,000. Previously, the glacial heaven domain had been packed with people, but after this devastating attack, fewer than 2,000 remained. Many of those survivors were disfigured and severely wounded, leaving Bai Yingxuan and the others in shock. "Quick, fly back, what happened to Long Chen?" shouted Bai Yingxuan. The 10,000 dragon nest quickly flew back to the core region, but the astral winds still raged violently, making their approach difficult. They barely managed to get close to the city. Within the whirlwind of destruction, they saw two figures with their hands still clashing. Countless ripples exploded from their bodies, scouring heaven and earth with their immense power. Heavens, what kind of monster is senior apprentice brother Long Chen? The White Dragon race's disciples cried out in shock, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Long Chen could contend against a human emperor without being at the slightest disadvantage. How hateful, too hateful, grumbled Mo Nian. He suddenly stamped his foot in frustration. Everyone jumped, and Bai Yingxue hastily asked, "What is it?" "It's absolutely hateful. He's showing off once again and completely covers up my little bit of light. I don't want such a brother. He doesn't give me any face," cried out Mo Nian dejectedly. Everyone instantly rolled their eyes. Even at such a tense time, this fellow was in the mood to quibble over such a thing. Who would want a brother like that? Above glacial heaven city, Long Chen continued to clash with Han Chenny. The black ring slowly started to spin, extracting this world's energy at a crazy rate and providing Long Chen with an unending stream of power. The black ring was the most mysterious of the 8-color divine ring, and Long Chen had yet to figure out its true power. All he knew was that when he summoned the 8-color divine ring, all the energy of heaven and earth was his to command. The will of the heavenly Taos? That was nonsense in comparison. Even if it refused to give him its energy, he would take it by force. After Long Chen had advanced to the eternal realm, his physical body had already gone through the refinement of heavenly flames and heavenly lightning. As a result, his body was as tough as a human emperor's divine weapon. Although Long Chen wasn't entirely sure how strong a true human emperor was, he felt that he had reached that level. As they clashed, it was like two volcanoes were erupting from their palms, with berserk power constantly clashing, yet neither of them budged. Long Chen hadn't even taken half a step back. Finally, Han Chenny's expression changed. Something was wrong. He had never seen such a terrifying physical body before. Most terrifying of all, Long Chen's power seemed limitless, and Han Chenny couldn't suppress him. "Is this the so-called true power of a human emperor that you mentioned?" mocked Long Chen. He looked at Han Chenny indifferently. Hearing this, Han Chenny furiously shouted, "You ignorant fool, you have no idea." Long Chen directly slapped him in the face with his other hand and cursed, "Is your mouth so disgusting because you ate crap for breakfast?" Long Chen's palm struck Han Chenny's face with a solid impact, sending him crashing into the ground. A giant crater formed, and the remaining part of the city seemed to rise in response. Bai Yingxuan and the others were left speechless, their jaws dropping and their eyes nearly popping out at the sight. "Die!" roared Han Chenny as he charged out of the ground, swinging a fist at Long Chen. Long Chen met the blow with his palm, and with an explosive sound, Long Chen grunted and shot back. When they turned their attention back to Han Chenny, they saw him surrounded by divine runes from his 9-heaven vein dragon chi diagram. In this state, he looked incredibly fierce, and his aura had surged to a new level. He raised his head and roared, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Just as Han Chenny roared, a hand covered in starlight slammed into his mouth. Long Chen used the same hand to smash Han Chenny back into the ground, silencing him completely. Dust exploded as if a meteorite had just struck the ground. After that, a massive wave of earth erupted, cutting off any view of the two combatants. The ground continuously shook, each tremor louder than the last. However, they still couldn't see the two of them. They had no idea what was happening underground. Suddenly, the earth burst apart, sending a wave of debris into the air. Two figures shot out from the chaos, and xianxia and the others let out startled cries. Chapter 5167 Domain Divine Weapon. Two figures emerged into the sky. No one knew what had happened underground, but Long Chen appeared unscathed, while Han Chenyi bore visible injuries. Half of his face was swollen, and his shoulder was bloody with a piece of flesh missing. Han Chenyi is injured. xianxia and the others were shocked. Looking back at Long Chen and seeing that he truly wasn't injured, they were overjoyed. Only Mo Nian wasn't watching. He picked up a stick and doodled on the ground sadly, muttering, "All my spotlight's been taken. No one's paying any attention to me. How pitiful, how weak, how powerless." xianxia and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. The surviving experts outside witnessed the scene as well. Shock spread among them, replaced by a growing sense of dread. They were allies of the Brahma Pill Valley, and seeing Long Chen's overwhelming power raised a grim realization. If Long Chen was this formidable now, what would happen once he reached his full potential? Once he grew up, would they have any chance of survival? They started to regret coming to the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, but there was no going back. This enmity was already planted. To compete against me in close-range combat, you are courting death. That's my strongest point, remarked Long Chen as he gazed at the furious Han Chenyi. Just moments ago, the two of them had clashed violently underground. Despite Han Chenyi's high realm, his actual combat power was only average, and his reaction speed had clearly regressed. Perhaps he was used to abusing his position too much and hadn't fought in a while. In just a few moves, he had realized that this wouldn't work and retreated. With gritted teeth, Han Chenyi endured the pain. Long Chen's attacks were backed by a bizarre power that disrupted his recovery ability. Thus, his shoulder ached and looked ugly, but he couldn't do anything about it. After that, Han Chenyi raised his hand, summoning a staff that shook the entire glacial heaven domain. A domain divine weapon, xianxia cried out in shock. This so-called domain divine weapon was bound to the karmic luck of an entire domain, and it was far stronger than an average weapon. As it was backed by an entire domain's karmic luck, its power would sometimes break through all limits and cause unimaginable devastation. The appearance of the domain divine weapon in Han Chenyi's hands tightened the tension in xianxia's chest. After all, it was truly capable of destroying the world. In response, Long Chen summoned Dragonbone Evilmoon. The moment he held it, he felt his flesh and blood resonate with it, as if they were merging into one. "I really am blessed to have you," exclaimed Long Chen as looked at Evilmoon. Sensing its immense power, he finally found the feeling of becoming one with the saber. Evilmoon had grown even stronger, but it was still in slumber. Only its blade could help Long Chen in combat right now. 7 runes on Evilmoon's blade lit up simultaneously. In the past, activating all 7 split the heavens runes was a challenge for Long Chen, but now it was as effortless as breathing. Even as Han Chenyi approached, Long Chen didn't pay attention to him. He simply raised his saber and swung it down, unleashing an enormous saber image. Han Chenyi had initiated the attack, but like a scoundrel, Long Chen countered without any regard for his well-being, as if baiting Han Chenyi into a suicidal exchange. For Han Chenyi, this was his first time encountering such a brazen move. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Evilmoon, he didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Instead, he immediately switched tactics, opting to deflect and block Long Chen's attack. The entire glacial heaven domain trembled as the surrounding land sank, and Han Chenyi grunted in pain as he was forced backward. "That's no good. How can you destroy my high firmament academy like that? Try to take this one," Long Chen taunted, raising his saber once more. Countless stars swirled around his body, channeling their energy into Evilmoon. Spots of starlight then illuminated the blade, and a sharp, deadly aura filled the air. Long Chen's saber descended like a collapsing river of stars, locking onto Han Chenyi. The intensity of the attack left Han Chenyi shocked. A new eternal disciple should not have been capable of locking onto him so effectively. Furthermore, this saber gave him a sense of impending death. "Glacial Heaven God Seal," Han Chenyi roared, suddenly throwing his staff into the sky and forming a series of hand seals. The next moment, the earth erupted as a pair of colossal hands rose from the ground, grasping the massive staff that had transformed into a heavenly pillar. The hand swung the pillar through the air with immense force. Long Chen's saber collided with the pillar. With an explosive sound, the colossal hands shattered. Beneath the staff, Han Chenny spat out blood and was once more sent flying. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder, feeling the familiar peace that came with it. He looked down upon Han Chenny in the distance and began to walk toward him. Long Chen taunted, "The mighty Brahma Pill Valley has always looked down on other people's lives. How does it feel, now that it's someone else's turn to take your life? Do you enjoy it?" Han Chenny glared at Long Chen, and flames almost burst out of his eyes. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Seeing his expression, Long Chen grew contemptuous, asking, "Is that anger? You're angry with just this? Your Brahma Pill Valley runs around, causing trouble everywhere, twisting right and wrong, and causing the deaths of so many innocent people. Did you ever think about their anger? Devil Fall City was a flourishing city, but just because they refused to submit to you, you wanted to destroy it. The commoners of Devil Fall City lost their homes because of you. The city lord also had no choice but to sacrifice his life to bring down his ancestral divine weapon. Do you know, he just had children and wanted to see them grow up. Do you have any idea how much he wanted to live?" Han Chenny sneered, "They're nothing more than ants. Too blind to see the rise of Brahma Pill Valley. In the path of immortality, those who follow us will prosper, and those who defy us will be crushed. What's there to justify? Anyone who opposes us is a fool. Even if we don't destroy them, they'll be swallowed by other powers. It's their own folly. You're talking about Xing Wuzhong, right? Ha, he was one of the biggest fools. His death was well deserved, and if we find his surviving family, they'll meet the same fate." Long Chen's fury instantly ignited. "No, it's you who has earned your death." 1,000 waves surged on Long Chen's blade as he transformed into a streak of light, shooting at Han Chenny with terrifying killing intent. Chapter 5168 8-Star Battle Armor. Mentioning Xing Wuzhong was like picking at a deep wound in Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts. Moreover, Han Chenny's scornful remarks only enraged Long Chen even further. With fury blazing in his eyes, Long Chen swung Evilmoon down with immense force. Han Chenny desperately raised his staff to block, but Long Chen's relentless power drove him back with each strike. The impacts gradually numbed Han Chenny's arms. Long Chen attacked like a madman, causing the land to quiver with every blow. On the sixth attack, Han Chenny suddenly spat out blood. In a split second, Han Chenny's staff was cleaved in two by Evilmoon, and an ice-cold saber chi tore through his body, leaving a deep gash from the top of his head down to his abdomen. Blood sprayed through the air, he was nearly sliced open. In the distance, Lu Fan's weeping voice echoed, "Domain Lord, with the glacial heaven barrier up, we can't wait for reinforcements." After Han Chenny emerged, Lu Fan was brimming with confidence, certain that Han Chenny would easily defeat Long Chen. But as the battle unfolded, Han Chenny was repeatedly pushed back, his power unable to suppress Long Chen. Feeling uneasy, Lu Fan started to regret activating the glacial heaven barrier, which turned this place into a prison. What was initially intended as a trap for Long Chen now felt like a trap for himself. As the situation took a turn for the worse, Lu Fan immediately tried to send out a call for reinforcements. To his shock, he discovered that the area was sealed by a mysterious energy, making communication with the outside world impossible. Fear gripped him. If Han Chenny were to fall, the horrific events of the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain's core would replay, and he knew his death wouldn't be far away. When Han Chenny heard Lu Fan's frantic cries, his heart sank as if struck by lightning. With a furious roar, his manifestation flared to life, and a figure appeared within it. Fallen Daynite. Fallen Daynite's figure instantly merged on top of Han Chenny's body, and a wild chi wave erupted, blasting Long Chen away. He felt like he had been struck in the chest by a hammer, and he spat out blood. This sudden change shocked everyone, including Mo Nian. Seeing the raging chi waves filled with Emperor might, they all jumped in fright. Not good. Han Chenny has been pressed by Long Chen to the point that he has merged with his god's energy. By using the faith energy in the air, he forcibly raised his realm to the human emperor realm. He is no longer a half-step human emperor but a true human emperor, explained Bai Yingxuan with a quivering voice. What, if he had such a trump card, why did he keep it until now? Asked Mo Nian. Because once he uses this technique, he will lose any chance of advancing to the human emperor realm in this lifetime, answered Bai Yingxuan. Long Chen, I will tear you into a million pieces. Han Chenny roared, his voice echoing with pure rage. Suddenly, he smashed his fist into the ground, and a terrifying shockwave rippled through the 10,000 dragon nest, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Everyone within felt as if they had been struck by a massive hammer, barely managing to hold themselves together. They were all stunned by the sheer force of the attack. Fortunately, the 10,000 dragon nest had blocked most of the impact for them, or they would have perished just now. Looking outside, they were horrified to see that within the glacial heaven domain, the only ones still standing were Han Chenny, Long Chen, and the trembling Lu Fan hiding in the distance. Everyone else had been wiped out. Long Chen was the closest to Han Chenny and had received the greatest impact. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before managing to suppress his injury. At this moment, Han Chenny seemed like a madman, his hair standing on end. With every step he took, the glacial heaven barrier shook. The 10,000 dragon nest quivered under the overwhelming chi waves erupting from Han Chenny. The white dragon race's disciples frantically poured their blood soul power into the 10,000 dragon nest, struggling to bolster its defenses. If it failed, they would lose their final shield and die. I, Long Chen, have never said any empty words. Even if you've advanced to the human emperor realm, so what? As I said, I am unrivaled beneath the human emperor realm, and against a human emperor, I can go one-on-one. Long Chen declared, his voice brimming with determination. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen formed hand seals with precision. On his 8th seal, 8 tiny whirlpools materialized behind him. 8-star battle armor, Long Chen shouted, and 8 stars ignited within the whirlpools. A surge of power exploded out of Long Chen's body, transforming into an enormous pillar of light that soared into the sky and struck the glacial heaven barrier, which shuddered and cracked. Han Chenny had just gotten close to Long Chen when he was sent tumbling back by Long Chen's aura. The fury on his face vanished, replaced with pure shock. As Long Chen's aura climbed, gravity seemed to vanish, causing rubble, broken weapons, and shattered limbs to float. After rising to a certain height, they were suddenly crushed to bits. Long Chen's aura continued to climb, scouring heaven and earth. The barrier's cracks continued to grow. "How is this possible?" shouted Lu Fan. In the distance, Lu Fan was completely terrified, watching as the cracks in the barrier grew. This barrier contained an entire domain's power. Unless someone had the power to destroy the glacial heaven domain, they couldn't break this barrier. Yet, Long Chen's aura alone had pushed it to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood right as his aura was in the middle of rising. As expected, "This is too forced," Long Chen muttered, acknowledging the strain. Despite having condensed the nirvanic charge star, Long Chen hadn't had a chance to fully test it before the battles began. His attempt to harness the 8-star battle armor had resulted in his power becoming unbalanced, causing his astral energy to spiral into chaos. "This is my chance." Han Chenny's voice rang out as he shot toward Long Chen like a bolt of lightning, a saber materializing in his hand. Even an incomplete 8-star battle armor isn't something a fake human emperor like you can imagine, Long Chen snorted, his eyes narrowing. The 8-star diagram behind him flickered, and the turbulent power within him began to find its way. As if responding to his will, Evilmoon suddenly flared with an intense, radiant light. A colossal saber image surged into the sky, slashing through the glacial heaven barrier with devastating force. The barrier shattered under the relentless assault, and Han Chenny, along with his human emperor divine weapon, was obliterated. The saber chi continued its path, and the entire glacial heaven domain trembled as Long Chen's saber cut through the realm, splitting it from the heavens to the earth. In the wake of the destruction, Han Chenny lay dead, and the once mighty glacial heaven domain was reduced to ruin. Countless experts who had once filled the domain were now nothing but vanished shadows. Their bones, too, had disappeared without a trace. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood once more. His body swayed, and he almost collapsed. At this moment, Bai Yingxie and the others rushed to support him. "Quick, leave, more people are coming," Long Chen urged urgently, feeling like he would pass out. Chapter 5169 Human Emperor Puppet. While Long Chen used the power of the 8 stars, it caused his astral energy to go into disarray midway. If he hadn't unleashed all that energy into Evilmoon at the last moment, he would have exploded. Long Chen hadn't expected this issue and couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Although he managed to release the energy at the last moment, it still took an immense toll on him, leaving him feeling drained. Bai Yingxie and the others hastily supported him. Though Long Chen looked extremely weak in this state, he was practically an unrivaled existence in their eyes. After all, his opponent was a half-step emperor who had barged into the human emperor realm. Han Chenyi had the ability to crush them all with a single finger. Given this, Long Chen's exhaustion was to be expected. If he had remained active after such a feat, they would have thought they were seeing a ghost. Long Chen was held up by Bai Yingxie and Feng Yu. When he saw Mo Nian run off, he called out, "Mo Nian, what are you doing?" Mo Nian didn't answer. He glanced around briefly before starting to dig into the ground. He soon pulled out a barely conscious figure, Lu Fan. Despite being severely injured and on the brink of death, Lu Fan's survival showed that a son of Brahma was truly powerful, to be able to survive such a terrifying blow. "Perhaps this person has value as a hostage," said Mo Nian, running back with him. "Hurry up," shouted Long Chen. They got onto the 10,000 dragon nest, and Bai Yingxuan instantly activated it. At this moment, terrifying Emperor Might unfurled, causing Long Chen's expression to change. "We're out of time," said Long Chen. The void exploded, revealing one figure after another. One of the elders wore identical robes to Han Chenyi and emitted a terrifying pressure that instantly locked down Long Chen and the others. "What the hell happened here?" this elder shouted. The elder's gaze swept over the ruins where the glorious glacial heaven city once stood, his shock and fury indescribable. His eyes locked onto Long Chen and the others. The elder instantly recognized Long Chen and roared, "Die!" An enormous hand even bigger than the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest slammed down, twisting heaven and earth. "Are we going to die here?" asked Bai Yingxuan, staring in despair. She wasn't afraid of death, but Long Chen and the others were still young and had limitless potential. It was sad to see them perish now. Long Chen's demeanor was calm in the face of the elder's wrath. He turned to Mo Nian, who looked torn. "Mo Nian, your chance has come," exclaimed Long Chen. Gritting his teeth, Mo Nian suddenly bit his thumb. When his blood flowed out, it transformed into a rune that he slammed on the ground. A web-like diagram spread from that rune, instantly covering the land. After that, the land was shaking and with an explosive sound, a giant coffin came flying out of the ground. The coffin's lid flew open, and an enormous, withered lifeform came out, exuding vast emperor might. Bai Yingxie and the others' jaws dropped. This lifeform had blood-colored hair and looked ferocious. Despite its lack of vitality, it emitted terrifying emperor might. Though long dead, it had been awakened by Mo Nian to walk the world once more. The massive hand descending upon them was instantly shattered by the corpse's aura, dispersing into motes of light. "I knew that you still had a trump card," Long Chen chuckled mischievously. Looking distressed, Mo Nian cried, "I've really been scammed by you this time. That is an immemorial expert I found in that land. I could have refined it into a puppet, but now it's going to be a one-time use item." Within the tomb, Mo Nian had discovered a corpse with faint discarnate soul fluctuations. Using the Limitless Palace's secret art and a substantial amount of blood soul energy, he had managed to awaken it. Originally, Mo Nian had planned to buy special materials to refine the corpse, equipping it and activating its core runes. After all, this was the corpse of a human emperor. Though he didn't know its origins, he was aware that it had significant potential for improvement. With the right resources and time, he was confident he could restore it to about 70% of its peak state. However, now it only possessed 20% of its original power. Most importantly, awakening it now required igniting its discarnate soul, which meant it would quickly be exhausted and become a normal corpse again. For someone as showy as Mo Nian, the thought of using it up in a single battle, rather than preserving it for future display, was difficult to accept. However, with another half-step emperor like Han Chenyi appearing, they no longer had the ability to resist. Even if Mo Nian was unwilling, he had no choice but to bring his trump card out. Mo Nian's heart was dripping blood now that he had summoned this lifeform. There was no way to describe this pain with words. He gave this lifeform his sword, the Raging Yang sword. Once it was holding this sword, Mo Nian's hand seals changed. The lifeform's blank eyes suddenly lit up, and Mo Nian roared, "Slaughter these bastards." Mo Nian hated these people for forcing him to use up this trump card. He had painstakingly subdued this lifeform, only to expend it in a single battle. The lifeform let out a thunderous roar as countless runes ignited across its body, releasing the overwhelming aura of a human emperor. Raising its sword toward the heavens, the lifeform brought it crashing down, aiming directly at the elder and covering all the newcomers with the sword's immense might. The elder was horrified. Like Han Chenyi, he was only a half-step human emperor. He had rushed over after sensing the disturbances here, but he hadn't anticipated Mo Nian summoning a human emperor lifeform. The lifeform immediately ignited its power, unleashing all its energy in one attack. In response, the elder roared and summoned his manifestation. Not daring to hold back, he summoned a pill furnace in his hand. At the same time, the elders behind him also poured their energy into the pill furnace. It then rumbled, and shot toward the lifeform's sword. This was truly a world-shaking exchange. The void flickered, and the elders hacked up blood. As they were sent flying, the pill furnace vanished beyond the horizon. Brahma possession, the elder roared, invoking the image of Lord Brahma behind him. Without even recalling his pill furnace, he drew his sword and charged at the lifeform again. But to his shock, the lifeform didn't even attempt to block or dodge. It was cut cleanly in two. Wait, the elder's expression changed as he realized that the lifeform had long since lost any trace of life. In that moment of realization, he also noticed that the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest had already disappeared from sight. Bastards! The elder let out a furious roar, immediately summoning everyone to give chase. Chapter 5170 Short-lived Ghost. The 10,000 dragon nest broke through space, causing the surrounding area to quiver before it vanished again. When it reappeared, it had already undergone 17 spatial transportations. At this point, even Mo Nian had no idea how far they had traveled from the glacial heaven domain. The 10,000 dragon nest stopped in a wasteland. The moment it appeared, all the surrounding birds and beasts fled for their lives, their low growls and warning cries echoing through the area as they sensed the powerful aura of the 10,000 dragon nest. My God, I thought we were dead several times already, Hu Xiaoyu said, patting her chest with a deep sigh of relief. The others felt the same, especially those who had entered the heavenly flame devil domain. Having narrowly escaped death several times, they were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. They felt like they were about to collapse. Mo Nian, that was incredible. I've never heard of a talisman capable of transporting a 10,000 dragon nest through space, praised by Yingxuan. She was truly amazed by Long Chen and Mo Nian. The two of them were not just incredibly powerful, but they also had endless aces up their sleeves. All of a sudden, she felt like she had grown old. The world indeed belonged to the new generation. I admit that some people might be stronger than me in combat, but I refuse to admit they can outrun me, said Mo Nian proudly. However, the next moment his face twisted with pain, and he howled, "My puppet, your death was unjust. How could you leave me like this?" Mo Nian stamped his feet, with tears leaking out of his eyes, leaving people speechless. They couldn't tell if he was just acting or really hurt. In truth, Mo Nian was truly aggrieved. He had already imagined how he would dominate the world with a human emperor puppet. Just who could stop him then? To walk around with a human emperor guarding him, just how grand, how domineering would that be? But those dreams were now shattered. The puppet hadn't even had a chance to fully mature before he was forced to use it. He hadn't even managed to activate all its original runes before it was destroyed. "It's all your fault," blamed Mo Nian, pointing accusingly at Long Chen. Long Chen was in the midst of examining his internal injuries when Mo Nian accused him. He couldn't help but ask, "What does it have to do with me? It's all the fault of your stupid luck. You even dragged me down with you. Think about it, I completely suppressed those so-called heavenly geniuses all by myself. I was in full control, just imagine how mighty I looked. But then those devil creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, when it should have been impossible. That's clearly your bad luck rubbing off on me. And my puppet, it was properly hidden, waiting to be turned into a human emperor fighter, but thanks to you, it got destroyed in the glacial heaven domain. Remember, you owe me a human emperor fighter. Brothers or not, debts have to be settled. Don't forget to pay me back." Toward the end, Mo Nian decided to be a complete scoundrel. Long Chen was speechless and looked at Mo Nian scornfully. He remarked, "If you had left earlier and not dragged out Lu Fan, we would have escaped nicely. You're the one who delayed us, resulting in us being caught. So, if anyone's to blame, it's you." "That's right, I still have a hostage." Mo Nian slapped his leg and cried out, "I can definitely get some stuff out of Pill Valley. Perhaps it can make up for my losses." Mo Nian immediately ran over to check on Lu Fan, only to wail, "You stupid child, how could you be so short-lived? When did you die?" Long Chen and the others were startled and quickly looked over at Lu Fan. He was pale, his eyes dim, and he gave off no aura of life. Most importantly, the flame of his soul had been extinguished. "Child, wake up, you can't die. If you die, I'll have lost everything." Mo Nian desperately tried to resuscitate Lu Fan, using various methods, but it was all in vain. Lu Fan was well and truly dead. "Aren't you a mighty son of Brahma? Wake up." Mo Nian furiously shook him, unwilling to give up. Long Chen and the others were speechless. If outsiders saw this scene, witnessing how much Mo Nian seemed to care about Lu Fan, they might think those two were family. Most likely, when that life form erupted its emperor might, it shook Lu Fan's soul. "We didn't notice it at the time," sighed an elder of the White Dragon race. Back then, Mo Nian had tossed Lu Fan to one of the White Dragon race's disciples. At that time, Lu Fan was barely clinging to life. When that life form emitted its emperor might, everyone else circulated their energy to defend, but they forgot to protect Lu Fan. It was at that time that the fire of Lu Fan's soul, which was flickering on its last embers, was fully extinguished. In truth, it wasn't fair to blame that disciple. After all, Lu Fan was a son of Brahma, someone backed by the full support of Lord Brahma's karmic luck. How could he die so easily? And yet, he did. Mo Nian's hostage plan instantly fell through. Thinking of how he had lost his puppet for this fellow, only to end up with nothing, Mo Nian cried out in frustration. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. "No matter how you put it, you owe me a puppet," declared Mo Nian. "Based on what?" demanded Long Chen. "Based on the fact that we're brothers. I'm feeling bad, and I need some comfort," said Mo Nian frankly. "Fine, then I'll say that I was influenced by you. You often fail at showing off, and you made me fail this time. I just said something so arrogant, and then something unexpected happened, throwing me off immediately after. Don't you think that it's your fault?" said Long Chen, directly blaming Mo Nian for his failure at summoning the 8-star battle armor. "How shameless! How can you blame that on me?" demanded Mo Nian speechlessly. "You say that I have no shame. I cannot imagine just how much courage it takes to say something so shameless." Long Chen shook his head, exasperated. Watching Mo Nian and Long Chen argue, everyone else couldn't help but find it funny. Their banter clearly showed the bond between them. "All right, although my losses were huge this time, since we fulfilled the promise we had made in Devil Fall City, it was worth it," said Mo Nian seriously. Back then, they had sworn to make the Brahma Pill Valley pay for Xing Wuzhong's death, and they had done it, ruining the whole glacial heaven domain. Taking down a half-step human emperor should be enough to comfort Xing Wuzhong's soul. But as soon as they thought of Xing Wuzhong, Long Chen and Mo Nian's expressions turned somber. They had made the Brahma Pill Valley pay an immense price, but so what? Xing Wuzhong still wouldn't come back. "Long Chen, are you interested in coming with us to the Dragon Domain? The Dragon Domain is in disorder at the moment. I wish someone could unify the various branches of the dragon race." Bai Yingxuan stepped forward, looking at Long Chen hopefully. The White Dragon race's disciples instantly grew excited, their eyes lighting up with hope as they looked at Long Chen. Chapter 5171 Parting Ways. Long Chen's heart shook when he heard of the Dragon Domain. From Bai Yingxue, he knew that this was the place where the dragon race gathered. Due to the Brahma Pill Valley's instigation, the Dragon Domain fell into disorder. The various branches of the dragon race were like scattered grains of sand, lacking unity. Tracing the cause back to the root, it was because there was still no word from the sovereign dragon race. This resulted in the Dragon Domain being leaderless. Without the sovereign dragon race to control them, these powerful dragon races refused to submit to each other, unable to even agree on a temporary leader. After all, the sovereign dragon race held the supreme position in the dragon race, and no other dragon race could replace them. In the Dragon Domain, anyone else who dared to claim that they could unify the dragon race would be attacked from all sides. The dragon race would only submit to the authority of the sovereign dragons. Without them, all the dragon race experts couldn't get along, and even if they didn't engage in direct conflict, they remained distant and uncooperative toward each other. The dragon race's pride prevented them from accepting anyone else's leadership, and they rejected any suggestions that sounded even slightly like an order. This was a matter of great concern for the White Dragon race. Then there was Long Chen, who possessed the blood of the sovereign dragons. Although he was human and couldn't immediately convince all the dragon races, he was a peerless heavenly genius capable of slaying a half-step human emperor. Despite their pride, the dragon race understood power. With Long Chen's potential, he could definitely influence the junior generation of the Dragon Domain. After all, They were the future of the dragon domain, and as long as he could win over their hearts, the dragon race would definitely be unified. Furthermore, Bai Yingxuan recognized Long Chen's immense charisma. She believed that with enough time, he could influence the entire dragon domain. The white dragon race had no selfish motives behind it, they had no ambition to lead. Their only hope was for the dragon race to be unified once more and no longer be torn apart by internal strife and external manipulations. They couldn't afford to keep fighting amongst themselves. At this moment, the white dragon race's disciples looked at Long Chen hopefully, and Long Chen was truly tempted. After all, the mysterious dragon expert, who could essentially be considered his master, was also from the dragon race, so Long Chen felt a sense of responsibility and duty toward the dragon race. However, considering the chaotic state within the dragon race, he knew that his temper could easily turn things into a storm of blood. In particular, Long Chen had recently slaughtered disciples of the Netherdragon race and other dragon race members who were collaborating with the Brahma Pill Valley. This enmity was now set. Hence, the moment he set foot in the dragon domain, swords would be drawn. Thinking about this, Long Chen felt a headache coming on. He shook his head and decided, for now, I'm not going to the dragon domain. The white dragon race's disciples were instantly disappointed, especially Bai Yingxia. She turned away and wiped away her tears, not entirely sure why she felt so aggrieved. On the other hand, Bai Yingxuan was prepared for this. She quickly smiled to ease the situation and said, "That's fine. In the future, we'll come to pay our respects to the High Firmament Academy. We'll definitely meet again." "I said that I wouldn't go for now, not that I wouldn't go in the future," reassured Long Chen. "Really?" Bai Yingxia was delighted and immediately turned around. But when she realized she still had tear stains, she hastily turned back, feeling bashful. "Really?" Bai Yingxuan and the others all looked at Long Chen, pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Long Chen nodded. "However, it's not convenient for me to go right at this moment. After all, I've killed too many disciples of the dragon race just now. They brought that onto themselves. It can't be blamed on you," said Bai Yingxuan immediately. Bai Yingxia had told Bai Yingxuan a simple explanation of what had happened in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, and neither of them felt the slightest pity for those dragon experts. When the battle first started, those assholes also raised their blades against them. Long Chen said, "Whether or not they brought it onto themselves, it's not suitable for me to go now. If I go, the entire dragon domain will be thrown into chaos. Once the battle starts, casualties will be difficult to avoid. That is what Pill Valley wants. Furthermore, Pill Valley is already in control of several dragon races. When the time comes, they probably won't listen to our explanation." Bai Yingxuan nodded, knowing that Long Chen's concerns were well-founded. Even if they returned and tried to expose Brahma Pill Valley's schemes, not many dragon race experts believed them. Moreover, the dragon races that had been swayed by Pill Valley would likely turn against them, blaming them for the discord. Public opinion was a force strong enough to drown a person if enough mouths were spitting. In terms of power, the dragon race had always been one of the top existences. They were unafraid of anyone. But when it came to intelligence and cunning, they couldn't compete with the human race. After Long Chen pointed this out, Bai Yingxuan seemed to deflate a bit. "This photographic jade contains important information that I've recorded. It includes Lu Fan's conversation with the leader of the Earth Devils, how the white dragon race was set up to be sacrificed, and more," Long Chen said as he handed the photographic jade to Bai Yingxuan. "Really?" Bai Yingxuan was overjoyed. Finally, they had proof. Without it, rallying the other dragon races would have been difficult, but with this undeniable evidence, they would have a much easier time. Most importantly, this photographic jade contains information about the sovereign dragon race. "You can watch it at your leisure," added Long Chen. Hearing that there was news of the sovereign dragon race, Bai Yingxia and the others were even more excited. They wanted to activate the photographic jade right now. "Long Chen, what do you have in mind now? Do you want to come with me? I still have several treasure lands to go through. If you don't have anything else to do, why not come do some archaeology with me?" offered Mo Nian. Having lost his human emperor puppet, Mo Nian was thinking of getting an even stronger puppet. Having already tasted that sweet flavor, he couldn't stop himself. Shaking his head, Long Chen said, "I don't have the time to waste right now. There's a slight problem with my cultivation technique, and I'll need to test some things. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble in the future." I'm planning to go back to the High Firmament Academy for a while and then lead the Dragonblood Legion into the Endless Desolation. However, before entering the Endless Desolation, I will take a trip to the Dragon Domain." Hearing that, the White Dragon race's disciples cheered excitedly. The battle in the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain had fully won them over, and they all viewed Long Chen like an idol now. "Alright, then we will await your arrival in the Dragon Domain," said Bai Yingxuan excitedly. "Then let's part ways for now. Take care of yourselves. I look forward to our next meeting," Long Chen replied, and then he and Mo Nian said their goodbyes to the White Dragon race. After they departed, Bai Yingxuan watched their figures disappear into the distance and sighed. "The human race has produced two unparalleled existences. I wonder when our dragon race can produce such a peerless heavenly genius." The 10,000 dragon nest quivered and then shot off, dragging its whole riddled body through the air. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.